To evade the calamity of a Xuanwu Gate, after 8 years of servitude in the imperial palace, she returned to her homeland, having become a woman of unclaimed virtue. By mere fortune, she encountered him, a man she cherished and trusted deeply, to whom she vowed a lifetime of companionship. She was unwilling to become a concubine, and he was determined to take her as his wife. However, the disparity in their social standings weighed heavily upon her, as she did not wish to squander his future, nor did he wish to witness her beauty fade. Yet, was not adversity also an opportunity in disguise? On a crisp autumn morning in the 8th year of the Wuda era, Changsheng donned the attire of common women, which had been uniformly distributed to retired palace maids. She stood outside Chunhua Palace, respectfully bowing thrice in gratitude towards the quarters of her mistress, Yuan Jiaoyi. Her movements were precise, her manners impeccable, and her grace undeniable. Though she was on the brink of leaving the palace, the habits formed over 8 years in the inner sanctum compelled her to maintain an unerring composure in public. With a bundle meticulously checked by 2 eunuchs and 3 matrons in her grasp, she cast a final glance at the magnificent rooftops and eaves of the Tang Palace. Accompanied by Zhou Si and her close companion, the maid Sierra, she stepped beyond the palace gates. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, in a bid to enrich the harem, a significant number of common women were conscripted into service. Li Yuan, having risen in rebellion from Jinyang modern-day Tun, Shangxi, found the local populace to be of simple virtue, and thus called upon a group of palace maids, among whom was Changsheng. The Tang dynasty inherited the system of the Sui dynasty, wherein palace maids could only leave the palace to marry after a decade of service. Since her entrance into the palace, she had meticulously strategized, yearning for the day she could fulfill her 10 years of duty and return to freedom. From her understanding, while the current crown prince was Li Jiansheng, the eventual successor would be Prince Qin, Li Shimin. The rift between the two had escalated to an irreconcilable state, and once Prince Qin ascended the throne, there would undoubtedly be a significant purge in both court and harem. Many concubines had already been swayed by Crown Prince Li Jiansheng to undermine Prince Qin, and how could Li Shimin not seek retribution once he claimed the throne? Alas, her mistress, Yuan Jiaoyi, had been ensnared by the crown prince, ensorcelled into serving his interests, seizing every opportunity to slander and entrap Prince Qin. Should Prince Qin ascend, he would not spare her or the inhabitants of Chunhua Palace. Each day was fraught with anxiety, fearing that disaster might befall her, though she could not recall the precise date of the Xuanwu Gate Incident. Having been reborn and transported to the Grand Tang Dynasty, a realm most conducive to a woman's existence, she was resolute not to succumb to an early demise. She had even devised a plan to commit a minor infraction, one that would not incur severe punishment, hoping Yuan Jiaoyi would demote her to the Department of Miscellaneous Affairs. Though arduous, it was the safest refuge, allowing her to survive the impending political turmoil and gradually seek to improve her circumstances. Fortuitously, the Empress Do had passed away, and Consort One took on the role of acting empress. To demonstrate her virtuous maternal qualities, she beseeched Li Yuan for permission to allow palace maids over the age of 20 to return to their homes and marry, thereafter recruiting new maids from the populace. This initiative not only facilitated a refreshing influx of new faces, but also bestowed upon Li Yuan the reputation of a benevolent ruler, and thus he consented. Consequently, Changsheng was permitted to leave the palace 2 years ahead of schedule. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 12, she was now a mere 20, free from the looming specter of impending calamity. Changsheng shared the surname Zhou and had been taken under the wing of Zhou Si, who had nurtured her since her entry into the palace at the age of 12. Even at such a young age, she was remarkably talented and obedient, rigorously adhering to all protocols and often seeking guidance, winning the favor of Zhou Si. Upon the completion of her period of admonition, she distinguished herself through commendable conduct and was assigned to the favored palace of the emperor, serving as a humble maid responsible for tidying up. To be spared from the menial labor division was indeed a stroke of fortune. Regrettably, despite her pleasing appearance, her manner of adornment was rather rustic. Lacking the elegance and refinement expected, her gait was marred by a habitual stoop, and she often appeared timid in the presence of her superiors. After 8 years, she remained but a second-class maidservant. No one was aware that since the day she entered the palace, her ambitions lay not within its confines but beyond its walls. Thus, she maintained a facade of simplicity, merely hoping for a safe departure after a decade. Today, as she prepared to leave the palace, her demeanor transformed entirely. She walked with grace and poise, her long brows animated and her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Had she exhibited such qualities within the palace, it was likely she would have caught the emperor's eye long ago. Zhou Si was taken aback, yet noted her lack of a curvaceous figure, shaking his head. Despite her beauty, her physique left much to be desired. Though tall, her broad back and flat waist rendered her devoid of the alluring silhouette that captivated the emperor, who had a penchant for women with shapely forms. Such a physique would hardly endear her to him, and being betrothed to another as a concubine seemed inevitable. Perhaps her departure was indeed the wisest course. Xia, with tears in her eyes, clung to Chang Sheng's hand, reluctant to part. You can still change your mind if you choose to stay. We can remain companions. Why return home to endure hardship? At your age, where could you possibly find a suitable match? Even if you do marry, it would merely be to become a stepmother. Zhou Si expressed his confusion. After 8 years in the palace, those of your age back home are already with children. Finding a compatible partner will not be easy. Settling for anyone might lead to dissatisfaction. I've heard your family is a modest means. As a second-class maid, your savings cannot be substantial, especially since you've likely supported your family. Life outside the palace will still be long. How will you manage? Chang Sheng paused, contemplating the uncertainties of palace life. The savings she had amassed could easily vanish, and she had sent most of her earnings home. She hoped her family had fared well these years. They could support her, but she was resolute against marrying someone she did not love merely for sustenance, in addition to having her own secrets. Do not worry, Mama and Sister Xia. My father, mother, and elder brother care for me deeply. Over these years, they have managed well with my assistance. Even if I cannot find a suitable match upon leaving, I am confident I can sustain myself for many years. She had always referred to Zhou Si affectionately as Mama. With a playful wink, she teased, "Do you believe that Chang Sheng is so unattractive she cannot find a husband?" Zhou Mama and Xia chuckled at her jest. "You little rascal, your sharp tongue is unyielding. Such a gem as you, upon exiting the palace, will surely have matchmakers beating down your door." Hearing this, Chang Sheng beamed, her eyes twinkling with delight, and her lips curved into a gentle smile. In truth, returning does not necessarily mean I must marry. If I do wed, as long as my partner is to my liking, even being a stepmother would not be a concern. Some words she hesitated to utter, fearing misfortune. Although the Tang Palace was not overly harsh towards the palace maids, the absence of a reigning empress in the harem led to the formation of various factions. The favored consorts engaged in mutual intrigue, while the crown prince and Prince Qin vied for power, seeking to cultivate influence and suppress rivals. Consequently, the palace maids became pawns in this game of alliances and retribution, and a moment's carelessness could spell disaster, especially with the looming uncertainty of the Xuanwu Gate Incident. As long as she could return each evening without worry for her life, what did it matter if her clothing was a touch shabby? What did it matter if she remained unmarried? What did it matter if she became a stepmother? At the entrance of Xuanwu Gate, Zhou Si remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Each person has their own aspirations, and one cannot impose their will upon another." Perhaps you are right. However, time is not on your side. If a suitable match presents itself, do not hesitate to marry. But ensure you investigate thoroughly, for as you said, even being a stepmother is inconsequential. The character of the person is of utmost importance. Rest assured, Mama, I will certainly seek a partner of good character. If I cannot find one, I shall remain unmarried and stay home with my mother. Zhou Si chided gently, "Child, what nonsense are you speaking? You may wish to remain unmarried and keep your mother company, but one must consider whether your mother would want to support you for a lifetime. If you wish to avoid marriage, it would be best if you never left the palace." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng smiled again. Perhaps it was the day's pleasantness that kept her eyes alight with joy. She was resolute in her desire to leave the palace, unwilling to bury her life in such confines. While the world deemed her too old to be unmarried at 20, Chang Sheng felt herself in the bloom of youth. As a time traveler, she believed that at 20, she was experiencing the finest decade of her life, and marrying at such an early age seemed premature. She was certain she could return to her hometown and find a worthy partner. Even if she became a stepmother, it mattered little. Given the current state of medical conditions, she had no desire to bear children. "Thank you, Mama, and thank you, Sierra." Chang Sheng is unambitious and unable to enjoy luxuries since entering the palace. "I have missed my parents terribly, always hoping to reunite with them. I possess neither beauty nor intelligence, and remaining in the palace holds no promise for me. One day, I might err and lose my life being granted as a concubine, which surely lead to disgrace. It is far better to return home as a farmer. She chuckled. Moreover, I am neither graceful standing nor sitting, and my gait is unseemly. I suppose farming is my only destiny. Zhou Mama sighed with a sense of regret. Yet for a woman of ordinary beauty, leaving the palace to marry someone of equal status and engage in motherhood and family life might indeed be the best fate. In truth, Changsheng had opportunities to enter the crown prince's residence. Lady Yuan, seeking to curry favor with Li Jiansheng, selected young and beautiful palace maid she trusted to be sent to the crown prince's residence as concubines. In the midst of the fierce competition for the throne, Jiansheng sought to ingratiate himself with the emperor's favored consorts, and had Changsheng gone, she would have undoubtedly received preferential treatment. Meanwhile, the Qin princess, Lady Changsun, endeavored in every possible way to win favor with the then-favored Lady Yuan, presenting lavish gifts and requesting her to bestow several concubines upon Prince Qin as a gesture of goodwill, promising to treat them well. Lady Yuan, recognizing the value of the gifts and seeking to establish her own network, acquiesced. Twice, she had chosen the beautiful and trusted Changsheng, only to later dismiss her for her lack of grace and demeanor. Little did they know, Changsheng had gone to great lengths to obscure her own beauty, striving to avoid such a fate since her entrance into the palace. She was unwilling to serve the current emperor or any of the princes. The venerable Li Yuan, approaching his 60th year, was too old after the Xuanwu Gate Incident. He had become a retired emperor but would not live for many more years. The Prince of Qin, Li Shimin, had another penchant for collecting exquisite beauties. In terms of virtue and capability, none could rival his esteemed consort, the Zhangsun clan. The unremarkable and not particularly beautiful Changsheng was destined to be overshadowed beside her. With the fates of the other princes uncertain after the Xuanwu Gate Incident, Li Shimin had not only slain Jiansheng and Yuanji, but also exterminated their wives, concubines, and children. Those of the royal family and princes who were close to them either met their demise or were exiled. Changsheng did not wish to witness her own death unfold before her eyes. Before her stood the imposing Xuanwu Gate. As she prepared to depart, Changsheng grasped Xier's hand, respectfully bowed to Granny Zhou, and earnestly said, "Xier is now serving consort Yuan. The palace is rife with factions and conflicts. It is exceedingly difficult to find another place. I kindly ask you, Granny, to look after her." Though Granny Zhou did not fully comprehend Changsheng's intentions, she solemnly replied, "Do not worry. I have always held a fondness for Xier, and I shall ensure her safety." With a slight sigh of relief, Changsheng felt reassured. Xier was merely the lowest-ranking maidservant responsible for menial tasks in the palace of consort Yuan. Even if disaster were to befall her, it was unlikely that she would be held accountable. Standing outside Xuanwu Gate, she gazed at the distant, majestic eaves and tiles, signaling to Granny Zhou and Xier to return. She felt a twinge of regret that her close friend, Zhu Xiang, had been unable to come and bid her farewell due to urgent matters. From that moment on, all the various people within the palace, those who were affectionate, harsh, scheming, or disdainful, would no longer concern her. She simply needed to await her father and brothers to take her back home. Yet, as she turned away, her heart sank. Though news from home had already been conveyed, there were no carriages or signs of her father or brothers outside Xuanwu Gate. Completely unfamiliar with life beyond the palace, she found herself at a loss as to where to go next. Chapter 2. Past and present. Changsheng, hesitant to stray too far, settled into an inconspicuous corner with her small bundle, awaiting her family's arrival. From this vantage point, she could clearly observe the scenes outside the Xuanwu Gate. Perhaps they were running a tad late, but it was still early, and waiting posed no inconvenience. Within her bundle lay over 40 taels of silver and some copper coins, a portion saved and another gifted by close sisters. Upon her return to her rural home in northern Jin, whether she married or remained single, it was likely she would never again venture so far from home or re-enter the capital. Thus, she resolved to indulge in delightful food and drink along the way. Meandering leisurely back, her bundle also contained gifts from dear acquaintances and documents for her return. This documentation served to affirm that she had not escaped from the palace, but had completed her service and was returning home. After arriving, she would present these documents at the county office to reinstate her residence with her family, thus relinquishing her status as a palace servant and becoming simply a common woman, entirely disconnected from the palace. Most crucially, She concealed within her garments 300 taels in silver notes, one issued by the palace for her return trip, another earned through her efforts beyond her monthly stipend, and the last, a reward from the esteemed Yuan Jiaoyi for her 8 years of service. As per the customary practice, she intended to give her parents 100 taels to improve their living conditions, while the remainder would be discreetly hidden away for future considerations. Autumn in Chang'an was a tapestry of prosperity and tranquility. Outside the imperial city, shops flourished, and the broad streets were straight and well-kept. The men and women bustling about were elegantly attired, exuding the self-satisfaction and leisure characteristic of the capital's denizens. Changsheng watched with curiosity, her eyes sparkling and her lips curling into a smile, her heart swelling with a gentle joy and longing. Had she not feared being lost to her family, she would have dearly loved to stroll through the grandeur of Tang's Chang'an. She possessed a modest understanding of history, knowing that after the Xuanwu Gate Incident, Chang'an enjoyed a prolonged period of prosperity and peace, standing as the world's cultural and economic hub, the most vibrant city of its time. Women adorned with intricate hairstyles and lavish attire, their beauty accentuated, flourished in an era where they enjoyed unprecedented freedom and splendor in the ancient feudal dynasty, a notion that filled her with deep yearning. If circumstances allowed, she would have preferred to remain here. 8 years prior, the true Changsheng was merely 12 years old when she was summoned to the palace. Enduring the relentless jolts of the carriage day and night, she succumbed to a chill, lacking proper care and treatment, and ultimately departed from this world. At that time, she had just graduated from university and embarked on her career, her life brimming with promise. At 12, she had lost both parents unexpectedly, and after relatives had arranged their funeral, no one wished to bear the burden of guardianship. Only she and her sister remained, her elder sister, Xiao Jinyuan, being 17, while she was Xiao Jinshu. Their parents fondly nicknamed them Little Golden Circle and Little Golden Pig. They resided in a modest 2-bedroom home left by their parents, relying on their savings and stipends from both families, leading a life devoid of hardship. That noon, the sisters decided to dine out before shopping for suitable work attire and shoes. Hand in hand, as was their custom, they prepared to cross the street toward the restaurant. Often since arriving in this world, she pondered how different things might have been had they chosen not to go that day. Yet life offers no what-ifs. The piercing sound of brakes echoed, frantic and wild, as a construction truck, having claimed countless lives, careened out of control towards her. Without a moment's hesitation, she instinctively pushed her sister aside. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed her, and then darkness consumed her. The last thing she saw was a burst of crimson and the horrified screams of bystanders. Upon awakening, she found herself transformed into a 12-year-old girl named Changshen. Raised in a remote countryside, impoverished and frail, now destined to serve as a maid in the palace. The carriage was crammed with other girls, all between the ages of 12 and 15, innocent and bright-eyed daughters of poor families, who, amidst the jolting and jostling, appeared ragged and pallid, some even with lice in their hair. In her alternating states of consciousness and delirium, she navigated the initial shock and resistance, often lost in thought and ignoring everyone around her. They assumed she was still unwell, and their mutual unfamiliarity allowed her to maintain her facade. Gradually, she came to accept her reality. She had entered this world to save her sister, and as long as her beloved sister lived, what could she not endure? Moreover, the heavens had granted her a second chance at life. What was there to despair about? With a tranquil and detached mindset, she faced her life as a palace servant. She endeavored to survive, striving to maintain a position that was neither grotesque nor overly alluring, avoiding the roles of a laborer suffering in obscurity or a beauty trapped as a concubine, until, by fortune, she was released from the palace at the enchanting age of 20, waiting on the steps beyond the palace walls for her family to take her home. Though perceived as an unmarried woman by others, she felt vibrant and youthful, akin to when she was preparing to enter the workforce. Why should she squander a beautiful life in the dark and corrupt confines of the inner palace? As noon approached, her family had yet to arrive. Fortunately, it was autumn, and the weather remained mild. She only needed to occasionally stretch her legs to avoid stiffness. In her haste that morning, eager to enjoy a meal with her family at a tavern upon her return, she had scarcely eaten and now felt the pangs of hunger. Yet her companions were still nowhere to be found. She inquired about the public restroom to clean her hands, and, upon returning, she purchased a bowl of mung bean juice and 5 buns, patiently awaiting on the stone steps. She firmly believed that her family would not abandon her, for they had always shown her affection during their visits. The sun began its descent, and Changsheng rubbed her eyes, daring not to blink as she gazed at the bustling traffic at the entrance of Xuanwu Gate. Yet still no one came to collect her. A month prior, confident in her return home, she had entrusted a reliable eunuch to send a letter through the relay station, urging her family to come for her on this day, the date set by the emperor for the release of retired palace maids. Although the era lacked efficiency, it was marked by a strong sense of trust. Had her message not been delivered, she would have received news by now. Deciding to find lodging for the night and explore tomorrow, she was curious about the inns of the Tang dynasty. On her way to the restroom, she had noticed a seemingly decent inn. Generally speaking, the better the facilities and the more prosperous the location, the safer the inn, even if it meant spending a little more. As a single woman carrying valuables, safety was paramount. She rose to her feet, preparing to make her way towards the elegant inn. After taking a few steps, she paused to reflect and then returned to the entrance of Xuanwu Gate to bow respectfully to the guard. "Dear guard," she said, "I am Zhou Changsheng, a palace maid who has just completed her service today. I intended to send word for my family to come and collect me before now. Yet it appears they have not arrived. As night falls, I wish to seek refuge at an inn, but I fear missing them. I humbly request, should anyone come to fetch Zhou Changsheng, that they be directed to the Yahe Inn on the main street." With that, she swiftly presented 2 taels of silver, saying, "Please accept this small token to enjoy a drink, dear guard." Yet she felt a pang of regret in her heart, silently chastising her family for their tardiness. For this was indeed her entire month's wages. Upon leaving the palace, despite the relatively liberal atmosphere of the Tang dynasty, it was inconceivable for a woman to openly engage in trade. She lacked the means to be a silent partner as well. It was likely that she would have to rely on her savings for an extended period, thus it was imperative to minimize unnecessary expenditures. The 2 guards, both in their 20s, exchanged sly glances as they scrutinized Changsheng. One of them spoke, "No need to worry, it's but a trivial matter. You may go now. Return tomorrow to inquire." A sudden sense of caution surged within her, but for the moment, she could discern nothing amiss. She bowed in gratitude once more and turned toward the Yahe Inn, her demeanor and mannerisms now indistinguishable from those of the women of her time. Chapter 3. The matchmaker of the capital, the Yahe Inn, situated near the imperial palace, has long been a resting place for palace maids returning home after their service since the Sui dynasty. Consequently, both the innkeeper and the staff have grown accustomed to the sight of Changsheng, a solitary young woman clutching her bundle. Changsheng is a strikingly beautiful woman, and with the burden of her past grievances now lifted, her features radiate an unrestrained elegance that even the plain fabric of her attire cannot conceal. This has prompted the young attendant to treat her with exceptional courtesy. Despite her efforts to appear nonchalant and indifferent, her curiosity compels her to survey her surroundings, for everything is remarkably unfamiliar to her. Affecting a semblance of maturity, she selects a moderately nice room, washes her face, and enjoys a cup of warm tea. After a day of idle sitting, she begins to feel a sense of relaxation. Once her belongings are settled, her inquisitiveness drives her to explore the tidy confines of her room. Fortunately, it is quite clean, with the bedding and pillows appearing nearly new, soft and inviting, truly reminiscent of a 3-star hotel of antiquity. The intricately carved bed looks particularly comfortable. At that moment, the attendant arrives with her order of congee and side dishes, presented with neatness and care, warm and appetizing, igniting her appetite. Just as she finishes her meal, a knock resounds at the door, assuming it to be the attendant returning for the dishes. She opens the door only to be taken aback by the sight of a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman standing outside. Her corpulent figure is heavily laden with cheap cosmetics, sending Changsheng into a fit of sneezing. Stifling a laugh, she sizes up the woman, whose sparse hair is haphazardly gathered into a bun, adorned with low-quality jewelry and gaudy silk flowers. Most striking is her heavily powdered face, with the makeup seemingly on the verge of crumbling, giving her a visage reminiscent of a ripe persimmon. Before Changsheng can fully comprehend the situation, the woman attempts to push her way inside. A surge of aversion wells up within Changsheng, prompting her to block the entrance. Cautiously, she inquires, "Who might you be, madam? I do not recognize you." The woman bursts into a cackling laugh, causing even more powder to cascade down her face. Unfazed by Changsheng's cool demeanor, she jovially asserts, "Dear sister, you truly do not know what I am here for?" Changsheng pauses, quickly recalling that the woman's attire resembles that of a matchmaker from ancient dramas, filling her with distaste. After finally escaping the confines of the palace, she finds herself pursued once more. With a frosty expression, she retorts, "What business do you have with me, madam? I neither steal nor rob, and I fear neither officials nor you. Kindly take your leave. I await my family's arrival and wish to rest early." The woman's tenacity is remarkable as she disregards Changsheng's cold reception and reaches out to touch her face. "Ah, indeed, you have emerged from the palace. Your skin is remarkably soft. I must say, dear sister, at least let me finish my words. I am the renowned matchmaker of the capital, Zhu. It is not my intention to offend you, but one cannot help but notice that while you are of an age where others have already begun families, you remain alone. I am merely looking out for your best interests." At the mention of grandchildren, even Changsheng's simmering anger erupts into laughter. However, her hands remain resolute as she forcefully swats the woman's hand away, declaring, "If you wish for grandchildren, let your daughters-in-law bear them. I grant you the courtesy of addressing you as madam, but do not overestimate your own significance. You are not a winter radish, so why shiver in the cold?" Changsheng underestimated the audacity of that woman. Despite being insulted, she remained unfazed, greeting her warmly. "Oh, little sister, you truly possess a face that evokes sympathy. Though you are of a certain age, you appear even more radiant than a young maiden. You are quite eloquent. Do not suffer the hardships of returning to the countryside to eat meager meals. In my opinion, it would be far wiser to find a good match here in the capital. After all, you would enjoy a feast of meat and fish and wear fine silks, rather than depriving yourself of blessings." The commotion attracted the attention of several lodgers, who peeked through their doors to witness the spectacle. Changsheng, thoroughly exasperated, had never encountered such a shameless woman. With a forceful shove, she retorted angrily, "Leave. Mind your own business. My fortunes and misfortunes are my parents' concern, not yours. Who do you think you are? Look at yourself, dressing like that at your age without a shred of shame. The overpowering scent of your makeup is suffocating. You think you can hide the remnants of your past?" Laughter erupted from the lodgers, and the matchmaker, Zhu, could no longer maintain her composure. Enraged, she exclaimed, "An old maid discarded from the palace, and yet you think yourself significant. Ignoring my advice, you will inevitably return home to become either a stepmother or a concubine. And who knows, perhaps no one will even want you as a sister-in-law." Seeing Zhu's plump figure, clad in cheap silk, Changsheng could hardly contain her disdainful laughter. After enduring 8 years of confinement in the palace, she was done with feeling oppressed. Pretending to be astonished and indignant, she declared, "You possess quite the audacity. How dare you invoke the palace? Are you insinuating that the emperor and the imperial concubine mistreat the palace maids? Come, let us seek an official." Pointing at a young attendant attempting to sneak away, she continued, "Stop. Is this how you treat your guests? Allowing a foul-mouthed individual to insult patrons and speak of matters related to the palace? Do you intend to continue your business?" The lodgers rallied behind Changsheng, some even clamoring to change inns. The attendant, drenched in sweat from fear, was soon joined by the innkeeper, who approached with a forced smile, bowing and apologizing profusely, while urging Zhu to leave and never return. Realizing that Changsheng had seized upon her verbal blunder and was intent on reporting her, Zhu begged for mercy. With the innkeeper intervening, she hastily retreated, scrambling away. Changsheng followed Zhu to the staircase, peering down to see a robust, dark-skinned man seated in the hall, sipping tea. His imposing demeanor indicated he was no ordinary commoner. Observing Zhu's disheveled state, he muttered a few words of disdain, tossing a few coins before preparing to leave, only to pause when he noticed Changsheng looking down. After a moment of hesitation, He turned and departed. The innkeeper followed, incessantly apologizing to Changsheng. She regarded him coldly, inquiring, "Who was that man?" The innkeeper chuckled nervously, attempting to deflect the question. Changsheng slammed her hand on the table. "Are you not afraid I might change ins now? I will not take the silver. If I move elsewhere, it will reflect poorly on your establishment for allowing ruffians to bully your guests. Will you still be able to conduct your business?" If she were to leave, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the inn. The innkeeper hastily nodded and bowed, inviting Changsheng to sit down for tea. He leaned in and whispered that was Gao Shoren, a minor captain of the Imperial Guard, overseeing a contingent of around 20 men, responsible for the defense of the Xuanwu Gate. He is in his 30s, widowed, and childless. Upon hearing this, Changsheng immediately grasped the situation, and a surge of silent fury welled up within her. Ignoring the innkeeper, she ascended the stairs, shut her door, yet found herself unable to sleep, her mind racing with thoughts of how Gao Shoren had come to learn of her whereabouts. She understood now that although she had gained freedom by leaving the palace, she had also forfeited protection. She had transformed from the favored consort Yuanjiawi of Chunhua Palace into an ordinary woman, Zhou Changsheng, left to navigate her own survival. She realized she must safeguard herself. Chapter 4. Kindred Spirits. After waiting for a while in solitude, it was merely the cusp of the hour between the dog and the pig, around 9 in the evening. The hour was still early, and Changsheng dared not sleep. Nor could she find repose, fearing that should her family arrive late, they might inquire after her whereabouts. Typically, at this hour within the palace, the night banquet would be in full swing, vibrant with song and dance, and it was her busiest and most anxious time as the moment of her master's retirement approached. As the supervisor of the chambers, she was responsible for ensuring that all arrangements for the night's rest were in perfect order, accompanied by 2 maidservants. Yuan Jiaowi was quite favored, and Emperor Li Yuan of the Wuda era would occasionally visit Chunhua Palace and stay the night. Her preparations had to be flawless, satisfying both Li Yuan and Yuan Jiaowi. The bedding and curtains for all seasons were stored in a designated room, which had to be meticulously maintained, free from insects, mold, or any damage. Old items were promptly replaced with new, arranged neatly by category for easy access. Typically, the bedding was changed every 5 days, and if any maidservant was on duty, it could be changed at any moment. Before each use, it was imperative to inspect the quilts, pillows, and curtains for any loose threads or stains, ensuring they were delicately scented, ironed, and laid out perfectly, guaranteeing cleanliness, fragrance, softness, and comfort. While this task appeared simple, it was indeed a profound art. The selection of fabrics, embroidery, and incense had to align with the seasonal weather changes, fitting the occasions and festivals appropriately. One had to discern the preferences and moods of both masters with such subtlety that their attention would not be drawn to any imperfection, especially at the moment of their intended rest. Any misstep could result in dire consequences. After 5 years of serving in this capacity, Changsheng had poured her heart and soul into her duties, not only surviving her tenure in the palace, but also earning considerable rewards. She had hoped that from then on, she would enjoy boundless freedom, no longer constrained, and would be free from the whims of fate. However, reality did not align with her aspirations. The repulsive visage of the matchmaker and the grim countenance of Gao Shoren haunted her thoughts, prompting an intuition that they would not relent easily. If her family had come to retrieve her promptly, she would not have encountered such troubles. Gao Shoren was certainly not her ideal partner. Having left the palace unscathed, she would never compromise herself in matters of lifelong commitment. Furthermore, she needed to return to her hometown and shed her status as a servant. After waiting a while longer, hope dwindling, she sat before the mirror, loosening her hair in preparation for rest. The reflection in the bronze mirror revealed arched brows and bright eyes, skin taut and smooth, delicate fingers. She appeared exceedingly youthful and tender. Yet, her expression bore no trace of innocence. Her gaze was clear yet weathered, unmistakably no longer that of an unblossomed girl. In this place, most women married soon after coming of age and walking the streets. Girls of her age were often seen with their hair styled up or accompanied by children. Fortunately, as this was the capital, the people were accustomed to such sights. What would await her upon returning to her hometown? Just as she was about to succumb to slumber, A young woman's cries and a man's shouts echoed from below. Changsheng had no desire to meddle, yet the commotion was too loud to ignore, and the words suggested they were former palace maidens, piquing her curiosity. She lit no lamp, but donned a robe and opened the window to peer down. By the light of the lantern in the courtyard, she discerned what appeared to be a father and daughter. The young woman, her voice thick with tears, pleaded, "Father, I shall not return home. I wish to marry in the capital. Please let me be." Following this, the stern voice of an older man rebuked her. "You are the daughter of Gong Laojian. In matters of marriage, how can you disregard your parents' arrangements? I've already engaged someone for you in our hometown, and the betrothal gifts have been received. The travel expenses for this trip were covered by those gifts. How could I possibly have any silver left to fetch you?" The young woman, evidently enraged, exclaimed loudly, "Father, what has become of the silver I previously gave you? And what about the 20 taels of selling myself before entering the palace? Over the years, I have scrimped and saved to support our family, and now I find myself without even the means to pay for my journey back." Her father lowered his head in silence, further igniting her fury. "Have you resorted to gambling again? Is this how a father should behave? You drove my mother to her grave, and still you cannot quit. Years ago, you sold your daughter to repay your debts. And now you're marrying her off to a man over 50 to settle your debts once more. I will not return. I would rather die in the palace." Changsheng, listening to this exchange, felt an increasing sense of indignation. How could a father tolerate such humiliation, allowing his daughter to marry a man older than himself? Was it truly so pitiable to be a retired palace maid, one who could not even be welcomed by her family, and another who was forced into marriage with an elderly man? Just as the father and daughter were embroiled in their quarrel, the innkeeper emerged to mediate. "Esteemed guests, the night has grown late. Why not rest for the evening? We can discuss matters further tomorrow. After all, what cannot be said between a father and daughter?" Having argued fruitlessly throughout the day, they reluctantly agreed to the innkeeper's proposal, recognizing the lateness of the hour. Observing them part ways for the night, Changsheng dressed neatly and summoned the attendants to relay his instructions. After a while, the young woman gently knocked on the door. Changsheng greeted her with a smile, inviting her inside, and they exchanged introductions. As it turned out, this spirited young woman was a rough servant in the imperial kitchen, originally named Gong Yanchun. At the age of 21, she had served in the palace for 7 years and hailed from Zhuozhou in Hebei. Remarkably, the two had never crossed paths during their time in the palace. Having endured 7 years of palace life, Yanchun possessed a keen intellect and understood that Changsheng had overheard her heated exchange with her father. Feeling disheartened, she spoke to Changsheng about the circumstances that had led to her distress. 3 years prior, while working in the imperial kitchen, she became acquainted with a young craftsman named Duan, who was stationed in the capital. They developed a friendship while she and another maid delivered meals to the workers repairing a section of the palace. They had delivered meals for over a month, during which time the craftsman vowed to wait for her until she left the palace. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 14, she had anticipated that she would not be able to reunite with him until she turned 24. However, like Changsheng, she unexpectedly received the fortune of an early release. She had planned for her father to come to escort her home, accompanied by the young craftsman bearing gifts and a marriage contract, so they could settle down, pay respects to her deceased mother, and formally become engaged before returning to the capital as betrothed. To her dismay, her gambling-addicted father had promised her to a man over 50 as a concubine. Although it was termed a betrothal, it bore a striking resemblance to a sale. Yanchun vehemently opposed this arrangement, but her father spent an entire day attempting to persuade her to return home, adamantly refusing to support her union with the craftsman. He had already accepted the betrothal gifts and squandered a substantial portion of them, using the pretext of a father's authority to coerce her into marrying the old man. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. If her father did not consent, she would be unable to marry Duan properly. Should she elope, not only would he lose his well-paying position, but she would also be disowned by his family. Changsheng gently wiped away her tears and smiled softly. "When did your father promise you to that old man?" "Upon receiving my letter, he sold me to another within mere days after leaving the palace." "You are quite mistaken. Before establishing residence in your hometown, you remain a palace servant, still considered a member of the royal household. How could your father and that old man dare to covet you? If pursued, it would indeed be a grave offense against the emperor, leaving them to suffer in silence. Who would dare to force a marriage under such circumstances? Use this to leverage them, and rest assured, that wealthy old man will not even dare to demand a betrothal gift, which is far more effective than your desperate pleas. Gong Yanshun beamed with joy. Having already discerned her course of action, she thanked Changsheng and provided the name and address of the carpenter, requesting that if Changsheng ever returned to the capital, he should seek her out. To avoid arousing her father's suspicions regarding Changsheng's influence, the two parted ways that evening, agreeing to travel separately the following morning, confident that fate would allow their paths to cross again in the future. Chapter 5. Prevention is better than cure. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Changsheng instinctively opened her eyes, only to find the palace devoid of the usual soft, delicate footsteps, the low reprimands of the steward, the sounds of maids washing up, and the gentle rustling of the courtyard as it was tidied. Puzzled, she soon realized that she could not see outside. She was nestled within a beautifully carved bed, its deep crimson curtains obscuring the view, rather than lying on the narrow wooden bed typical of palace life. It dawned on her that she was no longer the weary palace maid she once was. Life as a maid was arduous. The most burdensome role fell upon those assigned to the rough duties of the service department, where 8 individuals huddled together on a large communal bed, enduring meager rations and paltry wages. Although their lives were fraught with hardship, they were seldom entangled in the palace's myriad intrigues, allowing them the chance to live peacefully for a decade before returning home. Yet, as age crept in and savings remained scant, they often found themselves hastily married off, the quality of their lives thereafter being a matter of individual fate. The third tier, maids, typically ran errands between the various courts, serving tea and attending to cleaning and washing duties. Their circumstances were somewhat improved, sharing a room with only 3 others, thus avoiding the discomfort of a communal sleeping arrangement, and earning double the wages of their less fortunate counterparts. Changsheng did not dare to aspire too high, nor did she wish to languish in poverty. She found herself comfortably settled in a second-tier position, overseeing 2 junior maids and managing the bedding, cushions, and curtains of her mistress. Each maid had her own small room. Though modest, it was complete with a bed, storage trunk, and table and stools. They received new garments each season and a monthly stipend of 2 taels. During festivals or upon pleasing their mistress with their work, they would often receive generous rewards. Thus, she had managed to secretly save over 100 taels of silver and some valuable jewelry. In truth, with a little ambition, she could have attained a first-tier position, such as a noble lady-in-waiting, a stewardess, or a chief maid, earning 5 taels monthly, with even more substantial reward from her mistress. Residing in a spacious and comfortable suite, accompanied by a personal maid. Achieving such a status would place her above many lesser favored noblewomen. However, these positions came with a heavy burden of trust and secrecy, often confining one to the palace, a fate she was unwilling to endure for the entirety of her life. Now, all of this was behind her. She was no longer Zhou Sijin of Chunhua Palace, but rather a common woman named Zhou Changsheng, carrying with her 300 taels of living expenses. Outside, the glorious Tang dynasty awaited, a realm where the restrictions and oppressions placed upon women were minimal. Having once failed in her past life, she resolved to live fully in this one. The day was still young, and her family, having likely arrived the previous night, would probably be resting at a modest inn, not venturing out to the Xuanwu Gate so early. She had time to indulge in a few more moments of rest. Since her arrival in this world, as a palace servant, she had rarely enjoyed the luxury of sleeping in, having almost forgotten the joy of lingering in bed. In a fleeting moment, tears streamed down her cheeks. No longer could she lie in bed unkempt during holidays, waiting for her sister to return from work with food, playfully calling her little golden pig while teasing her with fragrant delicacies. She would mischievously pull back the covers, revealing her petite form clad only in undergarments, whimsically twisting her hair and saying, "Oh, dear Jin Yuan, on account of my charming allure, please feed me." Her sister would laugh and scold her gently, stuffing a delicious meat bun into her mouth before coaxing her out of bed to wash up. Such scenes would never again grace her life, and the pain of remembrance struck her heart deeply, making her dare not lie back down to relive those cherished memories of her past life. She hopes that her beautiful and intelligent sister will soon forget the sorrow brought by her departure and find a reliable man to live a fulfilling life. Rising as usual, she practiced yoga for a while, a skill taught to her by her sister, both for strengthening her body and to preserve the memories of her sister and her past life, which she had never forsaken for the past 8 years whenever circumstances permitted. Soon, beads of sweat glistened on her brow, considering the inconvenience of bathing on her way home. She had taken special care to bathe last night with the fragrant bathing beans secretly provided by Zhu Xiang. Zhu Xiang, a fellow second-class palace maid at Xuanwu Palace, was responsible for the grooming and bathing of the noble Yuan Zhao Yi, and under her guidance, Yuan Zhao Yi was quite pleased with the beauty regimen. The two had become close friends, yet Zhu Xiang had not been able to escort her out of the palace yesterday due to urgent matters. The fragrant bathing beans were a luxury reserved for those of high status. After bathing, her skin became supple and delicate, her hair smooth and fragrant, and she was assured of not graying with age. Zhu Xiang had discreetly shared the secret with her, and since the fall of the Sui dynasty, many palace secrets had circulated, so her knowledge would not bring misfortune. Sitting up, her long black hair cascaded like a dark cloud over her shoulders, filling the chamber with a subtle fragrance. The palace had not overly mistreated her. Her inner garments were made of soft, dense white cotton fabric. However, no one knew of the layers of wrappings beneath. She had begun menstruating at the age of 14, and, as she was well fed, her body began to grow and develop, her waist becoming slender and soft, her chest gradually swelling, her skin becoming more radiant, and her eyes increasingly bright and captivating, no longer resembling the frail, sallow country girl she once was. Yet she was filled with trepidation, for if she continued to grow like this, she would find herself unable to leave the palace, either becoming the Emperor Li Yuan's concubine or being awarded to a prince or a meritorious minister as a concubine, with no choice in the matter, whether paired with an old man or a brutish fellow. Furthermore, the competition for succession had reached a fever pitch. Who could predict the fate of any young and promising prince after the Xuanwu Gate Incident? Emperor Wu De, Li Yuan, had a particular fondness for youthful girls with alluring curves and clear features, and she was inching ever closer to that ideal. Even if the aging emperor did not take notice, there were sycophantic eunuchs, akin to modern-day talent scouts, who kept a watchful eye for him. Ramongni Yuan's Ajing Bizaja. She knew she could not sit idly by. Thus, in the winter of her 15th year, clad in heavy garments, she gritted her teeth and spent a portion of her monthly allowance to have Zhou Momo procure a roll of fine white cotton fabric. She cut a section to wrap around her increasingly curvaceous form, being careful not to draw attention by loosely binding it around her waist and sewing a tie for convenience. As it was winter and she had just been promoted to the position of head of the inner chambers, she occupied a room alone, so no one noticed. In the days that followed, she indulged in hearty meals to gain a bit of weight, and just before shedding her cotton garments, she added another layer of wrapping. Seeing that no one paid her any mind, she further wrapped her increasingly ample bosom. When spring arrived with lighter clothing, others assumed she had simply gained weight, leading to a slightly thicker waist and broader back. Coupled with the loose garments, any teasing faded after a few days, and when she gradually slimmed down later, everyone had already grown accustomed to her less defined curves, believing it to be her natural state. In the palace, no one wished for another to outshine them. Who would even take notice? Yet, she paid a hefty price for this. Having seldom indulged in the purchase of cosmetics, she found herself compelled to acquire jasmine-scented powder, for the areas ensnared by fabric were prone to redness and itchiness, particularly during the sweltering summer months when prickly heat would often ensue. She frequently resorted to discreetly applying a concoction of mint-infused water and powder to absorb perspiration. Fortunately, her master's bedding and curtains were often imbued with fragrant aromas, and, during summer, mint was placed strategically as well. The lingering sense of incense and mint clung to her, rendering her presence unnoticed by others. For 5 long years, she endured a silent suffering, transitioning from gasping for breath to gradually acclimatizing. During the hottest days of summer, she would often be drenched in sweat, complicating her bathing rituals while remaining cautious of detection. Ultimately, she attained her long-sought liberation and, with serendipity, departed the palace 2 years earlier than anticipated, narrowly escaping the calamity at Xuanwu Gate. Chapter 6. Layers of precaution. As she touched the bindings around her waist, Changsheng wished fervently to sever them, to breathe freely and flaunt her alluring curves. Yet the thought of the matchmaker from yesterday and the young guard captain, Gao Shoren, restrained her. Having endured thus far, did she truly care for this fleeting moment? A woman of no power or influence, her captivating beauty could only invite misfortune. Perhaps it was best to return home and reconsider. She washed her hands and face with cold water, mindful of the journey ahead. Fearing that dust and sunlight might mar her skin, she applied jasmine face cream and dusted a light layer of powder to conceal any shine. Skillfully, she fashioned her hair into a pair of buns, fastening them with ribbons, and then wrapped a sky-blue cotton scarf around her head to shield against dust. Delicate silver plum blossom pendants dangled from her ears, vibrant yet unobtrusive. The garments issued by the palace were of commendable quality. A crimson silk jacket over a pale blue embroidered bodice, a navy blue brocade skirt, and a deep blue cotton dress, all brand new and neat, evoking the image of a daughter from a respectable family. Gazing into the mirror, Changsheng, having worn palace attire for 8 years, felt a mix of novelty and satisfaction at her current appearance. However, thoughts of the rugged guard captain, Gao Shoren, began to unsettle her. The sky was just beginning to lighten when she removed her outer garment, carefully stitching 3 silver notes and her return documents into the hem of her inner clothing, a safeguard for her future. The sheep-fat jade bracelet gifted by Granny Zhou was exquisite, her most precious ornament, worth at least 500 taels of silver. Changsheng cautiously tucked it into her sleeve, securing the cuff tightly to conceal it, knowing she would not remove her inner garment during her journey. She untied the ribbon of her hairstyle, intertwining 2 tails of silver within, fastening her hair into a bow, ensuring others would only perceive her hair as voluminous. From her bundle, she cut a strip of cloth, sewing it into a small pocket on her sleeve to hold 3 taels of silver. Fortunately, her clothing was made of dense cotton rather than silk, rendering the pocket undetectable beneath her loose outer garment. With these 7 taels of silver, she would be prepared for any eventuality, ensuring she would not be destitute and could safely return home. Carefully, she stowed her other jewelry and silver into a pouch, wrapping it securely in a change of clothes, leaving only 5 or 6 taels of loose silver and a few coins for expenses. At last, she was ready. She donned her clothes, organized her belongings, and sat briefly at the table to rest. As dawn broke, footsteps echoed outside, followed by a gentle knock on the door. It must be the servant delivering warm water for washing. Changsheng opened the door to find the servant startled by her neat appearance. With calm composure, she replied, "I've already washed. There is no need for warm water. Please bring breakfast instead, and settle the bill with the room charges." The servant, having experienced her formidable presence the previous day, responded respectfully and soon returned with a steaming platter of fried pastries and savory porridge. After a swift meal, wary of any unforeseen circumstances, she opted not to reclaim her deposit, instructing the innkeeper to hold the room, and promptly set off towards the Xuanwu Gate. The cool autumn breeze gently caresses as the clear and serene skies of Chang'an usher in the season. The returning geese fly in formation, evoking a refreshing sense of clarity and a longing for home. Changsheng stands tall, her graceful neck and elegant posture accentuated as she walks forward with a light step. Having practiced her walk with her sister, who dabbled as an amateur model, and having learned yoga, she naturally understands how to embody grace and charm. Yet, after 8 years in the palace, she intentionally allowed her unrefined beauty to gather dust, the pearls to be tarnished, evading the lecherous gaze of the aged emperor and the prying eyes of the eunuchs, while avoiding countless opportunities to become a concubine. With a heart untainted, she departs from the palace, ready to embrace a splendid life in the Tang dynasty, no longer needing to compromise her dignity. Early in the morning, the area by Xuanwu Gate is rather deserted. Chongqing still sees no sign of carriages or familiar faces, leaving her feeling both disheartened and perplexed. What is the reason for this? How long must she wait? Yesterday, her day-long vigil had attracted the troublesome Gao Shorin. Who knows what other complications might arise if she continues to linger? Fortunately, the turmoil of the Sui and Tang dynasties has passed, and peace reigns. Otherwise, she might have encountered more than just Gao Shorin. In a surge of frustration, she wishes never to return to a hometown that now feels utterly foreign to her. Yet where could she go? A solitary woman possessing a modest amount of wealth and a touch of beauty would only invite trouble. Moreover, in the wake of the recent upheaval, the early Tang dynasty places great emphasis on household registration systems, urging displaced citizens to return home and settle. Without a registered identity, she is deemed a refugee. Even if she wishes to reside in the capital, she would require someone willing to rent her accommodation. And the prospect of purchasing a home is utterly unattainable, as she cannot even establish a contract. Furthermore, living in the capital is exceedingly challenging, with exorbitant costs everywhere. Her financial means do not permit home ownership, and even renting would quickly deplete her resources. The notion of engaging in business ventures is laughable. As an unmarried woman, she cannot set up a stall or hawk goods on the street. Large-scale business endeavors are beyond her capabilities and resources, not to mention her ignorance of even the most basic survival skills outside the palace. Unless she can swiftly marry and settle down in the capital, returning to her hometown seems inevitable. Recalling the fierce visage of Gao Shorin, she shakes her head. Not only is it impossible for her to so casually relinquish herself in marriage, but even if she were to find a suitable partner, he must be someone capable of standing up to Gao Shorin, who clearly is not one to let matters rest easily. Thus, she sees no option but to return home, gain a legitimate identity in the Tang dynasty, and find protection within her family. If familial bonds are harmonious and her hometown possesses scenic beauty, it may very well prove to be a pleasant place to live. As time passes into the morning hour, the shift change occurs, yet to her surprise, the same two guards from the previous afternoon are on duty again. Suspicion arises within Chongqing. The guarding system comprises 24 guards organized into teams, totaling 25 with the captain. Apart from a captain, 4 guards rotate to monitor the palace gates for 2-hour shifts, with 2 stationed inside and 2 outside, remaining vigilant throughout the day. Even when the gates are closed, they must remain within. Those not on duty stay in the guardhouse nearby to address any emergencies. Chongqing recalls that a team guards for 1 day and rests for 2. It is thus improbable that these 2 are the same, unless they have volunteered to cover for someone else. Reflecting on their furtive glances from the previous day and the sudden appearance of the matchmaker in Gao Shorin, understanding dawns upon Chongqing, igniting her anger. These 2 shameless rascals, having accepted 2 taels of silver from her, not only failed to assist, but also conspired against her by divulging her information to their superior, Gao Shorin. Now, they occupy the palace gates, preventing her from extracting any information. Even if her family were to arrive, they would find themselves equally bewildered, as these scoundrels seem intent on coercing her into marriage through such underhanded tactics. After a moment of contemplation, she suppressed her fury and resolved that if they ceased their harassment, she would let yesterday's events slide. She approached them with a veneer of politeness and inquired, "Gentlemen, I hope your endeavors have not been too taxing. After my departure, did any family members come seeking me? Perhaps due to her rejection of the matchmaker's proposal. Their demeanor today was exceedingly ungracious. One of them scoffed, 'I have yet to see anyone come looking for you.' The other scrutinized her with a mocking gaze and derisively remarked, 'TSK, still calling yourself a young lady? You're more of an old maid than you'd like to admit. You should hasten to marry before time renders you unfit for any suitor and you become a burden as a spinster.' Overwhelmed with anger, she had never encountered such audacity. Not only had they taken her silver without fulfilling their obligations, but they also insulted her with their vile words. She contemplated retorting with a scathing insult, but restrained herself. Instead, she quickly stepped forward, extending her hand with a frosty expression, and commanded, 'Hand it over.' Chapter 7. The row guards upon witnessing Chongqing's unwavering demeanor and relentless determination. The 2 guards gasped in astonishment. They had never encountered such a formidable woman, and it was no surprise she had emerged from the palace. Feeling a twinge of guilt, they considered that, despite her being a retired palace maid, her marriage to Captain Gao Shorin as his primary wife was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. If this matter were to come to fruition, they would undoubtedly gain the captain's favor and be rewarded with silver. To their dismay, she was unwilling, leaving them embarrassed before the captain. Captain Gao had always shunned naive and ignorant young maidens, preferring not to marry a widow. He sought a suitable companion among retired palace maids, which is why he instructed his subordinates to keep an eye out. Although Chang Sheng's figure was somewhat lacking, her beauty was undeniable, and her mannerisms were graceful and refined, perfectly aligning with the captain's expectations. Eager to earn merit, the guards hastened to inform him. Upon hearing their description of Chang Sheng's appearance and demeanor, Captain Gao was genuinely pleased and promptly sent for a matchmaker. However, Chang Sheng not only refused, but also eloquently dismissed the matchmaker, leading to Captain Gao's mortification as he fled from the Yahe Inn, vowing to secure Chang Sheng for himself. The guards, having experienced this humiliation, were further mocked by their comrades, all attributing their misfortune to Chang Sheng, who even had the audacity to demand her silver back. Flustered and enraged, they retorted, "How dare you ask for silver? Our elder brother has toiled for your marriage, and you have yet to express your gratitude. Besides, who has seen us take your silver? If you persist, beware the charge of disturbing the palace and plotting rebellion." Chang Sheng burst into laughter, finding their accusations absurdly exaggerated. Did they truly believe her to be an AVE commoner? Then by all means arrest me. Take me to your captain. I shall proclaim that I have just left the palace, and that you are extorting the return fare issued by the court. You would do well to consider the consequences. For if General Deng learns of your actions, he is known for his strict governance, and I assure you, his wrath would be unforgiving. The guards were momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling her background in the palace, where she had likely weathered far greater storms than their petty threats. Considering her boldness, it was conceivable she had served nobility, and the lords of the palace were fiercely protective of their own. If news reached them that someone had dared to bully one of their own, it would not be taken lightly. Reflecting on General Deng's reputation for sternness and his unwavering sense of justice, the guards felt a chill run down their spines. They realized their bravado stemmed only from Captain Gao's indulgence. If General Deng were to discover their actions, their lives would be forfeit, making their greed for a mere 2 taels of silver seem utterly foolish. Exchanging glances, the guards rummaged through their belongings, only to remember they had squandered their funds on indulgent revelry the previous night. Reluctantly, they entered the guardhouse to borrow some silver. Moments later, they emerged, presenting a few pieces of broken silver to Chang Sheng, their eyes filled with reluctance and despair. With a sense of rightful assertiveness, she accepted the silver. Chuckling at their dejected expressions and mimicking their masculine gestures, she bowed slightly and said, "Thank you kindly." With a smile, she departed, weighing the silver in her palm. It would suffice for her lodging and sustenance for the next few days. Having grown accustomed to the dynamics of the weak and the strong during her time in the palace, she knew precisely how to handle such encounters. She decided to wait a bit farther from the entrance, as long as she could still see the place. Thoughts of Gao Shorin filled her with unease. If only her family would come to fetch her quickly, the longer she stayed, the more complications would likely arise. Another entire day passed, the sun gradually sinking in the west. Aside from a lunch break and washing her hands twice, Changsheng had remained in place without seeing anyone come to collect her. Resigned, she returned to the inn to reconsider her plans for the next day, relieved that she had reserved a room when she had departed in the morning. On her way back, however, she inadvertently caught sight of someone trailing her, a gaudily dressed figure, seemingly the matchmaker from the previous night. Her heart tightened. It appeared that Gao Shorin was not willing to let her go easily, and anxiety gripped her. Despite her determination, she was merely a solitary, vulnerable woman, ill-equipped to confront a local authority. Upon her return, the innkeeper regarded her with sympathy, promptly instructing the staff to bring hot water and food to her room. Changsheng, consumed by worry, ate her meal with a heavy heart, contemplating waiting until lunchtime the following day. If her family had not arrived by then, She would have no choice but to return home. She could no longer remain in the capital. Yet, would Gao Shorin permit her departure? Just as she was about to wash up and rest, a distinct selling cry wafted in from outside. The voice of a middle-aged man peddling oil buns. Resembling her father in age, inspired an idea within her. She called the innkeeper to her, requesting that he summon the bun seller to her room, as it was inconvenient for a solitary woman to venture out. Soon, a stout, honest-looking man climbed up the stairs, his patched clothing nonetheless clean and tidy. He likely assumed a significant transaction was at hand, for his face beamed with sincerity and eagerness. Chang Sheng felt a warmth in her heart as she invited him in, closed the door, and cheerfully inquired, "What do you go by, uncle? When do you typically sell your buns?" The man promptly stood, responding with respect. "I have been selling buns for many years. People call me Su Baozi, so you may address me as such. In the capital, it is customary to buy oil buns at night for a late snack, and I usually only sell in the evenings, spending my days at home making them." Chang Sheng felt a sense of relief. If he only ventured out at night, the guards might not recognize him. "Good day, Uncle Su. May I ask who else resides in your household?" "Only my elderly wife remains at home. My only son, dissatisfied with our poverty, went to another region to become a son-in-law to a merchant, and he has not returned since." Chang Sheng felt a bittersweet smile form, understanding that this was a trustworthy man. She gestured for him to sit, bowing respectfully as she said, "I cannot conceal the truth. I have served in the palace for 8 years, and have just stepped out alone. I have a favor to ask of you, Uncle Su." Uncle Su immediately rose, his demeanor serious. "Though I am poor, I am an honest man and well acquainted in the capital. I understand that it must be difficult for a solitary girl like you. If you need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask, and do not worry about any form of payment." Chang Sheng was even more touched. As a lonely traveler in a foreign world, she yearned for sincerity and kindness more than anyone else, which was why she cherished the affection and care from the Zhou family, truly regarding them as her own kin. She poured a cup of hot tea and handed it over, then retrieved 2 taels of silver that she had requested from the guard, placing it on the table. With heartfelt gratitude, she said, "If I were indeed to find myself in such dire circumstances, dear uncle, I would not expect a reward for your assistance. I would be eternally grateful. However, as I still possess some savings, it feels unjust to accept your kindness without offering something in return. Please accept this humble token, to be saved for your and Auntie's retirement." Su Bo opened his mouth, his eyes glistening with tears. Throughout his life, he had only ever handled a handful of copper coins. He had never accumulated any silver. 2 taels of silver was more than he could manage to save after a year of toil. Thus, he could no longer refuse, saying, "Do not hesitate, my dear lady." Chapter 8. The scheme to leave the capital the following morning. Chang Sheng reminded the innkeeper to reserve a room before departing. Upon reaching the street corner, she noticed a colorful figure behind her and couldn't help but smirk in disdain. As she approached the entrance of Xuanwu Gate, she spotted Uncle Su bowing cautiously to 2 guards in the distance. "Gentlemen, may I kindly inquire about the whereabouts of my daughter?" he pleaded. "My daughter's name is Zhou Chang Sheng. She sent word that she would be leaving the palace 2 days ago, and I have been delayed by illness on my journey here. Now that I have arrived, I cannot find her. I humbly beseech you to assist me in my search." The unfamiliar guards, lacking patience, interrupted him with annoyance. "Be on your way. We know nothing of this Zhou Chang Sheng. She either hasn't left the palace or is in a tavern. Do not linger here with your ramblings." Unperturbed, Uncle Su continued, "I have already inquired, yet she remains elusive. I have arranged a marriage for her, and should I fail to bring her home, people might think I have sold her for the bride price, leading to legal troubles." With that, he produced a dry, coarse pancake from his pocket, smiling ingratiatingly as he offered it. "I come from humble origins and have little to offer. Surely you are hungry. Please accept this as a token of goodwill." The guards, taken aback by the unappetizing morsel, felt their anger rising. Just then, Chang Sheng, nearly in tears, called out from a distance, "Father, father, I am here, I am here." Rushing toward him, her voice trembling with urgency, she exclaimed, "Why have you only just arrived? Were you not supposed to come back by the day before yesterday? I was nearly beside myself with worry. You sent me to the palace with a heavy heart, and now that I am out, you neglect me. Am I still your daughter?" Seeing Changsheng, Uncle Su quickly tucked the pancake back into his cloak, his face a mixture of surprise and joy as he approached her, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Oh, my dear, please forgive me. I did not sleep last night and traveled tirelessly. Your mother is waiting for us at home. I caught a chill on the road and had to rest for 3 days at the inn, which caused the delay. Come, let us return home." Feigning tears, Changsheng replied, "Then why didn't you set out earlier? Were you not concerned I might be sold? Do you realize a matchmaker with the surname Zhu came to the inn and bullied me?" Uncle Su's expression changed dramatically. "What? A matchmaker? I have already arranged a suitor for you back home. How dare she propose to a married woman without fear of repercussions? What? You have secured a match for me? Why did you not wait for my return? What if he is disfigured?" "He is not disfigured. Do not fret. I have secured a fine match for you. Before I left, I formally arranged for you to wed a scholar from the town, a clean and handsome young man, only 2 or 3 years your senior. His wife passed away last year, and he has 2 daughters of his own. You will be filling the role of a second wife. But if you bear him a son, you will hold a position similar to that of the first wife. His family is modest yet respectable, running a school with a few servants and a nurse. You would live as a refined lady, untouched by menial tasks. Such a match is rare. It is truly fortuitous that you encountered it upon your exit from the palace. Let us return and prepare your dowry, and you shall wed after the new year." Changsheng feigned a reluctant demeanor, stamping her feet in protest. "Father, what are you doing? I have been away from home for 8 years, and now you are eager to marry me off. Am I not your adopted daughter? I refuse to marry. Absolutely not." Uncle Su reproached her at your age, still being so willful. "You are not a child anymore. Your elder sister, a year older than you, already has 3 children. Your father merely seeks a suitable match for you, worried that you might miss out on a good opportunity. The suitor is interested in you because of your background serving noble women in the palace. He does not even mind your age. Now, let us hasten to find a carriage to leave the capital and return home." Pouting, Changsheng continued to shout her refusal while pretending to be furious, yet helpless, as she followed Uncle Su towards the Yahe in a checkout. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the colorful figure trailing her quickly vanish, unable to suppress a smile. She intended for the matchmaker, Zhu, to hear her outburst. In this era, a woman who has formally accepted a marriage proposal is considered married, and no one can force her into wedlock, not even the palace. However, breaking off a betrothal would subject her to lifelong ridicule, and anyone who marries a woman with a broken engagement would also be met with scorn. Gao Shorin, a mere captain of the guards, would hardly dare to tread such treacherous ground. Surely, he would know to back away, especially since she was not an extraordinary beauty worthy of such risk. The audacity of the matchmaker to propose a marriage to a married woman could be seen as inciting adultery, punishable by severe penalties if reported to the authorities. It was no wonder she hurried away to relay a message to Gao Shorin. To avoid raising the innkeeper's suspicions, Changsheng and Uncle Su parted ways midway, agreeing to meet the next day. Early the following morning, Uncle Su had already learned that a couple of traveling merchants with the surname Feng were leaving the capital for a funeral and would be heading the same way as Changsheng. He kindly requested that they take her along. They were returning to their hometown in Anding, and they would part ways after reaching there, while Changsheng would return her home in Yinzhou, Jinbei. Since the carriage fare would be shared, the couple readily agreed, arranging to meet at the East Gate that morning. Deeply touched, Changsheng quickly checked out of the inn and ventured to a nearby street to purchase some easily transportable local specialties, along with snacks and fruits. To prepare for the bumpy ride, she also bought thick cotton cushions. Uncle Su handed her a package wrapped in yellow paper containing oil buns for her to eat on the journey. Once prepared, the two arrived at the East Gate, where the carriage awaited them, and the middle-aged merchant couple named Feng was also there. Although their attire was neat, their faces bore the marks of toil, and their expressions were somber. Changsheng felt reassured. Indeed, as Uncle Su had said, they were a couple returning home for a funeral. She subdued her excitement, adopting a modest demeanor as she greeted them. The couple, seeing her well-dressed and demure appearance, developed a fondness for her. Upon learning of her background, they set aside their initial reservations and courteously invited her to board the carriage. Uncle Su earnestly reminded her once more, then pulled out 2 packages of oil buns. handing one to the Feng couple and the other to the coachman, urging them to take care of Changsheng. Just before she climbed into the carriage, Changsheng discreetly took out 2 taels of silver, placing them into Uncle Su's hand while lowering her voice. "Do not speak or refuse. Yesterday's silver was a gift for you, and this is for the lady. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. If you decline, be wary of others discovering that I have silver on me, which could bring trouble." Uncle Su indeed fell silent, tears brimming in his eyes as he waved his hand, saying, "May you travel safely, young lady. Should you ever find yourself in Beijing, seek out Su Baozi at the willow-lined alley by the South Gate." Changsheng waved back in farewell, her heart warmed by the sentiment. Although the likelihood of her returning was slim, she found solace in the thought that, should she ever return to Chang'an, there would be a familiar and trustworthy face awaiting her. She sincerely wished for their continued well-being. The carriage moved forward slowly, the city walls becoming increasingly blurred in the distance. Regrettably, despite having longed for the opportunity to truly experience the splendor of Chang'an while confined within the palace, her actual foray outside had only led her to the elegant He Inn and the entrance of Xuanwu Gate. Her desire to explore the city had been dashed, and it seemed unlikely that she would have another chance to return. Chapter 9. Encountering Qin with the crack of the long whip, the carriage swiftly departed from the capital. Fortunately, just beyond the city limits, the roads were paved with blue bricks, rendering the journey relatively smooth. Changsheng sat upon the thick cotton cushions, feeling surprisingly comfortable. As the city receded into the distance, the ornate eaves and glazed tiles of the palace vanished from sight, along with the beloved Granny Zhou, Zhu Xiang, and Xie, whom she would not see again in this lifetime. A sudden realization struck her. These past 8 years felt like a fleeting dream, and even her crossing into this world seemed but a figment of imagination. The blue brick streets transformed into earthen pathways, and the grand edifices gave way to modest dwellings, causing the road to become increasingly bumpy. Along the way, fields of crops, a mix of yellow and green, unfolded before her, likely millet and sorghum. Occasionally, farmers led their plow oxen, while children herded flocks of pristine white sheep. Beneath the azure sky, villages nestled amidst verdant trees painted a picturesque autumnal landscape. Having rarely ventured beyond the city in her previous life, she felt a profound curiosity for the rural scenery of over 1,000 years ago. Continuously lifting the curtain to gaze outside, a smile gracing her lips, momentarily forgetting the sorrow of having no one to welcome her. The traveling merchant couple, possessing kind hearts, recognized that she had been confined within the palace for far too long. Their laughter was infectious, as they suppressed their own grief and eagerly shared tales, advising her to exercise caution on her journey ahead. They reassured her that the realm was currently peaceful, devoid of robbers or highwaymen, promising her safe passage along the official roads. Changsheng nodded in agreement, her smile lingering as she subtly indulged their curiosity with innocuous tales of palace life, which alleviated their sorrow over the loss of their loved ones. Sometimes, the kindness of strangers proves to be the most moving. True to the couple's words, the official road was indeed well-maintained and broad, bustling with merchants and travelers journeying to the capital. Occasionally, officials accompanied by guards passed by, assuring her of the route's safety. Although Changsheng carried some valuables, she would mostly traverse the path alone, allowing her to feel at ease. Not far from the capital, inns and eateries appeared along the way. Despite her lack of experience in the world beyond the palace, the merchant couple, surnamed Feng, were well acquainted with which inns offered cleanliness and fair prices, in which eateries served delectable fare at reasonable costs. Thus, she felt reassured and learned from their wisdom, gaining insights into the local pricing. After crossing Tongguan and the Yellow River, they finally arrived at Ani, where they would part ways the following day. As the journey grew increasingly arduous, disembarking from the carriage left Changsheng feeling as though her body had been disassembled. Sister Feng found a familiar inn and reserved 2 adjacent upper rooms. Having left the capital, they could afford upper-class accommodations at the price of a mid-range room. After a hasty dinner, despite being dusty from travel, Changsheng hesitated to bathe. Even though Sister Feng assured her that this inn had been established for many years and was their regular lodging, she still felt compelled to secure her belongings and fasten the doors and windows, contemplating her solitary journey ahead before gradually succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Changsheng awoke to bright daylight, having never risen so late before. Perhaps the fatigue from continuous travel had taken its toll, and she noted that Sister Feng had not come to summon her, likely exhausted as well. Resolving to rise, she dressed and groomed herself, and a servant, having heard her movements, brought hot water for washing. Today marked their parting, and Changsheng wished to treat the Feng couple to breakfast and share a cup of warm wine as a farewell gesture. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Changsheng opened the window to see a robust but pallid middle-aged man unsteadily tugging at a doctor, vociferously exclaiming, "You incompetent physician! My minor ailment has lingered for 6 or 7 days without improvement. The money spent is trivial, but you may have jeopardized my significant affairs." The thin, pale doctor was not one to remain silent either, retorting indignantly, "You uncouth fellow! Mind your words. It is not my incompetence, but your reluctance to invest in proper medication that has delayed your recovery, and now you blame me for your troubles." After this, he forcefully shoved the man, nearly sending him to the ground. Changsheng felt a wave of disdain, while the man's words were harsh. The compassion expected of a healer was sorely lacking in the doctor's actions. Fortunately, the innkeeper emerged to mediate, restraining the doctor from escalating the situation. The man regained his footing, gasping for breath, and venomously declared, "You are indeed a quack, and yet I am not permitted to voice my grievances. Innkeeper and esteemed guests, please bear witness. I sought his aid for a mere cold, and he assured me of a swift recovery in 3 days. I felt relieved, yet here I am, 6 or 7 days later with no sign of improvement. The expense is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I must receive my niece from the palace gates. She was due to arrive 4 days ago, and if anything were to befall her, a young lady in an unfamiliar place, what could I do?" Changsheng's heart stirred. He too was headed to the palace gates to fetch a retired palace maid, albeit she appeared unfamiliar. The doctor continued his tirade, and the man was thoroughly incensed. "I feared that the distance from Yunzhou to Chang'an would delay my niece's arrival, so I departed 2 days early. Yet here I am, impeded by you, the quack. If my niece is safe and sound, all is well, but should any harm befall her, I will stake my life against yours and reduce your clinic to rubble." Yunzhou, a distance from the capital? Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. She could almost ascertain that this man was indeed on his way to fetch her. In the palace, those from the same hometown were often familiar with one another. To her recollection, she was the sole individual returning from that region this year. Although the man seemed unfamiliar, he had mentioned fetching his niece, which could mean he was the uncle she had never met. Curiously, she pondered why her father and brother were not the ones to collect her. Unable to discern a reason, she concluded that despite the delay, it was fortunate someone had come for her, and encountering him first would be prudent. Just as she was about to descend to meet him, a thought struck her. If indeed he was the uncle of the departed girl, then after 8 years, she should recognize him, whereas a child's appearance could change considerably, making it uncertain whether he would recognize her. Calling him uncle might be inappropriate, and addressing him as uncle could lead to a misstep. After some contemplation, she summoned a young attendant, providing him with a handful of silver coins and whispering her instructions. The astute lad promptly made his way downstairs. Leaning out the window, Changsheng observed as the attendant approached the man and said, "Esteemed guest, please refrain from your outburst. A young female guest checked into our inn last night, reportedly a retired maid from the palace. She may possess information regarding your niece. Inquire with her. It will be far more beneficial than this raucous bickering." The man steadied himself against a tree, his face alight with excitement. "Where is that young lady residing? What is her name? I shall go and ask. This simply won't do. She is a young lady, and how can a man like you casually approach her?" The man, feeling anxious, seized the young assistant and implored, All right, just tell me what I should do." The young assistant, with a smile, replied, "How about you tell me your niece's name, and I shall inquire on your behalf." The man exclaimed, "Ah, yes. You must listen carefully. My niece's name is Zhou Changsheng." To his astonishment, the young assistant responded, What a coincidence. This young lady is also named Zhou Changsheng. Chapter 10. Uncle's arrival. Upon hearing the name of Changsheng, the man's face lit up with excitement, his eyes glistening with tears as he exclaimed, "It is Changsheng. It is indeed her, my niece. Please take me to see her." Changsheng let out a long sigh, his expression of genuine surprise unmistakable. He was indeed the uncle of Zhou Changsheng. Unable to contain his joy, he felt fortunate that, just when he was troubled about embarking on his journey alone without knowing where to hire a reliable carriage, he encountered his uncle who had come to fetch him. With no fear of misidentification, Changsheng prepared to descend the stairs to meet him. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Sister Feng, impeccably dressed, standing at the threshold with a smile. "I was just about to call you to wake up, but I see you are already ready. What is all this commotion outside? Who is fetching your niece?" With a bright smile, Changsheng replied, "Sister Feng, don't you think I am fortunate? The ruckus outside is my uncle. He has come to take me away and is staying at this inn. He has caught a chill, which is why he was delayed. I was just fretting over how to return home alone." With that, he lightly bounded down the stairs. The doctor had already left, and the middle-aged man was loudly insisting to the young attendant that he wished to see his niece. Changsheng approached him with a radiant smile and called out cheerfully, "Uncle." The man's face was a canvas of excitement and disbelief as he gazed at Changsheng, reaching out to touch her head, only to retract his hand. "Is it truly you, Changsheng? You have grown so much. Even your uncle can hardly recognize you. Yet you do bear some resemblance to your younger self. It is entirely my fault for catching this chill at such a time. Had I departed a few days earlier, I would not have missed coming to meet you. Thank goodness you are well. Otherwise, how could I explain to your mother?" A torrent of inquiries flowed from him, each laced with concern and affection, warming Changsheng's heart. Although this was their first encounter, and she had no tangible proof of his identity, she felt an undeniable trust that this man was indeed Zhou Changsheng's uncle. For such genuine care could not be feigned. Yet, he remained a stranger to her, as she did not even know his name. She stepped forward to assist him, pointing to the Feng couple who had accompanied her down the stairs, and said with a charming smile, "Uncle, it is I, Changsheng. I waited at the palace gate, but could not find you, so I coincidentally traveled part of the way with Brother Feng and Sister Feng. I was just worried about how to return home alone when I fortuitously encountered you." Noticing he appeared somewhat dazed and unsteady, she asked with concern, "Is your chill better, Uncle? Shall I help you to rest?" Though her uncle was overjoyed to have found his niece, he could not withstand the toll of his illness. With his strength waning, he mustered the energy to thank the Feng couple before nodding in agreement to Changsheng's offer. Changsheng assisted him to the lodging at the back of the courtyard, her heart heavy with sorrow. This was likely the most modest accommodation in the inn, dilapidated and cramped, furnished with 2 rickety wooden beds and a worn-out small table, leaving barely any space to move. On the table lay a medicinal bowl with remnants of herbal concoctions, and the bedding was both old and thin, though thankfully not too cold. It was evident that he lacked the means for proper care, explaining why the opportunistic doctor had been unwilling to provide adequate treatment. Changsheng was perplexed. 5 years prior, she had been appointed as a second-class palace maid, earning 2 taels of silver each month. Over the course of a year, she managed to save up 20 taels to assist with household expenses, and, combined with her previous savings, she had sent home over 100 taels. Logically, traveling to the capital should not be overly costly. Her uncle should not be so impoverished as to reside in such a modest inn. Could it be that her family was unwilling to provide her with travel money? If that were the case, her uncle coming to fetch her would indeed reflect his deep affection for his niece. Yet, why would her family deny her the means for her journey? Feeling somewhat frustrated, she assisted her uncle in lying down and covering him with a blanket, smiling as she said, "You rest here. I will arrange for a better room for you. Once you recover, we shall depart." Wang Chunfa seemed to perceive her thoughts, shaking his head and responding, "There is no need to change rooms. This is far superior to a large communal dormitory. Why spend more money? I chose this modest inn to save on expenses. I have always been frugal at home. And besides, your father provided the travel fare." Changsheng felt a bit more at ease, yet she was resolute in not allowing her uncle to stay in such an inn. Ignoring his protests, she returned to the front desk and instructed the innkeeper to prepare the room recently vacated by the phone couple, and asked the kitchen to make a nourishing ginger and scallion chicken soup porridge. She then sought out a skilled physician to prescribe a new remedy. The phone couple had settled in the dining hall, ready to partake in their meal. Changsheng approached them and sincerely offered a toast with a cup of rice wine as a farewell, exchanging addresses with the promise to visit their shop should she ever return to the capital. She then moved her uncle to the room adjacent to hers and engaged another doctor to attend to him. Perhaps it was the new physician's effective treatment, or perhaps it was the joy of seeing Changsheng, but her uncle's health improved remarkably by the following day, prompting him to prepare for the journey back home. Changsheng was astonished to discover that he had personally driven the cart all the way from Yinzhou to fetch her. What touched her most was the warmth of the dogskin blanket laid upon the cart, along with a neatly folded blue floral quilt placed atop it. A simple cloth bundle contained a brand new red cloak, which her mother had insisted she wear, along with a large package of homemade snacks known as cat ears, which were her favorite as a child. Taking a bite, she found them both fragrant and crisp. Though it was their first meeting, Changsheng quickly developed a genuine affection for her uncle, who had traversed such a long distance with great sincerity despite limited means. Reflecting on his earlier confrontation with the doctor at the inn, where he expressed frustration over not being able to arrive in time, her heart felt warm. In the absence of her family at the palace gates, she had experienced a sense of unease, yet her uncle's presence provided her with a reassuring sense of stability. As they traveled, she sought to learn more about him, discovering that his name was Wang Chuanfa, a cart driver aged 43, 3 years younger than her mother, Wang Chuntao. He appeared to be in his prime, yet bore the marks of hardship that came with his profession. However, when she inquired about her father and elder brother's absence, her uncle hesitated, mentioning that her father was ill and that her brother could not come due to his wife having just given birth. Changsheng sensed an inconsistency. It was plausible that her father, Zhou Hochun, could not come due to his illness, but it was quite implausible for her brother, Zhou Anxin, to be absent under the pretext of caring for his wife after the birth of his son. Since a child has already been born, and it is not the first, with a robust mother and 2 adult siblings at home, it is customary in ancient times for men to refrain from household chores. Would it be appropriate for Zhou Anxin, a grown man, to remain at home tending to the postpartum mother or changing the infant's diapers? However, it seems that the uncle is somewhat reluctant to mention it, perhaps wishing to avoid causing her worry on the journey and prefer to discuss it upon their return. Although Changsheng harbors some concern, her ties to the Zhou family are not particularly deep, so she refrains from asking further questions, intending to find a way to inquire clearly before entering the home. Unwilling to step inside in a state of confusion, as they journey back, Wang Chuanfa is quite familiar with the road conditions and the town's inns, allowing Changsheng to witness firsthand the grandeur of a place she had only heard about over 1,000 years ago. Filled with excitement and joy, with ample funds at hand, she is grateful to her uncle for coming to fetch her and does not rush to return to that unfamiliar home. Instead, they leisurely indulge in food and exploration on their way back. Chapter 11. The unrest on the official road. The carriage journeyed northward, the population gradually thinning, becoming less dense than that near Chang'an. As dusk approached on the 3rd day, they arrived at a gorge. Despite being an official road, it was neither flat nor spacious, allowing only 2 horses to pass side by side. At this moment, there was no one in sight, and the absence of any human presence unnerved Changsheng, who had never left the palace. Wang Chuanfa reassured her that they would reach the inn ahead before dark, and that the realm had enjoyed peace for many years, with no bandits to be found. With this comfort, Changsheng relaxed and eagerly pulled back the curtain to admire the scenery under the setting sun. There were no towering chimneys, no utility poles, no vehicles traversing the road. The mountains on either side revealed no glimmers of light, presenting an untouched beauty, unmarred by modern civilization, that was profoundly enchanting. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Her uncle's voice, laced with evident panic, demanded, "Who goes there? What is your intention? In this time of peace, why do you obstruct the road?" Changsheng's heart raced. Although the era was one of tranquility, even the most stringent laws could not entirely prevent the presence of a rogue or 2. As a woman, she could bear the loss of wealth, but she must not suffer harm. Uncle Wang, I mean no harm. I merely wish to form a connection with your family, said the stranger, his tone seemingly cordial, yet carrying an undertone that suggested refusal was not an option. He knew her uncle's surname, Wang. Changsheng quickly deduced his identity, a mix of anger and relief washing over her. As long as he was not a heartless bandit, there was room for negotiation. Wang Chuanfa's tone softened. Who are you exactly? I am unfamiliar with you. How can we become relatives? The stranger chuckled softly. If I were to marry your niece, would we not become kin? With a crack of the whip, it was evident her uncle was incensed. Unable to withstand the audacious words, Changsheng lifted the curtain, inhaling sharply at the sight before her. Gao Shoren stood there, whip in hand, a triumphant expression on his face, flanked by 4 burly young men. How could he have followed her all the way from Chang'an, meticulously choosing this particular location and moment to act? Yet, it was still preferable to encountering genuine bandits. With no means to evade or escape, Changsheng disembarked, fixing him with a frosty gaze. Captain Gao, you honor me with your attention. What brings you to such lengths? Gao Shoren's gaze lingered on Changsheng's face, illuminated by the setting sun. His eyebrows arched, and his eyes sparkled with anger, yet softened as he regarded her. After a moment, he lowered his whip and smiled. Miss Zhou, you possess remarkable skill to orchestrate such a scheme in the capital. Had it not been for the impeccable accent of the individual impersonating your father at the palace gate, I might have been deceived. Realizing her ruse had been uncovered, Changsheng's face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Chuanfa, observing their acquaintance, was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the mixture of indignation and shame on Changsheng's face, he frowned and said, "What matchmaker? Mind your words. My niece still has to marry." Gao Shoren, disregarding the bowing gesture, directly addressed Changsheng, expressing his admiration for her intellect and grace, earnestly proposing marriage. He noted the presence of elders as witnesses, urging her not to return to her hometown, but to accompany him back to the capital. He promised to send someone to arrange the marriage with her uncle, ensuring a formal and dignified union. Despite being a man of modest means and lacking parental guidance, he assured her that his years in the capital had granted him connections and resources to ensure her comfort. While he may have been sincere, Changsheng found his arrogance and ignorance of propriety infuriating. Angrily, she retorted, "You intercept a woman on the road like a bandit. How will this reflect on my reputation? You show me no respect, yet speak of sincerity? Even if your intentions are genuine, I must be willing to marry. This is not a time of chaos, and you cannot force a union." Rather than becoming enraged, Gao Shoren appeared impressed and continued to clasp his hands in respect. He acknowledged his impulsiveness, but reiterated his sincerity. At 30, he had no desire for an immature girl or a widow. Among the palace maids released this time, Changsheng was the only one who captured his interest, and he admired her intelligence deeply. He argued that after years in the opulence of the palace, returning to the desolation of the northern wilderness would be intolerable for her. Considering the waning daylight and the absence of passers-by, Changsheng decided it prudent to avoid a confrontation, opting instead to maintain some semblance of decorum. She solemnly inclined her body and, striving to keep her demeanor calm and her tone harmonious, expressed her gratitude for Gao's generous affections. However, she lamented that since entering the palace, her heart longed for home, and despite its desolate conditions, she was accustomed to it and desired only to be by her family's side. She requested his understanding regarding her sentiments, especially since her uncle had informed her of her mother's grave illness. After 8 years away, her yearning for home was profound. Gao Shoren inhaled sharply, taken aback by her resolute rejection. He had never encountered such a woman impervious to persuasion, although he typically preferred not to engage with naive and delicate girls. Changsheng's beauty was secondary to her keen intellect and composed demeanor, which captivated him. In his view, an unmarried woman of her age, not a stunning beauty, should consider it a stroke of fortune to marry him, a man of respectable standing and ample salary, especially after he had gone to such lengths to express his intentions, only to be met with her ungrateful refusal. Since learning of the palace's decision to release the maids 2 years early, he had been intent on finding a suitable companion to end his solitary existence. He had instructed his subordinates to take note of any exceptional candidates and had been discreetly observing the situation himself. Soon, he became aware of Changsheng. Initially drawn to her beauty and the lightheartedness she exhibited upon her departure, feeling a spark of attraction, he confidently sent a matchmaker, only to discover that she had fiercely rebuffed the proposal. As if that were not enough, she had the audacity to approach the palace gates to reclaim the silver given to the guards, and even concocted a scheme to have someone impersonate her father to deceive him. What began as mere intrigue rapidly deepened into a passionate obsession. This woman resonated profoundly with his desires. With unwavering determination, he followed her closely, discovering that the more he interacted with her, the deeper his affection grew. He was resolute in his pursuit of her. Yet, once again, he faced her ambivalent rejection. And in that moment, the once confident Gao Shoren found his self-assurance wavering. Just how proud could this woman be? Changsheng continued to regard him with an icy demeanor, acknowledging the truth in his words. For a woman of her age, leaving the palace to marry someone like Gao Shoren would indeed be a commendable fate. He held a respectable position, was relatively young, robust, and she would not have to assume the role of a stepmother or server-in-laws. However, she was unlike anyone else, a traveler from another realm. She did not truly know him, and the noble figure she envisioned in her heart was not a man of such coarse disposition. If she were not entirely assured and enamored, how could she so readily entrust her life to him? Chapter 12. Unyielding resolve. As dusk descended and the autumn winds grew brisk, Changsheng fervently hoped for the arrival of another group, wishing to pass this trial. Alas, her desires were in vain, as silence enveloped her surroundings. Gao Shoren stood unwavering before her, having exerted considerable effort to follow her, resolute in his determination to succeed. Changsheng became increasingly aware that she would never marry the man before her. From her time in the palace, she had learned that a guard who was literate, with Gao Shoren's boldness and competence, would have achieved the rank of captain or higher at his age, rather than being a mere captain of the guard. It was inconceivable for her, a former undergraduate in Chinese studies, to consider living alongside someone who could not even read. The man she desired must not only nurture her heart, but also please her eyes. After a moment of stalemate, noticing that Changsheng seemed to shiver from the cold, Gao Shoren could no longer contain himself. "I admire you, my lady, and respect you greatly. I implore you not to squander my earnest efforts, and more importantly, not to jeopardize your own future." Despite the standoff, Changsheng could not suppress a laugh upon hearing his words. Did he truly believe that refusing to marry him would jeopardize her future? She thought otherwise. Marrying someone she did not love was far worse than remaining single for life. They were simply not meant for each other. With unwavering resolve, she looked him in the eye and declared, "I sincerely thank Captain Gao for your kindness, but I am stubborn and blind to your affections. I fear I shall indeed disappoint you. If you truly wish for my well-being, please do not contravene my wishes." Gao Shoren stood his ground. "If you spurn my earnest intentions, I shall devise another plan. This matter is of utmost importance to me." His accompanying retainer chimed in, "There are many palace maids retiring this year, and you are not the most beautiful among them. Yet, you have captured my elder brother Si. You scolded the matchmaker away in the capital, and my brother has traveled tirelessly to meet your family and propose. Become our sister-in-law, and you will have the brothers at your command." Changsheng was taken aback, realizing that Gao Shoren had been watching her secretly as she left the palace. If he had discerned her ruse of pretending to seek her father, why had he not stopped her from leaving the capital? It soon dawned on her that, being merely a captain of the guard, he would not dare to overstep his bounds in the emperor's domain. Only in the distant mountains could he act with such audacity. She glared at Gao Shoren. "Are you attempting to force me into marriage?" Wang Chuanfa, unable to bear the situation any longer, snapped his whip, ready to strike. But Gao Shoren restrained him, remaining composed. Changsheng, furious, retorted, "What a determination to succeed. If I resolutely refuse, let us see how you will achieve your goal." Gao Shoren, having come sincerely to propose and having spoken many sweet words, found himself rejected outright. Before his subordinates, he felt the urge to unleash his anger, yet he could only exhale in frustration. He was already deeply moved, while she remained untouched by his feelings, destined to be the one left wanting. He gazed at Changsheng, whose eyes sparkled with anger, a resolute expression on his face. First, he would capture her, then possess her, leaving her no choice but to marry him, after which he would spend a lifetime seeking her forgiveness. Longsheng inhaled sharply, a mixture of shame, anger, and a hint of panic coursing through him. The audacity of his opponent's intentions to resort to force left him astounded, though he would not act on such thoughts in this moment. It was evident that he had prepared for this eventuality. With his cunning mind, he would have meticulously arranged his plans beforehand. Faced with 5 martial practitioners, how could he and his uncle possibly contend against them? Wang Chuanfa erupted in a fit of rage, leaping from the carriage to confront Gao Shoren, only to be firmly restrained by 2 attendants who gagged him. Longsheng quickly steadied his nerves, contemplating the situation. He fixed a cold gaze upon Gao Shoren and, with gritted teeth, declared, "I swear on the lives of my family that should you proceed with such actions, I shall forsake my own reputation and expose you, obliterating your illustrious name. Furthermore, I shall never forgive you. No matter what means you employ to atone, I shall regard you as my mortal enemy. Unless you take my life or incapacitate me, I shall dedicate my every waking moment to avenging this grievance." After a brief pause, he continued, "Throughout my life, I despise being coerced, and those who force me shall be my irreconcilable foes. I would rather die than yield, even if I were with child. I would choose starvation over submission. There shall be no compromise." His fierce resolve caused Gao Shoren to recoil in shock, taking 3 steps backward, utterly astonished by Longsheng's tenacity. How could a woman possess such indomitable strength? Gao Shoren had believed that his affection for her, coupled with Chunqing's formidable reputation, would surely sway her. If she remained obstinate, he thought to employ a strategy of force followed by persuasion, first asserting his dominance, and then softening her heart with sincerity and affection. Yet, he had not anticipated her unwavering determination. She would rather perish than acquiesce, even in her condition. If she truly felt such animosity, how could they ever share a life together? He faced a dilemma: either allow her to depart, which he could not bear, or become her lifelong adversary, which he vehemently rejected. What was he to do? The attendants exchanged glances, and Wang Chuanfa, struck dumb, ceased his struggles, regarding the now-grown Longsheng with admiration. As dusk deepened and the chill of the night air settled in, Longsheng's visage began to blur, yet her eyes shone with remarkable clarity, leaving the gathering in a stalemate. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and their adversaries ignited torches. The elevation of this valley, higher than Chang'an, invited a biting wind, causing Longsheng to shiver. She quieted her mind, realizing that this impasse was unsustainable. If he truly intended to resort to force, what good would her hatred accomplish? However, Gao Shoren made no further advances, evidently moved but unable to retreat in front of his subordinates. Perhaps it was best to provide him a way out for the benefit of both. "Captain Gao," Longsheng expressed with deep gratitude for his affection and profound respect for his intellect. "It appears you are not a man overly concerned with fame and fortune. Otherwise, with your acumen, how could such a minor position as captain contain you? Yet, every person has their own aspirations that cannot be forced. My family remains, and I implore you to understand my longing for home. As evening descends and the autumn breeze grows chilly, we have all toiled throughout the day. Ahead lies a charming inn. Why not hasten there to rest? This evening, allow me the pleasure of treating you to some fine wine. Might I request a small favor in return?" Her words, delivered with utmost grace and humility, masked an unwavering resolve akin to steel. Gao Shoren, with a wry smile, understood all too well that she was offering him an easy way out. He gestured for his attendant to release Wang Chuanfa, and, feigning magnanimity, chose to overlook the matter. "Very well, I have no objections. However, my brothers have labored alongside me all day, and it would weigh heavily on my conscience. You, being elderly and frail, cannot withstand the night as chill. Let's rest first." With that, he waved his hand, and all mounted their steeds. Gao Shoren, torch in hand, led the way, the carriage nestled in the middle, with 4 attendants trailing behind. Changqing's heart remained in turmoil, oscillating between good and evil, fearing at any moment that Gao Shoren might reconsider. He could only hope that Gao Shoren was a true man of honor, not a base scoundrel. Chapter 13. The turmoil at the inn after approximately half an hour. Amidst Changsheng's eager anticipation, they finally arrived at the Changsheng Inn. Upon seeing the red lanterns swaying gently in the night breeze, a long sigh of relief escaped her lips, her body drenched in cold sweat. Although Gao Shoren was not a gentleman, he could hardly be considered a scoundrel. Having previously stayed at the inn, Wang Chuanfa was greeted with exceptional warmth by the innkeeper, who took care of the horses, arranged rooms, and prepared a lavish feast. Soon, the group gathered around the sumptuous banquet, seated comfortably. Wang Chuanfa, disliking Changsheng's presence among them, feigned concern about catching a chill and excused himself, suggesting that without elders present, it would be inappropriate for an unmarried woman to dine with a group of unrelated men. Thus, she found a convenient opportunity to withdraw. Fearing that they might indulge too much in utter unpleasantries, yet not wishing to appear overly casual and invite disdain, Changsheng raised a toast to them. Excusing herself from the table under the pretense of being unable to keep company, and instructed the attendants to serve them with care. After settling the bill, she departed to join her uncle for dinner. After the meal, she listened to the lively sounds of dice games and laughter resonating from the main hall below, shaking her head with a wry smile. Although she had repelled Gao Shoren's advances today through her own wit and courage, it did not equate to his surrender. If Gao Shoren were truly reckless, what recourse would she have? She could not remain at the inn indefinitely without progressing on her journey. Wang Chuanfa discerned her concerns and praised her composure in luring the group to this location. Yet, Changsheng, feeling somewhat aggrieved, countered, "Uncle, speak frankly. Why did father and brother not arrive to fetch me in a timely manner? Why must you endure the trouble of coming here without even providing fare to ease your journey? What has transpired? It was your delay that allowed Gao Shoren to fix his gaze upon me." A flicker of anger flashed in Wang Chuanfa's eyes, quickly masked by a smile as he replied, "Did I not mention that they are occupied with matters and cannot come? Do not fret too much. We shall travel later and rest earlier each day. At worst, we shall arrive home a bit later. The road ahead is wide, bustling with people, and we shall encounter no trouble." Changsheng perceived the fleeting anger clearly and grew increasingly suspicious. Just as she was about to press for the truth, a commotion erupted below. Assuming the group had drunk too much and caused a ruckus, she hurried to the staircase to peer down. She observed a refined young servant, seemingly around 16 or 17, arguing vehemently, "It is now past the designated hour for rest, and my young master still wishes to read. What kind of decorum is this, creating such a disturbance?" While the matter was initially trivial, Gao Shoren, fueled by pent-up frustration, impulsively hurled a plate in retaliation. The young servant adeptly dodged, causing the plate to shatter, its contents spilling across the floor. The innkeeper rushed out promptly to mediate the situation. At that moment, several armed attendants from the nearby second-class guest rooms burst forth, quickly surrounding Gao Shoren and his companions, transforming the atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Changsheng found amusement in the unfolding scene. Gao Shoren had always exerted an intangible pressure upon her, and knowing he was now at a disadvantage brought her joy. Gao Shoren's outburst had inadvertently provoked individuals he could not afford to offend, leaving him in a state of frustration, torn between anger and the desire to retreat. His face reddening as he sat in stunned silence. The unfortunate turn of events almost prompted Changsheng to burst into laughter. She pondered for a moment, considering that if a conflict were to arise, it was inevitable that Gao Shoren, in an attempt to salvage his reputation before his attendants, would retaliate against her. She truly wished to avoid provoking this individual any further. Swiftly, she returned to her room to fetch 2 taels of silver, adjusted her dress, suppressed the smile on her face, and gracefully descended the stairs to their vicinity. Addressing several house servants, she offered a polite bow and remarked, "These gentlemen are acquaintances of mine. It is my fortune to encounter them here, and I would like to treat them to drinks. I cannot remain to entertain you, so let them indulge in their merriment. It is only natural for old friends to celebrate in a foreign land, and should the noise escalate, it is without malice. I kindly ask you to take your leave." Yet, the house servants gazed at the young servant, who Longsheng understood to be the pivotal figure in this situation. With a plan forming in her mind, she approached him and whispered, "Your master seeks tranquility for his reading. Should the ruckus intensify, it would surely disrupt his enjoyment. He might even question your capability. Moreover, in these peaceful times, it would tarnish your master's reputation to cause a stir over trivial matters." As she spoke, she discreetly pressed the 2 taels of silver into his hand. The weight of the silver was felt, and her words resonated with him. The young servant promptly donned a smile and bowed to the house servants, saying, "A minor inconvenience. My apologies to you, gentlemen. My master dislikes commotion. You may retire. We must depart for Jinyang tomorrow morning." Jinyang? Longsheng felt a surge of joy. Was it not the very destination she would be traveling to as well? With house servants accompanying them and a penchant for reading, this master was likely of noble birth. If they were to journey together, maintaining a respectful distance behind them, she thought it was unlikely they would ignore any troubles that might arise along the way. Although it seemed Gao Shoren had given up on her, Longsheng preferred to err on the side of caution. With her heart lightened, her smile became softer as she addressed Gao Shoren. "It is nothing, merely a small misunderstanding. Please do not let it dampen your spirits. Feel free to request more food and drink." Gao Shoren gazed at her gentle smile, illuminated by the lantern light, his heart heavy with bitterness. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have ventured out. Not only did he fail to achieve his aims, but he found himself further ensnared in emotional turmoil, truly an embodiment of the age-old conflict between heroism and romantic sentiment. Observing her earlier demeanor, he discerned that she had overheard the young servant's mention of Jinyang, and it was clear she was apprehensive about her own safety. Now that matters had escalated, how could she continue to underestimate him? In a haze of wine, he rose, placing several taels of silver on the table. "This is for the banquet and for the silver you just gifted to that servant. This issue stemmed from my actions. It would not be right for you to bear the cost. If you truly consider me a friend, do not refuse." Longsheng felt a flicker of gratitude. He was indeed a perceptive individual, having noticed her discreet gift to the house servant. To decline would suggest a desire to take advantage of him, and she hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Gao Shoren, intent on mending his image, further advised Longsheng, "It appears that gentlemen may hail from a wealthy family. Tomorrow morning, I shall approach him to inquire if he might allow you to travel with them for safety. If he declines, I will leave 2 of my brothers to escort you. I have official business and must return to the capital at dawn." Longsheng felt a sense of relief. He had accurately read her thoughts. His declaration of returning to the capital at dawn signified he would no longer pursue her. As for the offer of an escort, it was clear he understood her intention to travel with others, and it was likely a gesture to preserve a semblance of dignity. She broke into a radiant smile, poured herself a clean cup of wine, and filled the glasses of the 5 of them. With a toast, she invited, "Thank you, Brother Gao, for your concern. Since you have official duties, it would be best not to trouble you with sending someone to escort me. The road is wide, and we shall part ways. I will merely follow that gentleman behind, each on our own path. What does it matter if he grants permission or not? As I must set off hastily tomorrow morning, I fear I shall not have the chance to bid farewell to you all. So, I raise this modest cup of wine in gratitude to you, esteemed brothers." Gao Shoren gazed upon her youthful, delicate visage. Her eyes, though small, possessed a bright intelligence, stirring a twinge of pain within him. What manner of man could capture her fancy? She, a woman of considerable age in the eyes of the world, who had once served as a palace maid, was not even a great beauty, yet she carried herself with such lofty pride, rendering her both unattainable and compelling, forcing admiration from those who beheld her. Chapter 14. The road ahead. Before retiring for the night, Changshen was anxious about oversleeping and missing the departure of others. Thus, he instructed the innkeeper to arrange for someone to rise early the next day to feed the horses and prepare breakfast. He also asked his uncle to inspect the carriage and pack their belongings for an immediate departure, allowing himself to finally drift into a peaceful slumber. Awakening early the following morning, Changshen completed his grooming, and his uncle had already harnessed the carriage and organized their luggage. The inn was bustling with the sounds of fellow travelers rising for their journeys. Gao Shoren, eager to restore his dignity. Had risen even earlier than Changsheng and was already feeding the horses after having finished breakfast. Upon seeing Changsheng, who appeared radiant and refreshed after a good night's sleep, his expression fell, perhaps relieved to be rid of this burden. Her demeanor was so relaxed and carefree. As he led the horses out of the inn, he rarely allowed himself a smile and said to Changsheng, "Travel carefully. If you stop at an inn, do not be tempted to linger on the road. Should you return to the capital, please do come to find me at the Xuanwu Gate. You will easily be directed to me." Changsheng promptly bowed in gratitude. Gao Shoren cast a lingering glance at her illuminated visage in the morning light, and they waved each other farewell before the group mounted their horses and galloped away. With a long sigh of relief, Changsheng turned to his uncle, who was still looking around, and said, "Let us go and have breakfast. If that young gentleman intends to leave, he shall not wait for us." Wang Chuanfa hesitated before speaking. Although Captain Gao may act somewhat rashly, he is genuinely fond of you. Aside from the age difference, he possesses many commendable qualities. It may be difficult to find someone with such attributes upon your return. He is right. Having spent so long in the palace, you might struggle to adjust to rural life. Changsheng was both amused and exasperated. Just as she thought she had escaped, her uncle entertained this notion. Pretending to be angry, she stomped her foot and said, "I know you all do not care for me, having cast me away for 8 years without allowing me to return home. Very well, very well. Do not bring me along as a burden. Instead, sell me off here to augment the household finances." Upon hearing her words of disdain and the prohibition against returning home, Wang Chunfa's expression shifted, and he quickly replied with a tone of indulgence, all right, no more of that, uncle. We shall return home, which is indeed the right course of action. After being away for so many years, you must allow your mother to restore your health." Changsheng smiled and linked arms with him. "Let's discuss this after we return home. I am hungry now. Let's have breakfast first." For the first time, Changsheng felt the warmth of having a caring elder by her side, one who indulged her and looked after her, permitting her to act whimsically. It was indeed a source of great happiness, as she had not felt such affection since entering this world. As they enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, the young servant from the previous night approached with a tray of food, presumably to deliver a meal to his master. Changsheng stood up and quietly called out to him, "May I ask your name? Are you truly bound for Jinyang?" The servant, having received a small sum of silver for a trivial task, was in high spirits and replied with a smile, "My name is Mo, and yes, we are indeed headed to Jinyang. We shall depart once we finish our meal." Changsheng noted that he was careful not to reveal his surname, perhaps to respect his master's wish for discretion, as she inwardly scoffed at their pretentiousness, likening it to a royal incognito journey. "Might we accompany you on your journey? It would be beneficial for mutual support along the way." In truth, her notion of mutual support was merely a desire for them to look out for her. The servant hesitated before responding, "I cannot make that decision. I must consult my master. I will provide you with an answer once I return." Changsheng nodded and continued her meal, unperturbed by whether the others would agree. The road was open to all. Regardless of their response, she would simply follow along and see what they would do. Inquiring was merely a matter of courtesy. After finishing her meal, a peculiar-looking servant approached her and conveyed, "My young master has stated that the road is wide, and we shall each go our separate ways. You may simply follow behind us. So what is there to discuss?" Changsheng gasped softly, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Hadn't she expressed the very same sentiment to Gao Shoren the previous night? How had that young master overheard her? When had he been there to eavesdrop? And why had she been oblivious to his presence? Anger mingled with embarrassment surged within her. She had merely spoken the truth, and her inquiry had been a mark of respect. Did it warrant such pettiness from a man? Furthermore, eavesdropping was hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Had she known, she would have refrained from asking and simply followed. Resolutely, she turned to her uncle and said, "What the young master said makes sense. We shall set off together shortly." Upon settling the bill, she discovered that Gao Shoren had already taken care of it. Changsheng shook her head in resignation. She had no desire to owe anyone a small favor over a trivial sum. Yet, being overly concerned about such matters would seem petty. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential, as she had no intention of returning to the capital in the future. Watching the guards finish their meal, she surmised they would soon depart. Remembering Mo, earlier words. A mischievous thought sparked within her. She urged her uncle to check their belongings for any oversight before bidding farewell to the innkeeper. Noticing the guards moving to harness the horses, she instructed her uncle to lead the carriage out first. After a brief moment, a young gentleman, cloaked and upright, emerged from the inn accompanied by Mo, preparing to board his carriage. The dawn had yet to break fully, obscuring his features. Changsheng smirked and urged her uncle, "Let's hurry and get ahead of them." Wang Chuanfa chuckled and shook his head, playfully chiding her, before commanding the horses to gallop forth. Changsheng imagined the astonishment on the faces of those behind, laughing heartily until her sides ached before finally stifling her mirth. She popped a cat ear pastry into her mouth, crunching with delight, unable to resist peeking through the curtain to glance back. A group trailed them from a distance of about 10 paces. Wang Chuanfa, concerned, remarked, "You are being rather impish. They are of noble birth, and we cannot afford to offend them." As the morning breeze blew, Changsheng lifted the front curtain, responding cheerily, "Do not fret. Did he not say we should each take our own path? We are simply rising early and being diligent. Is it not possible for us to stay ahead of them? Uncle, can you ensure we remain in front without letting them overtake us, yet not stray too far away?" Wang Chuanfa laughed heartily. "Fear not, my child. Your uncle has been driving carriages for 20 years. My skills are beyond reproach, and I shall certainly manage as you wish. I had thought that the constraints of the palace would stifle you, but you seem more akin to the parrot raised by Lord Dong." Curious, Changsheng inquired, "Who is Lord Dong?" Lord Dong is the wealthiest man in our village, possessing an expansive 3-courtyard mansion with over a dozen laborers and servants, and he has taken 3 concubines. The concubines in their household adorn themselves in satin garments, adorned with golden hairpins, exhibiting a grandeur surpassing that of the primary wives in ordinary families. It is said that their home is abundant with wine and meat daily. Changsheng chuckled heartily, finding his uncle's generosity endearing. What significance does daily access to sumptuous meat bear? A large family with a retinue of over a dozen servants is hardly noteworthy. Moreover, the laborers are not household slaves, merely hired hands for agricultural work. Lord Dong is merely a rustic magnate. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty entirely inherited the lavish customs of the Sui Emperor Yang's palace, indulging in extravagant feasts and opulent displays. The so-called frugality and simplicity of the early Tang period were merely championed by Empress Chang's son after Li Shimin ascended the throne. Her master, Consort Yuan, was attended by no fewer than 24 eunuchs and palace maids, responsible for everything from management to cleaning and laundry. The delicacy and extravagance of her attire and sustenance are beyond the imagination of rural folk. Chapter 15. Each going their own way, Changsheng surveyed her surroundings. The uneven terrain rendered the official road rather narrow, allowing only 2 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. If they were to occupy the center, the carriages behind would have no opportunity to overtake them. She lifted a small curtain beside her and glanced outside, noticing that the following carriage indeed showed no intention of passing. With a gentle smile, she urged her uncle to remain in the middle of the road, preventing the rear vehicles from overtaking. Wang Chuanfa, while playfully chiding her for her mischief, took pride in guiding the carriage forward, having relaxed her vigilance. Changsheng found herself dozing off amidst the swaying. Suddenly, the sound of hooves quickened. She pulled back the curtain to observe that, after navigating the mountain path, the road had widened somewhat. Even if they occupied the center, the carriages behind could now overtake. As horses galloped towards them, their riders shouted defiantly, "Uncle, hurry! Don't let them pass." Though Wang Chuanfa had long embraced the humble life of a commoner and wished to let the affluent behind them go first, he was reluctant to disregard his niece's wishes. Thus, he cracked the whip, urging the carriage to speed up. Changsheng swayed inside, refusing to concede defeat. Yet, fate proved unkind. As the other carriage soon passed them, Changsheng pulled back the curtain, fuming as she watched the ostentatious vehicle glide by. To her further annoyance, as they overtook, the curtain beside them was drawn back, revealing a youthful, handsome face that cast a triumphant glance her way before moving ahead. Following closely behind was Mo on horseback, who cast a modest glance at Changsheng before also advancing. After overtaking, the pace slowed, and they maintained a steady distance ahead, suggesting that the seemingly noble young gentleman was not one of great magnanimity. Observing her own somewhat shabby carriage, Changsheng felt a tinge of despondency, stamping her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Didn't uncle say not to let them pass?" Wang Chuanfa was amused by her childlike antics and laughed heartily, in a competition between uncles and fellow travelers. "No one has ever won, for our horses are all the same. Yet, theirs are clearly well-trained, and their carriage is new. How can we possibly outrun them? Let us focus on the journey instead of wasting energy on trivial matters." Reflecting on his words, Changsheng leaned against the carriage wall and chuckled softly. What was she really contesting with a stranger? Was she truly behaving like a child, quarreling over trifles? Perhaps her time in the palace, where caution ruled, had led her to seek some indulgence after leaving. Ultimately, she realized that, deep down, she still possessed the same competitive spirit and childish temperament as in her previous life. Nonetheless, Changsheng was also someone who accepted her fate. Since she could not outpace them, it mattered little. Regardless of how swiftly they traveled, they would all arrive at the inn ahead to rest before departing the following morning. In the ensuing days, despite traveling together, as they had both remarked, the road was broad, and they each took their own path, disregarding one another. As the journey progressed northward, the days grew colder, seated within the carriage. A chill had begun to creep in. Changsheng wrapped herself in a new cloak made by her mother and covered herself with a small quilt, finally feeling comfortable. Thinking of her uncle exposed to the cold wind made her heart ache, and she suddenly felt her limitations acutely, unable to protect more of her loved ones. Throughout the journey, Changsheng had yet to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic young master, and she had grown weary of their presence. As they approached Jinyang, the atmosphere became increasingly lively, with a continuous stream of pedestrians and carriages, making it unnecessary for her to linger behind. Unbeknownst to her, they had all drifted apart at some point. Wang Chuanfa's excitement grew as he animatedly shared the names of villages and amusing anecdotes along the way. He frequently traveled from his hometown to Jinyang, and with each familiar landmark, his anticipation swelled. In contrast, Changsheng felt a heavy weight in her heart. The carriage continued northward, ascending to higher latitudes, and the chill in the air intensified. When she first departed from Chang'an, clad in garments provided by the palace, she had felt a hint of warmth during the midday sun. However, the warmth soon faded, replaced by a briskness in the mornings and evenings. Before long, she had to don her cloak throughout the day, and as they neared Jinyang, the cold seeped through, compelling her to wrap herself in blankets while seated in the carriage. Fortunately, her uncle, seasoned from years of travel, had brought ample clothing. Otherwise, sitting outside would have been even more unbearable. Though it was still the crisp and invigorating month of September, the climate here felt akin to early winter. With her hometown lying further north, she dreaded the prospect of even colder temperatures ahead. Was she to remain cooped up indoors indefinitely? Moreover, the food along the journey grew increasingly unpalatable. Initially, the fare had been acceptable upon leaving the capital, but soon coarse grains and yellow millet became more prevalent. While she did not particularly mind this, the reality was that each meal consisted primarily of assorted grains, meat, tofu, and bean sprouts, with fresh vegetables dwindling alarmingly. Her uncle spoke of the bitter cold of winter, where the diet would consist mainly of pickled vegetables or fermented greens, with little fresh produce available. Changsheng pressed her hand against her stomach, realizing that she might indeed face hardships upon her return. "Uncle, if you had arrived on time, I had intended for us to explore Chang'an for a few days before heading home. Given the distance from home, you may never have the chance to return." Wang Chuanfa's face fell with regret. He had indeed harbored that desire, but illness had thwarted his plans. Yet, as he beheld the impending gates of Jinyang, his spirits lifted. Jinyang was the largest and most bustling place he had ever encountered, and he felt quite familiar with the city, free from concerns of being deceived. "Do not fret, Changsheng. If we do not visit Chang'an, Jinyang is bustling in its own right. Let's first find a resting place to settle our belongings, and then I shall show you around. We can return home early tomorrow." Changsheng, too, gazed at the gates of Jinyang, filled with curiosity and longing. For her, visiting this grand city renowned alongside Chang'an and Luoyang as one of the three capitals of the Tang dynasty and the current provincial capital of Shaanxi, was a most anticipated event. Indeed, Jinyang was vibrant and lively, though its streets were not as broad and even as those of Chang'an, nor were its buildings as grand and towering. Nevertheless, it was bustling with life, showcasing the essence of the northern region, with shops lining the streets and a constant flow of people, flanked by stalls and vendors. Changsheng could not help but notice the weariness etched upon her uncle's face. He was only 43 years old, yet in modern terms, he was in the prime of life, yet he appeared to have aged considerably. Reflecting on his vague demeanor when mentioning the Zhou family, she felt a resolution forming within her. Upon arriving at the inn familiar to her uncle, in an effort to economize, insisted that only Changsheng occupy a superior room. Changsheng, however, resolutely disagreed and insisted on securing 2 superior rooms. After arranging their luggage and horses, the two set off lightly for the streets. In her haste to evade Gaoshoren, Changsheng had left Chang'an with insufficient gifts. Though Jinyang may not rival Chang'an, the presents she could bring back were quite respectable for the majority who had never visited Jinyang in their lifetime. "Uncle, what do you think would be suitable gifts for aunt and mother? Please help me decide," she implored. "And what about father and elder brother? Not to mention my younger siblings? I have been away from home for such a long time. It would be remiss to return empty-handed." Changxing keenly observed the warmth that flickered across her uncle's face at the mention of her mother and aunt, contrasting sharply with the disdain that emerged when speaking of her father and brothers. Coupled with the fact that it should have been her father and brothers to welcome her home, yet it was her uncle instead, deepened her suspicions. As she drew nearer to her hometown, she realized that she would have to navigate numerous challenges upon her return. It was imperative for her to acquire more knowledge about her surroundings to avoid revealing any inconsistencies during conversations. After all, the true Changsheng had lived in her home for 12 years, effectively becoming half an adult, and remembered most things. If she were to feign ignorance, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Chapter 16. The hesitation of returning home. Through their conversation, Changsheng learned that her uncle's family was thriving. He had 2 sons and a daughter. Her cousin, Wang Jinhui, and her younger cousin, Wang Yinhui, were both married with children, while her cousin, Wang Jinhua, at the tender age of 15, was already betrothed and awaiting marriage. Typically, her aunt managed the household, and her grandmother, still alive at over 60, seemed to dote on her despite their never having met. To economize on travel expenses, every few years, her father, Zhou Hotzun, her mother, Zhou Wang, and her brother, Zhou Ansheng, took turns visiting her, bringing back the savings she had accumulated to contribute to the family. Through these exchanges, she became acquainted with the basic circumstances of the Zhou family. The Zhou family, including her, had 5 children. Her elder brother, Zhou Ansheng, was 6 years her senior and had 2 sons and a daughter. Additionally, there was her elder sister, Zhou Qiaosheng, a year older than her, who was married and had 3 daughters. She also had 2 younger siblings. Her brother, Zhou Liangsheng, 2 years her junior, was dedicated to his studies, having already married and fathered a daughter, and her sister, Zhou Yuxing, 6 years younger, was also betrothed and awaiting marriage. While the family was not small in number, it was uncomplicated, composed entirely of direct relatives. Over the years, they had benefited from her generosity, and their lives appeared to be comfortable and bustling, with no apparent issues. However, her uncle's vague references to her father and brothers left Changxing feeling perplexed. She was determined to uncover the truth, for if there were any discrepancies, she wished to prepare in advance, lest she return home unprepared. As they wandered and shopped, Changxing acquired numerous gifts for her family, including food, local specialties, textiles, and silk handkerchiefs. Partly for her kin and partly out of curiosity, certainly to foster familiarity with her family, most of whom she had never met. Understanding the demands of her uncle's profession as a coachman, who braved the elements in all conditions, she purchased a leather hat, a leather shoulder cape, and leather leg guards, insisting he accept them. Thoughtfully, she also selected suitable gifts for her grandmother, aunt, and other adults and children in her uncle's household. Having spent many years in the palace, she had become quite adept at the art of gift-giving. Initially reluctant to see her spend, her uncle, moved by her attentiveness, ceased to protest. That evening, upon returning to the inn, her excitement finally subsided. After a sumptuous dinner, Wang Chuanfa, weary from a day of travel, was preparing for sleep when Changsheng insisted on having the attendant brew some fine tea. Determined to linger in his room for a conversation. Ostensibly, she sought to hear tales of his years as a coachman, but in truth, she aimed to extract information. Alas, Wang Chuanfa, though somewhat simple-minded, was astute. Regardless of her attempts to pry, he skillfully evaded her inquiries, persistently urging her to retire early. The more he insisted, the more suspicion grew within Changsheng. Eventually, exasperated, she stood up in feigned anger. "Uncle, I have been away from home for 8 years. Yet my father and brothers have not come to greet me. While I can understand my father's poor health, there is no valid reason for my brother's absence. To send you on a long journey without providing for your travel expenses. Surely you must see the absurdity of it. I am no mere child. I can discern that something is amiss. If you do not clarify this matter, how can I return in a haze of confusion? If you had informed me sooner, I could have prepared myself." With that, she turned to leave, declaring, "If you refuse to speak, I shall take a room in Jinyang and never return." As soon as Changsheng expressed her displeasure, Wang Chuanfa hurriedly intervened, saying, "Do not be hasty, dear niece. Your uncle shall reveal the truth to you." Changsheng, once again seated, fixed her gaze upon him intently. Wang Chuanfa sighed deeply but refrained from speaking immediately, taking a sip of tea before slowly continuing. "Your uncle did not intend to keep this from you. He feared it would upset you. When your letter indicating your desire to return home was received, your parents were overjoyed. Who wouldn't wish for their own daughter? However, Anqing vehemently opposed your return, insisting on sending someone to convey his wish for you to remain in the palace. Ultimately, time constraints forced him to abandon the endeavor. Naturally, he was reluctant to come for you. His wife likely would not have spoken kindly of the matter. Your father had just fallen ill, and your younger brother, having only ever focused on his studies and never traveled far, made your mother anxious, hence my journey to fetch you. In truth, it would not have mattered who came. Do not take it to heart. Furthermore, with your parents in charge at home, his words would hold little weight." Changsheng was taken aback. Why would he be displeased at my return home? "My dear child, do you truly believe everyone possesses your sincerity? Upon your return, not only would you cease to earn silver from the palace to support the household, but you would also require their care. Perhaps he thinks that our Changsheng, being unwed, will depend on him for a lifetime, when in fact, it is only right for him to support you for eternity. Before you enter the palace, your elder brother was already 18. Due to our family's poverty, he could not even afford bride. It was only with the 20 taels of silver from the government meant for your indentured service that he managed to repair the house and take a wife. He fails to consider that without your financial assistance over the years, how would they sustain the entire family?" Changsheng inhaled sharply, realizing that his previous affection during her visits had been mere pretense. This was indeed a revelation. That seemingly astute and family-oriented elder brother was selfish and unfeeling to such an extent. All the silver she had provided over the years had failed to win his affection. A surge of anger welled up within her, and with a cold smile, she remarked, "For all these years, I have devoted myself to the welfare of my family. And now, at this juncture, I am deemed a burden?" He likely remains unaware that upon leaving the palace, I was to receive 100 taels as a travel allowance. Had he known of this, he would surely have rushed to welcome me. Upon hearing of the travel allowance, Wang Chuanfa let out a breath of relief. But seeing Changsheng so incensed, he lamented, "Your mother feared you would be upset, which is why she insisted on not informing you. Everything can be discussed upon your return. It is entirely my fault for being unable to contain myself. My dear child, do not concern yourself with him. Your parents are still there, and he does not hold dominion over you. Your mother has stated that if need be, they shall separate from him." Regardless of his words, Changsheng's heart, yearning for familial affection, had been deeply wounded. Since discovering the existence of such a family, filled with genuine love, no matter how challenging her life in the palace became, or how many schemes she faced, she retaliated fiercely in secret and held their machinations in disdain. Within the palace, She possessed ample capability to safeguard herself. Outside, she had a home and relatives. What was there to fear? Due to her parents' fragile health, it was her elder brother, Xuanwu, who frequently visited during her family reunions, each time displaying great affection towards her, filled with admonitions and kind words, gradually transforming her initial unfamiliarity with him into a sense of genuine kinship. It was precisely this realization that brought her profound sorrow. All these years, his apparent affection and care for me were nothing but a facade, merely a means to compel me to willingly save money to support him. I was merely a tool for his financial gain. Uncle, I shall not return. Though I have left the palace, I do not require his support to sustain myself. You have many acquaintances in Jinyang. Tomorrow, please assist me in finding a suitable place to reside. Kindly take these gifts back for me to present to others. If my parents miss me, they may come to Jinyang to find me. And do let Xuanwu know that I do not welcome him and his wife. Chapter 17. The impudent child Wang Chuanfa was flustered, filled with self-reproach as he struggled to contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face as he earnestly advised, "Silly child, if you return, simply ignore him. You did not go back for him. Just look at this quilt and cloak, and you will see how much your mother cherishes you. Moreover, your grandmother is elderly and her health is frail. After your entrance to the palace, she wept for over 10 days, constantly repeating that if she could see you once more, she would be content even in death. You have just managed to leave the palace. Could you bear not to see them? At the very least, return home and reconsider your situation." Changsheng sat in silence for a while before finally raising his head. He looked at Wang Chuanfa, who was trying to appease him, and burst into laughter, moving closer to help him sit down. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to him, touched as he said, "Uncle, it isn't you who has wronged me if I choose not to return. There is no need for you to be anxious. I am simply someone who distinguishes clearly between love and hate. Otherwise, others might think I am unaware of right and wrong. I understand your kindness towards me. You are right. I owe nothing to Xuanwu. Rather, he is the one indebted to me. Over the years, I have supported my family enough to sustain myself for decades. I stand firm in my convictions. Let's see how he fares. Furthermore, he has no authority in our home." Wang Chuanfa finally felt relieved, shaking his head with a smile. "You, my child, have grown more headstrong as time goes on. After so many years in the palace, you have not tempered your spirit. You cannot endure even the slightest grievance. Rest assured, with your old uncle here, if you cannot stay at home, you are always welcome at my place. Do not let your brother provoke you." Changsheng, however, felt wronged. "Uncle, you are mistaken. I have endured every hardship during my 8 years in the palace. If I could not withstand adversity, I would have perished long ago. It is the grievances from my own family that I cannot tolerate. After finally escaping the palace, I had hoped to return home and be free of such troubles. Yet, before I even set foot in the door, this incident transpired. How could I not feel disheartened? You must understand that it was due to the delayed pickup that I became entangled with that Gaoshorin. Had you not come for me, as a solitary woman, who could predict what might have transpired on the road?" As he spoke, memories of his precarious existence in the palace flooded back, causing his eyes to redden. He could no longer hold back his sobs. Wang Chuanfa grew anxious, trying both to console and persuade him, until Changsheng finally broke into a smile through his tears. Realizing it was getting late, he bid farewell and prepared to retire for the night, yet he steadfastly refused to return home the next day, insisting on spending one more day in Jinyang. Wang Chuanfa had no choice but to acquiesce. Once back in his room, Changsheng closed the door, his expression somber as he sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating his situation. Despite the warmth he sensed from his uncle, a nagging feeling told him that there were secrets yet to be unveiled. What could they be? He could not fathom. Reflecting on the reality of his family situation, which differed from his expectations, he resolved to secure a contingency plan. He decided to sort and safeguard his possessions, acknowledging that sometimes money is the most dependable ally. With great care, he opened his clothing and retrieved a banknote worth 100 taels and a return document, placing them together, intending to hand them to his parents upon arriving home, lest he be perceived as returning merely to live off others. He also took out 2 additional notes, folding them and stitching them into the corners of his bundle for safekeeping. Originally, The notes were meant to be sewn into the bundle, as he feared losing them on the journey. But given the necessity of washing clothes frequently, hiding them within his attire was not practical. If remaining at home becomes unbearable, 200 taels of silver would suffice for her to live comfortably for an extended period. Upon departing the palace, she took with her 45 taels of silver, and after accounting for expenses and purchases along the way, she retained a total of 29 taels. Changsheng resolved to allocate 10 taels for her uncle. For the kindness he demonstrated by traveling great distances to retrieve her, she would never treat him poorly. She decided to give her mother another 10 taels for pocket money, leaving 9 taels as her personal savings. For managing a whole banknote as pocket money is not an easy task. Among her valuables, she possessed several pairs of gold earrings and pearl drop earrings, gold bangles, hairpins, and rings, as well as 7 or 8 silver ornaments. Some were bestowed by the palace maids upon her departure, while others were gifts from her mistress over the years. And some were presents from close sisters as she exited the palace. None were purchased by her own hand. Changsheng held the belief in both her past and present lives that a woman's jewelry should be acquired by a man, aside from what was provided by the palace. She had never personally purchased any adornments. After some contemplation, she selected the more precious items and placed them in a small cloth bag, carefully concealing it among her clean clothes. The remaining pieces were intended to enhance her appearance and to be gifted to others, as a means to convey to certain individuals that although she had returned to the palace, she was not destitute. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, the two were strolling through the market when an attendant approached, announcing that someone sought a young lady named Zhou Changsheng. Confused, Changsheng wondered who could possibly know her in this place, and invited the individual in to speak. Before long, the attendant ushered in a visitor, and Changsheng was taken aback to find it was Mo, the book boy accompanying her to the capital, who was somewhat familiar to her. Changsheng smiled and promptly invited him to sit and converse. Mo was momentarily stunned by Changsheng's radiant appearance and felt somewhat awkward. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved 2 taels of silver from his pocket and placed them on the table, somewhat sheepishly saying, "I should not have accepted your silver that day, Mississippi. I apologize." Seeing the gleaming silver, Changsheng recalled that it had already been returned to her by Gao Shorin, and she laughed heartily, shoving the money back into Mo's hands. "Are you suggesting that I was too stingy in my offering? It was given willingly. How could I possibly take it back? Our journey together is a matter of fate. So please, let's enjoy some tea without further mention of repaying any money." However, Mo adamantly refused to take it back. "The last time I accepted your silver was due to our unfamiliarity. Now that we know each other better, how could I accept it again? If you trust my sincerity, I must insist you keep it." Changsheng observed his genuine intent to return the silver, nodded, and accepted it back, thinking that having 2 extra taels in her private stash was not a bad thing. She then extracted a fragrant pouch embroidered with a large red koi and adorned with a pearl, handing it to him. "While I will accept the silver back, our acquaintance is a stroke of fortune. Please accept this gift and consider me your elder sister from now on." Mo, taken aback by the exquisite pouch, initially hesitated to accept it. However, upon hearing the term sister, his face lit up with joy and gratitude, and he hurriedly tucked it away in his bosom, repeatedly bowing to Changsheng and addressing her as sister. Changsheng chuckled, remarking, "Mo, you are a sincere and good-hearted child, far superior to that stingy, arrogant young master of yours who enjoys eavesdropping on others." Mo's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. Noticing his discomfort, Changsheng inquired playfully, "I remember you to be quite articulate, yet today you seem rather hesitant. What troubles you?" Mo raised her head, summoning her courage to speak. "If I say it, dear sister Changsheng, please do not be angry. I am compelled to do so." Changsheng instinctively sensed that this matter was related to that miserly young master, inwardly cursing his persistent presence while maintaining a congenial smile. "I promise not to be upset. Please, do continue." Encouraged, Mo finally found her voice. "My young master remarked that you are eloquent and learned, and it would be a pity for you to return home as a village woman. In his magnanimity, he has offered you a splendid opportunity, suggesting that I, being clumsy and inept, would not serve you well. Instead, He proposed that you become his ink assistant, assuring you of a life of comfort and indulgence, and he does not mind your fuller figure. Wang Chun, incensed, leapt to his feet. This scoundrel is truly disrespectful. Who does he think he is to speak such vile words? My niece has only just escaped the confines of the palace, and now he expects her to serve him, regardless of his wealth. He should first consider the consequences of my whip. Yet Chongqing only laughed, recognizing the insolence of the young man. It was clear that he was fully aware of her unwillingness, but chose to send Mo to deliver his message, even emphasizing her figure to provoke her. If she were to truly become angry, it would only play into his hands. He was nothing more than a spoiled young master, and it would be a shame to let his good looks go to waste. Ignoring him was the best course of action. Uncle, do not be upset. This young man is disrespectful, and we shall disregard him. Mo, return and inform your young master that I am returning home and will no longer indulge his whims. His exterior may be pleasing, but let him first cultivate his character before pursuing knowledge, so as not to tarnish the teachings of the wise, nor to dishonor the fine appearance bestowed upon him by his parents. Chapter 18. Returning home in splendor after several days of travel, I finally arrived in my hometown, Dingyuan County. Chongsheng took the return certificate to the county office to register her residency, and then made her way to the village to meet the village head and add her name to the roster, thus becoming a free citizen of the Tang dynasty. Today, she would finally return home. Rising early, she carefully groomed herself, attempting to dress inconspicuously to avoid attracting attention. Now that she was nearing her doorstep, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had made a firm decision. She would return home in glory, not as a destitute relative seeking refuge. Many who ventured into business for years outside could not even send back 100 taels of silver to their families. From the outset, she refused to be underestimated. She changed out of the garments provided by the palace and donned the fashionable attire she had purchased in Jinyang, a satin scarlet blouse paired with a cobalt blue skirt, adorned with an embroidered apricot yellow vest trimmed with white rabbit fur, which complemented her fair complexion, making her appear strikingly radiant. The fabric and craftsmanship of her outfit were exquisite, and she intended to claim it was issued by the palace. For the sake of her financial security, she had refrained from changing her clothing during the journey. After 8 years in the depths of the palace, she had grown weary of the plain and rigid maidservant uniforms. Henceforth, she would live freely, embracing her youth in all its vibrancy. At 20, she could no longer afford to squander her youth. She must cherish it even more. Carefully applying powder and lipstick, the once delicately beautiful Chongqing now radiated brilliance. Regrettably, her heavy bangs had not grown long enough to conceal her smooth forehead and alluring brows. As an unmarried woman, she still wore her hair in 2 buns, adorning herself with golden earrings, a golden hairpin, and several pieces of exquisite silver jewelry along with delicate silk flowers. She wore a silver bracelet and a jade bracelet on each wrist. Following the style of the women from Chang'an, she attached a fragrant sachet to her waist, pressing down her skirt. Ideally, she would have preferred her translucent sheep-fat jade pendant, but such a precious item was rare and held significant value. Fearing she might lose it, she concealed it along with her other jewelry. Upon stepping outside, Wang Chuanfa's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed in admiration of his niece's blossoming beauty, remarking that she was even more resplendent than the daughter of the wealthy Dong family, ensuring that she would have suitors upon her return. Ping'an brought his niece home, and Wang Chuanfa's spirits soared as he cracked his whip while sharing tales of their family and village with Chongsheng. She listened attentively, eager to remember these details for later, all the while excitedly gazing at the untainted blue sky, the white clouds, and the sheep grazing on the nearby hills. The once lush vegetation had begun to wither, creating a striking blend of yellow and green hues that delighted her senses. She reaffirmed her conviction that leaving the palace was undoubtedly a wise decision. This was her home, the place where she would live henceforth. Though it did not face the sea, the azure sky and towering mountains would still bring forth the beauty of spring. As Chongsheng rounded the bend ahead, she realized that in half a stick of incense's time, she would reach her home. Her uncle's residence was about 7 or 8 li away, in Wangjia village, roughly half an hour from where she lived in Nianpangu. As they spoke, the carriage turned, and in the distance, She could see the village of Nianpangu nestled in the valley. Chongqing contemplated for a moment before asking her uncle to halt the carriage. She then handed him the 10 taels of silver she had prepared in advance, saying, "If you truly care for Chongqing, please accept this without hesitation, as a token of my respect for you and aunt." However, Wang Chuanfa preferred to endure the discomfort of not receiving anything rather than accepting it. Longsheng, feeling helpless, said, "Uncle, could you consider this a temporary arrangement for me? In the event that my family exhausts my funds, having these 10 taels as private savings would spare me from being subjected to others' control, wouldn't it?" Wang Chuanfa paused, as if recalling something, a flicker of anger and helplessness crossing his eyes. He solemnly nodded. "That sounds reasonable. I will entrust your grandmother with this. No one in the family dares to touch her belongings. Rest assured, if you find your home unbearable, you are always welcome to stay with me for as long as you wish. Though I merely drive a cart, I can certainly provide for you." Longsheng's eyes glistened with moisture. She resolved that regardless of her sentiments towards her family, she had chosen to acknowledge this uncle. However, his words seemed to carry deeper implications, leaving her somewhat perplexed. After pondering, she decided to take out the small cloth pouch containing her valuable jewelry and handed it over to him as well. "Uncle, please safeguard this for me. At present, I trust only you." Wang Chuanfa did not decline, but carefully tucked it into his bosom. "Good girl, do not worry. Your uncle will protect you." Soon, they entered the village, where the infrequent presence of outsiders prompted a warm greeting from the villagers at the entrance. "Uncle Chuanfa, are you here to visit Sister Zhou?" It appeared that Wang Chuanfa was well acquainted in the village. He halted the cart, chuckling. "No, I have brought Longsheng back. I am returning her to her sister and brother-in-law." "What? The second daughter of the Zhou family has returned? Oh dear, the poor child has been away for a full 8 years." Longsheng contemplated that she ought to return in style, yet hiding in the cart would render her invisible. With a swift motion, she lifted the curtain and jumped down, casting a pleading glance at her uncle. Wang Chuanfa quickly interjected, "Longsheng, this is your Aunt Zhang. You were quite young when you left, so perhaps you do not remember her." Longsheng beamed as she gazed at the elderly woman, nearly 60, with a face etched with lines, and bowed. "Hello, Aunt Zhang." The old woman, astonished, wiped her eyes and extended her withered hand. "So this is Longsheng. She has grown so well, surpassing even the daughter of Master Dong. Just look at her bearing. Has she been a consort in the palace?" As they spoke, a crowd had gathered, some bold enough to reach out and touch Longsheng's garments. Their eyes filled with envy as they scrutinized her attire, chattering excitedly. "Aunt Zhang, what nonsense! If Longsheng were a consort, would she return to this dilapidated place? Can't you see she still wears her hair in twin buns?" Perhaps due to the proximity to Mongolia and frequent intermarriage with outsiders, Longsheng observed that the men and women, young and old, all possessed striking features, tall statures, and distinct contours, albeit with a coarser complexion. No wonder Li Yuan sought to recruit palace maids from this vicinity. Longsheng, akin to a celebrated star from a previous life, basked in admiration and flattery, joyfully responding to their myriad inquiries. The sensation of returning in glory was truly wonderful. "Longsheng, Longsheng, my child, you have returned." It was her mother's voice cutting through the crowd. Longsheng sighed in relief. While being the center of attention felt delightful, she could not endure the throng any longer, and her mother's appearance was timely. The crowd parted automatically, revealing before me my mother, whom I had not seen for 2 years. She bore the marks of time, and behind her stood a charming young woman cradling a child, along with a delicate and slender girl holding the hand of a spirited little boy. The two gazed at me with a mix of shyness and admiration. Madame Wang embraced me tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate her feelings. Memories flooded back of her genuine affection for me, the cloak, the cushions, and the snacks from the carriage, prompting sincere tears to cascade down my cheeks. Wang Chuanfa glanced in the direction of my home, yet the absence of my brother-in-law, Zhou Hochun, stirred a flicker of indignation and disdain within him. Observing my resplendent appearance, adorned in gold and silver, he suddenly grasped that my intentions were not solely rooted in vanity. Perhaps I donned this attire for the admiration of others. Seeing the tender embrace between mother and daughter, he he smiled with relief. All right, sister. The child has endured a lengthy journey in the carriage. Should we not allow her to return home and rest? There will be ample time for you two to converse. Madame Wang wiped her tears away, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. I am so overwhelmed with joy. She continued, Longsheng, come and meet your sister-in-law Baizhu and your younger sister Yuxing, as well as Shuangfu and Shuangchan. Let's return home. Fear not, my child, for with your mother by your side, you shall not suffer even the slightest grievance. Chapter 19. Each with their own thoughts pushing open the door, Longsheng beheld her home, noticeably more orderly and grand than those of her neighbors. A surge of emotion filled her heart. She was finally back, and this would be her dwelling henceforth. As she gracefully stepped inside, she spotted her father, Zhou Hochun, seated in the courtyard. Upon hearing her voice, he turned, and Longsheng was taken aback by the anger and irritation in his eyes. Yet, as he caught sight of her adorned in gold and silver, his expression transformed into one of eager delight, reminiscent of his demeanor during previous family visits. Longsheng, you have returned. I had intended to come and fetch you, but alas, my health betrayed me, and your brother was also unable to leave. Thank goodness for your uncle. It is wonderful that you are home, truly wonderful. I shall go and prepare a chicken. With that, he discreetly made his way to the back courtyard, his demeanor hardly that of a man recently recovered from illness. Longsheng, harboring her own thoughts, greeted him with a smile while surreptitiously observing her mother and uncle. She could distinctly see the helplessness on her mother's face and the disdain in her uncle's eyes. Reflecting on her father's rapidly shifting expressions and her uncle's vague remarks on the journey, she began to understand. It was clear that her return was not welcomed solely by her brother, Zhou Anxing. She felt a quiet resentment towards their pretenses, realizing that during her earlier visits, she had been led to believe in their genuine affection for her. She silently rejoiced in having entrusted her valuables to her uncle for safekeeping. However, a sense of confusion lingered. Was she truly Zhou Hochun's biological daughter? Such treatment was hardly befitting of one's own flesh and blood. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant. Her mother may not be able to protect her in this household. As the moment allowed no further contemplation, the family gathered around her. With only her sister-in-law still in confinement, her father was preoccupied with slaughtering chickens and pigs, while her mother busied herself with her sister-in-law and younger sister in preparing the meal. The entire family encircled her, including her sister Zhou Qiaosheng and her 5 children, as well as her younger brother Zhou Yangsheng, who had hurried back from village school. Surrounded by family, Longsheng was grateful for the abundance of gifts she had prepared, ensuring not a single person was overlooked. As she recounted her journey's experiences while distributing her presents, her heart swelled with emotion, melting away some of the previous chill and discomfort. She reserved the more valuable gifts to present during the meal in front of everyone. Her elder brother, Zhou Anxing, likely having heard the news, returned as well, offering a few awkward remarks. Despite his attempts to ingratiate himself, he was met with disapproving glares from their uncle and soon found himself dispatched to assist with the pig slaughter. Madame Zhou, wholeheartedly welcoming her daughter home, felt somewhat comforted by the rare family gathering, with her husband not only purchasing wine and preparing chickens, but also, remarkably, slaughtering pigs outside of the festive seasons. Accompanied by her 2 daughters and daughter-in-law, she busily fried, stewed, and boiled, creating a lavish feast. The family divided into 2 tables for the meal, and the children, having filled themselves with the delightful treats Longsheng had brought, were content to refrain from being bothersome. Madame Zhou placed both tender, braised chicken legs into Longsheng's bowl, surveying the assembly with a commanding gaze, declaring, Longsheng has journeyed from the capital, enduring hardships along the way. These past years, it is she who has sustained the family. You siblings only know how to receive gifts. Were it not for your uncle, who among you would have offered to fetch her? 2 chicken legs were entirely consumed by her to nourish her legs. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Zhou Hochun to quickly plaster a smile across his face. Indeed, indeed. Your mother speaks wisely. Do eat, Changsheng. Do not be modest, lest you go against your mother's goodwill. He then turned his gaze to the others, glaring. Look after your children. None shall snatch from Changsheng. Changsheng had already discerned her mother's intent. She sought to convey her contributions to this family, while subtly reminding certain individuals of their lack of conscience. Moreover, she wished to assert her significance within this household. Ensuring no one would subject her to grievances, she would protect her place resolutely. Naturally, Changsheng was keen to cooperate fully. She rubbed her eyes and spoke with feigned sorrow. Father, mother, brothers, sisters, dear family, though my years in the palace may seem glamorous, they have been fraught with hardships. The whims of my masters are unpredictable, and none can foretell when death may strike. Were it not for the need to earn more silver to support our household, I would not have endured. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Zhou Wangshi, filled with compassion, exclaimed, "My child has suffered for this family. From now on, you shall be our great benefactor." Zhou Hochun hastily echoed her sentiment. Changsheng then broke into a bright smile. Fortunately, later, the emperor and empress showed mercy, concerned that we might grow too old to marry. They permitted those over 20 to return to their hometowns, bestowing upon me this splendid attire and jewelry, along with 100 taels of silver for my journey home. Upon hearing this, many widened their eyes in astonishment. The garments and jewels were already deemed valuable in their eyes. In this region, aside from the family of Master Dong and the legitimate wife of the Zhou family residing in the old estate, who had ever donned silk or adorned themselves with gold. Moreover, 100 taels of silver for the journey. Such wealth was unfathomable for the common folk. Changsheng found amusement in their expressions. Had they known of this silver, they would surely have rushed to the capital to welcome her. Yet, it was for the best, as it allowed her the opportunity to recognize their true natures, preventing her from foolishly surrendering all her wealth. Unwilling to let them off the hook, Changsheng continued with faux distress. However, upon my exit from the palace, the fathers and brothers of other families awaited me at the gates, yet none from my family came to receive me. In the capital, I was nearly besieged by ruffians intent on seizing my silver and jewelry. Thankfully, I encountered my uncle along the way. Otherwise, returning home would have been uncertain, let alone safeguarding this silver. It might have already belonged to someone else. Without waiting for their explanations, she produced a banknote and respectfully handed it to Zhou Hochun. Still smiling, "Father, I am grateful to you and Mother for your nurturing. I initially thought I would have to rely on your support upon returning home. Yet thanks to the Emperor's grace, I need not return empty-handed. Please accept this." Zhou Hochun, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced at his wife, only to meet her fierce glare. His face flushed with embarrassment as he forced a smile and accepted the note. "What are you saying, my daughter? Even without the Emperor's grace, your father can support you." He then shot a stern look at Zhou Anxing, who gazed longingly at his father as he tucked the banknote into his pocket. His face alight with sincerity. "Father speaks truly. Our family can certainly provide for you. Even as father and mother grow older, I am here for you." Changsheng retrieved a small pouch and from it extracted a pair of golden earrings, which she personally placed upon the ears of her mother, Madame Wang. She then produced 10 taels of silver, presenting them with grace. "Mother, you have labored for my sake. These earrings were bestowed upon me by a noble from the palace. May you wear them to attract good fortune. The silver is for your private use, so you may indulge in whatever you desire to eat or wear, without solely contributing to the household." Madame Wang nodded in acceptance, discreetly wiping away tears. In their humble abode, the family had never adorned themselves with fine silver ornaments, let alone gold. The earrings gifted to her elder sister were also a pair of golden earrings, while both her sister-in-law and sister-in-law bore identical golden rings, each of comparable weight. Then, Changsheng removed a translucent, pale blue jade bracelet from her wrist and, under the discontented gazes of her elder sister and sister-in-law, handed it to her bashful younger sister, Yu Sheng. "Mother said you are a thoughtful child. This bracelet is for you to enhance your beauty. Gulme, let me put on for you." Having completed these gestures, Changsheng noticed the expressions of guilt upon her father and elder brother's faces, which brought her a measure of comfort, for at least they recognized their missteps. She playfully seized a chicken leg and said, "Mother, I am hungry. May I eat now?" Though each harbored their own thoughts, at that moment, Genuine joy prevailed as the family shared a delightful reunion dinner. Changsheng, slightly tipsy, was assisted by her younger sister to retire for the night, while Wang Chunfa returned home, content, carrying with him the gifts Changsheng had brought for the entire family. Chapter 20. Freedom of body and mind. Changsheng opened her eyes and met the gentle, innocent gaze of her younger sister, Zhou Yuxing, who was seated on the other side of the Kong, leaning against a camphorwood chest while sewing. Unable to suppress a smile, she realized that the sister she had once feared might be troublesome resembled a timid, gentle little rabbit. With her petite nose and delicate mouth, she was indeed quite charming, though her skin was somewhat roughened and darkened by the winds of the north. However, with an elder sister like Changsheng, she was determined to find a way to transform her into a fair and lovely young lady. In this unfamiliar home, their mother was occupied with managing the household, leaving little time to attend to Changsheng. Having such a sister around made things considerably more convenient. Noticing Changsheng's gaze upon her, Yuxing's cheeks flushed, and she softly declared, "Sister, you are awake. I shall go call mother." Just as she was about to leave, Changsheng grasped her hand. "Do you still recall the events before I enter the palace?" Yuxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded. "I remember some things. Back then, we were a big family. Mother was always busy. Eldest sister would scold me for crying too much, but only second sister took care of me. I would follow you closely every day as soon as I opened my eyes." Changsheng concealed a smile. Her little sister was a thoughtful child, and she would inevitably need to glean some information from her to understand the circumstances prior to her entrance into the palace, in order to avoid any slip-ups. Suddenly, a whiff of smoke and a hint of burning drifted in, prompting her to inquire, "What is that smell outside?" Seeing her long-lost sister looking gentle and kind, Yuxing was more at ease, that his mother curing the preserved meat. "Today, since you returned, father slaughtered a pig. Mother said she would turn all the leftover meat into preserved meat and sausages for you. We only used to have pork during the New Year." With that, she nimbly jumped off the Kong and left the room, the sounds of several nieces and nephews playing outside filling the air. Changsheng smiled silently. With meat to eat, a caring mother, a sister for companionship, and lively children around, what more could one wish for in life? Yuxing soon returned with their mother, Zhou Wangshi, who looked at Changsheng, lost in thought on the bed, and chuckled softly. "As soon as you entered the house, you turned into a little pig, able to sleep like you did in childhood. You have slept for a solid 2 hours, and, thankfully, Yuxing stayed by your side the whole time." Changsheng gasped, realizing that 2 hours equated to 4. Through the white hemp paper window panes, the evening light had already set in, confirming how deeply she had slept. It was no wonder. As winter had arrived, the Kong was warm beneath her, the bedding soft and clean, and the room cozy and tidy. No surprise she had slept so soundly. "Yuxing, you certainly have the patience to sit with me for such a long time," Yuxing shyly replied. "Mother was afraid that the children would come in and disturb you, so she asked me to keep watch." Zhou Wangshi sat on the edge of the bed, affectionately stroking Yuxing's head. "You were only at my shoulder when we left, and now you are taller than me. My dear, you have suffered in the palace." Changsheng leaned against her, feeling the fabric around her waist was a bit tight, recalling her desire for a bath. "Mother, I wish to take a proper bath to wash away the misfortune and then be your obedient daughter, Yuxing's good sister." Zhou Wangshi and Yuxing both laughed, with Zhou Wangshi patting her back. "At your age, still acting coy. Aren't you afraid of your sister teasing you?" Changsheng spoke with a sense of resignation. "When I first entered the palace at the tender age of 12, I was but a servant before my master. Where was the leniency afforded to me simply for being a child? Now that I am back with my mother, I intend to reclaim all that I have lost. Sister, feel free to laugh. You have our mother's love at home, but you cannot fathom the pain of not having a mother's affection." Zhou Wangshi was taken aback, turning her head away, unable to meet Changsheng's gaze. "Mother will prepare hot water for you. Do not move, just rest your feet for a few days." As she stepped out of the room, tears welled in her eyes. That year when the palace sought young maidens, the officials had favored the clever and a gentle Changsheng. Faced with the unyielding attitude of the officials and the need for 20 taels of silver to support their family, which was on the brink of starvation due to war, they had no choice but to send her away. This unfortunate child had only been 11 when she left, but due to her height, the officials insisted on declaring her 12. Her elder sister, Xiaoshen, who was a year older and physically stronger, had clamored to go, but the officials had not chosen her. Serving the nobility might sound appealing, but who could know the countless grievances and sufferings endured? Changsheng, with a mere careless remark, had caused her mother such sorrow. As she saw her mother and Yuxing carrying a large wooden basin, she regretfully said, "Mother, please do not take it to heart. In the palace, I dare not utter a single wrong word. How could I speak so freely before you? Clearly, it is your indulgence that has spoiled me. Enough, my child. Let us not dwell on the past. Now that you are home, I will cherish you every day. The bathwater is already prepared and kept warm. Let us wash away the dust, and I will wash you myself." Changsheng gazed at Zhou Wangshi's delicate yet weathered face, nodded slightly, and responded softly. Fearing to provoke further sadness, she dared not utter more. As she saw them heading out to fetch water, she suddenly remembered the 4 tails of silver hidden in her hairpin and hurriedly untied it, concealing the silver. Zhou Wangshi firmly forbade Changsheng from lifting a finger, and soon, she and Yuxing had filled more than half the basin with hot water, the steam wafting through the room. Changsheng recalled the chrysanthemums blooming beautifully in the courtyard and turned to Yuxing. "Please help me pick some petals to steep in the water." In the palace, such details were attended to, and despite the strong herbal scent of the chrysanthemums, the fragrance was refreshingly potent. As the golden petals were scattered, the room filled with a delightful aroma, and Changsheng inhaled deeply, reveling in the scent. Zhou Wangshi signaled for Xiaosheng to step outside, then closed the door and drew the curtains, beginning to untie Changsheng's garments. Changsheng felt a tinge of shyness. Since becoming a second-class maid, she had slept alone, and in her heart, there were no tender memories shared with Zhou Wangshi. Yet, her mother was adamant about washing her daughter herself, and Changsheng had no choice but to comply, albeit bashfully. As Zhou Wangshi removed Changsheng's outer and inner garments, she was taken aback to see the layers of bindings around her waist and chest, staring at her daughter in confusion. Recalling the hardships endured over the years, Changsheng hesitated to speak plainly, fearing it would further distress her mother, and thus she concealed the truth, saying, "I serve the noble ladies in the palace. I feared being too outstanding would provoke their jealousy, and I did not wish to be casually given away." Zhou Wangshi immediately understood, her eyes reddening once more. The grievances Changsheng faced in the palace were far more than she had imagined. Thankfully, she was finally home, and from now on, she would cherish her daughter properly. Not daring to dwell on the implications, she quickly unraveled the bindings. In the dim light, Changsheng's graceful figure appeared exceptionally fair and luminous, her bosom full and ample, her waist slim and flexible, delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand. Zhou Wangshi cast aside the bindings with great force, tenderly caressing the marks on Changsheng's body. Tears cascading into the water. "My child shall suffer no more." With that, she seated Changsheng in the water, took a gourd ladle, and poured steaming water over her hair and body, gently wiping her with a coarse cloth, reminiscent of Changsheng's childhood. Sitting with her back turned, Changsheng felt the profound and intricate love of her mother swell within her heart, deeply moved. Today, she had come to realize that although the significant matters of the household were dictated by her father, Zhou Hochun, it was Zhou Wangshi who served as the steadfast anchor for her children, meticulously managing the family's affairs. Once the washing was complete, Zhou Wangshi seemed intent on compensating for the years of her daughter's hardships, insisting that Changsheng refrain from assisting. After finishing, she retrieved a clean undergarment for her daughter to change into. "Mother, that gown bestowed by the palace is sufficient to showcase the emperor's grace. I shall wear a few silver ornaments and don the attire of Yuxing at home. I have a set pact. I cannot return and still act like a young lady. Can I?" Zhou Wangshi, while drying her daughter's damp hair, smiled and reassured her, "Do not worry. When you expressed your desire to return, I anticipated the colder climate here compared to Chang'an and prepared 2 new sets of clothing for you. Do try them on. I will keep this gown for you to wear when you go out." With that, she opened a nearby wooden chest and retrieved a bundle containing 2 brand new cotton garments and skirts. Chongqing selected a charming red floral cotton jacket and a deep blue skirt, delightfully appealing. Joy filled her as her mother dressed her. For as long as she was no longer tightly bound, her body and spirit would be unshackled, and she would find joy in whatever she wore. Mother, this feels wonderful. I shall never again be mocked for lacking a waist. Chapter 21. The Zhou family. Chongqing swiftly discerned the current state of life in the village and at home. The village still boasts a considerable population, and a round trip to the town requires a full day. Nestled at the foot of a gentle hill, the terrain is not steep, and the ditches are shallow, allowing passage for horse-drawn carts. However, the absence of a small river in front of the village is a significant regret for Chongqing. Using the silver she provided, her family acquired some land, supplemented by ancestral holdings, totaling over 20 acres. Their livelihood primarily depends on a plowing ox and the labor of Zhou Hochun and Zhou Anqing. As for Zhou Liangsheng, Zhou Hochun had heard that the ancestral grave was well-positioned, promising the emergence of a scholar, thus allowing him to devote himself entirely to his studies in hopes of bringing honor to the family. The family also runs a tofu workshop. During the slack farming season, Zhou Hochun and Zhou Anqing rise at dawn to make tofu. By the time the first light breaks, they each carry a load to sell around the village, returning by mid-morning. Afterward, they lead several sheep to the fields for agricultural work. Occasionally, they return later than usual, but this remains the general routine. Without Chongqing's financial support, the family would likely struggle to meet their daily expenses. Living comfortably would be beyond reach. Typically, rural households do not reside in such spacious courtyards or brick-tiled houses. Mud brick homes are common, and it is challenging for ordinary families to afford education for their grown sons, let alone marry them off and provide them with a mud brick house. Mother Zhou Wang leads her two daughters-in-law in washing, cooking, feeding the chickens and pigs, and caring for the children, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk. Zhou Yuxing has already found a partner, and according to local customs, her primary task is to prepare the dowry, while also finding time to learn household duties. Chongqing carefully counted. Aside from her, the Zhou family comprises a total of 11 members. Sustaining such a large family is indeed no easy feat regardless. Zhou Hochun is a competent head of the household, and Zhou Anqing is a devoted family man, both laboring diligently from dawn till dusk. Perhaps their reluctance to return to the palace stems from a genuine concern for the family's livelihood. In this remote and frigid locale, a strong young man earns about 300 won for a month of labor, while she earns 2 taels of silver in the palace, with food and lodging included. Such opportunities are indeed rare. Reflecting on this, Chongqing felt a sense of relief. There was no true kinship between them, nor did she expect them to treat her exceptionally well, thus she would not truly hold grievances. As long as she could live peacefully, that sufficed. Currently, she required the shelter of this family, as well as their support, to quickly adapt to and integrate into life outside the palace. Although rural households may not adhere to strict architectural conventions, the Zhou family's courtyard is relatively spacious and orderly, featuring a stone table, stone benches, and various fruit trees and flowers. Upon entering, one encounters the tofu workshop and a bright space for the stone mill and farming tools. Directly opposite the main entrance are 3 primary rooms, flanked by 3 additional rooms on each side, all of which are tiled with blue bricks, reminiscent of a traditional courtyard in Beijing. The central room serves as the hall, where the family gathers for meals and receives guests. To the west lies the bedroom of Zhou Hochun and his wife, where their eldest son and daughter also sleep with their grandparents due to the birth of their youngest child. The room to the east serves as Zhou Liangxing's study and guest room, accommodating Chongqing's grandmother during her visits, or when Zhou Qiaosheng or Zhou Hochun's sister returns to her parental home. The 3 eastern side rooms include the bedrooms of the Zhou family's 2 sons, while the central vacant room houses ancestral tablets, a weaving loom, and a spinning wheel among other items. In the quaint abode, 3 small annexes served as the kitchen, storage room, and the sleeping quarters of the Chongqing sisters. The backyard housed a cattle shed, pigsty, chicken coop, and a latrine, while several thatched shelters contained rudimentary farming tools and hay. To Chongqing's astonishment, a stone-covered water cellar nestled in a corner of the yard collected rainwater, evoking memories of her previous life's renowned charitable initiative, the Mother Water Cellar Project. Little did she anticipate that one day she would rely on this well for her needs. She realized that the water she used for bathing yesterday must have been fetched by someone else, and as someone who revels in cleanliness, she must learn to draw water herself and not burden others. Changsheng resolved to quickly acclimate to the lifestyle of this household. The prospect and abundance of tofu and soy milk, along with the promise of fresh, pure sheep's milk daily, brought her joy, dispelling her initial fears of hardship upon returning home. She envisioned using the tofu and sheep's milk for her beauty regimen. The fierce winds of the northern plateau were formidable, and with plans for a long-term stay, she was determined to preserve her meticulously maintained skin, akin to fine jade. She also hoped to transform her delicate and gentle younger sister, Yuxing, into a fair maiden, for in a woman's world, a fair complexion can mask a multitude of flaws. Overall, Changsheng found herself quite content with this household, far exceeding her expectations. Particularly, her and Yuxing's modest room, though small, was tidy and comfortable. The double wooden doors were adorned with hand-woven blue checkered curtains, while the finely grid window panes were newly covered with white hemp paper, embellished with vibrant paper cuttings. The freshly painted walls gleamed white, and a warm kong, a traditional heated bed, provided coziness. At the head of the kong lay a camphor wood trunk, and the blue-flowered coarse bedding, though somewhat worn, was clean and soft. A square table of natural wood and 2 square stools occupied the space in front of the window, where a shiny brass mirror and a sewing basket rested, making it convenient for the sisters to groom themselves, engage in tasks, or enjoy tea. Yuxing, a thoughtful and charming child, noticed her sister's fondness for flowers and took the initiative to find an old coarse porcelain vase from home, placing it on the square table. Each day, she would gather chrysanthemums or hardy wildflowers to enhance their living space with a touch of elegance befitting a young lady's chamber. Although Changsheng was not adept at needlework, she had acquired a commendable skill in embroidery during her 8 years in the palace, particularly excelling in crafting fragrant sachets. Unfortunately, these sachets held little value in the countryside, and a lack of quality materials and fragrances left her with idle time to guide Yuxing in tracing patterns and embroidery. Her elder brother, Liangsheng, recalled the affection his second sister had shown him before she entered the palace. He noted her transformation into a refined individual upon her return, as she thoughtfully gifted him quality writing materials and several fine books procured from Jinyang City. He not only regaled her with amusing tales from his private school, but also inscribed an ancient poem, Jinjia, which he affixed to the wall, infusing their home with an air of literary charm. Changsheng admired her brother's elegant and vigorous handwriting, which endeared her to him even more. Regrettably, while her mind brimmed with knowledge, her own writing skills left much to be desired, prompting her to seize moments to practice calligraphy with him. Thus, the 3 siblings became the closest of companions in the household. Changsheng discerned her brother's potential and resolved to support his continued education if he proved to be promising. Their mother, Zhou Wangshi, was not only kind-hearted and attentive, but also remarkably capable. Her sister-in-law, Zheng Hohat, despite being in the postpartum period, retained her composure and sharpness as the eldest daughter-in-law, while her sister-in-law, Zhao Baozhu, was both striking and gentle, appearing easy to get along with. In the family, there are 4 nephews and nieces. Apart from the newborn twins, the other 3 are immensely fascinated by Changsheng. Fortunately, Changsheng possesses a childlike spirit, which allows her to tolerate their exuberance. Her grandfather, Zhou Hochun, is robust, with pronounced brows and bright eyes, of average height and sturdy build. Her mother, Madame Zhou, is graceful and slender. Among her 5 children, the eldest son, Zhou Ansheng, and the eldest daughter, Zhou Qiaosheng, resemble their father, while Liangsheng and Yuxing take after their mother. Changsheng perceives herself as an exception, feeling somewhat narcissistic, as she sees no resemblance to either parent. Perhaps she muses, she embodies the best traits of both. Perhaps the Zhou family genuinely cherishes their young daughter who had to leave home at an early age, or perhaps the gifts have borne fruit. In any case, they express an extraordinary warmth and affection towards Changsheng. In the few days since her return, she has undoubtedly enjoyed a most comforting existence. Changsheng suddenly feels that her fortunes are beginning to change. Being the beloved second daughter of the Zhou family is far more delightful than living in constant trepidation as a palace maid. Chapter 22. The sales pitch of the unmarried woman after resting at home for 2 days and acclimating to the surroundings. Changsheng began her days of visiting relatives under the guidance of the Zhou matriarch. She first paid her respects to the elders of the clan in the village, then visited her Aunt Zhou Hojin and some distant relatives. Before she could catch her breath, she was informed of a short stay at her uncle's home, as her grandmother Wang Suishir had been incessantly demanding to see her. Changsheng was indeed willing to visit her uncle, for she held the utmost trust in him during their journey together. However, she found herself utterly exhausted from daily encounters with unfamiliar faces, listening to their words, some sincere, others flattering or envious. The constant social maneuvering she had to endure in the palace was now mirrored in her home, and she suddenly realized that this somewhat insular village harbored its own complexities akin to those she had faced previously. Unlike her former life, where she had only her sisters for company, this home was different. Not everyone would cherish her as her mother did, nor was everyone as simple and genuine as her sister Zhou Yuxing. She could not act as she pleased. Yet, her greatest concern lay in her ignorance of Changsheng's past, fearing that she might inadvertently reveal inconsistencies before discerning eyes. Fortunately, Zhou Wangshi, being meticulous, took it upon herself to introduce Changsheng at each household, often recounting past events to ensure her daughter did not appear unrefined or lacking in decorum. Thus, Changsheng adeptly navigated these social obligations without exposing any flaws. Zhou Wangshi lovingly styled her daughter's hair, admiring her beauty that the coarse attire could hardly conceal. Noticing Changsheng's displeasure, she understood that the long journey had been taxing, and the daily visits among unfamiliar relatives were indeed burdensome for her. Yet, what alternative existed? Loving parents must always consider their child's future. Although her daughter was well-liked, she was no longer young enough to remain unmarried. With the vigor of her years still intact and managing the household, it was an opportune time to arrange for her daughter's future. Once she aged, or when her daughter-in-law took over the household, who would attend to her daughter's needs with such diligence? "Mother, I am weary. I have not been home for 8 years, and I feel so estranged from everyone. I know my uncle treats me well. It is not that I do not wish to go, but could I rest a few days before visiting?" Changsheng finally voiced her protest. Although she had been accommodating to her mother since returning home, she could no longer endure the relentless demands. Zhou Wangshi seated her on a wooden stool and sighed. "Mother understands your feelings, yet I am also at a loss. You have turned 20 this year. Matters of your lifelong happiness cannot be delayed any longer. I wish to see you married off splendidly while I am still able to take charge." Yuxing has been preparing her dowry for 2 years. Her sewing skills are commendable, and all the dowry has been prepared in double. Even though you have been away, nothing has been neglected. A warmth and bittersweet ache filled Changsheng's heart as she called out to her mother, burying her head in Zhou Wangshi's shoulder. The matriarch gently embraced her and continued, "Mother is taking you to visit relatives for 2 reasons. First, you have been away for 8 years and ought to meet your elders. Second, it is to showcase your brilliance to others. Only with a good reputation can we attract suitors, giving us greater options in selecting a fitting partner. I fear you might entrust your heart to the wrong person and face undue hardships." Thus, it became an unabashed act of self-promotion. Although Changsheng had not contemplated marriage, she was deeply moved by these words, realizing that only a mother could consider her child so thoughtfully. "Your aunt's family has numerous relatives, many of whom are quite capable. Your mother wishes for her to meet you, to enhance your reputation, and moreover, your grandmother longs to see you dearly. If you truly do not wish to go, I can send Yuxing to convey the message, and you may visit tomorrow instead. Let us rest today." Reflecting on her uncle's journey from afar to welcome her, his genuine care along the way, and the love expressed by her grandmother, Changsheng pondered and said, "It's all right. I shall go today. It has been years since we've seen each other, and I miss my grandmother." Just as she spoke, Wang Chunfa arrived to escort them, entering with a chill and saying, "Your mother fears you may tire from the journey. She specifically sent me to fetch you." Now, declining was no longer an option. Madame Zhou instructed Yuxing to remain and assist with household chores, while she brought along 7-year-old Xuanfu and 4-year-old Xuanxi, and they all boarded the carriage together. Though the area was hilly, the mountains were not imposing, resembling a gentle, undulating landscape. The roads were not difficult to traverse, and the population, while sparse, was not entirely absent. Regrettably, the region suffered from droughts, lacking the picturesque charm of lush mountains and clear waters. After the initial sense of novelty and excitement wore off, Changsheng began to doubt whether she could truly live in such a desolate and isolated place for a lifetime. Wang Chunfa's affection for Changsheng was genuine. During this journey, he recognized the stark contrast between the remote, frigid homeland and the prosperous regions near Chang'an. Though he did not voice it, he understood that after the initial excitement, Changsheng might struggle to adapt to the life she had known for 12 years, especially since this Changsheng was no longer the same as before. Along the way, he continuously reassured her, "Uncle knows you have grown accustomed to life in Chang'an, and upon returning home, it may not be easy to adjust here. Fear not. If you ever feel stifled at home, you can come and stay with me for a while. I travel to Yinzhou and Shuazhou every 10 days or so, and occasionally to Jinyang. If convenient, I shall take you and your cousin along for some outings." "Understood. Uncle, you truly know my heart," Changsheng replied with a cheerful tone, her heart soaring with joy. This was perhaps the most delightful news she had heard since returning home. The greatest hardship within the palace was the confinement it entailed. She had endured enough of it and longed for the freedom to roam at will. Although the constraints on women in the Tang dynasty were considerably relaxed, venturing out remained a challenge. With her uncle's presence, she would have the opportunity to wander freely. Over the past few days, the now perceptive Xuanfu had grown familiar with Changsheng, gazing at her with envy and eagerness. "Second aunt, will you take me along? I have never been to such a distant place." The 4-year-old Xuanxi, with her pleading eyes, chimed in, "Second aunt, I want to go too. I will be very good and obedient." Changsheng laughed heartily. "All right, I promise you both, if it is convenient, I shall take you along." Though it was their first meeting, Changsheng accurately recognized each member of her uncle's family amidst their limited number. There was her loving grandmother, her astute and worldly aunt, her cousin who bloomed like a mountain flower, yet was somewhat restless, and her cousins and their spouses, each with their own thoughts. No one would doubt that she was the same little Changsheng who had left home for the palace at the tender age of 12. To Longsheng's astonishment, her grandmother, with her silver hair and face etched with the lines of time, embraced her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her first words were, "My dear granddaughter, you have finally returned. Ever since you turned 15, I have been consumed with worry that you might not find a suitable match. As soon as I received your message that you would come back, I hastily sought out potential suitors for you. Several families seem quite promising. Do not be shy. Take your time to choose wisely. I cannot rest until I see you married with my own eyes." Chapter 23. A Matter of Lifetime, Significance. Grandmother Wang, of the Chui family, meticulously recounted several suitable suitors to Changsheng and her mother. Each candidate had been painstakingly selected from the surrounding villages, leaving Changsheng both touched and sorrowful, as she never anticipated that her age would reach a point where others would fear her remaining single. The first was a butcher, 30 years of age, who had 2 elderly parents and a deceased wife, leaving behind a 10-year-old daughter. He owned a house in town and operated a meat stall. Grandmother remarked that although he was older, he would be kind-hearted. Despite being a second marriage, who could underestimate him once he fathered a son? Not only would they reside in town, but they would also enjoy a daily supply of meat. The second was a grain merchant, 26 years old, who had lost his parents early and, lacking anyone to arrange a marriage, remained unmarried. Over the years, he had accumulated wealth through his trade, constructing a large tiled house, and he desired to marry and have children to continue his lineage. This suitor pleased grandmother the most. He came from a decent family, his age was suitable, and there would be no need to serve in-laws or act as a stepmother. She would directly take charge of the household, and importantly, there would be no concern about hunger during times of famine. The third candidate was the son of a prosperous farmer, just 22 years old. He was the sole heir, owning 30 acres of land and a cow, along with a spacious tiled house. His wife had been dismissed by his in-laws for being unable to bear children, so marrying him would not bring worries over sustenance. The gentleman was a simple farmer, and all she would need to do was raise children and care for her in-laws. Changsheng, these prospects are ones your grandmother has diligently inquired about from afar. Their ages are not excessive, and there are no concerns about food or clothing. You are no longer young. You cannot afford to delay any longer. Rest assured, your grandmother is not rigid. You may choose any of these three. Changsheng felt a mix of incredulity and amusement, never expecting that, in the eyes of others, she, once a palace maid and now an unmarried woman, could marry into any of these families and be considered fortunate. Yet, she knew that it was impossible for her to wed into such households. It was not that she did not wish to marry. She had returned to her hometown seeking a worthy partner to live a good life. In her past life, she had experienced a first love during her university years, which faded with graduation, leaving her unfamiliar with the taste of love in this life. She understood that finding a genuine romantic relationship in this world was unlikely, but at the very least, she desired to marry someone who resonated with her heart. Although the concept of someone agreeable lacked a precise definition, she was certain that none of her grandmother's candidates fit that bill. The thought of sharing her life with a greasy butcher or a grain merchant struggling in the rain, or bearing children for a farmer toiling daily in the fields was unimaginable. When considering the merits of these men, none could compare to Gao Shoren, whom she had already been willing to part with. How could she possibly settle for these suitors? She was a distinguished graduate of the Chinese department, having lived in a bustling metropolis, and despite her current state as a palace maid, she had spent the past 8 years amidst the opulence and extravagance of the Tang dynasty. She could not bring herself to marry an illiterate peasant, spending her life like her mother, waking each day to cook, wash, raise pigs, tend to chickens, and care for children. She was unwilling to waste her youth or compromise her desires. However, faced with her grandmother's goodwill, she could not refuse outright and could only delay. She adorned Grandmother Wang with a pair of radiant golden earrings, her face brimming with gratitude, and said, "Grandmother, you truly care for me and worry endlessly on my behalf." However, Changsheng has been away from her grandmother and mother for 8 years, and she still wishes to be a good granddaughter and a devoted daughter, truly reluctant to marry into another family. Although Wang Zuisher is of advanced age, she is not easily deceived. "Silly child, what are you saying? Once you marry, you will no longer be my good granddaughter or your mother's beloved daughter. Knowing how much I worry about you, you should promptly choose a suitable match." Seeing Changsheng's face full of reluctance, Zhou Wangsher quickly intervened. "Mother, please do not rush. Our Changsheng is such a wonderful child. Why worry about her not being married? Many suitors have come these days, each with better conditions than the last. I will compare and investigate thoroughly before making a decision." Only then did Wang Zuisher relent. After a lengthy discussion, Wang Zuisher genuinely wished for Changsheng to stay a few more days, but Zhou Wangsher, perceiving her daughter's disinterest in staying, cleverly persuaded her mother that they needed to hurry back to prepare the dowry. She feared that if they found a suitable family, they might not have enough time to prepare. As a result, she received a scolding from her mother for not listening to her advice and for not preparing the dowry for Changsheng sooner. After the reprimand, she still allowed the mother and daughter to return home, believing that preparing the dowry was a significant matter and that Changsheng did not have much time to waste. If she were to marry without a proper dowry, she would undoubtedly be looked down upon by her in-laws. With a heavy heart, Changsheng found her spirits dampened. Although the Zhou family had her mother, such protection could not last forever, and no one was willing to care for their daughter indefinitely. At her age, she ought to seek a stable home, yet she felt lost, uncertain of whom she could entrust her life to. Suddenly, a wave of sadness washed over her. She had returned home with great effort, only to discover that home also came with its own burdens. If she were not satisfied, perhaps it would be better not to marry at all. Changsheng resolved to become familiar with her hometown life for a year or so, waiting until she could fully adapt and was willing to live there for a lifetime before considering marriage. Changsheng, do not blame your grandmother. She genuinely has your best interests at heart. Rest assured, your mother is well aware. The suitors she has considered seem decent, yet they are quite coarse, unworthy of you. Let us take our time and choose carefully to ensure you find someone satisfactory. Mother, could you promise me not to rush my marriage? I truly wish to stay at home for a while longer, not wanting to leave you so soon. For now, she could only seek her mother's assistance. Zhou Wangshi's heart softened immediately. All right, my poor Changsheng, your mother agrees. However, if a truly worthy match presents itself, we should settle the engagement first. You can marry later. We mustn't miss out on a good opportunity. I cannot keep you forever. Changsheng nodded, content to delay for the time being and plan for the future. Outside, Wang Chuanfa chastised, Sister, you are being foolish. What kind of match to seek? Why not inquire about Changsheng's thoughts? She is not a child. Let's first consider her wishes. Zhou Wangshi repeatedly patted her forehead, lamenting, in my haste these past few days to find a suitor for Changsheng, I completely overlooked her feelings. You are right. While choosing for oneself may not follow tradition, marriage is a lifelong commitment that cannot be taken lightly. Let us set aside the formalities. Turning to her daughter with a loving expression, she asked, Tell me, what kind of match do you desire? I will do everything in my power to fulfill your wishes. Given the circumstances, there is no need for embarrassment. Rather than enduring incessant nagging about selecting a husband, it is more prudent to articulate one's own standards. If she is fortunate enough to find such a person, it would be a stroke of luck. If not, she has ample reason to remain single. Changsheng contemplated feigning shyness, but ultimately deemed it overly contrived, for she was no longer a mere child. Instead, she mischievously smiled and asked, Mother, how do you find your daughter's appearance? Ah, my dear Changsheng certainly possesses beauty. Otherwise, she would not have been chosen for the palace so many years ago. However, one must not place undue emphasis on men. It is far better to be pragmatic. In an instant, her thoughts were laid bare, and Changsheng burst into laughter, remarking, But mother, that is hardly sufficient. While I maintain that a man's exterior is of little importance, one's character must shine through. At the very least, he should be pleasing to the eye, of a suitable age, in good health, and of upright moral standing. Naturally, any family seeking to wed off their daughter would look for such qualities. Rest assured, mother will seek a match based on these criteria. No, mother. This is merely the foundation. I have not yet concluded, though I may serve as a maid in the palace. I have been fortunate enough to receive the privilege of literacy and education. Thus, I must find a man of letters. Moreover, I aspire to avoid a lifetime of toil and wish to marry into a family of respectable standing, where I would be attended to, and above all, I desire a partner who is wholly devoted to me. Only if these conditions are met would I consider marriage. If the suitor truly fulfills my requirements, I would not mind becoming a stepmother, as life is a shared journey. Observing the astonishment in the eyes of the matron, Changsheng held the little Xuanxi innocently and blankly gazed at her, feigning ignorance of the implications of her words, while inwardly reveling in her audacity. How could such lofty standards ever be met? Chapter 24. Yusheng's heartfelt concerns upon returning home. The three men were preoccupied with their own tasks and had yet to arrive. The smoky aroma of cured meat and sausages lingered in the air, emanating from the fire pit, infused with the unique scent of fruitwood. Occasionally, a drop of fat would hiss as it fell into the flames, producing a brief flicker of fire that warmed Changsheng's heart, dispelling the chill she had endured on her journey. This was her home in this lifetime. Despite certain displeasing individuals and circumstances, it radiated warmth and tranquility, serving as her safest refuge. Xuanfu and Xuanxi proudly presented the food they had gathered to their mother, while the worried Wang matriarch went to check on her grandchildren and ensure the cattle, pigs, and chickens in the backyard were well cared for. Changsheng extended her greetings to her sisters-in-law and visited her two youngest nieces and nephews before retreating to the room where Yusheng was preparing her dowry. Although she had served in the palace as a maid, the clear division of labor allowed each person to adhere to their duties without encroaching upon others. Having been in the palace for only a few years, she had ascended to the rank of a second-class maid, and thus many trivial matters were handled by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which provided the finest bedding suited to the preferences of Yu and Zhaoi. Consequently, she had little knowledge of domestic affairs. Today, she learned from her mother that Yusheng had begun preparing her dowry 2 years prior, including her own share, with her mother and two sisters-in-law assisting whenever they had spare moments. Changsheng was intrigued, curious about the nature of dowries in ancient times. As for her own marriage, no matter how others concern themselves, she would never compromise her own happiness. With her savings, she could live comfortably here for 20 years. If she were to marry, it must be to someone she truly cherished. She could endure many hardships, but not in matters of the heart. Yuxing was seated on the heated platform, embroidering when she noticed Changsheng's arrival. A gentle smile graced her face as she said, "Sister, you are back. Come, warm your feet. I feared you might be cold from the carriage ride and have already heated the platform." Changsheng felt a warmth in her heart and playfully chided, "Isn't this a heated bed? The residual heat from the lunch preparation should suffice. There's no need to stoke the fire further. You're making me feel guilty." She recognized Yuxing as the person in this household who treated her best after their mother, always meticulously preparing everything to ensure her comfort upon her return. Almost like a devoted maid. Changsheng felt both touched and ashamed. It should have been her role to care for Yuxing instead. Yuxing, no longer shy, smiled and began to rise to fetch tea. Changsheng gently stopped her, removing her shoes to sit beside her and admire the embroidered mandarin duck pillow she was working on. "No need for tea. I just had some water in the kitchen. Let's converse together." Recalling that Yuxing had started assisting with household chores at the tender age of 7 or 8, was engaged at 11, and began preparing her dowry at 12. Now at 14, she was adept in spinning, weaving, and culinary tasks. Next year, she would come of age and be wed. Observing her gentle and delicate demeanor, Changsheng felt a pang of genuine concern for her. Such a well-behaved and understanding girl, who had ever considered her thoughts. What if she were to be matched with the wrong person? "Yuxing, to whom have you been betrothed? Have you met this individual? If he does not suit you, do not feel obliged to accept. I could ask mother to annul the engagement for you. Just so, I have some savings that could facilitate this." Although Yuxing appeared timid and gentle, her heart was astutely aware that Changsheng genuinely cared for her. Blushing with modesty, she replied, "Thank you, sister, for your concern. That man was personally chosen by my mother. I have met him a few times. He is honest and diligent. Mother says I will not suffer if I marry him." Changsheng's interest was piqued. Although the atmosphere of the Tang dynasty was somewhat more liberal, the boundaries between men and women remained stringent. How could her sister have met her betrothed? Was it a case of familiarity from childhood? This could pose a problem. If they were to have any children with defects, it would burden Yuxing for a lifetime. Was it not said that men and women should not have close interactions? How could she have met her fiancé? Were they perhaps relatives? Yuxing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "We are not relatives. Sister, you may not know, but in our village, there are not so many restrictions. He comes to visit my parents during festivals, so I have seen him several times." Changsheng felt relieved. During their return home, the village girls, aside from sewing during their leisure, mingled with men and engaged in various activities, hardly living in seclusion. Indeed, rural folk did not adhere to the same strictures as those from affluent families. It was entirely reasonable for Yuxing to have met her fiancé, provided she was content with him. Yuxing's satisfaction was paramount. Everything else could be overlooked, but the matters of marriage must not be taken lightly, for they were matters of a lifetime. If any grievances arose, she must certainly confide in her sister. Yuxing hesitated briefly before nodding. Changsheng, intending to inquire about her uncle's family, noticed the hesitation and remorse in her eyes, a clear struggle to voice something. This immediately aroused her suspicion. She was not adept at concealing her emotions. She had seemed well earlier in the day. Had something unfavorable transpired after her departure that she found difficult to articulate? Changsheng discreetly approached Yuxing, her face adorned with gratitude, and said, "Mother mentioned that your dowry has been prepared in duplicate. It is not fair for me, as your elder sister, to be looked after by you. Please take it out for me to see. Although I cannot sew clothing or shoes, I can certainly handle embroidery. The patterns in Chang'an are quite modern. Perhaps I can offer you some guidance." Yuxing, delighted, eagerly agreed and descended from the bed to open the trunk. As Changsheng observed her anxiously glancing at the trunk, seemingly in a struggle, she suddenly recalled that her own belongings were stored within this large wooden chest, which was locked. Only she and Yuxing possessed the key, and a dawning realization struck her. If there were indeed matters detrimental to her, they could only pertain to financial losses. had she generously bestowed her 100 taels of return fare upon Zhou Hochan, gifting each member of the Zhou family with precious items they had never before received, such as Yuxing's jade bracelet, her mother and sisters-in-law's gold adornments, or her brother's fine writing materials. Was it not sufficient to satisfy them? Did they expect her to strip herself bare for their contentment? A surge of indignation welled within her as she recalled their disdain for her inability to earn money after leaving the palace, their refusal to welcome her back due to familial ties, and their insatiable greed upon receiving her generous gifts. Just as she was about to seek clarity on the matter, she noticed that Yuxing's wrist was bare. The jade bracelet she had gifted her upon her return was missing. Doubt intensified in her heart. Yuxing, where's the bracelet I gave you? Yuxing's face turned pale, her eyes reddening as she evasively replied, I work every day, and fearing I might accidentally break it, I have put it away for safekeeping. Changsheng was certain that there must be a reason behind it all. She observed her sister, who seemed to bear an immense grievance, yet felt too timid to express it. After a moment's contemplation, she beckoned her to sit down. Yuxing, do you know the origin of that jade bracelet? When my sister entered the palace, she was merely 12 years old, having grown up in the countryside, utterly unaware of the world's cruelties. I witnessed the injustices inflicted upon the innocent, and fortunately, there was an elderly woman named Granny Zhou, sharing our surname, who had once served as a maid in the previous dynasty. She had no kin of her own, and out of compassion for my youth, she treated me with kindness, as if I were her own daughter. When she departed, she gifted me that bracelet, which holds immeasurable significance for me. As my beloved sister, I bestow it upon you. You must cherish it dearly. Yuxing suddenly burst into tears, which only heightened Changsheng's anxiety. She hurriedly sought to comfort her when, just then, Lady Zhou entered, astonished, and exclaimed, What is the matter, Yuxing? Is someone still bullying you? Chapter 25. Despicable Acts. Zhou Wangshu questioned for quite some time, repeatedly assuring that neither her father nor brother would harm her. Only then did Yuxing, amidst her sobs, recount the events that transpired after their departure. It was around the hour of the snake, approximately 10 o'clock in the morning. Breakfast had concluded, and lunch was still distant. With the absence of the two older children, the house enjoyed a rare tranquility, and even the elder sister-in-law was asleep with the children. The second sister-in-law, having completed her tasks, took her daughter out for a visit. Yuxing sat on the Kong, preparing her dowry, when Zhou Hochan and his son returned from selling tofu. Upon hearing their arrival, she descended from the Kong, intending to inquire if they desired tea or refreshments. As they entered, Yuxing assumed they came to see her and was delighted to offer them a seat. However, her father requested to see the jade bracelet that Changsheng had gifted her. Without much thought, Yuxing, recognizing the bracelet's quality, something the villagers had seldom encountered, complied and removed it for their inspection. At this moment, Changsheng's heart sank as she glanced at Yuxing's bare wrist, quietly inquiring, Where's the jade bracelet? Zhou Wangshu, growing anxious, grasped Yuxing's delicate wrist, demanding, Where's the bracelet your father took? Did you accidentally break it? Yuxing, tearfully shaking her head, retrieved a coarse cloth handkerchief from her vanity box, unwrapping it to reveal a jade bracelet. Zhou Wangshu then released a sigh of relief, reproaching, Isn't this perfectly fine? Why are you crying? You've worried both me and your sister. Yuxing continued to weep silently, and Changsheng let out a cold laugh. Mother, please examine closely whether this is the one I gifted. The sun had begun to set, casting shadows in the dimly lit room. Zhou Wangshu, startled by Changsheng's words, took the bracelet and stood at the doorway, holding it up to the light. This is not the one. It is far inferior. I would never mistake it. Yuxing, quickly explain what happened. My father took the one my sister gifted me and gave me this in return, scolding me not to tell you and to keep it hidden, lest you discover it. He said that with time, no one would notice the difference between the two bracelets. Changsheng, filled with disdain, scrutinized the bracelet. Indeed, it was not hers. The original was made of exquisite Hetian jade, with a pale blue hue that was warm and translucent, worth at least 100 taels of silver. In contrast, this one was of the lowest quality, hardly deserving of the title jade, being dark and murky, with chaotic patterns, worth no more than 2 taels. How could they be so audacious? In a fit of anger, Changsheng raised the bracelet to smash it on the ground, but Zhou Wangshi swiftly seized it from her, exclaiming, "My dear child, the fault lies not with the object. Even your fury, do not desecrate it. Hand it to me, and I shall ensure it is exchanged when they return." Changsheng, deflated, slumped on the edge of the Kong, lamenting, "They are not back yet. They must have gone to sell it. Even with the same amount of silver, they may not be able to reclaim it." After speaking, her eyes turned red, and she let out a sorrowful sigh as she recounted to her mother the myriad of kindnesses bestowed upon her by old Madame Zhou in the palace, as well as the parting gift of a bracelet. In truth, old Madame Zhou had gifted her 2 bracelets in total. The first was given to her when she was privately recognized as a goddaughter, and upon her departure, an even more precious jade bracelet was bestowed upon her. She chose to keep that one for herself and gifted the other to Yuxing, which had unfortunately caught the attention of her father and brother. Madame Zhou gazed at her 2 daughters with a heart full of compassion, feeling utterly ashamed of her husband and son's behavior. Despite her cries of frustration, she felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, Changsheng recalled Yuxing's conflicted expression when she had opened the box earlier. A spark of realization ignited within her as she opened her own box to find her belongings had been rummaged through. In a fit of anger, she tossed her bag onto the bed and demanded, "Yuxing, tell me the truth. Did they search my bag as well?" Yuxing, no longer fearful or evasive, replied, "Yes. After father exchanged the jade bracelet, he and eldest brother thoroughly searched your bag and the clothes you wore on the day you returned home. They meticulously examined the collar and lapels and even sifted through your silver jewelry, but only found a bit of loose change. They didn't take anything, but they threatened me to keep silent." Changsheng quickly rummaged through her bag and was relieved to find several silver ornaments, 2 taels of loose silver, and some copper coins still intact. They likely deemed it unworthy to risk a fallout over such trivial items. A cold smile escaped her lips. They were quite cunning. Noticing the crease on the silver note, perhaps suspecting she had sewn it into her clothing to bring back and doubting that she had anything left unaccounted for, they actually dared to search her belongings while she and her mother were absent. What had they done to deserve such treatment? Not to mention the past. Since her arrival in this world, she had consistently given to them unilaterally. What right did they have to accept her generosity? And yet, they committed such shameless acts. Fortunately, she had been prudent, entrusting her valuable jewelry to her uncle for safekeeping and leaving only 2 taels and some copper coins outside, while hiding the remaining 9 taels within a coarse porcelain vase used for flower arrangements, covered with a layer of small stones and filled with water. No one would ever suspect. As for the silver notes, she had purchased 2 identical bags in Jinyang. One contained her clothes and belongings, while the other had the silver notes sewn inside, hidden beneath the bottom of the box. They probably assumed she had not yet had the chance to relocate them upon entering the house. So they searched only the belongings she had brought back, leaving them empty-handed. Madame Zhou, feeling unsatisfied even after her outburst, noticed that her 2 daughters-in-law were frightened into silence by her tone, and with her husband and eldest son yet to return, her pent-up frustration had no outlet. She was about to seek out her eldest daughter-in-law to confront her. In a panic, Changsheng and Yuxing hurriedly intervened, urging, "What father and brother did has nothing to do with sister-in-law. She is still in her confinement period. We must not frighten the little nephew." At the mention of her grandson still in swaddling clothes, Madame Zhou sighed and restrained herself, stating, "Your mother is no fool. Your elder brother and his wife are indeed of the same ilk. It is not that I am shielding them. Both of them are men. Had it not been for your sister-in-law's suggestion, how could they have thought to search for silver notes tucked away in the corners of the bag and the seams of the clothing?" Changsheng shook her head, reflecting on the truth in her mother's words. It was indeed her sister-in-law who suggested the idea of searching for silver notes within the corners of the package and the folds of her clothing. However, the initiative to rummage through her belongings surely stemmed from her father and brother. She lacked the courage to undertake such an act herself. After merely 3 or 4 days of her return, such an incident transpired. How could it not chill one's heart? Despite her substantial contributions to the family, they remained ungrateful. If they harbored suspicions of her hoarding or faced urgent matters, they could have openly approached her. After all, they were a family. Yet, To surreptitiously invade her belongings was an entirely different matter. What kind of behavior was this? She had gone to great lengths to escape the palace, with no longing for the splendor of the capital, solely to return home in search of tranquility and familial affection. Yet now, could there still be tranquility and affection to speak of? Anger surged within her, and she bitterly addressed Lady Zhou. Mother, I acknowledge the kindness that both you and Yuxing have shown me, but I truly cannot remain in this household any longer. How can a father search through his own daughter's belongings? This time I must leave home. Chapter 26. Growing apart, Madame Zhou, terrified, embraced her tightly. As a young lady, where else could you possibly go instead of staying at home? Rest assured, when your father returns, I shall certainly reclaim the bracelet for you and confront them vigorously. Yuxing, equally anxious, clutched her sister's arm. Sister, please do not leave. When you departed in our childhood, Mother was perpetually occupied, and both eldest brother and eldest sister scolded me for my tears, leaving me uncared for. Now that you have finally returned, I shall not permit you to leave again. Madame Zhou reminisced about Changxing's childhood, tears streaming down her face. Back then, our family was impoverished, and with so many children, Mother never had a moment's rest. Your elder sister resented Yuxing's noise and refused to acknowledge her while assisting me with chores. You were merely 6 years old when you began caring for her, shielding her from harm. When you left, she was still just 6. She cried for a long time in your absence, for there was no one to look after her properly, and she was often scolded, which shaped her timid and soft nature. Changsheng reflected on their genuine kindness towards her, causing her heart to soften as much of her anger dissipated. This household contained both unbearable individuals and those she could not bear part with. She gently wiped away Yuxing's tears and urged their mother to sit beside her. After sipping some tea, she sighed with resignation. Mother, it is not that Changsheng is unfilial, but do you truly believe I can continue to reside in this household? The entirety of my savings from 8 years in the palace has been spent on the family, not to mention the 100 taels of silver I have also given. Are they still not satisfied? It is not that I overly value a mere bracelet, but how could a father and brother search through their own daughter and sister's belongings? What if they were to discover intimate items? How could I ever face the world again? Do you understand, Mother, that in the palace, my clothing and quarters were searched multiple times? Those were traps set by enemies intending to bring me down, and I narrowly escaped with my life. Now that I have returned home, am I to be subjected to a search by my own father? Madame Zhou recalled the suffering Changsheng had endured and wished to confront her husband and son, feeling angry that they were not present. Yet, fearing it would distress Changsheng further, she suppressed her ire and earnestly implored her not to act impulsively. Changsheng resolutely shook her head. I can no longer endure this torment. I will leave half of the return fee of 100 taels as a token of gratitude for your upbringing, and I shall take the other half to rent a room in Yinzhou or Jinyang for the time being. I will create some new scented sachets to sustain myself. Why should I remain here, becoming an eyesore to others? In truth, she was torn between her indignation and the uncertainty of leaving. Although it was easy to speak of departure, the practicality of it weighed heavily on her heart. Currently, there appeared to be no viable escape, and even if she ventured out, her savings would soon dwindle. How much could she possibly earn from selling sachets, even disregarding her expenses? As a single woman possessing some wealth and beauty, her safety was her paramount concern. Madame Zhou and Yuxing, believing she was on the verge of leaving, anxiously grasped her. Mother understands the injustices you have faced and will certainly seek justice for you. But heed my advice, as a solitary woman away from home, regardless of other considerations, the world can be merciless. Though your father and brother may not be the best, you will eventually marry. You cannot remain in this household forever. So please do not recklessly tarnish your reputation. Your age is indeed considerable. It would be wise to temper your expectations and seek a genuine household for marriage. It is only reasonable to find a suitable partner and live a fulfilling life. If you wish to avoid their company for the next few days, you could stay with your uncle, and I will have Yuxing accompany you. Your grandmother has been inquiring about you daily. Changsheng shook her head, reluctant to visit her uncle's house, as she instinctively disliked her shrewd and opportunistic aunt and her restless cousin, Jinhua. However, she also felt an aversion to remaining at home, and found herself at a loss for words. The words of Mrs. Zhou were clear. With such relatives, it was impossible to remain at home indefinitely. Her age could not be delayed any longer. A solitary woman could not live alone outside. And it was indeed wise to marry a man of similar circumstances sooner rather than later. Is this truly the pastoral life she had envisioned? Her 100 taels of silver and generous gifts could not buy her temporary peace. Today marked merely the 5th day since her return home, and already such incidents had occurred. Was this truly a place she could reside? Overwhelmed with despair, it was not the bracelet itself that troubled her. A bracelet worth hundreds of taels was merely a rarity in the countryside, while those of higher status in the palace would disdain it. The one entrusted to her uncle was valued at 5 or 6 times that amount. What angered her was the act of her relatives searching through her belongings without permission. To be searched by family upon her 5th date back home. Would they search her person if they could? She never anticipated being treated with such enmity by her relatives after the trials she faced in the palace. Just as she was about to recount to her mother the times she had been searched in the palace and how she had narrowly escaped peril, she stopped herself. Those tales could wait until Zhou Ho-chun and his son returned. She must make them understand that her distress did not stem from the bracelet or material wealth, but from the cold-heartedness of their actions. Upon observing Mrs. Zhou and Yuxing's anxious expressions, she sighed and reassured her mother. "Do not worry, mother. Changsheng is no longer a child. I will consider every aspect before taking action. If I must leave, I shall ensure everything is in order before bidding you farewell. I would never depart secretly. After a day of visiting relatives, you must be weary. It is best to rest. I too am fatigued, and we shall discuss matters further once they return." Mrs. Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that Changsheng might seize the moment and leave without notice, tarnishing her reputation and potentially jeopardizing her future. Though Changsheng had not abandoned her intention to leave, her promise to bid farewell first allowed her mother to temporarily set aside her worries. With her husband and son still absent, there was little to be done. She instructed Yuxing to take care of her sister and retired to rest. Yuxing did not persuade Changsheng to stay. Instead, she recounted childhood memories of how much she had missed her sister and how many grievances she had endured in her absence. Unaware of these past grievances, Changsheng was cautious to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities and focused on comforting her sister, silently admiring her seemingly timid demeanor that concealed a clever mind capable of navigating delicate situations. As dusk settled, Changsheng, still fuming on the bed, heard the voices of her father and brother outside. She felt an urge to confront them, but was interrupted by Mrs. Zhou's angry call. "You two, come inside. I have something to discuss." Changsheng pondered for a moment and restrained herself. They always referred to their fathers and brothers. If she were to confront them directly, she would find herself in the wrong. So it was wiser to wait for her mother to inquire before engaging in any discourse. Yuxing understood her thoughts and whispered, "Sister, do you wish to know what they say? I must tend to the hearth for our parents at this hour, which provides a perfect opportunity to listen in." The lattice window was papered, and the double-opening casements could be closed from within. During the day, with the casements ajar, the thin white hemp paper offered no sound insulation. If one was intent on eavesdropping, it was easily achievable. Changsheng appreciated her cleverness and nodded in agreement. She was eager to learn how they would explain themselves to Madame Zhou, hoping fervently that the jade bracelet had merely been appropriated by them, rather than sold. Chapter 27. Unquenchable anger. After a considerable amount of time, Yuxing entered with a dejected demeanor. Changsheng felt a chill in her heart, certain that the jade bracelet had been sold by them. She gritted her teeth and patiently listened to Yuxing recount the events she had witnessed. Once the matriarch of the Zhou family summoned her husband and son into the room, she closed the door behind them. The sound of 2 resounding slaps echoed within the confines of the room. Naturally, she dared not strike her husband and resorted to reprimanding her son instead. Following that, a torrent of scolding ensued. "Where's Changsheng's jade bracelet? Hand it over at once. Is this how a father and brother should behave? It seems you have both fallen prey to greed. You would stoop so low as to rummage through Changsheng's belongings. Haven T, I contributed enough to this family over the years. I even provided the funds for your return home. How can you still be unsatisfied? Look around you, the house. The furniture, the land, all of it is a testament to Changxing's toil. If you do not return the bracelet today, I will not let this matter rest. Then came Zhou Hochuan's low growl. Lower your voice. Why the outcry? After raising her all these years, should she not repay the family? Besides, we are but a humble household. No matter how exquisite the jewelry, it is still meant for laborers. The jade bracelet is precious and fragile. It cannot be worn while engaging in work. If it were to break, would it not be a pity? It would be wiser to wear something more affordable. You speak as if you have a point. Even if you fear mishandling valuable items and wish to provide Yuxing with something inexpensive, you should at least return that bracelet to Changsheng. It was a gift from her godmother in the palace. Without her care over the years, Changxing might never have returned at all. One must have a sense of conscience. After a moment of silence, the voice of the eldest brother, Zhou Ansheng, broke through. Mother, do Changxing and Yuxing not possess other jewelry? Moreover, both will eventually marry, and the husbands will provide them with garments and ornaments. Do you truly expect them to bring such a precious jade bracelet into their new homes? Are you not being foolish, planning for your daughters while neglecting your sons? Regardless of how wonderful a daughter may be, she ultimately belongs to another family. In the future, it will still be us brothers who will care for you and father. With a sharp crack, another slap resounded, likely Zhou Wang's hand meeting her son's face once more as she scolded. How shameless! What kind of brother are you? It is said that Changsheng must leave the palace and can no longer send money home. Yet you heartlessly refuse to welcome her back. She returned without holding any grudges and has not deprived either of you. The bracelet was earned by her own efforts, not a gift from you. Why should she not take it to her in-laws? How is this any different from theft? You do not consider your sister's well-being, and instead, you and your wife plot against Changsheng. Have you lost your humanity? Quickly bring forth the bracelet. Mother, what has this family relied upon me for all these years? Liangsheng spends all his time studying. Has he ever worked the fields? With our family growing larger, if we do not seize the opportunity to purchase more land, are we to let your grandchildren go hungry? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Valuable items should not be taken to another's home, and for peasants, such possessions only invite disaster. To be frank, I have already sold the bracelet and used the money, along with the silver note from Changsheng, to buy land. This statement enraged even Zhou Hochun. You are the eldest son. Should you not be supporting this family? Liangxing's pursuit of scholarly success is for the glory of our lineage. Who was it that once declared they would rather move stones on the mountain than study? And you, have you not noticed how old your grandson is? Always crying and whining. Am I exchanging the jade bracelet for silver to squander on gambling? Is it not all for the sake of this family? Zhou Wang wept and cursed. What? You sold the bracelet for silver to buy land? You wretched scoundrel, forever ensnared in the allure of wealth, even scheming against your own daughter. Zhou Hochun, perhaps sensing the gravity of his transgressions, lowered his voice in a conciliatory tone. We have 2 daughters-in-law at home. Do you not fear ridicule by speaking so loudly? My actions are driven by desperation. Today, an opportunity arose to acquire a plot of fertile land, over a dozen acres of level ground. Where else in this valley could we find such a vast expanse? Yet, the asking price is a firm 200 taels of silver. The first to gather the funds shall claim it. If anyone possesses a clever scheme, they will covet it. The 100 taels provided by Changsheng are insufficient. And since you have both stepped out, I felt compelled to act swiftly. Mother, please do not be angry. Our worries stem from the fear of losing it to others. Otherwise, we would have informed Changsheng, who would surely agree, as we all strive for the welfare of our family, do we not? Moreover, the bracelet has already been exchanged for land. Take care not to let your health suffer for the sake of our household. For the sake of our household, she retorted vehemently. Do not incessantly utter those words to me. The state of this household has long been dire for Changsheng. As a father and brother, to rummage through her belongings, are you not ashamed of being scorned by others? If Changsheng departs in anger, how will you face the consequences? If any misfortune befalls her, I shall not let this matter rest. Hurry and apologize to her. Help quell her fury. Zhou Hochun admonished. You appear to have lost your senses. Even if I am at fault, what father apologizes to his daughter? Besides, she is yet unmarried. What is not rightfully hers should belong to her parents. Then, They heard Zhou Anqing push open the door. Upon returning home, Zhou Yangsheng entered amid the commotion and was promptly rebuked by his father. Soon after, they could hear the pitiful sobs of their mother, Zhou Wangshi. Yuxing, unable to endure the sorrow any longer, rushed to inform Changsheng. Finally, she looked at Changsheng with pleading eyes, softly imploring, "Sister, let it go. I no longer desire the jade bracelet. Please do not remain angry and refrain from speaking of leaving. Whatever you wish to do, Yuxing shall accompany you. If you truly depart, our mother will be heartbroken. Let us go and comfort her. We must not allow her to weep any longer." Changsheng gently patted her shoulder, remaining silent for a while. Were these truly the brothers she had seen at the palace gates during familial visits? How had her judgment been so flawed that she failed to discern their true nature? In truth, her suspicions had arisen long before they callously abandoned her in the capital, believing that presenting 100 taels of silver along with lavish gifts for the entire family would secure her temporary peace. Little did she anticipate that they could be so selfish and shameless. Fortunately, she had been prudent enough to hide her valuables and silver notes in advance. Otherwise, they would have been entirely consumed by them, leaving her to suffer in silence. An unmarried daughter is merely an appendage to her father and brothers, let alone her external wealth. The remaining assets must be safeguarded, concealed from their knowledge, for they represent her only means of retreat. Changsheng did not believe she could survive with nothing to her name. She may relinquish the bracelet, but certain truths must be articulated. They must comprehend the depths of her disdain for their actions today and the profound hurt they have inflicted upon her. To rummage through her belongings is an act reserved for adversaries and bitter foes. Without further ado, Yusheng was brought into his parents' bedroom. Under the dim light, Mrs. Zhou beheld her two daughters standing gracefully at the doorway. Changsheng's face bore a serene expression. Her tears momentarily ceased as she turned away to wipe her eyes. Zhou Hochun stood there, taken aback. He likely assumed that Changsheng had come to confront him, opening his mouth to defend himself. He found himself at a loss for words, devoid of the usual bluster and dominance he displayed before his wife. Chapter 28, taking a step back. Changsheng called out father and mother, then turned to Yuxing and said, "Please summon elder brother. I have something to discuss with him." Yuxing complied and stepped outside, while Changsheng supported her mother and gently wiped away the tears on her face. "Mother, are you upset about the bracelet? Please do not be angry. Nothing is more important than your well-being. Father and brother are right. Even if I am at home, they would still provide for me. Furthermore, the bracelet has already been given to Yuxing. It is hers to decide. In these prosperous times, investing in property is truly advantageous. Such a wonderful opportunity should not be missed. No matter how valuable the bracelet is, it pales in comparison to the necessity of food. Land is essential for feeding the entire family." Zhou Hochun was taken aback, his face betraying some embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Did you hear everything?" For a daughter who had been away from home for 8 years and had only seen him a few times, he had never been particularly close to her. Today, however, she had conducted herself in such a manner that, despite his eloquent self-justification, if this matter were to escalate and become known to outsiders, he would forever be ridiculed. He had intended to use the 200 taels of silver he had gathered today to purchase a piece of land, which many envied. They would relish any mistake he made to slander him. Changsheng remained unperturbed. Yuxing overheard while tending to the stove, "Please do not blame her. I am grateful she informed me. Otherwise, I would have been unaware of your discontent over such trivial matters." Madame Zhou gazed at her daughter, who bore tremendous grievances yet remained composed. She shot her husband a fierce glare and gestured for Changsheng to sit down, unsure of what to say. Zhou Hochun was surprised that Changsheng not only refrained from reproaching him, but also offered him an escape from embarrassment, which truly filled him with shame. He feigned annoyance and said, "That wretched Anqing has yet to arrive. I shall go see what is taking so long." Changsheng urged him to sit down. "Father, there is no need to go. Elder brother will come." It was not that Changsheng overly cherished the bracelet. No matter how precious it was, it could never rival the love and nurturing she received from her parents. However, this bracelet was a gift from her godmother in the palace, who had shown her immense kindness. Without her, she would have perished in the depths of the palace. Thus, it was difficult to part with. Nevertheless, it was time to let go. She would forever cherish her godmother's kindness in her heart. Changsheng recalled the pain of hunger in her childhood. It was far more crucial for the entire family to have enough to eat. In truth, her understanding of hunger was merely speculative. She had heard from Zhou Mama that upon entering the palace, she was thin and gaunt. Those years were marked by chaos, and most of the impoverished populace struggled to find sustenance. The Zhou family had many young children, and they undoubtedly faced hunger. As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of Zhou Anqing quietly entering and standing in a corner. Upon hearing Changsheng's words, he seemed somewhat stirred. Yes, indeed, what Changsheng says is true. During those years of turmoil, we often went hungry. There was one occasion when I took you and Xiaosheng to gather wild vegetables, and we stumbled upon a large snake. You both cried in terror. I was frightened too, but my hunger overwhelmed my fear. I skinned and gutted it, washed it clean with some water, and deceived you into fetching fire sticks from home. Right there in the field, we roasted the snake meat on a stick. Though it lacked oil and salt, it was incredibly delicious. To this day, I have never told father and mother. Do you remember? Changsheng, of course, did not recall, but she feigned a look of appreciation and replied, I remember. Of course I remember. I will never forget the care elder brother has shown me. Zhou Hochun finally discovered a point of reconciliation, chuckling softly. After all, we are siblings who grew up together, forged by the bonds of family. What festive occasion could we possibly forget? Your mother and I have toiled for many years, and at last, we have raised you all. Those who are to marry have done so, and Yuxing has also found a match. Henceforth, let us ensure that we find a suitable husband for Changsheng, thus alleviating a concern for your mother and me. Madame Zhou reminisced about the hardships of raising children, glancing at her 3 well-behaved offspring, her heart easing slightly. She shot her husband a reproachful look. Only now do you consider Changsheng as lifelong happiness? Just the other day, I took her to visit relatives, intending for them to witness what a wonderful child we have in her. Good daughters attract many suitors. The more proposals we receive, the better the choice. Zhou Hochun, having gained considerable advantage and successfully defused the tension, felt elated in the warmth of familial affection. Indeed, we must be discerning and not let Changsheng suffer any indignities. Now, let us proceed to dinner. But wait, Changsheng interjected, and both Zhou Hochun and his son looked at her anxiously, fearing she might change her mind and not relent. Changsheng smiled gently. A bracelet may not seem significant, yet it is a loss for Yuxing. Now that I mention it, I have given everyone in the family a gift upon our meeting, except for Yuxing. How can that be acceptable? With that, she removed her gold earrings and hairpin, preparing to adorn Yuxing. Among my treasures, these 2 are the only valuable pieces. I shall gift them to my sister as a form of compensation, so that she may also have a splendid wedding. Father, mother, brother, do you not agree? Both Zhou Hochun and Zhou Anqing were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated Changsheng would not relent, yet they were unprepared for her generosity, their expressions becoming quite complex. The gentle Yuxing, however, became resolute, adamantly refusing. Madame Zhou's eyes welled with tears as she grasped Changsheng's hand. You always think of others, but what about yourself? You have exchanged your jade bracelet for gold. What will you have when you marry? This family must not disadvantage you. Keep these for yourself. Simply give Yuxing the pair of gold earrings you gifted me. There's no need for me to wear them at my age. Changsheng insisted that the earrings were her token of affection for her mother and could not be given away. As the argument reached a stalemate, Zhou Hochun interjected. Your earrings are a daughter's offering. Let them remain with you. If Changsheng's sentiment is not acknowledged, she will not be appeased. How about this? Changsheng keeps the hairpin as her dowry, and the earrings go to Yuxing. This way, everyone has a share, which is most equitable, is it not? Changsheng nodded in agreement, but remained firm on placing the hairpin in Yuxing's hair, keeping the earrings for herself. The hairpin, being significantly more valuable than the earrings, was a gesture of love for her cherished sister. Should Yuxing truly marry, she intended to discreetly provide her with several cherished items as a secret dowry. Yet, Yuxing resolutely declined, and the 2 were at an impasse. Ultimately, Madame Zhou had to intervene. The earring shall go to Yuxing, and the hairpin will remain with Changsheng. Zhou Hochun, feeling both shame and relief, was about to call the family to dinner when Zhou Liangsheng, who had been scolded and absent until now, appeared at the door in a fit of righteous anger. Everyone has a share? On what grounds do you believe that my sister's belongings should be divided among all? I have been standing outside, listening for quite some time. Do you not think this is an injustice to my sister? All you care about is keeping her in the palace to earn money. Who truly cares about her well-being? She sent a message to return to the palace. Yet not one of you went to receive her, and you all obstinately prevented me from going. If it weren't for my uncle, who knows what state she would be in now? Everyone is so eager to seize her belongings. The recently quelled turmoil was reignited by Liang Sheng, and Zhou Hochun, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You unfilial son! What nonsense are you spouting? Your sister's offerings to our parents cannot be deemed as theft. This family has provided you with ample food and comfort, allowing you to focus solely on your studies to bring honor to our lineage. Yet you dare to accuse us so?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike, but was firmly restrained by Zhou Wang and Zhouan. Chang Sheng felt a deep sense of solace. With Liang Sheng's words, it was sufficient. Finally, there was a reliable man in the Zhou family. Chapter 29. A word in advance, Chang Sheng stepped forward to separate Liang Sheng from Zhou Hochun. "Dear brother, let us not bicker as family. Let us proceed as father suggested. My intentions are indeed sincere. This matter should not be mentioned again. You are destined for scholarly pursuits, so focus on your studies hereafter." With that, she pulled Yuxing aside. "You and Liangsheng go outside first. I have matters to discuss with father, mother, and eldest brother. Inform sister-in-law that if the children cannot endure hunger, they may eat first and sleep. We shall dine later." Liangsheng nodded, casting a resentful glance at their father and elder brother before dragging Yuxing out. Changxing turned to observe the anxious expressions on her family's faces, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Having taken action, why fear the consequences? She would not pursue the matter of the bracelet, but they must comprehend how disheartening it was to search through her belongings. "Father, mother, eldest brother, I have returned home for several days now, fearing I might invoke the royal taboo and bring misfortune upon our family. I have refrained from sharing some events from the palace with you. Yet, some matters you should indeed be privy to." She began to speak slowly under the curious gazes of the three. Having served as a palace maid for 8 years, she had endured many trials. But the most unforgettable were the 5 or 6 times her belongings were searched, 2 of which were traps set by enemies aiming to harm her, each narrowly escaping with her life. Though she had evaded death, the terror and the sensation of being on the brink of demise would haunt her forever. The first incident involved Huang Tianxiang, who entered the palace alongside her and sought to frame her by planting evidence linked to her most formidable rival, Consort Ma. Concealed beneath the bottom of her trunk was merely a purse containing a golden bracelet, yet the purse bore the name of Qiu Wan, a trusted maidservant of Consort Ma, easily leading others to believe it was a gift from her. A master may overlook minor faults, such as greed or laziness in a servant, but betrayal is the gravest sin. Moreover, as Consort Yuan Zhao was younger and more beautiful than she, having captured the affections of Li Yuan, she would relish in inflicting harm upon her if discovered, leaving no room for defense. At that time, she could not fathom the depths of human treachery and would never have imagined Huang Tianxiang would resort to such malicious schemes over trivial grievances. A few days later, Huang Tianxiang secretly reported to Consort Yuan Zhao that there were disloyal individuals in Chunhua Palace conveying messages to Consort Ma, hoping to ensnare Yuan Zhao in the emperor's disfavor. Enraged, Consort Yuan Zhao commanded a meticulous search of Chunhua Palace. Fortunately, her trusted steward, Aunt Huaiqin, was astute and suspected a trap. She skillfully advised caution and discreetly informed those close to her to thoroughly inspect their quarters to avoid being set up. Initially, Changsheng did not believe it, but seeing others on high alert compelled her to search her belongings thoroughly. Upon discovering the incriminating evidence hidden in her trunk, she realized that she had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Despite her doubts, she found it hard to believe that someone would go to such lengths over a trivial matter. To ascertain the truth, she conspired with her closest confidant, Zhu Xiang, to feign ignorance while returning the purse to its original place, all the while keeping a watchful eye on the developments. Days later, she was indeed shocked to find Huang Tianxiang the third-rank maidservant who had entered the palace with her, stealthily retrieving the items. Because she harbored no deep-seated animosity towards Huang Tianxiang, the incident arose merely from a shared carriage ride to the palace. During this journey, she observed a few lice scuttling upon Huang Tianxiang's head, a sight so unfamiliar to her that she could not suppress a gasp. Little did she know that this would incite Huang Tianxiang's profound hatred. Huang Tianxiang was exceptionally adept at concealing her true feelings, presenting a facade of cordiality to her, leading her to believe that the incident had long been forgotten. However, unbeknownst to her, Huang Tianxiang had cunningly exploited her moment of vulnerability, orchestrating a malevolent scheme against Yuan Zhaoi, which was fortuitously thwarted by Hua Qin. Through discreet investigation, she learned that Huang Tianxiang had once aspired to the position of head of the inner quarters, exerting significant effort only to be outperformed by herself. Later, in a contest for the role of head of cosmetics, she faced defeat again, relegating her to the status of a third-class palace maid. This ignited a fierce resentment towards both herself and Zhu Xiang, compelling Huang Tianxiang to devise numerous plots to eliminate them. Sensing that such a person would not easily relent, she and Zhu Xiang remained vigilant, instructing trusted allies to keep watch. Indeed, after a brief period of calm, reports emerged that Huang Tianxiang had once again sought an opportunity to invade her chamber. Upon a meticulous search, they discovered a voodoo doll beneath her bed, cursed against Yuan Zhaoi. This revelation incited both fear and fury, for such practices were strictly forbidden within the palace, particularly by Yuan Zhaoi, and discovery would surely lead to death. It became evident that as long as Huang Tianxiang remained, neither she nor Zhu Xiang would find peace in Xuanwu Palace. A moment's inattention could lead to their demise. Leaving this place was not an option, save for laboring in the menial department. After conferring with Zhu Xiang, the two conspired to return the doll to Huang Tianxiang's own bed, and then awaited the unfolding of events. 3 days later, Huang Tianxiang, believing she had gone undetected due to her unaltered demeanor, secretly reported her to Yuan Zhaoi. In a fit of rage, Yuan Zhaoi ordered a thorough search of the entire Xuanwu Palace, leading to the incriminating discovery of the doll beneath Huang Tianxiang's bed, resulting in an immediate sentence of execution. Huang Tianxiang could scarcely fathom such an outcome. Her voice silenced before she could plead her case, she was dragged to the courtyard, where she was mercilessly beaten until she lay bloodied and unconscious, only to be revived with water. Longsheng observed her stare intently at another second-class palace maid, Li Ru, with a look of murderous hatred, as if she longed to consume her. In a feigned effort to check if she still breathed, Longsheng retrieved the cloth stuffed in Huang Tianxiang's mouth. With malice in her eyes, Huang Tianxiang merely accused Li Ru, uttering the words, "You are the cause of my demise." Before she drew her last breath, the others were perplexed by her words, yet only she and Zhu Xiang understood the fear reflected in Li Ru's countenance. Realizing that she was the true architect of the sinister plot, Li Ru had long been envious of their beauty and the favor they enjoyed from their mistress. As Longsheng and Zhu Xiang contemplated how to counteract Li Ru's treachery, the gruesome death of Huang Tianxiang left Li Ru terrified. Before long, she descended into a state of mental disarray, her incoherent speech leading to her dismissal to the cold palace to serve a disgraced consort, where she ultimately succumbed to madness and death. Longsheng could never forget the horrific sight of their demise, yet she held no remorse for her actions. Had it not been for Huang Tianxiang and Li Ru's schemes, it would have been she and Zhu Xiang who perished. They had only succeeded in bringing ruin upon themselves. From that day forth, the mere mention of searches within the palace or the inspection of someone's quarters sent shivers down her spine. Her greatest fear lay in this very outcome. Though her hometown was impoverished, the people were simple and sincere. They had never encountered such treachery. Zhou Ho and his sons were filled with terror, while Zhou Wangshi, with tears in her eyes, repeatedly lamented Longsheng's suffering. Changsheng gazed contentedly at the expressions of his father and brothers. They were indeed frightened, to the extent that they were entirely oblivious to his intentions. Father, mother, elder brother, this matter pertains to the royal palace's private affairs. You may hear of it, but must not escape your lips. Be cautious lest it brings calamity upon our family." Observing their fervent nods, Changsheng shifted his tone. "After hearing this, do you understand why I dread the prospect of being searched and forced to bow? It is because I have suffered enough within the palace. Though I have miraculously returned from the brink of death, the fear remains entrenched within me. The mere thought of it robs me of sleep for nights on end. After enduring such torment, I have finally returned home, yearning for safety and to no longer endure such suffering in front of my own parents. I vow that if I must endure such trials in this home again, I would rather beg on the streets than remain here." It was at this moment that the father and son grasped the gravity of their actions. Zhou Hochun struck himself fiercely across the face, while Zhou Anqing shed tears of deep remorse. Changsheng's objectives were achieved, and he forgave them, for they were family. And this home was, for now, his only refuge. Chapter 30. The life of a village girl on the following morning, while the sky still remained cloaked in darkness. Changsheng awoke, as was her custom. The warmth of the heated Kong, the softness of the bedding, and the delicate fragrance of chrysanthemums emanating from the coarse porcelain vase enveloped the home in a sense of warmth and tranquility. The events of the previous day had now faded into the past, and she firmly believed that her father and brother would never repeat such actions. Likewise, she resolved not to bring it up again. After all, they were family, and it was essential to let go of grievances. No matter how precious the jade bracelet, it paled in comparison to the importance of familial harmony. Yet, the calmness on the surface did not equate to a lack of lingering resentment within her heart. Changsheng decided that she would vigilantly safeguard her dwindling possessions. Should circumstances force them to leave their home, these belongings would be vital to her survival. Had the previous day's incident not occurred, even with her father and brother's greed and their past refusal to welcome her, she would have been content to reside in this somewhat desolate and backward mountain village, taking her time to plan her future. However, now, if she wished to avoid an unconsidered marriage, she found herself compelled to contemplate her options. A rustling sound reached her ears. It was Yusheng, fumbling in the dark as she dressed. Changsheng couldn't help but smile at the thought that her sister was being so considerate as to avoid waking her. "Yusheng, why are you up so early? It's quite cold outside. Why not sleep a little longer?" "Ah, sister, you're awake. You startled me," Yusheng replied, hopping out of bed to light the small oil lamp with a fire starter. Rubbing her eyes, she continued, "Father and brother have already risen to make tofu. I must help mother prepare breakfast for them. After they leave, I'll also assist my sisters-in-law with the children, settle them, and tend to the pigs and chickens." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Changsheng sat up to dress. It had been 6 days since her return. She had completed her visits and adapted to her surroundings. It was time to stop regarding herself as a guest, relying on her mother and Yusheng for constant attention, regardless of whether she would eventually leave. For as long as she remained under this roof, she was a part of the family. "Sister, you're up as well?" Yusheng remarked. "I've been back for 6 days now. I've rested enough. I cannot continue to be a guest in my own home. Besides, I was accustomed to rising at this hour in the palace. So let us work together from now on." Yusheng fondly remembered the affection and care her elder sister had shown her in their childhood, and within just a few days, she had grown quite close to her, filled with admiration. The prospect of spending more time together brought her immense joy, and she eagerly agreed. Once they were dressed, Changsheng styled Yusheng's hair into a popular braided double loop adorned with a red silk ribbon purchased from Jinyang, tying it off with a bow. The delicate Yusheng appeared even more charming and youthful. Stepping outside, they noticed several rooms aglow with dim light, and it became clear that everyone had already begun their day's activities. It seemed that they typically rose so early. It was only she who had indulged in sleeping in since her return. In the bustling kitchen, the aroma of warm food filled the air as Mrs. Zhou and her second daughter-in-law, Zhao Baozhu, prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Yusheng's new appearance and Changsheng willingly assisting in the kitchen, Mrs. Zhou felt a surge of emotion. This child, after all, had always shown kindness and generosity from a young age, and it warmed her heart to see that yesterday's events had been so readily set aside. Concealing her feelings behind a smile, she remarked to Yusheng, "Your sister's return has truly brought out your beauty." Once again, I reproached myself for not allowing Changsheng to rest more, feeling a deep sense of indebtedness towards her. Changsheng smiled and gently remarked, "Mother, today marks the 6th day. I have rested sufficiently. From now on, I shall learn to manage household chores alongside you. Let our meals be as they usually are at home. Do not treat me as a guest any longer." After a moment's contemplation, Madame Zhou nodded in agreement. Despite her affection for her daughter, Changsheng was no longer a child. If she were to be engaged, marriage would soon follow. It was imperative that she adapt to her new role. For in-laws are not the same as one's own parents. In the days that followed, Changsheng diligently learned various household tasks, accompanying her mother in spinning, weaving, and tailoring. No longer clad in the custom garments of palace maids, she acquired the skills to adorn herself beautifully within the constraints of her environment. The needlework she had learned in the palace, which consisted mainly of embroidery and crafting scented sachets or designing intricate pillows and canopies for Lady Yuan, proved largely impractical in rural life. The countryside demanded practical skills focused on spinning, weaving, and garment making. Once their diet returned to normalcy, the Zhou family's breakfast typically featured bean curd pancakes and multi-grain flatbreads, accompanied by pickled vegetables, sauerkraut, and soybean or goat milk. Lunchtime consisted of hand-pulled noodles or yellow millet rice, complemented by stir-fried cabbage with tofu or sauerkraut with vermicelli. Occasionally, they enjoyed stewed radish with cured meat or stir-fried bean sprouts. Dinner mirrored breakfast, though the soybean and goat milk were substituted with multi-grain porridge. Fortunately, although their diet primarily consisted of drought-resistant grains and legumes, the unrefined, pure ingredients retained a natural flavor that was delightful. Both Madame Zhou and her daughter-in-law were skilled in the culinary arts, making even the simplest dishes flavorful. Their meals surpassed those of ordinary farmers, especially with the abundance of soybean milk and goat milk. Though they lacked added sugar, the milk from the pasture-raised goats was rich and aromatic, devoid of any gamey taste, much to Changsheng's satisfaction. Regrettably, the pastry she had learned in the palace and the dishes from her previous life were rendered nearly useless due to the scarcity of ingredients, seasonings, and cooking utensils in this remote rural area, stifling her culinary talents. Madame Zhou, concerned about her daughter's cravings, reassured her that once the cured meats and sausages were ready, she would prepare them periodically to satisfy her desires. She also invited Changsheng to share fried eggs with her sister-in-law. Despite keeping a dozen chickens, most were reserved to barter for salt. The family's tea was composed of the cheapest, bitter remnants of tea leaves, nearly impossible for Changsheng to consume. Thankfully, the landscape was abundant with wild sea buckthorn, and their garden boasted chrysanthemums, which could be steeped to make tea. What frustrated Changsheng the most was the severe lack of fresh vegetables, with fruits being a rare find. For nearly half a year, enduring the frigid weather, their diet consisted predominantly of pickled vegetables and the cabbage, radishes, and scallions stored in the cellar. Even in summer, fresh produce was scarce, as most land was devoted to grain cultivation. While she could manage for a short period, she questioned her endurance in the long run. Since realizing the inconvenience of water access, she had endured 10 days without bathing since her return home, which was unbearably uncomfortable. Thus, she implored Yuxing to help her heat water for a bath. Madame Zhou, puzzled, remarked, "Did you not just bathe a few days ago?" Changsheng explained, "Mother, you do not understand. In the palace, serving noble women, cleanliness is of utmost importance. In the palace, there exists a bathing chamber exclusively for the maidens, where those who serve closely are required to bathe and change their attire daily from the summer solstice until the beginning of autumn. Following this period, they are permitted to cleanse themselves every 3 days. Each evening, foot washing is mandatory, and the morning rituals of grooming, teeth cleaning, and washing hands and face must be observed without exception. The regulations are stringent, and any hint of negligence incurs severe penalties, for there is a great concern about soiling the dignity of the nobility. Thus, the young lady has become accustomed to this routine. She feels itchy if she goes 3 days without washing. Recently, the inconvenience of water at home compelled her to endure until now. But today she simply cannot resist any longer." Madame Zhou sighed and remarked, "Very well, if you cannot bear it any longer, then do wash. However, you must gradually acclimate yourself. During the summer, the abundance of rain makes it somewhat manageable, Yet now it is winter. Bathing once a month should suffice. Was it not the case at home before? It is not that I am reluctant to expend firewood for boiling water. Rather, we simply lack sufficient water here. In the event of a drought, the water in our cistern would barely suffice for drinking, let alone bathing. Only the ladies of wealthy households can afford to bathe every few days. Once a month? Changsheng's eyes widened. This notion was even more intolerable than the absence of fresh vegetables. Madame Zhou, unable to contain her sympathy, reassured her, "Do not worry. If the winter snowfall is abundant, we shall shovel some clean snow from the fields to add to the cistern, allowing you to bathe more frequently." Changsheng offered a bitter smile, hoping that heaven would show mercy and grant a bountiful snowfall this winter. Chapter 31. Sister Qiaosheng in the blink of an eye. Changsheng had been home for over a month. The northern Jin province was already shrouded in frigid cold, aptly encapsulated by the ancient verse. In the 8th month of the Hu region, snow begins to fall. Even before reaching the lands of Hu, the chill had already become unbearable. She compelled herself to adapt to the new lifestyle and climate, fearing that the harsh northern winds would prematurely age her skin. Each day, she assisted in the kitchen, preparing 3 meals, and spent her time weaving and sewing indoors, seldom venturing outside. Since her return home, she had bathed 4 times, each occasion accompanied by yushing, a luxury in this water-scarce environment. Perhaps it was the moisture in the air or the effects of jasmine facial cream. But yushing appeared somewhat fairer than when they first met, while Changsheng's skin remained as pristine and radiant as ever, untouched by the biting winds of the north. Due to the extreme cold, winter heating was both financially burdensome and crucial. Fortunately, the mountains were rich in timber, and most families with several brothers shared a charcoal kiln to produce their own charcoal or could rent from others. The Zhou family had taken advantage of milder weather to produce enough charcoal for the winter, along with ample firewood. Although their setup paled in comparison to that of a palace, it sufficed to address their heating needs. With every room occupied by family members featuring warm Kong beds and braziers. What impressed her was that, despite the bitter cold, they still rose early each day to make tofu, braving the frigid winds to sell it as dawn broke. This dedication somewhat alleviated Changsheng's feelings of resentment and alienation, for they were wholeheartedly devoted to their family. She herself insisted on using a small piece of warm tofu residue to wash her face each morning alongside yushing, followed by a wash with sheep's milk. This practice soon attracted the elder sister-in-law and the younger sister-in-law to join in. Although Zhou Wangshe scolded them for wasting resources, she secretly supported the endeavor, for who wouldn't wish for their daughter's beauty to blossom like a flower? After all, the household had no shortage of these 2 items. Changsheng implored her mother to refrain from mentioning her marriage for the time being. Having finally returned home, she wished to cherish her time under her parents' care for a while, postponing any discussions until after the new year. Zhou Wangshe, though anxious about her daughter's marital prospects, was ultimately sympathetic to her daughter's long absence from home and agreed, albeit discreetly seeking suitable matches for her, intending to broach the topic after the holiday. In truth, Changsheng merely sought to buy time and explore alternative paths. While the home was warm, she was acutely aware of the implications of the jade bracelet incident. She knew she could not endure a lifetime in this environment, and the family could not indefinitely accommodate a spinster with excessively high standards for her quality of life. One day, Sister Qiaosheng came to visit alone. Since her return, Changsheng had only seen her a couple of times, and she felt an insurmountable distance between them, fearing that discussions of the past might expose her vulnerabilities. So she tried to avoid contact. Upon entering her mother's bedroom, she found Qiaosheng seated on the Kong, weeping bitterly. Zhou Wangshe was beside her, wiping her tears while berating her son-in-law, Guyud, for his lack of humanity and chastising her mother-in-law for her unkindness. Changsheng removed her shoes and stepped onto the Kong, puzzled and inquiring about the cause of the distress. In her eyes, her sister, who spoke little, appeared to be greedy, envious, and somewhat dim-witted. The moment she had seen her upon her return was filled with jealousy rather than joy at their long-awaited reunion, and only after receiving lavish gifts did her mood brighten. The unfamiliar brother-in-law, too, harbored dubious intentions, his gaze towards Changsheng fraught with disquiet. He often sought opportunities to engage her in nonsensical conversations, leaving her both irritated and distressed. Thus, she would feign timidity to avoid him whenever possible. Today, however, she found her sister arriving alone, without any children in tow, and even Guyud, for once, did not accompany her. The sight of her sister's tear-streaked face was perplexing. Changsheng feigned concern, inquiring, "Sister, why do you weep? Why did your husband not accompany you? Who is caring for the nieces?" Xiaoxing quickly stifled her sobs and cast a glance at Changsheng, who distinctly perceived a fleeting flash of deep-seated hatred in her sister's eyes, stirring a sense of caution within her. Xiaoxing soon donned a mask of sorrowful indignation, exclaiming, "That wretched Guyud claims I cannot bear a son, only producing worthless daughters. He threatens to divorce me and marry someone capable of giving him a son. Even my mother-in-law berates me for my unfruitful womb, lamenting that if it weren't for financial concerns, she would have already procured a concubine for her son." Changsheng felt genuine sympathy for her sister. A man who despises his own flesh and blood is indeed inhumane. Yet, in this era, the absence of a son renders even a multitude of daughters insufficient, a notion the Gu family could be understood for holding. Thus, apart from striving earnestly to bear a son, Xiaoxing had little recourse to alter her standing within her marital home. Zhou Wangshi gazed sorrowfully at her weeping eldest daughter and, in exasperation, declared, "You are still young and in good health. What do you have to fear about not bearing a son? Is the Gu family in such a hurry? Was it not they who eagerly sought your hand in marriage? Your mother-in-law speaks so freely, yet, just because Guyud engages in trade with poultry and sheep, he thinks to provide his son with a concubine? He should fear losing his fortune." Changsheng wholeheartedly concurred with her mother's sentiments. "Sister, mother speaks wisely. You are young and robust. Why fret about not bearing a son? Perhaps you will bloom before bearing fruit, and who knows, you might even give birth to a child of great promise. As for concubines, the Gu family has not yet reached such opulence. Rest assured, your husband will surely come to fetch you in a few days." Zhou Wangshi, however, opposed the notion of staying. "Stay? No, it will be far better to return home swiftly. It is not that I wish to deny you, but I fear for your daughter's well-being. Guyud is seldom at home, and while your mother-in-law may show some affection to your eldest daughter, she hardly spares a glance for the younger ones. Can you leave them unattended? When your brother returns from selling tofu, let him escort you home. A woman must exhibit humility, return and reason with Guyud. Surely he cannot be unreasonable." Changsheng, harboring no desire for her sister to linger, found her mother's words sound and nodded in agreement, urging her that the quarrels between spouses should not burden the children. Xiaoxing acquiesced, but regarded Changsheng with a silent gaze, leaving Changsheng with an unsettling sense of vigilance about her sister's peculiar demeanor. Xiaoxing, however, pretended to dab at her eyes with a handkerchief, sniffling, "Since both mother and sister counsel me, and their advice is sound, let my brother escort me home. Yet, we have not had the chance to truly gather since your return. Your brother-in-law must go out today to collect a batch of chickens for a roast chicken shop in Yinzhou and will not return for several days. It would be better if you accompanied me, as you could help look after your nieces. Once they are asleep, we can converse freely." Changsheng gazed at her mother with a look of suspicion, sensing that there was a hidden scheme within her evasive demeanor. Just as she was contemplating her response to oppose it, her mother, Madame Wang, resolutely declared, "No, Changsheng cannot go to your home." Instantly, she felt a wave of relief. Having her mother to shield her was sufficient. Yet, she found it peculiar that her mother was so adamant. With her brother-in-law absent, what harm could it possibly cause for her sister to look after the children for a few days? Surely, there was no impropriety in such a situation. Did her mother harbor some undisclosed concerns? Xiaoxing, with tears streaming down her cheeks, spoke in a voice filled with grievance. "I understand that Changsheng has not returned home for 8 years, and it is only natural for our mother to favor her. Yet, we are merely sisters wishing to spend some time together. I simply need Changsheng to help watch the children. Why does our mother oppose this so vehemently?" Madame Wang hesitated for a moment before closing the door, her expression growing stern as she replied, "Changsheng is destined to marry one day. Allowing her to visit your home could lead to the spread of idle gossip." Chapter 32. Entangled fates, Chongqing observed Xiaoxing's expression intently. There must be a reason for her mother to utter such words. Moreover, Xiaoxing's demeanor today was indeed suspicious. As anticipated, Zhou Xiaoxing's countenance shifted abruptly before she quickly masked it, inquiring with feigned confusion. What do you mean by that, mother? My household lacks both a father-in-law and a younger uncle. My elder brother has established a separate residence, and that scoundrel has been absent these past few days, leaving nothing to conceal. I merely wish to converse with Chongqing. What harm could there be? Where do these rumors stem from? Xiaoxing, do not feign ignorance. Have you forgotten the events of yesteryears? Chongqing can traverse anywhere, except to your home. You would do well to relinquish such thoughts. If you wish to speak, the two of you can have your conversation after lunch. Your brother will escort you home, and I shall prepare some braised pork and sea buckthorn flower soup for you both. Chongqing need not assist in the kitchen. She can simply keep you company. Events of yesteryear? What exactly transpired back then? Chongqing suppressed her burgeoning curiosity, choosing to await Zhou Xiaoxing's explanation. She was certain that Xiaoxing's intentions were not solely for her own amusement. There must be some ulterior motive, for otherwise, the Zhou matriarch would not be so vehemently opposed. Xiaoxing, seemingly discontent, persisted for a while longer, yet the resolute Zhou matriarch remained unyielding. Growing anxious, Xiaoxing seized her mother, who was about to rise and prepare the meal, exclaiming in urgency, "Mother, if you do not permit Chongqing to go, that son-in-law of yours shall surely cast me aside." Chongqing could no longer restrain herself. What truly occurred back then? Why must I go, and why would my brother-in-law dismiss you if I do not? Zhou Wangshe cast a disappointed glance at Xiaoxing and, with a tinge of regret, began to recount the events of the past to Chongqing. Before Chongqing entered the palace, Zhou Wangshe had taken her two daughters to a temple fair. Gu Yud, at 18, accompanied his mother to the fair, and, upon seeing Chongqing, though young and frail, she possessed an exquisite beauty, immediately fixated on her, standing out among the village girls like a phoenix among chickens. Though Chongqing was slightly younger than Xiaoxing, she appeared taller and more mature, leading Gu Yud to mistakenly believe her to be the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. He thus sent a matchmaker to propose marriage to Zhou's eldest daughter. At that time, everyone assumed that Gu Yud sought Xiaoxing and Zhou Hochun. Having heard that Gu Yud's fortunes had improved in recent years through his trading of poultry and sheep, consented to the marriage with Xiaoxing. Ye Yude, convinced he had secured his beloved, planned to marry her 3 years hence, after she reached maturity. In preparation for a grand wedding, he remained away from home, engrossed in business, entrusting his elder brother to fulfill the customary obligations during festivals, resulting in a prolonged absence from the Zhou family. Shortly after his departure, the palace sought new maidens and the authorities selected Chongqing. The Zhou family, unable to challenge the imperial decree and impoverished beyond measure, reluctantly acquiesced to Chongqing's entry into the palace. 3 years later, having accumulated some wealth, Gu Yud returned to fulfill the marriage promise, only to discover on his wedding night that he had not wed his intended. The circumstances were known to no one. Outsiders were oblivious, and the Gu family accepted the situation as it stood. Nevertheless, the couple managed to lead a decent life and bore 3 children together. It was precisely for this reason that Zhou Wangshe resolutely forbade Chongqing from visiting the Gu household, for her daughter had become a leftover woman, and her reputation could not sustain any further detriment. Chongqing listened, wide-eyed, as the past unfolded before her. It was astonishing to discover such events had transpired. No wonder her sister's gaze was always filled with envy, and no wonder Gu Yud looked at her with an expression of discontent. One could hardly imagine the emotions that must have surged through Gu Yud on that fateful wedding night when he lifted the veil. What could their circumstances have been like? Perhaps, as the Zhou matriarch had remarked, the die was cast, and they were left to gather their emotions and rebuild their lives. The existence of 3 daughters, born 2 years apart, seemed to attest to a semblance of affection. Yet, given Zhou Xiaoxing's intense jealousy, one would think she would prefer that Gu Yud never lay eyes on her again. Why then did she insist on inviting Chongqing to her home? Even in Gu Yud's absence, she would not tolerate it. What ulterior motives might lie beneath this? Changsheng resolved firmly, come what may, to refuse this invitation. With a stern expression, she declared coldly, after years in the palace, the matters of the past have no bearing on me. Whether you two are well or ill, do not lay that blame at my feet. Those sisterly bonds are not as strong as those of others. It is still wise for an unmarried sister to avoid unnecessary exposure. Xiaosheng remained obstinate, insisting that her nieces wished to see their second aunt and lamenting that Changsheng had not returned home in 8 years. She argued that as an elder sister, it was unbecoming not to host her for a few days with a proper feast of chickens and lambs. Regardless of her sister's pleas, Changsheng stood resolute, firmly deciding against going. Zhou Wangshi, sensing something amiss, questioned, Xiaosheng, tell me the truth. Why is it absolutely necessary for Changsheng to visit your home? Unless you clarify, I shall never agree to it. In a fit of distress, Xiaosheng cried out, if you do not allow Changsheng to go, that scoundrel will say he divorce me and marry someone who can bear him sons. Changsheng, having sensed the gravity of the situation, calmly inquired, elder sister, if I go, will that truly prevent your husband from leaving you? Why is that? Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, Xiaosheng, under pressure from Zhou Wangshi and Changsheng, cast a resentful glance at Changsheng and, through her sobs, confessed, that wretch has scolded me, saying barley is not as tall as wheat, that I am older than Changsheng, yet still shorter, blaming me for his marrying the wrong person. He claims that he was betrothed to Changsheng, and that our family accepted a generous bride price while deceiving him. This cannot be overlooked. Moreover, since I cannot bear him a son, it is imperative that Changsheng be married to him as a secondary wife, or else he shall cast me aside. Zhou Wangshi, nearly fainting from fury, seized a broom and struck Xiaosheng with all her might, cursing as she did so, you shameless wretch, do you not see what kind of man you are married to? He reeks like a barnyard and dares to covet Changsheng. Though Changsheng was seething with rage, wishing to spit in Xiaosheng's face, she found a sense of satisfaction in witnessing Zhou Wangshi's relentless punishment. Yet, she also understood that Xiaosheng was her own flesh and blood, and inflicting serious harm would only lead to heartache. After feigning a few words of counsel, and observing that Zhou Wangshi had expended much of her strength, she stepped forward to seize the broom, pleading earnestly, Mother, please do not harm my sister. Who will care for the 3 little nieces? Furthermore, my sister is being coerced into this. Surely, you must believe it is not her own desire. What woman wishes to face the threat of divorce? Which woman desires her husband to take another? Upon witnessing that Changsheng was not only unperturbed but also defended her sister, Zhou Wangshi felt a surge of resentment towards her eldest daughter for shamelessly plotting against her younger sibling. She anticipated a scene of tears and reprimands, and as her 2 daughters-in-law and Yusheng arrived, she deemed it best to keep this disgraceful affair from them. Suppressing her anger, she gestured for them to proceed to the kitchen. The eldest daughter-in-law, Zheng Hohat, observed the inconsolable Xiaosheng, who was weeping beneath her blanket, and a flicker of disdain crossed her shrewd eyes. Zheng Hohat had always harbored a dislike for the selfish and petty Xiaosheng and her husband, and naturally, she felt inclined to support Changsheng, who had presented her with a gold ring. According to the customs of the Zhou family, guests were to be treated with enhanced hospitality. With impeccable decorum, Zheng Hohat inquired, Mother, Xiaosheng is still young and does not understand. It would be best to speak to her gently. Besides, despite her provoking your ire, she remains a guest. Shouldn't we prepare her favorite meal for lunch? Zhou Wangshi's anger flared once more at the insinuation that a mother of 3 could still be considered child. How could she still dare to act as a guest? Let her return home at once. She shall not dine here. Mark my words, if that couple dares to visit again, they are to be thrown out immediately. Secure the gates and deny them entry. Chapter 33. The shameless couple of the room fell silent upon hearing the words of Lady Zhou. A barely perceptible smile graced Changsheng's face as she committed her sister-in-law's kindness to memory. Xiaosheng seized the moment to wail uncontrollably. Although Yusheng was bewildered by the unfolding events, he firmly believed that his elder sister must have erred to provoke their mother to such a state. Quietly, he slipped away to tend to his young nephew. The 2 daughters-in-law exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further, and turned to leave, only to be called back by Changsheng. In truth, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Xiaosheng. The thought of Guyud's lecherous demeanor and his piercing gaze made her repulsed. How dared this couple entertain designs upon her? Having encountered all manner of wickedness in the palace, Lady Zhou was genuinely incensed today and saw no harm in feigning benevolence to stoke the flames. Ideally, she wished they would never darken her doorstep again, for she had no desire to lay eyes upon this wretched pair. Mother, in this biting winter, with the chill capable of freezing one's chin, how can you send my sister back without a warm meal? What if she falls ill? Moreover, the roads are desolate at this season, and she might encounter ravenous wolves. It is unsafe for a woman alone. It would be prudent to wait until after dinner for my brother to hire a carriage to take her home. I can contribute some copper coins for the fare. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhou's animosity towards Xiaosheng intensified. She motioned for the two daughters-in-law to leave and vehemently insisted on expelling Xiaosheng immediately. Listen to how Changsheng speaks to you. Do you still consider yourself a person? How much has Changsheng, with her hard-earned money, provided for you? You too are insatiable, devoid of any virtue. You have the audacity to set your sights on her. The matchmaker specifically mentioned marrying the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, who deceived Guyud. Unable to endure the scolding, and having just suffered a painful blow, Xiaosheng defiantly retorted, "Mother, am I not your own flesh and blood? You have favored Changsheng over me since childhood. Every time I was punished, it was because of her. Besides, I was coerced. Do you think I wish to deceive her into coming to my home?" Lady Zhou was rendered speechless by her daughter's insolence and brandished a broom, shouting, "I want to allow your nonsense. You shameless creature, betraying your own kin. In what way has Changsheng wronged you? How many times have you bullied her throughout your life? After all she endured to return home safely, you two truly lack any shame, daring to entertain such thoughts. Begone, immediately. I disown you as my daughter. You are not welcome at this house again." Changsheng had never encountered such unrepentant behavior before. Her anger nearly turned to laughter. Just as she was about to mock Xiaosheng, she suddenly recognized a significant flaw in her words. Even if Guyud intended to take her as a concubine, he could simply send a matchmaker to propose. Why must she go to his home? Such an action would cast suspicion upon her, branding her with the stain of premarital indiscretion, leaving her forever unable to hold her head high. A disquieting sensation surged within her. Changsheng grasped Lady Zhou's hand and fixed her gaze upon Xiaosheng. "Mother, do not strike her just yet. I have questions for my sister." Xiaosheng, her eyes betraying a hint of panic, clumsily muttered as she descended from the bed. "If you do not wish to keep me here, I would rather be taken away by a wolf. After all, you still have Changsheng and Yusheng, your precious darlings." Changsheng, increasingly convinced that deeper secrets lay beneath the surface, vowed to expose Xiaosheng in front of Lady Zhou. She seized her sister, refusing to let her depart. "Sister, allow me to finish my inquiries before you leave. Even if my brother-in-law intends to take me as a secondary wife, why must he insist on my staying at your home? Does he not realize that should this come to pass, it would invite scandal, leaving Changsheng unable to hold her head high for the rest of her life?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Wang's lady recognized the anomaly. It is not uncommon for affluent families to marry off the younger sister as a secondary wife to continue the family line when the primary wife is unable to bear children. Thus, while Guyud's desire to wed Changsheng as a secondary wife is indeed contemptible, it does not constitute a heinous crime. However, why must Changsheng be compelled to reside at his home? Suppressing her rising fury, she fixed her gaze upon her eldest daughter. "Xiaosheng, speak the truth. What is truly going on? What ill schemes are you two concocting? Should you dare to deceive me again today, I will inform the clan leader and have you removed from the Zhou family register. You will then find yourself without maternal support." Changsheng replied earnestly, "If you are truly expelled from the family tree, you would only be fit to be a concubine. Not to mention that my brother-in-law intends to take a legitimate wife. How pitiful for our daughters, who would then be deemed illegitimate. Who would want them in the future? Do you think father will protect you? Do not forget that the clan leader is a man of strict principles. If he learns of your disobedience towards your mother and your schemes against your sister, he will certainly remove you from the family register, and no one will be able to stop him." Xiaosheng, recalling her 3 daughters, struggled internally for a moment before lowering her head, saying, "This is all Guyud's wicked idea. Please do not blame me, mother and sister." Zhou Wang nodded, and fearing that she had not finished speaking and would become furious, Changsheng quietly urged her to endure and allow her to continue. With newfound courage, Xiaosheng elaborated. He claimed that Changsheng returned from Chang'an blossoming like a flower, adorned in gold and silver, which indicated she had amassed considerable private wealth. Rather than letting both her and her possessions benefit another, it would be better for a family member to enjoy them. Moreover, he originally engaged her. But after the years had passed and having borne 3 daughters, he began to entertain the notion of taking Changsheng as a secondary wife. Fearing that Changsheng would be too proud to agree, he instructed me to lure her to his home, intending to ruin her. Even if she were to weep, she would have no choice but to comply. Naturally, father and mother would have to acquiesce. Changsheng trembled with rage, ready to berate them for their despicable audacity. When she noticed Zhou Wang's lady glaring at Xiaosheng, her finger trembling as she pointed at her, unable to articulate her anger, before abruptly leaning back. Alarmed, Changsheng rushed to support her and called for help. Seeing Xiaosheng standing there in a daze, she seized a porcelain pillow and hurled it at her. Gritting her teeth in fury, "Get out. Leave at once. This family can have either you or me, but not both. If you and your husband dare to approach again, I will fight you with every ounce of my strength." Xiaosheng fled in terror as the porcelain pillow shattered upon impact. The commotion drew the attention of the entire household, who rushed to the main room only to find Xiaosheng fleeing in panic. Changsheng clutched her unconscious mother, crying and trying to revive her, while the children wailed in fright. The eldest daughter, Zheng, who was resourceful, quickly sent Yuxing to summon their cousin from next door, asking him to hastily fetch a doctor from the neighboring village. Changsheng, holding her pale mother, silently vowed that if anything were to befall her, she would exact vengeance upon Xiaosheng and her husband. About an hour later, amidst the family's anxious anticipation, their cousin Zhou Jiansheng hurriedly entered, carrying the doctor. The elderly physician took a breath, disregarding formalities, and after feeling the pulse of Madame Zhou, he lifted her eyelids and sighed with relief, declaring, "It is nothing serious. It is merely a case of excessive anger affecting the heart." After a few needles were administered, Madame Zhou gasped and regained consciousness, allowing everyone to finally relax. Changsheng, with a heart that had been momentarily unsettled, offered a gentle smile and patted Madame Zhou's hand to convey that he was unharmed. Madame Zhou was the most benevolent person in his life and his sole support at present. If anything were to happen to her today, although the instigator was Zhou Xiaosheng, how could he find peace within himself? Who would he turn to in such a time? Chapter 34. Slander and Injury. As lunchtime approached, Zhou Hochun returned, donned in the leather hat and coat purchased by Changsheng. Yusheng, while assisting him in unloading the tofu burden, anxiously exclaimed, "Why are you only just back? Today, elder sister has made mother faint from anger. With you and elder brother absent, fortunately, sister-in-law had the foresight to summon brother Jiansheng and bring a doctor. Otherwise, who knows how it would have ended?" Zhou Hochun was taken aback and hurried to the main room. Upon entering, he found his elderly wife lying on the kong, tears streaming down her face, while Changsheng sat beside her, wiping her tears. A wave of relief washed over him. The thought that this person, with whom he had shared the better part of his life, had almost slipped away filled him with genuine sorrow and fear. He sank onto the edge of the kong and, exhaling deeply, said, "You nearly scared me to death. Even if the sky were to fall, I would be here to support you. Why must you torment yourself like this?" Hearing his heartfelt words, both Zhou Wangshi and Changsheng were deeply moved. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Hochun was truly concerned for his wife and devoted to their family. Changsheng, puzzled by the absence of Zhou Anqing, inquired, "What exactly transpired?" Zhou Hochun, bewildered, responded, "I encountered Xiaosheng on the road with Anqing. You're in such a state of distress because of Xiaosheng's grievances. She has suffered at her in-laws' home, and although she lamented a bit, you sent her away without a meal, scolding her. Why treat your body with such disregard?" Just as Zhou Wangshi had begun to calm down, the tears flowed once more. Changsheng discerned that Zhou Hochun genuinely cared for his wife. It seemed that Xiaoxing had not conveyed the truth, and her reluctance to speak honestly only fueled Changxing's disdain for her. "Father, what did sister say to you on the journey?" Zhou Hochun, puzzled, replied. "Your sister claimed that your brother-in-law is dissatisfied with her for bearing 3 daughters and wishes to divorce her. Feeling distressed, she returned to our home to share her woes while he was away on business, hoping to invite you to help care for the children for a few days and to foster sisterly closeness. Yet, this good intention was met with scorn from you and mother, resulting in her being sent away without lunch. Speak the truth to father. What really happened?" Changsheng let out a cold laugh, realizing that Zhou Qiaosheng had indeed not been truthful, likely lacking the courage to do so. "Father, do you not consider that sister is also mother's daughter? If her claims were true, mother would be more distressed than anyone and would never have driven her away, especially to the point of fainting." At this, Zhou Hochun began to suspect that his eldest daughter might have lied. He pressed for the truth, what truly transpired. Fearing that Zhou Wangshe would become angry again, Changxing pulled him outside and recounted the events in detail. Knowing precisely how to frame her words to incite Zhou Hochun's ire against his son-in-law and eldest daughter. "Isn't he most fond of wealth? Then let me tell you that Gu Yud was primarily scheming to seize the assets she brought, including the 100 taels of silver and the jade bracelet that had been converted into fine land as her dowry." Zhou Hochun's anger flared, wishing he could confront Xiaosheng and her husband with a severe reprimand. Regrettably, they were not present. He cursed them for a while, vowing to never allow them to cross the threshold again. After offering some comforting words to Changsheng, he returned to his elderly wife to apologize. Upon witnessing his undeniable fury and his constant reproaches directed at her, Changsheng felt a slight relief. The anger she harbored for being abandoned in Chang'an began to dissipate. However, the thought of Qiaosheng and her husband instantly filled her with revulsion, akin to having ingested a fly. She resolved to devise a means to ensure they would no longer darken the doorstep of the Zhou family, lest she be subjected to their nauseating presence. This time, the Zhou family united in their disdain for Qiaosheng's machinations against Changxing, collectively agreeing to bar the couple from their home for various reasons. While Changsheng initially contemplated revenge for her grievances, she hesitated, recognizing that Xiaosheng was also a daughter of their mother. As the adage goes, one should consider the Buddha's face rather than the monk's. Excessive retaliation might only serve to grieve their mother. Thus, she decided to spare them for the time being, with the intention of seeking an opportunity in the future. She also came to a stark realization: a somewhat attractive, unmarried woman of advanced age would inevitably attract trouble wherever she went. It was clear that she could not remain in this household for long. Yet the question of her escape remained unanswered. Upon leaving the palace, she had heard of retired palace maids who, having aged without family or suitors, sought refuge with the authorities. Perhaps there might be vacancies for positions such as the head of a women's prison or a courtesan matron, ensuring at least a meager meal. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. After all, the role of a courtesan matron was to serve the interests of a state-run brothel and cultivate talent for such purposes. As for the loathsome head of the women's prison, she would rather live as an old maid in the countryside than descend into such a profession. A few days later, rumors began to circulate among the neighboring villages, asserting that Changsheng had been accosted by bandits on her way home, resulting in her loss of virtue, hence rendering her too ashamed to marry. They accused her of feigning superiority, when in truth she feared the discovery of her disgrace. The origin of these slanders stemmed from Zhou Wangshe chastising Zhou Hochun for his cruel heart in failing to fetch their daughter, thus allowing her to fall prey to malevolent forces. Fortunately, a benefactor had come to her rescue, though only the family knew the truth. It was twisted into a tale that grew increasingly exaggerated. Undoubtedly, this was the work of the shameless Gu Yud. While Changsheng remained unfazed by the gossip, her parents and other members of the Zhou family could not bear it. They seethed with anger at the despicable nature of the rumors and silently vowed to exact their revenge should the opportunity arise. Zhou Hochun and Zhou Wangshe gnashed their teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless. Their explanations only seemed to exacerbate the situation, while silence would be perceived as acquiescence. They also worried about Xiaosheng's suffering at the hands of Gu Yud. Despite their oaths to disown their daughter, the bond of blood could not be easily severed. Zhou Hochun was summoned by the clan leader, returning with a face ashen with fury, and once more issued a stern edict forbidding Qiaosheng and her husband from entering the Zhou home. Zhou Wangshi, fearing Changsheng would remain unmarried, grew anxious and began to seek potential suitors for her. Unfortunately, no matchmaker dared to step forward, as Changsheng had become a subject of scandal. Who would be brave enough to propose? She harbored deep resentment towards her husband and eldest son for their heartlessness in neglecting to fetch Changsheng, thus providing others with the opportunity to harm her reputation. Normally mild-tempered, she was now incensed, and each day at home she wore a cold demeanor, ignoring both father and son. The two men, realizing the gravity of their misdeeds, felt too ashamed to remain in the house. With winter's frost rendering the land unworkable, they braved the cold each morning to rise early and make extra batches of tofu to sell, returning late at night. Upon their return, they would go out to gather grass and firewood, striving to minimize their time at home. Observing their hard work for the family's sake, Changsheng's resentment began to wane considerably. In truth, she remains utterly indifferent to the whispers that surround her. Which young woman in her past life did not exuberantly flaunt her youth? Who would pay heed to a few idle remarks? Such is the nature of Changsheng. Moreover, after 8 years in the palace, she recognizes that power, rather than gossip, wields the greatest influence. With authority, one can quell any dissent. Changsheng has never believed that a person's life could be ruined by mere rumors. Furthermore, those who spread such tales aim solely to thwart her chances of marriage. As time has passed, she has come to realize that a life confined to this place is not her destiny, nor could she envision a future of marriage and motherhood here. This is merely a temporary refuge for her. If there is anything she holds dear, it is the love of her mother, the obedience of her younger sister, and the remarkable talents of her brother. Beyond that, she harbors little concern. Chapter 35. The destitute scholar amidst the swirling rumors. Changsheng's sole aunt, Zhou Hochun, arrived. She was a woman of good heart, genuinely fond of her nieces and nephews, and harbored a particular affection for Changsheng, often lamenting that she had not been able to marry her off as a daughter-in-law. Changsheng understood that her arrival was related to her, and she speculated quietly. Upon noticing her sister's expression, Yusheng smiled and urged her to join him at the window corner. Lady Zhou believed she was there to plead on behalf of Zhou Hochun and Qiaosheng. Before she could utter a word, she exclaimed, "There is no need for you to intercede for your brother. I am determined to confront that heartless old wretch. And as for Qiaosheng and her husband, they are truly despicable. I shall no longer recognize that daughter or son-in-law. Oh, my dear sister-in-law, how can Qiaosheng be so cold-hearted? Surely it is her husband's doing." Lady Zhou, well aware of the truth, felt both frustrated and helpless, and bitterly retorted, if Qiaosheng had any semblance of conscience, she would not be scheming with that detestable Guyud against her own sister. If I were to encounter Guyud, I would not hesitate to confront him. Changsheng is already of an age where finding a suitable match is challenging. If she loses her chance for a lifetime, I would regret it endlessly. Seeing her sister-in-law in such a state of agitation, Zhou Hochun urged her to sit and offered gentle counsel. "My dear sister-in-law, let us not be hasty. We must devise a plan to resolve this predicament. Guyud spreads malicious rumors precisely to ruin Changsheng's prospects. If we can secure her a good marriage, what could he possibly do? In due time, the rumors will dissipate." Tears welled in Lady Zhou's eyes. The things they say outside are so cruel. Which respectable family would be willing to accept Changsheng? She is such a lovely daughter, initially deserving of a fine match. Yet now she is regarded with disdain. Given the circumstances, it was clear that Changsheng's desires could not be fully realized. She would either be impoverished, elderly, or disabled, and it would be deemed fortunate if she could marry into a family of a somewhat suitable standing. Was it not a disgrace to marry a flower like Changsheng to someone old and infirm? I believe that as long as the suitor possesses a decent character and looks, being merely poor should not be an obstacle. In these peaceful times, as long as one is diligent, can they truly starve? In time, as the couple grows fond of one another, and perhaps welcomes a healthy child, who would continue to speak ill? Lady Zhou's eyes brightened. for this appeared to be the only viable path forward. Initially, she feared that Changsheng would suffer, and indeed, Changsheng herself wished to avoid hardship, aspiring for a wealthy household. But that was no longer feasible. As long as the suitor was of similar age and appearance and did not disdain Changsheng, being temporarily poor was inconsequential. If they could provide a generous dowry to ensure Changsheng's comfort, then, with mutual affection, their fortunes would surely flourish over time. With a sigh, she lamented, "But where can we find such a commendable match at present? Time is not on Changsheng's side." Zhou Hozhen, brimming with excitement, replied, "Is it not true that despite all her tribulations, Changsheng is fundamentally fortunate? She has always been reluctant to marry a rough man. Yet now there exists a suitor who is literate and discerning. Beyond the mountains lies a village named Xiaogo, a rather large settlement, where a scholar by the name of Xuanwu Gate resides. At the age of 24, he possesses an elegant and refined demeanor. Life was manageable for him until the untimely demise of his parents left him destitute, burdened with substantial debts. Lacking the acumen to manage his household, he resorted to selling his property to settle his obligations, ultimately seeking refuge in a dilapidated house belonging to distant relatives. His wife, discontented with their impoverished circumstances, sought a divorce and remarried. Unable to provide for his 5-year-old daughter, he relinquished her to his sister's household as a child bride. Now, he survives by imparting knowledge to a handful of students in the village. Ah, how dire his situation appears. Would it not be a life of misery for his daughter if she were to marry into such poverty? While he is indeed destitute, his sister-in-law contemplates the advantages he offers. Not only is he literate, but he is also free from the constraints of familial obligations, having neither parents nor children to contend with. Moreover, his daughter's prospective husband is of a similar age and appearance. Aside from his lack of wealth, there seems to be little to dissuade this union. Should fortune favor him with the means to establish a school in town, their circumstances could surely improve. Upon reflection, Mrs. Zhou finds the proposition rather appealing. With Longxing's reputation tarnished by rumors and her advancing age, this scholar, despite his poverty, presents no glaring flaws. However, a troubling thought arises. How could such a destitute scholar possibly open a school? Furthermore, considering Longxing's sullied reputation, would anyone of repute truly accept her? It is unacceptable for Longsheng to marry into a family that would look down upon her. "Dear sister-in-law, are you being foolish?" Mrs. Zhou interjects. Longsheng has merely suffered from slander. She is not truly tarnished. Once married, the truth will emerge, and he would never regard her with disdain. A wave of relief washes over Mrs. Zhou as she realizes her folly. Our Longsheng is an entirely virtuous young woman. Once he learns the truth, he will undoubtedly cherish her. Longsheng has always yearned for a literate partner, and this aligns perfectly with her desires. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Hozhen adds, "As for the funds required to establish the school, do not be agitated, sister." He mentions something akin to a young man's worth is often measured by a mere 5 pecks of rice, a sentiment I barely grasp. Essentially, he is willing to overlook any loss of face to marry Longsheng. However, we must provide the silver to redeem his ancestral home and support the establishment of the school. I believe that, regardless of his words, we should bestow upon Longsheng a generous dowry. Rest assured, I will persuade my brother to sell land and provide all the returned silver as her wedding gift. As long as Longsheng finds a respectable husband, the cost is of little consequence. If your brother dares to object, I shall confront him fiercely. The 10 taels of silver and the gold earrings Longsheng gifted me will also serve as her dowry. With a sense of relief, Mrs. Zhou's spirits lift, her countenance bright with joy. Mother, aunt, what worth does this impoverished scholar hold? If he is indeed incapable of maintaining his ancestral legacy or supporting a wife and child, then what purpose does he serve? He is nothing but a disgrace. With her heart ablaze, Longsheng bursts into the room, her fury palpable. She's incensed. Even if she had lost her virtue, she would never demean herself nor allow others to tarnish her dignity. Even if she were to remain unmarried for life, she would never choose a man so inept, shameless, and falsely pretentious. If Xuanwu were a man of exceptional character, talent, and genuine affection for her, Despite his current misfortunes, his poverty would be inconsequential. She still possesses 200 taels of silver notes and several pieces of jewelry. As long as the couple is united in heart and mind, could life not improve? If a suitable partner cannot be found, cultivating one may not be a bad idea. Yet, he pretends to be noble while scheming for wealth, daring to belittle her in such a manner. Truly, he wishes to play the role of both a courtesan and a virtuous gentleman. Zhou Hozhen and Madame Zhou believed they had done a great service for Changsheng, only to find her in such a state of anger, exchanging glances in confusion, uncertain of what to say. Changsheng let out a cold laugh. So, marrying me is a burden for him? Am I to compensate him for his grievances with my own silver? A grown man who cannot even support a wife and children dares to live in this world? If he respected me, it would not matter if he were poor or rich. Yet, here he is, feigning superiority while desperately trying to extort my family's wealth. He is more contemptible than a courtesan, utterly disgusting. I believe he has gone mad with poverty. Does he think that a few idle words can persuade me to demean myself and yield to him? My aunt should inform him that even if he were to offer to carry my shoes, I would find it repugnant. Chapter 36. Liang Shang stands out. Zhou Hozhen and the Zhou matriarch exchanged glances. Although Changsheng was furious, she understood that the two of them had merely differing perspectives, which led to this misguided strategy. Their intentions were ultimately benevolent. She restrained her anger and said, "Aunt, think carefully. Can a good-for-nothing who cannot even support himself be relied upon? If he were truly magnanimous, he would not look down upon me due to a few rumors. If he were genuinely proud and high-minded, he would not deign to marry a woman he despises merely for a generous dowry. What right does a hapless, petty-minded scholar, who feigns superiority, have to belittle me? Let me be clear, even if I lost my virtue, I would never marry him. To put it bluntly, I would find it repugnant even to carry his shoes." The Zhou matriarch had merely been bewildered by the rumors and was afraid of jeopardizing her daughter's future, which led to her capitulation. Changsheng's words awakened her realization. Indeed, she looked down upon this impoverished scholar. A grown man who cannot support a wife and daughter, yet audaciously demands a dowry, is utterly ridiculous. The amount of dowry has always been a matter of the bride's family based on their circumstances. Who dares to openly request it? As Changsheng said, he is shameless and falsely proud. What a wonderful daughter she had, yet she was made to lower herself by the baseless slanders of shameless individuals. It was as if the rumors were becoming reality. Zhou Hozhen also came to understand. Feeling regretful and apologetic, I acted hastily. It was merely a few idle remarks. To truly diminish our status would only serve to fulfill others' intentions, as if my son were truly unworthy. Changsheng understood her sentiments and, while comforting her, playfully said, "I hear that the cured meat and dried beans you make with yellow rice are the most fragrant, but I haven't had the pleasure of tasting them at home yet." The Zhou matriarch and Zhou Hozhen exchanged smiles, their hearts lightened. They recognized that Changsheng was not only perceptive and opinionated, but also magnanimous. Their affection for her deepened, and they harbored increasing disdain for the couple, Xiaosheng and his wife. They cheerfully went to the kitchen, worried that Changsheng might be bothered by the smoke, and encouraged her to learn weaving instead. Although Changsheng was not angry, she increasingly felt the need to seek another path, though now was not the time. As the cold was too severe, she began to comprehend the greed of Zhou Hozhen's family. The land was arid and barren, yielding only one harvest a year. During favorable weather, a single acre produced only about 200 jin of miscellaneous grains, and a long, harsh winter required considerable effort to gather firewood and produce charcoal. Feeding this entire family was indeed no simple task. Once spring arrived, she would surely implore her uncle to take her to Yunzhou or Jinyang, for there would be no opportunity in the isolated Qian Pansy Gully. Before dinner, another man from the Zhou family, Zhou Liangsheng, returned from a private school in a neighboring village. An hour later than usual, as was her custom, Changsheng teased him as he entered. The illustrious Zhou talent, as graceful as a jade tree in the wind, has returned. However, Liangsheng's face was clouded with anger. He pulled Changsheng into the house and shut the door, disregarding Yusheng's astonished expression, and said emphatically, "Sister, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Our elder sister's actions render her unworthy of being our sister. Changsheng, having thought he was preoccupied with his studies, was surprised to learn he had heard the rumors. Seeing his handsome face contorted with anger on her behalf was a source of comfort for her. She invited him to sit down and offered him chrysanthemum tea, saying, "Have a sip to soothe your throat." I added honey. Turning back to Yuxing, she said, "Go tell our parents that Liangsheng has returned and is speaking with me. Assure them not to worry and refrain from mentioning anything else." Yuxing complied and departed. Observing her apparent indifference, Liangsheng was momentarily taken aback and asked in astonishment, "Second sister, are you not angry? I recall how the eldest sister used to bully you at home, and now, with Gu Yud's actions, it seems you've suffered again. Our parents, being partial because she is their daughter, I cannot recognize her as my sister." Changsheng smiled gently, acknowledging that in every realm, there exists a mix of both virtuous and wicked souls, and the court was no different from the Zhou family. She cherished this home, remaining here not only for a sense of belonging, but also for those who treated her with sincerity. The rest could be disregarded, especially since father had issued a stern warning. For the time being, they would not dare to visit again. Liangsheng, knowing that others had slandered her, questioned why he should feel anger. "Sister is not upset, so you need not be either. I have endured countless trials during my 8 years in the palace. How could I let a few idle words trouble my heart? If I were to be burdened by such trivialities, it would only serve to ensnare me further. Gulme, warm your feet and share with me the happenings at your private school. Dinner will be served soon." Liangsheng gazed into her gentle and beautiful eyes, her serene smile easing the anger within him. He looked at her with determination. "Sister, I understand all that you have sacrificed for this family and the grievances you have endured. As the man of this household, I shall not stand idly by while others harm you." Changsheng felt deeply moved, sensing that Liangsheng had done something to protect her, yet he remained tight-lipped despite her inquiries. She tentatively suggested, "Father and mother may have their reasons for not revealing the truth. If our eldest sister were to be removed from the family register, it is likely that Gu Yud would demote her to the status of a concubine, which would be unfortunate for the 3 innocent nieces." Liangsheng reassured her, "Do not fret. You have not witnessed how much Gu Yud dotes on his 3 daughters. Moreover, as a mere poultry vendor, his financial means are only slightly better. How could he afford to take another wife? When you meet father and mother, pretend you know nothing to prevent them from thinking you have instructed me. By tomorrow, the situation will be settled. Even if father were to strike me down, it would be of no consequence, especially since he greatly favors sons over daughters. How could he harm me for the sake of a married daughter? At worst, I might receive a few slaps." Changsheng felt immense comfort, having grasped what he had done. Though her brother was a scholar, he was not bound by rigid doctrines. He acted with courage and foresight, always considering others, and he was destined for greatness. The following day, after breakfast, Liangsheng went to the school, anticipating trouble at home. Zhou Hochun would undoubtedly unleash his wrath, and he intended to take advantage of this opportunity to evade it. By the time he returned in the evening, Zhou Hochun's anger would have subsided, as he still hoped for his youngest son to bring honor to the family. Upon Zhou Hochun's return from the tofu shop, a young man from their clan arrived, stating that the clan leader had summoned the Zhou couple and Zhou Onxing to the ancestral hall. The 3, unaware of the implications, went together. Changsheng understood that a storm was brewing, but continued to feign ignorance. During lunch, the trio returned with solemn expressions. Changsheng, filled with curiosity, greeted them. "The master has asked elder sister to prepare scallion-infused pickled noodle soup. Why have you returned so late? What transpired at the ancestral hall?" Zhou Hochun, with a stoic demeanor, simply replied, "Eat." No one dared to speak further, and the meal was consumed in silence. After dinner, Zhou Hochun gathered the entire family in the main hall, his countenance grave as he spoke of Qiaoxing's removal from the family genealogy. With gritted teeth, he declared, "Somehow, the clan leader has learned of the misdeeds committed by Qiaoxing and her husband, and has consequently struck her from the family record. It is as if I never bore this daughter. She has tarnished Changxing's reputation and brought disgrace upon both your mother and me. Should that family dare to approach, I want them driven away with brooms and the door firmly shut. Anyone who defies this will be cast out as well." The following morning, Zhou Hochun and his son carried on as if nothing had transpired, continuing their tofu making and sales. Remarkably, the incident passed without further consequence. And Changsheng felt a slight sense of vindication, his regard for Liangsheng deepening. Chapter 37. Never to be a concubine on this day. Changsheng was summoned by her father, who mentioned that he had something of great importance to discuss. Noticing that he had been protective of her lately, she decided to let go of past grievances. Zhou Hochun took a sip of tea and earnestly said, Changsheng, your father understands that you have served noble women in the palace, and your aspirations are high. Heed my advice. You are no longer young, and do not be overly particular, lest you ruin your future. The wealthy will not seek to marry into our family, and I cannot bear to see you suffer if you end up with the poor. If you wish to enjoy a life of comfort, you must consider becoming a concubine. The notion of becoming a concubine filled Changsheng with a sense of dread. Marriage requires a betrothal, and while the gifts may be ample, the dowry cannot be meager. In affluent families, it is common for daughters to be wed with extravagant bridal gifts, while taking a concubine involves a purchase, necessitating a generous bride price without the accompanying dowry. If the arrangement is unsatisfactory, mistreatment or abandonment is commonplace. Who would wish for their daughter to be reduced to such a state? Could it be that Zhou Hochun, speaking sweetly, harbored ulterior motives, seeking wealth while unwilling to provide a dowry for his own daughter to become a concubine? Changsheng patiently listened, but Zhou Hochun's face brightened with glee. The wealthiest man in our vicinity, Dong Laokai, has set his sights on you. He wishes to take you as a concubine with all the formalities and has offered a generous bride price. Once married, you will reside beneath the main wife and above the other concubines, living a life adorned in gold and silk, free from the hardships of poverty. Dong Laokai, the richest man in the region, possessing vast lands, who already has 5 concubines and is nearing his 40s. The memory of encountering Gong Yanchen, who had also retired from the palace and fought against her father's wishes to marry her off to a man over 50, flooded her mind. Despite her father's insistence, she had bravely sought a way to escape that fate. Yet, now she found herself facing a similar destiny. At least Gong Yanchen would have been a legitimate wife. She was being relegated to the status of a concubine. What a cruel jest. She had gone to great lengths to evade being a concubine to an emperor or a prince, only to return home to become a concubine for an old landlord. Had she known this, why had she spent so much silver to return? In a fit of rage, Changsheng stood abruptly, toppling the teapot onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. With a cold glare directed at Zhou Hochun, she spoke each word with deliberate intensity. I once believed that you began to care for me, and I was moved for a time. It turns out I was blind and misjudged your character. You would sell your own daughter to an old moneylender for a generous bride price. You are heartless, and do not blame me for being ungrateful. I have contributed enough to this household over the years. Leaving will not bring shame to anyone. I will leave now and live my own life. After 8 years in the palace, facing countless trials, I refuse to believe that there is no place for me in this vast world. Zhou Wangshi and Zhou Hochun were rendered speechless with indignation, pointing at Changsheng in disbelief. Their family, hearing the commotion, rushed over to witness the scene, with the parents infuriated yet holding onto Changsheng tightly. She, consumed by fury, struggled to break free, repeatedly shouting, "Let me go. I'm leaving this house for good. I refuse to believe that there is no place for me in this world." However, Zhou Hochun, accustomed to physical labor and possessing great strength, held her effectively, while others stepped forward to restrain her, urging her to discuss the matter calmly. Changsheng was engulfed in disappointment and fury. Although she found herself unable to escape immediately, she had resolved to leave, undeterred by anyone's pleas. Yuxing, in tears, clutched her arm and exclaimed, "Sister, tomorrow is the winter solstice." Unable to bear her sister's tears, Changsheng calmed herself and inquired, "What are the winter solstice?" Madame Zhou, exasperated, retorted, "After 8 years in the palace, how has your temperament become so volatile? Have you not heard the entirety of what I and your father have expressed before causing such a ruckus? Do you truly believe we would wish you harm? Have you forgotten the customs of our village? Tomorrow, your future brother-in-law and his father will come to our home to deliver charcoal. If you were to leave, we would be utterly humiliated, and others would think us cruel for failing to care for our own daughter. For the sake of your sister, do not let others believe we are devoid of compassion." Seeing her mother's genuine concern and anger, Changsheng fell silent, contemplating the pleading expression on Yuxing's face. She recalled her sister's kindness and affection, and hesitated, pondering if there might be deeper issues at play. Madame Zhou, with resignation, continued, 3 years ago, your father became acquainted with old Li from Xiaolin village. Recognizing his prosperous household and solid character, he found that his only son, Li Keqin, a diligent and decent young man a year older than Yuxing, was well suited for her. They have expressed interest in Yuxing's amiable nature, and thus a match was arranged. This is a commendable union. Xiaolin village is merely 6 or 7 li away. Any whispers of discontent would surely reach us. As a young lady living apart from home, how could we not suffer a loss of face? Changsheng remained silent, understanding that reputation held great weight in their community. If she were to leave now, it would cast a shadow over Yuxing's future in-laws upon their arrival the next day, potentially jeopardizing the match that seemed to please her sister. She could not bear to harm Yuxing's prospects. As for the future, she would address that later. Taking a deep breath, she sat down and resignedly said, "Very well. I do not wish to jeopardize Yuxing's happiness. I will stay until tomorrow and depart early the day after. If anyone inquires, tell them I am staying with a sister who left the palace with me. Please inform uncle to come by early in the morning to escort me to Yunzhou or Jinyang. If he refuses to let me go, I shall hire another carriage." Yuxing was momentarily speechless, relieved to preserve her dignity before her future in-laws and grateful to keep her sister close. However, she was disheartened that her sister would only remain for one day. At a loss for words, she stomped out of the room. Shortly after, she returned with a steaming cup of chrysanthemum tea, its fragrance filling the air. Upon returning home, Changsheng found the water in the cellar boiling, making it difficult to swallow, and she was unaccustomed to the bitter, heavy taste of the cheap tea leaves. Instead, she brewed tea with sea buckthorn and dried daisies, a specialty from her hometown. Zhou Hochun glanced over and quietly asked, "Is the chrysanthemum bitter? Did you add the wild honey father collected from the mountains?" Yuxing nodded, and the room fell into silence. Changsheng took a sip. The blend of chrysanthemum and wild honey was sweet and fragrant, delightfully palatable. Instantly, her spirits lifted, and she realized she had perhaps overreacted earlier. After 8 years in the palace, though she had deliberately disfigured herself, her innate beauty still subjected her to the constant anxiety of being favored by her master, being regarded as a concubine by others, or being chosen by the old emperor, just as she thought she had endured the worst. Her greatest fear, being given away as a concubine, surfaced, prompting such an intense reaction. At a loss for words, she pondered why all the patience she had cultivated in the palace seemed to vanish the moment she returned home. Enraged without fully understanding the situation, she stubbornly held her ground, causing the room to fall into silence. Madame Wang observed Changsheng calming down, a hint of remorse on her face, comprehending her feelings. She gestured for everyone else to leave, leaving only the elderly couple and Changsheng. Once the door was shut, she remarked, "Child, you're not so young anymore. Why is your temper even more volatile than in your youth? Shouldn't you at least wait for me and your father to finish our discussion before launching into a debate?" Changsheng, in a fit of anger, retorted, "What difference does it make once you've finished? It will only lead to my being sold to a wealthy man as his little wife." Chapter 38. A delay tactic, my dear child. Your impatience prevents you from hearing the entirety of the matter. Master Dong, lamenting the scarcity of heirs, wishes to take a daughter from a reputable family as a concubine. He has heard that you are quite favored, and thus sought your father's opinion. Traditionally, such matters are determined by the parents, but your father and I agreed that, considering your maturity, it would be prudent to seek your consent. This arrangement is not yet finalized. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Why the distress? In this era, parental authority reigns supreme over marital decisions, and the mere act of soliciting your opinion is indeed a rarity. Longsheng sniffled, "I am not angry. Rather, I feel distressed at the thought of being sold as a concubine. Madame Zhou could scarcely tolerate her children's discontent and quickly drew her close, offering comfort. In times past, when we barely had enough to eat, we would never have considered selling any of you. Our circumstances have improved. How could we sell our daughter now? Although the title may be that of a concubine, there would be no contract of servitude. A proper matchmaker would be engaged, and the marriage would be recognized in the family register, allowing you to live a life of luxury. I have heard that Master Dong is both handsome and youthful, well-educated, and would treat you well. Your father has assured that to prevent any slight upon your entrance into his household, the bridal gifts would be given as your dowry, leaving nothing behind. If he were merely greedy, could he truly afford to be so generous? Upon hearing this, Longsheng was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Hochun continued with deliberation. During your time at home, I have noticed that you have indeed endured some hardships. You have grown accustomed to the comforts of our home. And once you are no longer receiving your monthly allowance, life will become more difficult, and you will find it even harder to bear. Our family is relatively well off compared to others. If you were to marry into a poor household, what would you gain? If you were younger, we could find you a respectable match among the prosperous families in town, but your age makes that prospect less likely, which is why I believe this union is advantageous. Longsheng felt a sense of release. Though they wished her to become a concubine, it was akin to Zhou Hochun persuading her to wed the impoverished scholar Xue Bowen. Both were acts of care, albeit guided by differing perspectives. In this impoverished countryside, the pinnacle of existence was deemed to be clad in silks and indulging in sumptuous feasts. And this was their belief. Before leaving the palace, she had contemplated her lifelong prospects, yearning only for a partner who would wholeheartedly cherish her. If such a union could not be realized, she would prefer to remain unmarried. She imagined finding a partner who, despite transient poverty, possessed ambition and sincerity, believing that together they could forge a prosperous life. She had never considered the possibility of becoming a concubine. Had she been inclined towards such a fate, she would not have waited until now. She rose from the edge of the Kong, adjusted her parents' seating, straightened her attire, and, much like in the palace, bowed respectfully before them, speaking slowly and deliberately. Father, mother, I understand that you have my best interests at heart, and I apologize for my impulsiveness. However, I have resolved that, even if I remain unmarried, I shall never become a concubine. Marrying a poor man still offers a chance for a good life. But to be a concubine is to embrace a life of perpetual degradation. Even if Master Dong were to propose with the respect of a legitimate marriage, it would not alter this reality, and our children would inevitably bear the burden of scorn. Therefore, I shall never accept such a fate. Zhou Wangshe could not help but interject. But Changsheng, in this impoverished place, if you were to marry a commoner, as you have observed, while it may not lead to utter starvation, you would undoubtedly suffer in poverty and hardship. During times of disaster, you may struggle to find enough to eat, surrounded by rough country, folk whom you do not fancy. Yet, if you were to become a concubine in the household of Master Dong, though it may be a lesser position, you would live a life of comfort. You must consider this carefully. Mother, had I wished to be a concubine, I would have accepted the position of the emperor's concubine while at court. The status and wealth that entail are beyond imagination. Why would I settle for the likes of a rustic landowner? Zhou Hochun and his wife were left speechless. For the emperor's concubine was indeed a noble figure within the palace. To them, the royal family was akin to deities, unfathomably exalted and deserving of worship. The notion that Changsheng had the opportunity to serve as a concubine to the emperor was astonishing, as they beheld Changsheng's beauty and grace, which could hardly be concealed beneath her modest attire. It became increasingly plausible that she had captured the emperor's attention, leaving them utterly at a loss for words. Suddenly, Zhou Wangshe recalled the first time Changsheng bathed upon returning home, deliberately wrapping herself to obscure her figure. It dawned on her that there was more to this than mere modesty. She had initially assumed her actions stemmed from a fear of overshadowing her mistress due to her status as a servant. Yet, it appeared there were deeper intentions at play. If she was unwilling to become the emperor's concubine, how could she ever consider being a concubine to Master Dong? Changsheng continued, the emperor is already in his 60s. Even if you are not too old, I have multiple opportunities to become a concubine to a prince of comparable age. Yet, I have consistently evaded such prospects. Why would I ever entertain the idea of becoming a concubine to a rural landowner in his 40s? I am no child. I understand the need to plan for my own future. I ask that you, my parents, respect my wishes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hochun and his wife emerged from their shock, simultaneously admiring their daughter's ambition while lamenting her overly lofty aspirations. Yet you are not a child anymore. Girls your age in the village are already mothers. If this continues, you will only grow older. What will become of us when they point fingers at your parents? Changxing reassured them, "Do not worry, my dear parents. I have reached an age where it matters little if I delay marriage until after the new year. Having finally returned home, I wish only to cherish the time spent with you, to make up for the years of longing for affection. Can we postpone discussions of marriage until spring?" Zhou Hochun and his wife exchanged glances, realizing that the new year was only a month away. If you feel that way, your father can certainly support you. Tomorrow, we will have guests, and the day after, I shall return to the matchmaker. Rest assured, no one shall pressure you into marriage. You may stay at home peacefully, and we shall plan for spring. The following morning, Zhou Hochun and his son went to the backyard to catch chickens, while Zhou Wangshi, accompanied by her two daughters-in-law, prepared the coal stove and tidied the house, bustling about the kitchen. Changxing personally attended to the grooming of Yuxing and her nieces and nephews. By midday, as the aroma of meat and wine wafted through the yard, the Li family arrived, bearing charcoal and a lacquered gift box. Since Changxing was still unmarried, she was only allowed a brief meeting with the guests before her mother insisted she remain indoors to look after the children. On this side, she had clearly observed that Yusheng's fiancé, Li Keqin, possessed a robust physique, handsome features, and a pair of expressive eyes, exuding an air of maturity and responsibility. He seemed to be an excellent match for Yusheng, who appeared both shy and delighted, clearly taken with the young man. Changxing felt a sense of relief. Yusheng was her beloved sister, and she could not allow her to marry an unreliable man and jeopardize her future. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. How wonderful it would be if she, like Yusheng, were a genuine girl raised in the countryside, untouched by the modern civilization of the great cities from her past life, unacquainted with the opulence and grandeur of the royal palace and the capital in this life. If her parents could simply choose a dependable husband for her, she might live a simple, contented life. However, if Changxing had not entered the palace, how could she have succumbed to the cold and met an early demise? How could she have crossed over into Yusheng's life? The past has been determined. It was impossible for her to live as Yusheng did. Chapter 39. Retribution. Early in the morning, Zhou Hochun and Sheng went to respond to the matchmaker. Jean Meipa. However, they returned in the evening, their faces etched with worry, their bodies radiating coldness, exhaustion evident in their cracked lips. Initially, Jean Meipa had greeted their early arrival with fervent anticipation, believing that their matter was settled and that the generous reward from Master Dong awaited her. Yet, upon learning the truth, she quickly changed her demeanor, stating that she could not make a decision without consulting Master Dong first. The Zhou father and son, wary of offending the wealthy and influential Master Dong, agreed to wait for news at her home, politely requesting her to explain the situation to him. To their dismay, Jean Maple left them in neglect until the afternoon, offering neither food nor drink, and no one came to inquire about their well-being. Had it not been for the warmth from the charcoal in the brazier, they would have succumbed to the cold. When she finally returned, she conveyed Master Dong's harsh words, asserting that despite Longxing being trained in the palace, he would not tolerate her age and would not grant her any favor. The implication was clear. They should wait and see who in the surrounding villages would dare to marry Zhou Longsheng. Longsheng was initially taken aback, then scoffed. Her lifelong happiness was not a matter of favor. Master Dong was being outrageous. What began as mere inquiries had escalated to a situation where it seemed as though she was obliged to become his concubine. The Dong family was nothing but slanderous. She had no fear. After the new year, her parents would surely advise her to lower her standards for a suitor, and now, the adversary had unwittingly provided her with a solution to her dilemma. Zhou Wangshi, exasperated, jabbed her daughter. "Have you lost your mind? How can you still find amusement in this? The news of him taking you as a concubine has already spread far and wide. And even if he does not defame you, who around here would dare to offend him by seeking your hand? No matchmaker will ever come to our door again. Longsheng refrained from revealing her true thoughts, instead responding ambiguously, "Mother, fear not. The pure will remain clear, and the murky will reveal themselves." What is there to fear from a few rumors? After what occurred previously, I believe most people understand the truth. She suggested they wait until after the new year to discuss matters further, confident in her own convictions. Her composure brought some solace to her parents. In the following days, calmness returned, and the Zhou family finally exhaled in relief. However, a fortnight later, even more malicious rumors began to circulate, claiming that Longsheng, unable to withstand loneliness in the palace, had engaged in unspeakable acts with a young eunuch. When the emperor discovered this, he had the eunuch beaten to death, and, taking into account that Longsheng was a woman, ordered her to return home, forbidding her ever to enter the capital again. This rumor was shockingly provocative and spread like wildfire through the surrounding villages. By the time the Zhou family became aware, the situation had spiraled out of control. Zhou Wangshe fainted from distress, while Longsheng seethed with indignation. Though she was unafraid of the rumors, she could not tolerate such despicable accusations. What could she possibly do to confront this local tyrant? If she sought revenge, what would become of her family? Just as despair threatened to consume her, her Aunt Zhou Hozhen rushed in, breathless, exclaiming that her fiancé, Guyud, had been brutally beaten while transporting chickens and would be incapacitated for at least 6 months. Hearing this news, Longsheng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. This shameless man had finally received his comeuppance. The couple, the Zhou family, listened for a while to the lamentations and sighs, expressing their sorrow over the misfortunes of Qiaosheng. After some time, they also harbored resentment towards her for allegedly aiding Guyud in plotting against Changsheng. Ultimately, Mrs. Zhou chastised Zhou Hozhen a few times, forbidding her from further meddling in Qiaosheng's affairs. Changsheng discerned that deep down, her mother was indeed worried. However, after being so exasperated by them last time, she feared the discontent in her heart would fester, leading her to adopt such a callous demeanor. She too was curious about who had struck Guyud, avenging her grievances. And thus, while her mother took her 2 daughters-in-law to prepare a meal, she quietly pulled her aunt aside to inquire. It turned out that after Guyud was beaten, Qiaosheng was terrified and, not daring to return to her family, quietly went to her aunt's house to cry out her woes. Zhou Hozhen, feeling pity for her being disowned by her family, decided to visit her under the cover of night, only to find Guyud severely injured. His face was swollen beyond recognition, one ear severed and a leg amputated below the knee. One could only imagine the suffering he would endure in this age of scarce medical resources before his wounds healed. He truly deserved it. Zhou Hozhen remarked in confusion. I heard that the assailant seemed to have had intentions of defending you, saying that he should behave himself and not covet what does not belong to him. He even threatened to break another leg or sever another ear if he continued to tarnish others' reputations, which is why he suspected you. Changsheng was taken aback. Was there truly an intention to defend her? Yet, she had no part in this matter. Aside from her family, she was a stranger to everyone here. Who would stand up for her? With a light scoff, she replied, "To be honest, had it not been for my several nieces, I would have liked to teach them a lesson, but I lack the capability. My father and elder brother are merely honest farmers. He likely harbors a persistent desire for what is not his and has been gossiping behind my back, thus offending many. It is ironic that he suspects me while harboring guilt himself. In fact, I am quite grateful to the one who struck him. They have finally avenged my grievances." Zhou Hozhen pondered, realizing that her brother and nephew were indeed simple farmers, and Changsheng, being a young woman, could hardly possess such power. Moreover, Guyud was Qiaosheng's husband. Their family would not be so heartless. A few days later, the once impoverished scholar, Xue Bowen, who had once sought to marry Changsheng, found himself in dire straits. After collecting fees from his students, he went to a small restaurant in town to indulge in a few dishes. However, upon finishing his meal, he discovered his purse missing. In a fit of arrogance, he accused the waiter of theft, only to be met with a severe beating from the owner and subsequently expelled. Upon returning to the village, the parents of his students, embarrassed by his disgrace, chose to send their children to another educational institution. Xuanwu Bowen, now humiliated and stripped of his only source of income, had no choice but to pack his belongings and seek fortune elsewhere. Upon hearing the news, Changsheng felt a secret satisfaction and astonishment. The loathsome scholar had finally faced retribution. Why did all those who wronged her seem to meet such misfortune? Yet, wasn't Dong Laokai doing well? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. As the year drew to a close, disaster struck Dong Laocai's prosperous silk shop, Rue Fuxiang, located on the main street of the county. In the dead of night, the shop caught fire just as he had anticipated profiting handsomely from the new year, having invested a considerable sum in a batch of exquisite silk fabrics, all of which were reduced to ashes. The shop itself was consumed in flames, and neighboring establishments, including a cosmetic store and a jewelry shop, suffered significant damage, though thankfully no lives were lost. Though it did not lead to his utter ruin. The losses incurred by the silk shop, coupled with the compensation paid to others, resulted in a significant depletion of the family's wealth. It was rumored that Master Dong had fallen gravely ill. This incident left not only the Chongqing family in a state of confusion, but also stirred whispers within the village, suggesting that Changsheng had somehow invoked the favor of the imperial dragon, and those who had wronged her would inevitably face retribution. Mistress Wang, perplexed, remarked, "If it were not for you being a mere maiden, where would such capability and audacity originate? I would almost suspect you of enlisting someone to take vengeance on your behalf. Perhaps my years of devotion and prayers have moved the deities to manifest their will, ensuring that ill-intentioned individuals receive their due punishment. Otherwise, the coincidence seems too remarkable." Changsheng, caught between laughter and tears, conceded that if one were to label it mere coincidence, it indeed seemed extraordinarily fortuitous. The only plausible explanation remained that it was simply a matter of chance. Remarkably, all three individuals who had offended her coincidentally faced a string of misfortunes in quick succession, and thus, it could only be interpreted in this manner. Chapter 40. Recruitment notice. A few days later, for reasons unknown, the rumors subsided, morphing into the tale that Chongqing's return to her hometown was a result of the emperor and the empress's benevolence. They supposedly could not bear to see the maidens waste their youth, hence permitting those who had reached the age of 20 to return home and marry, accompanied by generous gifts of silver and jewelry as dowries. The villagers, recalling Chongqing's opulent appearance upon her return, along with the recent acquisition of a substantial piece of land by the Zhou family, began to believe this narrative. If the rumors were indeed true, she would have returned in a state of disgrace rather than in such splendor. The slanders against her must have been the result of envy from others. Madame Zhou increasingly felt that divine intervention was at play, while Chongqing quietly marveled at the situation. Nevertheless, none of this wavered her desire to leave. Although her hometown was pleasant, it was not conducive to her life. It was no wonder that people spoke of the great recluse hidden within the bustling city. She yearned for tranquility, and the city was far more suitable than the village. As the year-end approached, a moderate snowfall blanketed the land, bringing with it an even colder climate. The water cisterns froze, necessitating the use of a long, clean stick to break through the ice before drawing water. Under such conditions, bathing became a rare luxury, compelling Changsheng to endure her growing desire to leave. One frigid day, her uncle, who had long been absent, unexpectedly arrived, prompting Changsheng to eagerly leap from her bed to greet him. She had been longing for his visit, hoping he would take her out for a stroll, perhaps even presenting an opportunity. To her delight, her uncle was there to escort both her and her sister Yuxing, as he had business to attend to in Yunzhou the following day and wished to take them along with his daughter, Jinhua. Changsheng and Yuxing erupted in joyous celebration. Despite the Tang dynasty's relatively lenient restrictions on women, it was no small feat for girls from their impoverished rural area to visit the county town, let alone Yunzhou Prefecture. However, the thought of facing their grandmother, who would surely berate them about marriage, gave Chongqing a headache. Madame Zhou, aware of her thoughts, discreetly slipped her a couple of taels of private silver for shopping, affectionately scolding her with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "You ungrateful child. Your grandmother dotes on you so. You're all smiles at the prospect of visiting Yinzhou, yet you frown at the thought of seeing her? Rest assured, I have spoken to your uncle. He will remind your grandmother that you have promised to consider marriage after the new year, so she won't pester you. Changsheng, simultaneously indulging in playful charm and delight, secretly took a few extra taels of silver to don new attire before embarking on their journey with her sister. Such an outing was indeed a rare privilege. Yet, her cousin Jinhua, with her overly astute and restless eyes, proved difficult to connect with. She was immensely fascinated by the clothing, jewelry, and makeup of the palace ladies. In the palace, many such women existed, all with lofty ambitions and employing every means to ascend in status. Fortunately, Jinhua was not a close relative, merely an occasional acquaintance. Aunt Wang Chaoshi exhibited warmth towards her two nieces, and this time, their grandmother refrained from broaching the subject of Changsheng's marriage. However, she was displeased that Changsheng had only visited her once since returning home and had refused to stay a few days. She insisted on pulling Changsheng close, chattering incessantly. Changsheng had never before been treated with such tenderness, akin to that reserved for a 3-year-old, and she suddenly felt guilty for having avoided her grandmother out of fear. While grappling with her shame, she concocted ways to amuse her, much to Jinhua's silent disdain. The following day, the trio arose early, awakened by the first light of dawn. Setting out before the sun had fully risen allowed them ample time to explore. By the hour of the snake, approximately 10 in the morning, they arrived at the diminutive yet bustling Yinzhou city. The sight of the moss-covered blue brick archway filled them with excitement. As the year drew to a close, the city was abuzz with activity, thronged with those purchasing New Year's goods and conducting trade. Innkeepers and taverns lined the streets, while silk shops, jewelry stores, cosmetic vendors, and countless stalls abounded. Wang Chunfa swiftly completed his errands, storing the carriage before guiding the ladies to a street specializing in inexpensive fabrics and cosmetics. Jinhua and Yuxing gazed enviously at the attire of Yunzhou's women, eagerly diving into the shops and losing themselves within. However, for Changsheng, the coarse and rudimentary items held little allure. She sought merely to clear her mind and, perhaps, discover an opportunity to forge a new path away from home. Before long, her attention was captured by a gathering of people. She discerned fragments of conversation that piqued her interest, compelling her to listen intently. What a spectacle! Not only are there maids and matrons attending, but they're also seeking a female tutor. She overheard that the notice had been posted for over a month, with many applicants dissatisfied, as officials are notoriously selective. Never mind, it's merely the affairs of the gentry. What concern is it of ours? A flicker of excitement coursed through Changsheng, urging her to move closer for a better look, but she was restrained by Wang Chunfa. Changsheng, you must not be reckless. As a young lady, it is unwise to crowd into such a throng. If you are curious, I will inquire on your behalf. Very well, uncle, please do. Be sure to find out all the details. I noticed what appeared to be a notice. Though you cannot read, you may ask someone nearby to clarify. After a considerable time, Wang Chunfa finally emerged from the crowd, shaking his head. There is nothing of great significance. It's merely that Lord Xie, the military governor of Jinyang, is seeking a governess for his daughter. In simpler terms, a female tutor. The villagers, unfamiliar with such matters, mistake it for something remarkable. However, it is quite common in Jinyang, where daughters of affluent families have female tutors from a young age. Changsheng inhaled deeply, her heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. The notion of wealthy families employing governesses for their daughters was akin to a modern-day domestic educator. In her fervent desire to escape her home, she momentarily recalled tales from the palace about senior maidservants who, upon leaving service, could become governesses for noble families if they had not married or fallen from grace. However, not everyone possessed the requisite ability or opportunity. Only those of second rank or above, who had served their time and received permission to leave, were eligible. This recruitment notice was likely a reflection of that same principle. Yet, Jinyang was a place of hidden talents. Why would Lord Xie's notice find its way to this modest Yinzhou? If it hadn't tea, how would she have learned of it? Changsheng, unable to ponder further, grasped Wang Chunfa's sleeve with urgency. Please, uncle, take me to see it closely. Wang Chunfa, thinking her merely a curious child, acquiesced with a nod, instructing Jinhua and Yuxing to wait at the nearby cosmetic shop while he took Changsheng to investigate further. They struggled to weave through the throng, only to behold a large recruitment notice affixed to the gray-blue brick wall. The Xie residence seeks to employ a governess. Those interested are invited to apply at the residence of General Xie in Jinyang. This terse statement offers no specifics regarding the qualifications or remuneration. Surely, to hire someone, there must be certain prerequisites, be it youth and capability, age and wisdom, literacy, mastery of the arts, or familiarity with etiquette and decorum. It is hardly reasonable to make a call for employment without any elaboration on the requirements. Chapter 41. A return to Jinyang as she pondered deeply. Wang Chuanfa began to comprehend her thoughts and, in a moment of urgency, exclaimed, "Changsheng, you must not leave home again. Although the treatment in affluent families may seem appealing, you cannot afford to delay at your age. Once the year passes, finding a reputable family for marriage is the only sensible course. While this notion may sound enticing, it could jeopardize your future." Changsheng, in that fleeting moment, had already made her decision. Having lived in the palace for 8 years, her status was not particularly high. Yet in her past life, she was an undergraduate in Chinese literature, proficient in reading and writing, and well-versed in the etiquette and rules of the court. Surely, she was capable of nurturing a young girl. In this era, lacking a prestigious family background and any business acumen, and unwilling to become a brothel keeper or a madam, this seemed to be the most fitting occupation for her. Regardless of success or failure, she felt compelled to give it a try. Ignoring Wang Chuanfa's admonitions, she grasped his sleeve, her eyes pleading, "Uncle, I truly cannot remain at home any longer. I do not wish to marry someone haphazardly in the countryside, yet I see no other path. This opportunity is a chance for me. Whether I succeed or fail, let me at least explore it. Otherwise, I will always be haunted by this desire. Just one attempt, and I will be satisfied." Wang Chuanfa sighed, fully aware of the discomfort and grievances she had endured since returning home, yet feeling powerless to change her situation. Indeed, the countryside did not offer her a welcoming environment. But was life among the wealthy truly so easy? Changsheng, remember that affluent families are vast and complex. They have both talented and handsome young men as well as debauched individuals indulging in vice. With your exceptional beauty, it is difficult to ensure that others will not harbor ulterior motives. As a solitary woman, you must tread carefully. Consider this well. Changsheng anticipated her uncle's response and confidently reassured him, "Uncle, rest assured. I have vowed never to become a concubine or mistress. I am no longer a child. I understand the importance of planning for my own future. You are aware that my return home has not only brought me distress, but has also added trouble for my family. In matters of marriage, I find myself at a loss, unable to find a suitable match. After much contemplation, I believe it is prudent to seek another path. To be honest, even without this job advertisement, I had already intended to leave home after the new year." Wang Chuanfa was taken aback by her resolute intentions. Recalling her unwavering demeanor in the face of Gao Shoren's coercion and her various tribulations upon returning home, he solemnly nodded, "Your uncle will support you, but cannot be today. First, you must inform your parents. Their consent is necessary, as traveling to Jinyang will take several days." With his support, Changsheng felt a sense of relief. At home, aside from her mother, she doubted anyone genuinely wished for her to remain. If she could secretly travel to Jinyang to apply for the position, she would return home, if unsuccessful. But if she succeeded, no one could stop her. Upon returning home, fatigued from the journey and preoccupied with her job application, she sought her mother's permission to bathe with Yuxing. As the fragrant scent of the bath beans wafted through the air, Changsheng quickly formulated a plan. The next morning, she intentionally let her ebony hair cascade over her shoulders. When her mother entered and took her hand, she prompted, "Mother, feel this. Is it not silky and smooth?" Zhou Wangshe reached out to touch her daughter's thick, lustrous hair, which indeed felt soft and fragrant. Reminded of Changsheng's once sparse golden locks in her childhood, she praised, "Though the hair is lovely, it is primarily due to my daughter Changsheng's transformation. Use it sparingly. Save some for your wedding day. Do not worry, mother. I have memorized the secret formula, and will make more once this is used up. In truth, the cost of preparing the medicinal concoction is minimal. This fragrant bathing bean not only offers an enchanting aroma post-bath, but also nourishes the hair and skin, a favored choice among the esteemed ladies of the palace. I believe the wealthy womenfolk would surely appreciate its benefits. Why not create some according to the secret recipe, discreetly gifting them for trial? Should they take a liking to it, they will undoubtedly purchase from us. However, certain herbs can only be obtained in Jinyang. I mentioned this to my uncle, who wholeheartedly supported my plan. If mother consents, he has promised to accompany me to Jinyang tomorrow to gather the ingredients, though the round trip will take several days. Madame Wang pondered, recognizing the potential in this venture. Providing a few samples would incur little expense, and if the affluent ladies enjoy the product, they would have to procure it from us. Indeed, a promising avenue for profit. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Would this endeavor invite trouble? After all, these are the favored concoctions of the palace. Would ordinary folk dare to use them? Changsheng reassured her with a smile. Do not worry, mother. After the fall of the previous dynasty, many secret recipes have circulated beyond the palace walls. It's merely our remote northern locale that remains unaware. Ultimately, Madame Wang acquiesced. With such a large family to support, ensuring their comfort is no trivial task. Having a means of generating income is certainly advantageous, and experimenting with a small quantity would not be prohibitively costly. Thus, she began to gather the necessary items, with her elder brother, Zhou Ansheng, set to deliver them to their uncle's residence. Changsheng, having achieved her aim, felt a surge of delight. She quietly returned to her room, retrieving 5 taels of silver from a porcelain jar and hiding it carefully. Just as she was about to leave, she recalled that she was to interview for a position. Her outward appearance and demeanor were equally paramount. If she dressed too plainly, the wealthy would surely dismiss her. Yet, if she adorned herself too extravagantly, they might fear she would corrupt their daughters. In her moment of indecision, she remembered that the role of a governess was akin to that of a household tutor in her past life. Though the eras differ, the expectations of appearance, temperament, and demeanor bear some commonalities. She meticulously recalled the attire of university instructors from her previous life. Given that it was winter, she opted for colors that were not overly subdued. A balance of elegance and warmth was essential, graceful yet not stiflingly formal. She opened her clothing trunk and carefully selected her outfit, ultimately choosing a deep crimson silk cotton jacket paired with a deep blue embroidered skirt featuring white floral patterns, a design of her own making. The jacket's collar and cuffs were trimmed with gray satin, adorned with crimson floral embroidery. The collar was slightly raised, and the waist was fitted, while the sleeves flared gently. At first glance, the ensemble may not seem particularly striking, but upon closer inspection, it revealed a beautiful silhouette that was neither bulky nor bland, exuding both elegance and a refreshing charm, with just a hint of allure. As for her hairstyle, that posed a challenge. Being unmarried, she could not adopt a more dignified married woman's bun, yet a youthful double bun seemed too childish. She was applying for the position of a governess, not that of a young maid. After some thought, she decided to fashion her hair into a rounded bun at the back of her head, securing it with a dark silk ribbon, and adorning it with a silver hairpin embellished with drooping plum blossoms. Her long bangs were swept to one side, held in place with 2 delicate silver hairpins. With willow-like brows and skin as exquisite as jade, Yusheng found it impossible to avert her gaze. Though the outfit appeared simple and unadorned, how could it look so captivating when worn? The sentiment of having a daughter blossom into maturity is perhaps best encapsulated in this moment. Lady Wang of the Zhou family wore a gentle smile, patiently observing as she meticulously adorned herself, playfully chiding her for going to Jinyang merely for a stroll, questioning the need for such elaborate preparations. She also reproached her for her disheveled hair, yet Changsheng, wary of arousing her suspicions, explained that this was the fashionable hairstyle among the young ladies in the capital, a detail she had no means to verify. As twilight descended, Changsheng and her uncle finally arrived in Jinyang, taking lodgings at the same inn where they had previously stayed. They inquired about the location of the Xie residence and ventured into the marketplace to procure the items they desired along with the ingredients necessary for crafting fragrant bath beans. as she intended to devote herself wholeheartedly to her job application the following day. Chapter 42. The interview at the Xie residence on the following morning. Chongqing stood before the imposing gate of the Xie residence, gazing at the gleaming brass fittings on the vermilion door, filled with confidence and anticipation for the position. She approached the gatekeeper to express her purpose, and promptly, a young servant led her inside. Upon entering, she did not proceed straight ahead, but rather circumvented the flower bed within the gate, turning onto a cobblestone path along the eastern side. As she walked, Chongqing observed her surroundings. The arrangement of the courtyard and buildings offered subtle insights into the character of the master. The Xie residence exuded an air of antiquity and composure, with its orderly yet unadorned structures, and a garden that was simple and devoid of pavilions. In winter, most of the flora appeared withered and yellowed, lending an atmosphere of tranquility and desolation. The grounds seemed modest in size, and the number of servants was sparse, suggesting that the master was a person who preferred to maintain a low profile. Arriving at a side courtyard, she found the warmth of the room a comforting reprieve from the chill outside. A curious young maid, around 12 or 13 years of age, regarded her with interest as she presented a cup of hot tea, standing respectfully to the side. This indicated that the family did not possess an air of superiority. Before long, a middle-aged man resembling a steward entered. He appeared to be in his 40s, exhibiting a demeanor that was neither overbearing nor servile, and his attentiveness left a favorable impression on Chongqing. He inquired politely and thoroughly about her background, including her family and experiences in the palace, nodding in acknowledgement before requesting her to wait, then departing. The Xie family exercised considerable caution. The steward would conduct an initial assessment before the master made a final decision. It appeared that Chongqing had successfully navigated the first hurdle, prompting her to become even more meticulous, as she could not afford to let her guard down. Failure was not an option for her, for she could no longer reside in her current household, and this was her only avenue forward. As she sat alone in the quiet, she sensed a shadow moving outside the window. Could it be that someone from the Xie residence was covertly observing her? Approaching the window, she caught a glimpse of a corner of a sapphire-blue brocade robe disappearing into the thicket, likely belonging to a member of the household. While the curiosity of the servants could be dismissed, the actions of a master provoked a sense of unease within her. Moments later, the steward returned, courteously informing her that the general wished to meet Miss Zhou. However, he emphasized that certain conditions needed to be clarified beforehand. The position of a governess at the Xie residence came with a salary equivalent to that of a teacher, requiring her to live in the same quarters as the young lady and to be in constant attendance, with a designated maid to assist her. The remuneration would be 2 taels of silver, with provisions for 3 meals, snacks, and tea, new clothing for all seasons, red envelopes for festivals, and medical care in case of illness. Nonetheless, the stipulation was that the candidate could not leave the Xie residence for at least 2 years after accepting the position. These were the fundamental terms, and if she agreed, they would proceed to meet the young master for his decision. Chongqing's anxious heart eased somewhat. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope, and the compensation was indeed generous. Yet, while her mother often chided her about marriage, the Xie family's requirement of 2 years without leaving the estate implied a 2-year delay in finding a husband. Would she be destined to remain a single woman? Fortunately, 2 years would not be an eternity, and with no suitable suitors in sight, she believed that if she were to find a kindred spirit, they would not mind waiting a little longer, as it was uncertain whether she would meet someone within that time frame. In any case, this opportunity was far preferable to enduring the indignities at the Zhou household. Chongqing sensed that once the new year passed, her days at home would become increasingly uncomfortable. It would be best to extricate herself as soon as possible. With a firm nod, she declared, "I agree." Upon arriving at a grand and spacious main hall, one is greeted by the sight of double lattice doors flung wide open, adorned with thick cotton curtains. As Longsheng approached, a young servant lifted the curtain, and she, concentrating her mind, confidently followed the butler inside. The atmosphere within was warm and inviting, exuding an air of elegance without ostentation. Seated with head bowed over a scroll was a young gentleman, clad in a dark robe with a decorative border. upon noticing her entrance. He lowered his reading material and raised his gaze, revealing a flicker of surprise and admiration in his eyes. This woman possessed a stunning beauty, her demeanor exuding grace and composure, her movements poised and assured. Yet, there was an ethereal quality about her, reminiscent of his late wife, someone who, despite being intimately close, seemed forever detached from him and the world around them. Longsheng discerned that he appeared to be in his late 20s, with distinct features, a bright brow, and deep-set eyes that conveyed both charm and scholarly elegance. She noted his dark, embroidered robe, contrasting with the royal blue fabric that had earlier retreated into the foliage. Clearly, he was not the same individual. Who then could that man be? Surely, if the master had summoned a governess, he would have greeted her with greater openness. Could he be a concubine of General Xie? She quickly dismissed the notion. The Tang dynasty celebrated vibrant and rich beauty. Young noble women were adorned in vivid hues. And such a heavy shade of blue was clearly a man's robe, not a gown. The butler approached and whispered a few words before addressing Longsheng. "This is General Xie." She felt a wave of surprise. His refined demeanor bore little resemblance to the rugged, boisterous image she had conjured of a general. She stepped forward, performing her greetings with grace and confidence. Once he gestured for her to take a seat, she settled down with elegant ease. It was not arrogance that guided her. After all, she was to be the governess, not merely a maidservant. If she were to display impatience or timidity, how could she cultivate a proper lady? Indeed, General Xie's expression grew increasingly approving. He nodded, refraining from further inquiries, as the butler had already posed the necessary questions and relayed all pertinent information. Observing Longsheng sip her warm tea, he finally spoke. "In the future, I shall entrust my daughter to you, Miss Zhou. Please take her below to rest, and ensure she is well prepared for her return." Longsheng's heart soared at this implication that he had taken a liking to her. Despite her efforts to maintain an air of calm and steadiness, her eyes sparkled with barely contained joy, which she quickly reined in before responding. "You honor me too greatly. General, my abilities are limited, and I dare not accept such a weighty charge, but I shall endeavor with all my might to instruct your daughter." Her words further endeared her to General Xie. She was a woman who understood her station, her gaze steady and clear, embodying both composure and vitality. Her demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his late wife, instilling trust in him that his daughter would be in capable hands. Upon returning to the modest courtyard with the butler, he informed her of the general's satisfaction with her. Introducing himself as Xie Qingzhong and providing a brief overview of the Xie family circumstances. The gentleman she had just met, General Xie, was the eldest son of the Xie family, named Xie Mingche, aged 26. His legitimate wife had passed away 3 years prior, leaving behind a daughter named Xie Jinshu, who was merely 7 years old. This residence was the official residence of General Xie in Taiyuan, distinct from the Xie family estate. The Xie family possesses a hereditary title of county earl, situated beneath the ranks of dukes and marquises, with their residence located in the capital region of Wugong County. Young Jinshu, having lost her mother at a tender age, remains in the Xie household under the care of her grandmother and uncles, while Xie Mingche is preoccupied with official duties. Due to the harsh and frigid climate of the northern lands, it is imperative for Changsheng to travel to the Xie residence in Wugong County to oversee the upbringing of young Jinshu. Taken aback, Changsheng mused upon the name Jinshu, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her past life. Memories of her sister and parents flooded her mind, causing a swift pang of sorrow that nearly brought tears to her eyes. Yet, she quickly suppressed her emotions, recognizing that this was not the time for such displays in a foreign land. Nevertheless, an unexpected sense of kinship arose within her for the unseen Jinshu. It felt strange to be returning to the capital after only a few months away. She found herself at a loss regarding her feelings. During her time at home, she had not experienced much joy and had endured considerable grievances, longing to escape the turmoil of her surroundings. Yet, hearing the prospect of departing from her hometown brought an inexplicable ache to her heart, leaving her to ponder how long she might remain in her family home. Chapter 43. Departing without farewell, Xie Qingzhong felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of her leaving her hometown and thus. He kindly advised her. Many have come to apply for the position, and although the general is not present, the old matriarch, well-educated and from a distinguished family, will ensure your proper introduction. The young lady is both graceful and talented, and with several capable aunts to assist, you need not harbor any concerns. A warmth blossomed in Changxing's heart as she gazed at him with a smile. Thank you, steward. When shall I depart for the duke's residence? Xie Qingzhong, with a hint of regret, replied, You may not be able to celebrate the new year at home, for the general is occupied with official duties. Fortunately, the third young master visited recently and plans to return home on the 20th day of the 12th month. After bidding farewell to your family, please prepare your belongings and come to the Xie residence on the afternoon of the 19th, so you may return to the capital with him on the 20th. Changxing's eyes widened in shock. Today was already the 16th, and she was to leave without even celebrating the new year? She had thought she would at least wait until after the festivities. Others might be fine, but she wondered how her mother would cope with her departure. A flurry of emotions surged within her. As she prepared to take her leave, Xie Qingzhong presented her with 5 taels of silver from his sleeve. The Xie family places great importance on reputation. Although you are merely the daughter of a teacher, your association with the Xie family reflects on us. According to our household customs, this silver is a gift for your attire and grooming, ensuring you make a splendid entrance and are not looked down upon. Rest assured, this will not be deducted from your monthly allowance. It is customary for the Xie residents to provide such support. Changsheng suppressed a smile, appreciating the generous treatment. The provision for clothing and cosmetics suggested a concern that the teacher might appear shabby upon entering the household, which could tarnish the student's image. Thankfully, she had taken care to select her garments and style her hair properly, sparing herself from any embarrassment. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Chuanfa noticed her lack of joy and felt a pang of anxiety, fearing she had not secured the position, yet he also sighed in relief. While he hoped for Changxing's success, he yearned even more for her to find a suitable partner and not squander her life away, nor distance herself from her parents. Changxing understood his conflicting emotions. Life is a constant balance of gains and losses. Achieving success in securing the position came with the cost of adhering to the household's expectations. Regrettably, not being able to celebrate the new year at home was a significant disappointment. Uncle, I succeeded. I will no longer be idle. Wang Chunfa first felt joy, but upon realizing she would be departing for the capital and would not return for 2 years, he fell silent, then sighed deeply. Your uncle knows you have great potential. Yet to leave for 8 years, returning merely months before embarking again, and without celebrating the new year. You are far too determined. Perhaps I should not have hidden this from your mother when I brought you here. What if it jeopardizes your future? Despite her sudden melancholy over leaving home, Changsheng quickly adjusted her spirits. She did not wish to miss out on the vibrant life of the prosperous Tang dynasty. Perhaps this journey would lead her to a worthy partner. With a bright smile, she replied, Good fortune and love is serendipitous. I am not so young anymore, and delaying for another 2 years is of little consequence. Uncle, do not worry. The capital is vast, filled with talented individuals. I shall not squander my future. Unable to dissuade her, Wang Chuanfa accompanied her to purchase some items, and the two of them returned home together. As Changxing pondered, she realized that her father and elder brother valued wealth above all, while Yu Sheng and Liang Sheng, brimming with youthful aspirations, would support her departure. Ultimately, it was her mother who would find it hardest to let go. Upon returning to her uncle's home, Changsheng discreetly selected a few pieces of jewelry to carry with her, leaving the remainder in her uncle's care. She spent another night with her grandmother, concealing the fact that she would soon be departing. The following day, upon returning home, Mrs. Zhou learned that her daughter had secretly secured a position as a governess at the Xie family and would soon leave. Unable to celebrate the new year at home and not returning for 2 years, with tears welling up, she merely uttered, Child, how have you grown so resolute? The weight of additional affection only deepened Changxing's sense of attachment, causing her heart to ache as she embraced her mother, offering comfort in return. Zhou Hochun, taken aback by his wife's distress, sighed and reassured her, securing a position at the Xie residence is a positive opportunity. Being a governess for a wealthy family carries the same dignity as that of a teacher, It does not bring shame to our Changsheng. Moreover, in 2 years, she can return home. Try not to be too disheartened. Mrs. Zhou shot him a glare, admonishing, you only see the silver she might earn at the Xie residence. 2 years? Can she afford such a delay? Are you not concerned about her future? Just look at our Changsheng. Will she find a suitable match in this countryside? As Zhou Hochun spoke, he regarded Changsheng, noting that her grace and beauty surpassed that of many wealthy young ladies in the county. She was well-versed and knowledgeable, yet her age posed a challenge in finding a commendable match. Suddenly, Mrs. Zhou seemed to have an epiphany. Gazing at her daughter, she observed her flawless skin, exquisite features, and intelligent, sparkling eyes. How could such a remarkable girl thrive in this remote village? Perhaps she truly did not belong here. My dear daughter, after so many years away, it seems you have become ill-suited to our humble abode. You are a woman of conviction. Remember to uphold your principles when you enter a prominent family. I trust you will recognize good character in others. Do not set your standards too high. If a suitable match arises, secure it and send word back. I will have your brother deliver the marriage contract. Changsheng nodded in agreement, but Mrs. Zhou's expression shifted as she scrutinized her daughter. You once preferred not to marry than to become a concubine. Although your father and I suggested you marry into the Dong family as a concubine, I am grateful you did not comply. Have you perhaps changed your mind due to the hardships of country life or the trials of marriage? Changsheng firmly bowed and declared, Father, Mother, I pledge that I shall never become a concubine. If a suitable family comes along, I will let you both decide. Besides, the CF family upholds strict propriety, led by an esteemed matriarch who will ensure I am treated with respect. If I can endure for 2 years, there will be opportunities to visit home. If not, I shall return. You need not worry. Zhou Hochun supported her, saying, Daughter, I regret not supporting you sooner, but remember, this will always be your home. Should you find it unbearable outside, return to us. Regardless of hardship, you will always have a meal here. Changsheng solemnly nodded. At this juncture, regardless of her family's emotions, she had resolved to leave. Mrs. Zhou, suppressing her sorrow, began to pack her belongings, while Liangsheng admired her tenacity, and Yuxing shed numerous tears. Although she was set to depart, she had made all the necessary arrangements in advance. She retained only 5 taels of silver and 100 taels in banknotes for herself, along with a few precious pieces of jewelry. On the eve of her departure, Changsheng entrusted her remaining silver and the secret recipe for fragrant bath beans to her mother, and discreetly gifted Liangsheng 100 taels as a study fund, leaving Yuxing 2 exquisite pieces of jewelry to adorn herself. She earnestly urged both of them to cherish and honor their mother. The following day, Wang Chuanfa and Anxing accompanied her to Jinyang. As Changsheng settled into the carriage, she observed her family waving goodbye in the biting wind, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of attachment. With this family came a sense of belonging. In this world, she found solace. Even in times of desperation, there would always be a place to return to. Chapter 44. The general's concubine, the brazier, radiated warmth, enveloping the room in a cozy embrace. The furnishings were tastefully arranged, exuding elegance without ostentation. A deep crimson brocade curtain hung over the neatly made Kong bed, suggesting this was indeed the guest chamber of the general's residence. Changsheng set down her burden and removed her gray rabbit fur coat, sipping hot tea while surveying her surroundings. Feeling a sense of ease wash over her. From this moment, she had truly distanced herself from her family. On the table lay delicate pastries and vibrant red apples. Earlier, Steward Xie had suggested she rest for a while and promised to send someone for her at dinner time. These fruits and treats were likely prepared for her. Observing what had once been mundane in her previous life, she couldn't resist picking up an apple and taking a bite. The crisp, sweet, and juicy flavor stirred a pang of nostalgia within her. Since returning home, she had not savored a single piece of fruit. Just as she was about to take a second bite, a light chuckle floated in from outside, unmistakably belonging to a young man. Flushed with embarrassment, Changsheng hastily set down the apple and rushed to the window, only to hear the crunch of footsteps on dry branches. Whoever it was had already departed. Returning to her seat, her face burned with indignation. Surely, this must be the one who had been peeping at her, clad in a cobalt blue brocade robe. Who could be so idle? perhaps an impudent subordinate or an unwelcome guest. Yet what was so amusing about her biting into an apple? Fortunately, she was only staying at the general's residence for a night before heading to the Xia household. Otherwise, she would find it unbearable to be under constant scrutiny. In a fit of vexation, she decided to finish the bitten apple, then leisurely indulged in the pastries. After a while, a maid entered, announcing that the general requested her presence. Changsheng found it unremarkable. She was to return to the Xia residence the following day, and it was only natural for her father to discuss matters concerning his daughter. Arriving in the main hall once more, she found Steward Xia standing beside the seated figures. General Xia and a beguiling woman adorned in shades of peach and green, seemingly in her 20s. With a petite and delicate frame, exuding a charm that elicited sympathy from men. This must be the general's concubine. For reasons unknown, Changsheng felt an innate aversion toward such women. Once seated, Xia Mingche spoke solemnly. To be candid, Miss Zhou, Jianshu was once a lively and astute child. However, since her mother's passing, she has grown increasingly withdrawn and introverted, to the point where she now refuses to meet strangers or venture into unfamiliar places. The old matriarch is advanced in years, and my brother and sister-in-law have their own children. I cannot bring her here, and my heart aches for her daily. Reluctantly, I must seek a reliable person to guide her, and I entrust this task to you. Upon hearing the name Jianshu, Changsheng felt a moment of disorientation, as if transported back to her previous life. She forced herself to calm and listen attentively, feeling an unexpected surge of compassion for this child who shared her name. Did this not suggest a tendency towards isolation? She hoped it was not too severe and wondered if this child would accept her. Yet, if the Xia residence was located in the capital, why recruit someone in Jinyang and post job notices in Yinzhou? Determined not to falter, she pondered before responding. General Xia, your confidence is greatly appreciated. I shall do my utmost. However, I fear if the young lady were to reject me, it would be a disservice to your trust. I'm at a loss as well. You bear a striking resemblance to my late wife, so perhaps my daughter will find comfort in you. It is worth a try. Longsheng paused, realizing why so many candidates were selected, while she remained the sole exception. After all, the general's wife must surely hail from a prestigious lineage, whereas she, a mere traveler from another realm, had languished in the depths of the palace for 8 long years. How could her bearing possibly compare? As she pondered this, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a flicker of jealousy in the woman's eyes, quickly masked by an impassive facade. This only deepened her suspicion. After a moment's reflection, she discerned that this woman was merely a concubine of the general, likely envious of his fond memories of his late wife and his affection for their daughter, and not at all directed towards her, an outsider. Xia Mingche's paternal love was palpable, as he expressed his concerns and attentively detailed his daughter's temperament and preferences, sharing some words of trust before inviting Longsheng to join him for dinner. It was quite customary for the host to invite the tutor to dine, and since the steward had indicated that her treatment would be equivalent to that of the tutor, Longsheng felt no need to belittle herself. Gratefully, she accepted the invitation and took her seat. Inadvertently, she noticed the concubine frowning slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure, clearly unwilling to share the table with her. Longsheng, however, paid no heed. She was well aware of the concubine's subordinate status, and any pretensions of grandeur before her were futile. Where's the third young master? Quickly summon him. He mustn't dawdle, for we depart at dawn. Soon, a servant was dispatched, returning shortly with the news that the third young master had gone to attend a farewell gathering at a friend's invitation and would not be joining them for dinner. Xia Mingche smiled knowingly and gestured for everyone to begin their meal, although it was not on par with a palace banquet in the frigid region of northern Jin. The dinner was quite sumptuous. Longsheng, having just nibbled on some apples, was not particularly hungry, and fearing disdain from the concubine, she partook of only a modest amount before excusing herself to rest. Once back in her room, she reviewed her belongings and inquired about some basic information regarding the general's household from the maidservant assigned to her. With nothing else to occupy her, she decided that since she would be jostling in a carriage come morning, it would be prudent to retire early and conserve her energy. Just as she was about to unfasten her hair, a sound of tinkling ornaments announced the arrival of a maid. who informed her that Lady Bai had come to see Miss Zhou. No sooner had she spoken than the same woman entered, accompanied by her maid, and declared, "I apologize for intruding, Miss." It turned out her name was Bai Mei, a lovely moniker indeed. Unlike before, she now wore a water-pink cloak adorned with white fox fur, enhancing her allure. Although Longsheng was unsure of the purpose behind her visit, she courteously invited her to take a seat. Bai Mei's expressive eyes scrutinized Longsheng, momentarily flashing with jealousy before she composed herself and spoke with a gentle smile. "I have come to entrust you with a small matter. Counting myself, the general has 4 concubines. Li and Lu are favored maidservants elevated to concubine status, and Xiao is a poor girl purchased from a humble background, while I was brought along as a companion to the late lady. Therefore, I am held in somewhat higher esteem by the general, always in his service, while the others remain at the Duke's residence." Listening to her boast, Longsheng maintained a serene smile, pondering the relevance of such information. She had no desire to compete for affection, as she was not anyone's concubine. Her aim was simply to serve as a nurturing aunt. Moreover, as Bai Mei was a companion of the late lady, her duty should have been to remain by the side of the young mistress. Yet here she was, far removed, seeking to monopolize her husband's affection, truly an act of ingratitude to speak of others. Seeing Chongqing's calm demeanor, entirely unperturbed, Bai Mei spoke for herself. "Miss Jin Shu has grown up under my watchful eye. It has been over a year since we last met, and I have been deeply concerned for her. Moreover, the old matriarch holds me in great affection, and the 3 aunts share a profound sisterly bond with me. I have prepared some local delicacies to send to them, but I do not wish to trouble the 3rd young master. So I hope Miss Zhou might assist in taking them back." It was but a trivial matter, and Chongsheng, smiling, nodded in agreement, requesting her to send someone to deliver the items to the carriage in the morning. She refrained from further conversation, allowing Bai Mei's eyes to wander restlessly, as if she had much to say but hesitated. Eventually, feeling somewhat bored, Bai Mei excused herself after a brief sit. Chongsheng, with her hair cascading down as she sat on the Kong, found it perplexing how Bai Mei's aura seemed to resemble that of a distinguished general's wife. Would the similarly named Jin Shu accept her? Perhaps it was best to let it be. Having taken a step forward with great difficulty, she would continue to observe as she walked. After all, she was not a servant bound in servitude. If she truly could not endure it any longer, she could simply depart. Chapter 45. Returning together on the following day, during the early hours between 5 and 7 in the morning, Chongsheng completed her grooming and packed her belongings. She donned a newly purchased deep red cloak and hastily had breakfast in preparation for her return to the capital. Outside the main gate, 6 mounted guards and 3 carriages awaited her. Steward Xie informed her that the first carriage was for the 3rd young master, the second for her, and the 3rd carried items to be taken back. Gifts from Aunt Bai for the members of the Xie family had already been loaded, accompanied by a list of items. She only needed to deliver them as instructed. He then led Chongsheng to the 2nd carriage, explaining that the general had intended to assign a maid to accompany her. But the 3rd young master suggested that it would be inconvenient for her to have another stranger along, given her unfamiliarity with the Duke's residence. He promised to find a familiar servant from the Xie family to assist her upon their return. The 3rd young master was currently conversing with the general inside the carriage, and it was cold outside, so he advised her to wait inside as they would depart shortly. Upon hearing this, Chongsheng felt a flicker of affection for the 3rd young master, whom she had never met. It was rare for a nobleman to exhibit such thoughtfulness. She hoped for more opportunities to interact with him during the journey. The visit to the Xie residence would be entirely foreign to her, and once inside, he would be the one she knew best. His guidance would surely facilitate her tasks. Suddenly, she recalled the corner of a cobalt blue robe and hoped he was not the 3rd young master, as having someone inclined to eavesdrop, especially from the Xie family, would hardly be a pleasant situation. The exterior of the carriage was plain and unadorned, yet the interior was exceedingly comfortable and warm. A thick cotton curtain hung on the door, while the rear half of the carriage was furnished with a new, substantial cotton mattress, adorned with cushions and a blanket. On one side rested a food box filled with snacks, apples, and pears, while the other side housed a copper brazier, its charcoal glowing red. A perforated copper cover secured the brazier, ensuring that the charcoal would not spill during the carriage's movements. And a depression in the center of the cover held a teapot to keep it warm. Indeed, the affluent class appreciated such comforts. The luxury of this journey brought Changsheng immense joy, who had thoughtfully prepared these provisions for her travel. She recalled the mature, handsome visage and profound gaze of Xie Mingche, feeling a warmth rise to her cheeks, chiding herself for her infatuation. A distinguished general would hardly concern himself with mundane details. Her inexplicable sense of closeness was likely due to his reputation as a devoted father. These thoughtful arrangements must have been made by Steward Xie or reflected the general's customary practices when traveling. "Miss, please take your seat. We are ready to depart," called a coachman from outside. Changsheng responded promptly, and the carriage began to move forward slowly. This time, she was indeed leaving her hometown to seek a new path. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she lifted the curtain of the small window to gaze outside. Although Jinyang was still far from her hometown of Dingyuan County, it could still be considered a part of her roots in relation to the capital. As the carriage turned onto a broad street, Changsheng unexpectedly spotted her uncle and elder brother standing anxiously by the roadside, intently watching the carriages. They had come to see her off, unaware of which carriage she occupied. A surge of emotion filled her heart, and she suddenly understood the inexplicable sorrow she felt that morning. It was merely the anticipation of confronting once more the unfamiliarity of a new environment and the presence of strangers. She asked the coachman to wait for a moment, then jumped down and walked towards them. Upon seeing her, Wang Chuanfa and Zhou Anqing were visibly excited. Wang Chuanfa, his voice trembling, said, "Changsheng, we thought it ill-fated for you to embark on a journey without a familiar face to see you off. We never expected to meet you again. It's all right, it's all right. You should get back in the carriage and not keep anyone waiting." Zhou Anqing handed her a yellow paper package, somewhat shyly saying, "This contains your favorite cat ears from when you were a child. They're a shop in Jinyang that makes them authentically, so I specially bought a pack for you to enjoy on your journey." With misty eyes, Changsheng sighed softly, reminded them to return home early and not to worry about her, then got back into the carriage, waving goodbye. Despite the inevitable frictions and conflicts with her family, the warmth and touching moments they shared made it hard for her to let go. Should the opportunity arise in the future, she would certainly return. The carriage journeyed southward, the road becoming increasingly bumpy, yet fortunately, the interior remained relatively comfortable. Leaning against the cushion, Changsheng read a few pages of her book before the jolting motion lulled her into a light slumber. At some point, half awake, she suddenly heard a low chuckle and opened her eyes wide to find a young gentleman sitting before her. Dressed in a stone blue embroidered cotton robe and a gray marten fur coat, with a matching fur hat, he regarded her with playful delight, his eyes sparkling with an unmistakable mirth, as if they were well acquainted. Startled, Changsheng sat up straight. The carriage had inexplicably come to a halt. She scrutinized him warily, her face betraying a mix of caution and embarrassment. If not for the surroundings remaining unchanged, she might have thought she had traveled through time again. Just as she was about to inquire, the coachman hurriedly introduced, "Miss Zhou, this is the third son of the household." The third son? Was this the same Xie Mingjing mentioned by Xie Qingzhong, who was returning to the capital with her? Changsheng felt a sense of familiarity towards him, but she could not quite place it. Unlike the composed and mature Xie Mingche, he was a youthful gentleman in the prime of his life. Strikingly handsome, with a sun-kissed complexion, bright, mischievous eyes, and well-defined brows that added a touch of masculinity to his appearance. Sitting upright, he exuded an innate elegance and nonchalance in his every gesture. He possessed the kind of looks that would undoubtedly captivate many women. Yet to Changsheng, who was 20 but bore the wisdom of someone 28, he seemed merely a clever and capricious scion of a noble family. Disappointment washed over her. Such a person would likely be difficult to engage with, and with the hope of receiving his assistance upon returning to the Xie residence, she decided it best to avoid provoking him. He regarded her with a somewhat audacious gaze, which irked Changsheng. Though tempted to ignore him, she reconsidered, realizing they would be traveling together, and that it may prove beneficial to maintain a cordial relationship. Thus, she feigned indifference to his scrutinizing stare, slightly bowed her head, and calmly greeted him. "It is a pleasure to meet you, third son." Her tone was as casual and warm as one would use with family, polite yet unpretentious. Xie Mingjing paused, his smile deepening. "No need for thanks. I just saw a vendor selling candied hawthorn, which looked quite appealing. I thought girls generally enjoy them, so I sent someone to buy some. I came to ask if you would like to have some." Changsheng was taken aback by his unexpected thoughtfulness. Though the vehicle belongs to him, it is rather frivolous for him to casually approach a stranger and inquire if she would like a snack. Indeed, he embodies the traits of a capricious and immature young master. Yet, the fact that he condescends to concern himself with such trivial matters does evoke a sense of gratitude in Changsheng. Just as she was about to express her thanks, a voice echoed from outside. Young master, where are you? I have brought the candied hawthorns." A young servant approached, each hand holding a gleaming, ruby-red candied hawthorn. Upon hearing the call, Changsheng widened her eyes in astonishment. Was this not Moer? Chapter 46. A narrow path for enemies. Moer gazed at Changsheng with astonishment. "Sister Changsheng, how could it be you? I never anticipated that the governess I applied for would be you. What a coincidence." The recruitment notice has been posted for several months, and so many individuals have applied. Before she could continue, Ming Jing cleared his throat, prompting Moer to quickly retract her tongue and withdraw to the side. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Ming Jing's face, but he soon feigned indifference and inquired, "Oh, you two are acquainted?" Curse be Moer for daring to conceal such an important matter from her master. Changsheng regarded him with an expression that seemed genuinely innocent and uninformed. Recalling the incident during their journey back from the capital to Jinyang, when they had raced ahead of one another, struggling to gain the upper hand, she suppressed a laugh, realizing he was indeed the petty young master. What a twist of fate. It was no wonder he seemed familiar at first glance. She remembered how he had triumphantly lifted the curtain to gloat when he passed her. Yet, she couldn't entirely fault him for that day, as she too had acted with childish intent, seizing the opportunity to dash ahead while he was distracted. It turned out both of them were inherently competitive. What vexed her further was his unabashed gaze, fixated on her slender waist, revealing a distinct air of frivolity and recklessness typical of the affluent. She recalled their encounter at the inn in Jinyang, where he had made disparaging remarks, sending Moer to convey his reluctance to return home as a farmer's wife. While he had no qualms about suggesting she become his maid, despite her robust figure, now, without any subtlety, he continued to ogle her waist, likely unable to fathom how it had transformed into such a delicate form. At the time, she had dismissed him as a frivolous fool, feeling a surge of anger, and had scolded him in front of Moer. It seemed Moer had not accurately conveyed their previous interactions. Otherwise, given his sensitive nature, he would not appear so nonchalant. He was merely adept at putting on a facade. Who couldn't? Raising an eyebrow, Changsheng adopted an air of unaffectedness, politely stating, "Please do not blame Moer, young master. A few months ago, my uncle and I returned from the capital to Jinyang and encountered Moer at an inn. We were fortunate enough to cross paths again in Jinyang and have since referred to each other as siblings, which explains his surprise upon seeing me. It appears we truly share a sibling bond, thanks to Miss Jin Shu." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Xie Mingjing's eyes as he shot a swift glare at Moer, then turned back to Changsheng, his smile deepening. "Miss Zhou seems to have a unique bond with Moer, does she not? Am I to believe that there is no connection between us? Wherever Moer goes, I'm sure to follow. If you have met Moer several times, you ought to have met me just as often. Let it not be a matter of favoritism." Changsheng struggled to stifle her laughter at his audacity. How amusing it was for a distinguished young master of the Duke's estate to vie for favor alongside a mere scholar. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, chiding herself for such thoughts. What a trivial matter this was. However, since he intended to maintain this charade, how could she not indulge him? She cleared her throat, deliberately avoiding his gaze, and lowered her head in a respectful manner, saying, "You jest, young master. Changsheng is merely a humble retired palace maid. I possess no qualifications to be acquainted with a distinguished young master of the Duke's estate. Even now, you are still my employer, and Moer and I indeed share a sibling connection." Little did he know that he was merely playing into her hands. Humph. Since you are aware that I am your benefactor, why do you not treat me with the respect I deserve, instead of placing such importance on Mor? Although both parties feigned ignorance and exchanged half-truths, Changshan discerned a hint of disappointment and dissatisfaction in his tone. She secretly smiled at his childish temperament, always eager to compete, yet continued to feign nonchalance. "You jest, my lord. I would never dare. I hold you in high esteem." He muttered, "Is there anything you would not dare?" and chose not to speak further. He had a knack for feigning grievance, as if he were the one being wronged. Changshan found this amusing yet exasperating, and she refrained from responding. Xiaming Jing, on the other hand, felt a tinge of embarrassment. "All right, my elder brother entrusted me with your safe return home, and I assure you, I shall not go back on my word. I may lack other talents, but I excel at caring for others. Traveling with me will surely be to your benefit. Look, this candied hawthorn appears delightful. I have never met a girl who does not enjoy it. I imagine you are no exception. Since Mor has already purchased it, you should eat it quickly." Was he actually willing to concede? Naturally, Changshan would reciprocate his kindness, graciously accepting the treat with a twinkle in her eye. "Thank you, third young master. I truly enjoy it, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Xiaming Jing raised an eyebrow, his gaze sparkling, while a blush akin to peach blossoms appeared on his porcelain-like skin, as if he had inadvertently revealed too much of himself. He inhaled deeply, feeling a slight constriction in his chest, and a struggle ensued to avert his gaze, returning to a demeanor tinged with arrogance. "Do not misunderstand. My little niece Jean Shu will be entrusted to you in the future. I purchased this for her benefit, and I hope you will remember my kindness and treat this motherless child with utmost care, so there is no need for gratitude." Changshan was both amused and bewildered. Things had been going so well, yet now he seemed discontented again. Suddenly, she realized he was the same individual who had twice spied on her at the General S residence and made light of her apple eating. Who else would possess such audacity? A pampered young master, he had little relevance to her life, and she was not inclined to grow too close. Regardless of his motives, he had indeed bought her this treat, so gratitude was warranted. "There is no need for formality, my lord. Having accepted this position, even without the candied hawthorn, I would still devote myself to nurturing Miss Jean Shu." Her intentions were to create distance, yet Xiaming Jing appeared unfazed, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. "You are indeed a most fascinating person. Very well, as you said, please dedicate yourself to nurturing Jean Shu. If you require any assistance upon returning home, do not hesitate to seek me out. All these teas and snacks are prepared for you. Feel free to partake. Should you need anything, simply instruct Mor to assist you, for you are already acquaintances." With that, he took the parcel of food that Anqing had sent, raising an eyebrow, reciprocating kindness with kindness. "I shall take this." He then leaped down from the carriage and departed, his winter attire bulky, yet failing to diminish his elegant demeanor. Elegant demeanor? Changshan chuckled softly as she lowered the curtain. Aside from this overused expression, she could find no better words to describe him. Suddenly, she felt that her days at the Sierra residence would not be overly dull. In the subsequent journey, however, Xiaming Jing did not approach Changshan with the same eagerness as before, due to his status as the son of a duke. They were able to find accommodation at every post along their journey. Upon arrival at each location, Mor would send a trustworthy maid or servant to attend to Changshan, claiming it was the young master's wish. Whether it was Mor's meticulousness or his careful arrangements, Changshan was well cared for throughout the trip, with warm tea and snacks always prepared in the carriage. Gradually, he began to feel a sense of gratitude, realizing that Xiaming Jing was not as frivolous, willful, or childish as he initially appeared. When he sought an opportunity to express his heartfelt thanks, Xiaming Jing, with utmost seriousness, replied that he was merely following his elder brother's orders and that there was no need for gratitude. Nevertheless, Changshan understood that Xiaming Jing's trust in him was genuine, as was Xiaming Jing's thoughtful attentiveness throughout their journey. Chapter 47. Young Master Ming Jing as they proceeded at a leisurely pace. On the afternoon of the 26th day of the 12th month, they arrived in Chang'an, preparing to spend the night at the CF family's residence in the capital. The duke's fief was located about 150 to 60 miles to the west of Chang'an in Wugong County, and they would reach home before nightfall the following day. The Xia residence in the capital was situated near Zhuke Street in the West 3rd Lane, an area bustling with aristocratic families, where the presence of household servants ensured convenience. After several days of traveling by carriage, her body felt as if it had been disassembled, aching all over. After a brief nap and a refreshing bath that left her enveloped in the delicate fragrance of scented soap, Changxing sat by the charcoal brazier, drying her hair while contemplating the events of the next day. Fortunately, she had taken the opportunity to inquire thoroughly with Emoer about the important figures in her family, gaining a general understanding of the prominent masters and even some notable servants. What troubled her most was her service target, the unfortunate little Jean Shu. She hoped the poor child would not isolate herself too severely, leaving a door ajar for her to step into her world and gently pull her out. A maid entered to announce that the 3rd young master would be hosting a welcoming banquet that evening for everyone, and requested that the young lady prepare herself, as he would be coming over shortly. Changsheng was taken aback. If he was hosting a banquet, was it necessary for him to personally invite her? Though winter in Chang'an was cold, the climate was far more temperate compared to the harsh chill of northern Jin. There was no need to dress excessively warm. Changxing styled her hair in her own creation of a round bun and donned a small cotton jacket of begonia red brocade with yellow floral embroidery, layered over thin cotton trousers and a lake blue pleated silk skirt with silver thread. Adorning herself with a few pieces of jewelry, she tucked 2 branches of lake blue gauze with golden-edged palace flowers into her hair. As she admired herself in the mirror, Ming Jing entered, and her gaze was immediately drawn to him. When had the dignified and elegant aunt transformed into a vibrant and radiant young lady? As twilight deepened and the lanterns had yet to be lit, Ming Jing silently assessed Changsheng, his eyes filled with an enigmatic allure. Gradually, an inexplicable tension filled the room, making Changsheng feel uneasy. Young Master Ming Jing, with his somewhat wild and capricious nature, was nonetheless considerate and pleasing to the eye. He was somewhat childish and willful, yet teachable. On the whole, he was not bad, but she could not afford to entertain such notions. Although neither was married, the disparity in their social standings rendered any possibility futile, necessitating her to guard against any unanticipated feelings for both herself and others. She took the initiative to ask, "Is the 3rd young master hosting a welcoming banquet this evening? I wonder when it will begin. During these months back home, I have been longing for the delicacies of Chang'an." Her smile was light and airy, her tone polite yet distant, deliberately maintaining a certain space between them. Mingjing paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure. He waved a hand to dismiss the maid, speaking with a hint of audacity. "The wine from the cellar is quite good, but unfortunately, there are no skilled cooks here. The dishes are all coarsely prepared fish, mutton, chicken, and pork, hardly worthy of being called gourmet. However, the taverns and eateries in Chang'an are numerous, offering a myriad of culinary delights. The liveliest part of the day is just beginning, and here, no one is to restrain us. If you are willing to answer me one question, I shall take you on a tour of Chang'an tonight, where you may indulge in all the fine food and wine you desire." Changsheng gazed at him for a moment, her heart bubbling with uncontainable joy and yearning. To claim she was unaffected would be nothing short of self-deception. For 8 long years, she had been confined to a state of near madness. Upon her release from the palace, she hastily departed the capital to evade Gaoshoren, yet she had scarcely glimpsed the true visage of Chang'an. Once she arrives at the Xia residence, still over 100 miles away, it is unlikely she shall return. When an opportunity presents itself for someone to play the fool, why would one refuse? Yet, what questions might this capricious and willful individual pose to herself? Let that be, she will assess the situation once he inquires. Chongqing remarked with a smile, to answer but a single question in exchange for the endless beauty of Chang'an's nightscape and exquisite food and wine is an exceedingly fair bargain. I would be a fool to decline. Pray, third young master, ask away. Anticipating her demeanor, Ming Jing slyly cast a glance at Changsheng, his gaze lingering on her slender waist, which was accentuated by her tightly fitted cotton jacket. You appear not to have lost weight. Why then has your waist suddenly become so delicate? Upon uttering the question, his face flushed and the previous bravado faded away. Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, ready to retort, but then refraining. This insufferable dandy dared to pose such a question. However, she was no demure maiden of high society, and she would not erupt in fury over such a trivial matter. Instead, she chose to tease him, maintaining a solemn demeanor. She replied, "If I answer, will you truly keep your word, young master?" Ming Jing, taken aback and perhaps unprepared for her nonchalance, responded with a somewhat peculiar expression, "Of course." Would this young master go back on his word? Changsheng nodded earnestly. "That is good to hear. I shall answer now, but you must listen carefully. In the past few months at home, I have subsisted on well water and coarse grains. Should you also adhere to such a regimen, you too shall possess a slender waist worthy of admiration." Ming Jing was astonished, and then burst into hearty laughter, drawing the attention of the maid standing at the door, who watched with wide eyes. His laughter was so intense that tears streamed down his face before he could compose himself. Wiping his eyes, he pointed at Changsheng. "You mischievous girl, pretending to be so serious, and yet I have fallen victim to your jest. Enough, enough, I concede defeat. Fortunately, your attire today is quite presentable. I shan't be embarrassed to take you out. Come, let us indulge in merriment." Together, they reveled in the night, the line between who accompanied whom becoming increasingly blurred. Changsheng felt a surge of joy, dismissing any offense taken from his words. However, was it not a touch too intimate for two to wander the night together? Then again, why concern herself with such thoughts? Tomorrow, she would formally enter the Xie residence. According to Muir, the matriarch upheld strict decorum, and thereafter, her attire, demeanor, and speech would be constrained. Opportunities for youthful exuberance and freedom were fleeting. Once she returned, encounters would likely be rare. In time, who would recall the nuances of tonight's intimacy? Perhaps she should indulge just this once. It was Ming Jing who broke the silence. "It is quite cold outside. You should fasten your cloak." Changsheng smiled and expressed her gratitude, but Ming Jing turned his gaze away, muttering, "After sleeping all afternoon, my back aches." He stretched and yawned. Changsheng noticed a glimpse of red peeking from beneath his coat. A small pouch, the very one she had crafted from Muir. Though exquisite, surely a gentleman of his stature would not pilfer such a trinket from a servant? She resolved to inquire with Muir at the first opportunity. As she pondered this, he seemed to sense her scrutiny, discreetly lowering his arm to conceal the pouch once more. Upon exiting through the main gate, they discovered it was just the two of them, as Muir had not followed. It is of no consequence to ponder further, for in this place there are no distinguished masters to circulate idle gossip. She does not recognize any prominent individuals in Chang'an. As for Xie Mingjing, in her eyes, he is merely an adolescent gentleman, albeit of a different status. He cannot be regarded as a younger brother like him or. There is no need for restraint in their companionship. Upon exiting the alley, they found themselves on the bustling Zhuke Street, rendering transportation unnecessary as they chose to stroll along the roadside. Night had fully descended, and beneath the crescent moonlight, the winter nights of Chang'an were cold yet unclear. The shops on either side remained open, their vibrant red lanterns illuminating the surroundings. The calls of the attendants echoed one after another, while the aroma of roasted meats wafted through the air, occasionally accompanied by the melodious strains of silk and bamboo music drifting through the window panes. Chapter 48. A night stroll in Chang'an, this locale serves as a gathering place for the affluent and powerful families, with common folk rarely seen. Apart from the occasional scholars and wealthy merchants, the streets are predominantly filled with the elegantly attired youths of Wuling and the fragrant beauties clad in luxurious furs, accompanied by their lantern-bearing servants as they revel in the night. Changsheng and Ming Jing blended seamlessly into this scene. It was Changsheng's first encounter with the nocturnal splendor of the Tang dynasty's Chang'an, and her gaze was quickly enraptured. The shops lining the streets, the occasional passage of oil-drenched carriages and ornate palanquins, and the murmurs of passers-by all piqued her interest. In stark contrast, Ming Jing felt utterly neglected. It was as if her presence was solely to witness the nightscape of Chang'an, rather than to enjoy his company. Ming Jing felt a twinge of frustration. He had never before experienced such disregard, particularly in the presence of young women, where he would typically be the center of attention. Yet now, he found himself completely overlooked. I say, after 8 years in the palace, I've heard the nighttime there is as bright as day, with lavish feasts and performances far grander than this. How can you act as if you've never encountered such sights? Changsheng paused, memories of her time in the palace flooding back, momentarily oblivious to his feelings. A hint of bitterness arose within her as she replied, "When I first entered the palace, I had no standing to attend the night banquets. By the time I became the head of the quarters, evenings were my most stressful hours, consumed by the need to arrange incense and prepare the bedding. Fearing that any oversight could cost me dearly, there was little time to appreciate any festivities. At home, the nights were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp. There was no nightscape to behold." Ming Jing was taken aback, then broke into a smile, his teeth gleaming like ivory. "Then make the most of it. Observe closely, for you shall have no other opportunities once you return home. I shall accompany you, and do share any delightful sights you encounter." His words bore a hint of fondness, which made Changsheng feel somewhat uncomfortable. A youth much younger than her, speaking to her in such a manner, made her regret her moment of openness. In her heart, she felt herself to be 28, while Xie Mingjing was merely a lad of 19. "Never mind, let's not linger on this. Aren't you supposed to be treating me to a meal? We should dine first, as a hearty meal would be just the remedy." Her well-meaning suggestion went unheeded, and Ming Jing, feeling slightly miffed, sulked for a moment before declaring, "Very well, since you are the esteemed tutor appointed by my elder brother, I shall not be remiss. Pray tell, which tavern shall we dine at?" Changsheng stifled a laugh at his childish petulance. He pouted at the slightest dissatisfaction, yet was fully aware of her unfamiliarity with Chang'an, still presenting her with such a dilemma. She refrained from answering immediately and turned to address 2 youths sauntering nearby, who appeared to be locals. With a polite smile, she inquired, "Might I ask, good sirs, what is the name of the largest tavern nearby, and how might one reach it?" The 2 young men brightened at her approach, glancing at the sulking Ming Jing before pointing ahead. "Just continue straight, and, at the 4th intersection, turn. There lies the Shaowei Lu, renowned for its Shaowei banquets. The dishes there are the most exquisite in all of Chang'an, and there may still be availability tonight, though reservations are required during the day." "Shaowei banquet?" Changsheng exclaimed with delight, as she had heard of it while in the palace. The customs of Chang'an dictate that when an official is newly appointed or promoted, it is customary to host a banquet for friends and colleagues who come to extend their congratulations, as well as to curry favor with new superiors and peers. Such an occasion is marked by sumptuous delicacies, crafted with meticulous care. Beautiful attire and exquisite cuisine have always been her fondest pleasures. To partake in them would render her journey to Chang'an worthwhile. Having expressed her gratitude, she approached Ming Jing with utmost seriousness, stating, "It is said that the finest restaurant in Chang'an is the Shaowei, where one can indulge in the most exquisite wines and dishes, a pinnacle of earthly enjoyment. Just at the corner ahead. However, the prices are exorbitant. As I have only just arrived in Chang'an and have yet to perform any service for the Xie family, I cannot allow the 3rd young master to bear such an expense. It would be better for you to choose a more moderate establishment." Ming Jing scrutinized her for a moment, noting her calm demeanor and sincere expression. With a hint of displeasure, he responded, "What nonsense is this? Your lack of service has no bearing on my invitation. What are the high prices at Shaowei? Can I not afford a meal? Come, we shall go there. You may select the dishes, and I shall choose the wine." With that, still somewhat irked, he strode ahead. Changsheng suppressed a smile, recognizing the youthful nature of his behavior. Indeed, she had played him well. If he realized how eager she was to go, he would surely refuse out of spite. By feigning reluctance over the cost, she had ensured their visit. True enough, Shaowei was not far away. In the span of a mere incense sticks burning, they arrived. The entrance was adorned with red lanterns, and the lively sounds of music and laughter filled the air, mingling with the enticing aroma of food. Suddenly, Changsheng found herself quite hungry. An attentive attendant welcomed them and, following Mingjing's request, seated them in a private box on the 2nd floor by the window. Changsheng, however, longed to sit in the bustling hall below. The exclusivity of the private room made her feel somewhat ill at ease. She voiced her opposition. It is evening now, and the street view is obscured. With just the two of us, sitting below would suffice. Ming Jing, seemingly aware of her thoughts, mischievously denied her request with a smile. Ah, you are mistaken. The night view of Chang'an is far more enchanting than the daytime streets. Rarely does a crescent moon grace the sky as it does tonight. You would regret not witnessing it. Changsheng chuckled inwardly at her own reserve before a young boy. Despite their solitude, the vast difference in age, mentality, and status created a chasm between them. While propriety and decorum often loomed large, such nights were fleeting. What was there to fear? It would be better to relax and savor the culinary delights, especially since she would not be footing the bill. Thus, she ceased her arguments and followed the attendant upstairs. Once seated, before Ming Jing could utter a word, Changsheng fixed her keen gaze upon him, declaring, "You promised that I would choose the dishes tonight." Her expression suggested that Ming Jing's dissent would not be tolerated. Ming Jing clapped his hands in laughter. "You are indeed amusing. It is a pleasure to be out with you." He then called to the attendant, "Brew some fragrant tea and warm a pot of Jian Nan Shaochuan. The rest shall be entrusted to this young lady." Though Changsheng had spent 8 years in the palace, she had never had the opportunity to attend a court banquet and was unfamiliar with the peculiar names of these dishes. Moreover, such delicacies might not even be available in the palace. Thus, she selected a few items with unusual names and high prices, such as Zheshengnu, Tianhou Buro, Yilu Tuan, and Xianren Lian, based solely on the attendant's recommendations. Ming Jing merely chuckled, adding more dishes and soups to the order. As they awaited their dishes, Ming Jing, undeterred by the chill, opened the window. Changsheng softly called out, beneath the jade-like cold moonlight, where red lanterns adorned both the street side and the distant pavilions, strung together like pearls. The faint rosy glow illuminated the graceful shadows of the buildings, while moving orbs of light, those of passers-by with their lanterns, added to the scene. The night in Chang'an was tranquil yet resplendent, captivating the heart. Ming Jing felt a sense of satisfaction with her performance, quietly stifling her pride without causing a disturbance. When the dishes arrived and the waiter announced them while serving, Changsheng blushed, realizing the reason behind Ming Jing's laughter. It turned out she had ordered primarily cold dishes and desserts. Thankfully, Ming Jing had shown some consideration, adding roasted, stir-fried dishes and hot soups to the selection. In high spirits, Ming Jing observed her reaction and, with a triumphant air, remarked, "How do you find my selections compared to yours? This wine is delightful. Would you care to join me for a couple of glasses later?" Changsheng furrowed her brow. "I do not drink. The wine is your choice, so you may indulge alone." She was fine with dining and strolling with him, but in the intimacy of just the two of them, how could she casually drink in an unfamiliar place? Ming Jing, with a mischievous grin, replied, "You refuse to drink? Very well, but should I become intoxicated, you must carry me back." Chapter 49. Approaching home on the second morning, having hastily consumed the breakfast prepared by the estate, they prepared to return to the Xie residence in Wugong County. The carriage rolled out of the West Sanfeng, passed through the Jingguang Gate, and headed westward. Last night, Ming Jing had not indulged in excess. The pot of wine was scarcely a challenge for him. However, on the way home, he occasionally feigned dizziness, prompting Changsheng to assist him. She was more than willing to help, for after all, one is often softened by the kindness of others. Moreover, she was not a woman of ancient times, bound by the strictures of gender propriety. Had he truly been intoxicated, Changsheng would certainly not have borne him. The tavern had attendants specifically tasked with serving guests, and a few coins would suffice to have them carry him back. Changsheng had her breakfast alone, only encountering Ming Jing briefly as she boarded the carriage. His demeanor had taken on an oddly distant quality. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Changsheng assumed that the spoiled young master was being temperamental and wondered who had provoked him. Thus, she politely greeted him and proceeded to board the carriage. In truth, she secretly wished that the events of the previous night could be left behind, and that their relationship might revert to that of employer and employee, his family providing the funds while she fulfilled her duties. This was how it ought to be, marked by courtesy and detachment. The previous day had been a dream, but today they had returned to reality. A faint sense of regret lingered within her. He was her first friend after leaving the palace. Had she not been a woman, and had their social standings not diverged so greatly, a friendship could have flourished. Gradually, they arrived at the bustling and vibrant West Market, where common folk congregated. The carriage moved at a sluggish pace, flanked by an array of shops and street vendors, their calls and shouts mingling in a lively cacophony. Unfazed by the cold, Changsheng curiously lifted the curtain and suddenly spotted a stall selling dough figurines surrounded by children. Intrigued, she instructed the driver to halt. She quickly approached the guard leading the horse and informed him that she needed to speak with the young master. Soon, Mingjing's carriage came to a stop as well. Changsheng casually approached the carriage and lifted the curtain, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Mingjing observed her with a complex expression. She pointed to the colorful dough figures and said, "There are many delightful trinkets here that the children would surely adore. Might I purchase a few? I will soon be meeting Miss Jean Shu, and it would be rather impolite to arrive empty-handed." Mingjing regarded her for a moment. Though his demeanor remained aloof, a glimmer of pleasure flickered in his eyes. "You certainly know how to handle matters well." "Very well. I shall wait for you in the carriage." With that, he retrieved a piece of broken silver from his sleeve and offered it to her. Just as Changsheng was about to decline, fearing to irritate him, she smiled and replied, "It matters not whose silver it is. It will not cost much. However, using yours would imply a lack of sincerity on my part." After saying this, she turned to leave, but distinctly heard a sigh, laden with an inexplicable melancholy. Startled, she feigned ignorance and walked towards the dough figurine stall, yet she was puzzled. What could be troubling the seemingly carefree and indifferent third young master Xie? Did something at the Xie residence await that would dampen his spirits? A sense of unease began to brew within her, and she resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire with Emoer, lest she unknowingly suffer some hidden misfortune. As she was selecting the dough figurines, Emoer approached, clearly delighted at the chance to be alone with Changsheng. Beaming, he said, "Sister Changsheng, the young master said it suffices that you have the heart. Let me accompany you to pay the bill." The moment of hesitation transforms into artifice, as Changsheng, with a radiant smile, responds, "Very well. Please extend my gratitude to the young master later. Since you are familiar with Miss Jean Shu, kindly help me select something she would adore." In this bustling marketplace, filled with an array of curious trinkets, the two soon gathered an assortment of clay figurines, mud whistles, and bamboo grasshoppers, casually purchasing a bamboo basket to carry them. As they returned, Emoer leaned in and whispered, "The young master has been in low spirits since morning. I believe it is because he realizes that once we return home, he will not be able to spend as much time with you." Changsheng paused, unable to articulate the sensations swirling within her. She scolded Emoer lightly. "You mustn't speak so carelessly. The young master's thoughts are beyond our comprehension." Yet, as they resumed their journey, she could not suppress her curiosity regarding Emoer's words. Surely, she thought, a handsome and distinguished young gentleman, well-versed in the ways of the world, would not be so easily swayed by mere encounters. Perhaps he found her intriguing simply because she was unlike the other young women he had met. As dusk approached, the carriage halted at a slope. Changsheng assumed they had arrived and lifted the curtain, only to find Mingjing standing there, bright and smiling. "Come down quickly, let us explore," he urged, extending his hand toward her. Changsheng glanced at him. His demeanor was so casual, as if this were a routine occurrence. She decided to accept his hand, gracefully descending from the carriage. As she prepared to adjust her attire, Mingjing's teasing gaze remained fixed on her, his grip unwavering. Changsheng contemplated withdrawing her hand, yet she refused to be belittled. Thus, she feigned nonchalance, allowing him to lead her toward the cliff's edge. This spirited young man, perhaps still in his adolescence, exhibited a strong sense of rebellion. It was easier to act as if nothing were amiss. After all, she was not truly an ancient maiden, and holding hands with a young boy was hardly scandalous. Stripped of their identities, it could be seen as mere friendship, or at its deepest, a sibling-like affection. Mingjing observed her closely, and upon realizing she took no offense, he felt a mix of surprise and delight. He hastened her to the cliff's brink, gesturing below, "Look, that is Wugong County City." Changsheng gasped in joy, for beneath them flowed a clear, shallow river with a pebble-strewn bed. The banks cradled a broad, even valley, where the vibrant hues of a bustling city, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, came into view. Surrounding fields of winter wheat glimmered a deep green, and the landscape was interwoven with paths. Swallows darted gracefully through the air, painting a picture of idyllic beauty. Changsheng felt an immediate fondness for this place, imagining the splendor it would unveil in springtime. Mingjing, beaming with pride, pointed toward a cluster of ornate buildings with sweeping eaves and towers located to the northwest of the city walls. That is the residence of the county lord. Let us hurry back for some hot soup and a warm meal. His enthusiasm sparked a sense of belonging within Changsheng, dispelling her earlier unease. At last, the carriage came to a halt before the Xie residence, oriented west to east. This time, Changsheng did not leap down from the carriage, but rather descended with decorum, stepping onto the footstool. Since the eldest son, Xie Mingche, had already dispatched a letter home, the grand red doors greeted them with a butler and servants awaiting their arrival. Yet, Mingjing inexplicably grew distant once more. Changsheng understood. Upon reaching the threshold of his home, he finally grasped the insurmountable differences in their social standings. Perhaps it was for the best. Such was the way of the world. The steward, while instructing the servants to carry the luggage, welcomed them inside. Mingjing, who was to escort Changsheng to meet the matriarch of the household, hurriedly interjected, "Second young master, the matriarch has arranged for Miss Zhou to be settled in the west courtyard of the eldest young lady. In due time, you may visit her. Please take her directly for accommodation. She will receive the same treatment as the eldest young master's tutor, and it has been advised that you meet her alone." Changsheng stood in stunned silence, acutely aware that this was a clear attempt to place her in an uncomfortable position. In affluent families, the selection of tutors is conducted with utmost scrutiny. As the head of the family, it was rather unreasonable for the matriarch to permit entry without prior acquaintance. Moreover, having never met this esteemed matriarch, she was at a loss as to how she could have possibly offended her. Unable to suppress her gaze, she turned to Mingjing, the only familiar face in the Xie household. However, Mingjing, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Let us proceed as the matriarch has instructed. I shall go to meet her." With that, she gestured for a maid to escort Changsheng for her accommodation, before leading Imoer inside. Chapter 50. Entering the Xie residence, Changsheng watched as Mingjing entered with Imoer, her surroundings unfamiliar and foreign. Accepting her circumstances, she resolved to adapt, reminding herself that this strangeness was no greater than her initial experience upon traversing into this world. She offered a gentle smile to the middle-aged servant, saying, "As it is the old madam's arrangement, I would appreciate it if you could guide me." Her composed demeanor commanded respect, leading the servant, who introduced herself as Aunt Shun, to promptly return her greeting. She summoned a few young maidens to carry Changsheng's belongings, as well as items sent by Aunt Bai, and kindly invited Changsheng inside. Initially, they had intended to ignore her, gauging the old madam's disposition. Passing through the intricately carved shadow wall and meandering past the circular garden, they arrived at the main residence. Flanking the entrance were moon gates leading to covered walkways. Aunt Shun guided Changsheng through the west moon gate, perhaps influenced by the old madam's attitude. The atmosphere remained silent throughout their journey. Although Changsheng maintained her serene fa-ade, she could sense an underlying rejection, which stirred feelings of discomfort and oppression within her. Mingche was far away in Jinyang, and with Xiao Jinshu lacking a mother and Mingjing still a child, it was unlikely they could assist her. If the matriarch did not favor her, she would likely encounter numerous obstacles and stifling challenges. This sentiment was already palpable. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard enclosed by a low green brick wall, featuring a pair of vermilion doors. The wooden plaque inscribed with the words Jinshu Courtyard suggested a well-kept garden with elegant architecture and meticulously arranged pathways adorned with flora. The abundance of maids indicated that Xiao Jinshu was indeed held in high regard. A well-dressed matron approached, accompanied by a girl of about 15 or 16, assessing Changsheng before inquiring. However, after Aunt Shun briefly explained the situation and handed over Changsheng's belongings, she departed. The matron introduced herself as Lu, While the girl was named Qingyao, they respectfully bowed to Changsheng, stating that Nurse Lu had sent word according to the old madam's instructions, and they would escort her to her new quarters. Changsheng nodded. Upon entering the west courtyard, she found it small yet tidy, with a floor of green bricks, several evergreen plants, and 2 rooms, one bright and one dim, along with 2 side chambers. This arrangement was sufficient for her and a personal maid. The main room, though modest, was painted a pristine white and furnished adequately, with a hall containing a table, chairs, bookshelves, and a couch, clearly prepared for a tutor. It appeared that all the young masters and misses of the CF family resided in such independent courtyards with their own amenities. The inner chamber, likely not too cold, surprisingly lacked a heated bed. Aside from a wardrobe and some furniture, it featured a simple wooden bed with a slightly ornate headboard, draped with a deep red curtain that was nearly new and adorned with fresh bedding. The room was indeed quite pleasant, surpassing the accommodations Changsheng had initially occupied upon her arrival. As she was there to work rather than as a guest, this arrangement was already commendable. However, the absence of a charcoal brazier left the room uncomfortably chilly, given that news of their return had been dispatched earlier and it was now evening. One would expect a brazier to be lit to warm the space. What was this? A show of authority? Was this the old madam's intent? Upon noticing her hesitation, Lu Posey awkwardly remarked, "At the onset of winter, the charcoal basins in the manor were distributed as per usual. I was unaware of your arrival, so it seems we have yet to prepare for you." Nurse Lu was summoned by the old lady for inquiries, and upon her return, she will certainly devise a solution. Changsheng expressed her gratitude and retrieved a pouch containing half a tael of silver from her bundle, which she had specifically set aside, having prepared several. She had inquired with Moer and learned that the monthly wage for such a servant in the Xia household amounted to 300 copper coins. Thus, half a tael would equate to a month and a half of her earnings, which should suffice. Although her earnings were modest, as a newcomer, and with the old lady seemingly neglectful, it was only prudent to ingratiate a few individuals to gather information. Lu Posey's face brightened as she squeezed it, initially assuming that all tutors, regardless of gender, were impoverished, but was pleasantly surprised to discover a generous reward. She eagerly suggested that Changsheng first rest in her quarters, which were warmer. Changsheng shook her head and continued on her way. She did not feel particularly cold, yet since her arrival, she had not seen or heard any sign of a young girl, nor had anyone mentioned her. Even a somewhat introverted child should not be this silent, which caused Changsheng some concern. "Where's Miss Jean Shu?" She pondered. "The eldest son entrusted me with her education. It would be best for the matron to take me to meet her, as I have brought a basket filled with curious items for her from Chang'an." Lu Posey sighed. "You are unaware, but the young lady is timid and afraid of strangers. With her closest companion, Nurse Lu, absent, I fear your sudden appearance might frighten her. It would be wiser to rest for the night, and tomorrow allow Nurse Lu to gently introduce you to her, perhaps after some casual encounters. She will become accustomed to your presence before a formal introduction." After some reflection, Changsheng agreed, realizing that her eagerness to meet little Jean Shu could be counterproductive. Lu Posey instructed Qingmiao to assist Changsheng in organizing her belongings and departed. Observing Changsheng's generosity, which starkly contrasted with the typical poverty of tutors, Qingmiao efficiently arranged her items and discreetly reassured her not to worry. Both Nurse Lu and Changsheng were employed by the eldest son, and their salaries were not drawn from the manor's funds. Although the old lady may not be fond of them, she had no alternative. Nurse Lu would ensure the girl did not suffer from the cold. Furthermore, she mentioned that if no coal basins were delivered that evening, she would secretly bring over a warming pot. Grateful, Changsheng rewarded Qingmiao with a pouch similar to Lu Posey's, and Qingmiao departed cheerfully. Alone in the frigid room, Changsheng felt a sense of suffocation. How was she to sleep in such cold? Why did everyone seem to avoid her? Was this truly the old lady's directive? Why did she harbor such a strong bias against her? Soon, clarity dawned upon her. From Moer, she had learned that Ming Che and Ming Jing were both born of concubines. Ming Che's mother and wife had both passed away, and his daughter, being introverted and fearful of strangers, was entrusted to her legitimate mother. If they sought a tutor for her, it should have been arranged by the legitimate mother, rather than sending an unannounced individual. His actions were clearly indicative of distrust and disrespect toward his legitimate mother. In Jinyang, where Mingche governed, he likely selected tutors from among the common folk under his jurisdiction, feeling assured enough to choose someone with both a father and a mother. It appears that the relationship between Mingche and his stepmother is rather unsatisfactory, and with no biological mother to advocate for her. How much affection can one expect from a few concubines? Changsheng felt an increasing sympathy for Xiao Jinshu, her heart tinged with bitterness. It was no wonder that she was not well received by the old matriarch upon her arrival. Her mother had repeatedly instructed her to fulfill her duties and to refrain from entangling herself in the affairs and conflicts of a prominent household. Yet, regardless of her willingness, she found herself inevitably involved in this matter. Before dinner, the stewardess, Nurse Liu, finally made her appearance, her smile benevolent yet her gaze astute. Upon entering the room, she repeatedly apologized to Changsheng, attributing her forgetfulness to her advanced age. She brought with her a relatively generous dinner and 2 warm braziers, one placed beneath the bed for warmth, and the other in a corner of the room, quickly making the space cozy and inviting. At over 50 years of age, Changsheng was surprised by her apparent oldness, but later learned that she was originally the wet nurse of Mingche's deceased wife, Lin. For years, she had been the one caring for Xiao Jinshu, indicating that Mingche held her in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted his daughter to her care. Chapter 51. Preparing for rainy days, as there was no designated maid to attend to her. Last night, Nurse Liu arranged for old lady Liu to stay in the east wing to keep her company. It seemed that the eldest son, Mingche, had sent word in advance. So no matter how much pressure the old lady exerted, she still had to ensure everything was well arranged. The brazier warmed the room pleasantly, allowing Changsheng to enjoy a relatively peaceful night's sleep. She found great fondness for this place. Though modest in size, it offered a comfortable and tidy living space. The modest salary sufficed for her expenses, providing 3 hearty meals a day without the need for her to lift a finger for menial chores, aside from attending to little Jingshu. Moreover, the canopy bed was far more comfortable and cleaner than a heated brick bed. With the curtains drawn, it became a private sanctuary. There was a shelf by the bedside for books and a lamp, and she could brew a cup of hot tea, spending her evenings reading or quietly engaging in needlework. Changsheng felt that this was the best life she could attain at present. She never believed that, as a person from another time, she ought to live a life above others. Yet a measure of comfort seemed entirely reasonable. Lying in her warm bed, she swiftly organized her thoughts and made preliminary plans for her future. Human hearts are inscrutable. Her primary task was to discern the 4 individuals within the Xie family with whom she must cultivate a relationship. The eldest daughter, Jingshu, was the direct aim of her visit. Although she exhibited tendencies of withdrawal, Changsheng believed that as long as she genuinely cared for her and endeavored to win her acceptance, others could not exploit this situation against her. The matriarch of the Xie household, the old lady, harbored hostility towards her, but it was merely an expression of her own frustrations. Though the old lady could belittle her and make her uncomfortable, Changsheng was directly employed by Xie Mingche. As long as she remained cautious and avoided significant blunders, the old lady would find no grounds to dismiss her. Furthermore, during this bustling time leading up to the new year, when various matters required attention and peace was of utmost importance, the old lady would likely refrain from taking action against her. After the festivities, she could reassess her strategies based on the circumstances. Changsheng mused that given her position, had it not been for the rivalry with the illegitimate son, the matriarch would have likely deemed herself above petty grievances. The third son, Xie Mingjing, was the person she was most familiar with in the Xie household. Though he could be somewhat capricious, he possessed a good heart, and their interactions had been amicable. With her elder brother Mingche's trust, she believed he would not stand idly by should any issues arise. However, they needed to navigate their relationship with care. Then there was Nurse Liu, who shared a similar role and responsibility. Both were directly hired by Xie Mingche to care for his daughter, one for her daily needs and the other for her education and manners. Changsheng sensed that while Nurse Liu was a servant, her sincerity and devotion to Jingshu would be pivotal for Changsheng's standing within the Xia household. If Nurse Lu harbored no ulterior motives and genuinely cherished Jingshu, she would likely lower her guard and work collaboratively with Changsheng to care for her. Understanding and observing this individual thoroughly was of utmost importance. As for others, she would seize opportunities to engage with Mo, as it would be more convenient to approach Ming Jing through him if any matters arose. Old Lady Lu and others like her could be swayed with small favors. But Ming's concubines were to be approached with caution, neither too close nor too distant, but rather with a discerning eye. Regarding the second branch of the Xie family, where the illegitimate son took precedence over the legitimate one, the brothers had an inherently awkward relationship, so maintaining a respectful distance would suffice. After careful contemplation, Changsheng felt reassured, knowing for the time being that she was in a state of tranquility. Her immediate priority was to distribute the pile of gifts brought back by Aunt Bai to their respective recipients, and then to see if she could meet with Xiao Jinshu as soon as possible to ascertain her situation. As the first light of dawn approached, marking her inaugural morning in the mansion, she was acutely aware that many eyes would be upon her. Fearing any breach of decorum, Changsheng rose promptly. Concerned that her attire might not reflect her status, she had not only retained the outfit worn during her interview, but had also procured several sets of garments in Jinyang, designed to appear both simple and elegant, crafted from fine materials that would not belittle her identity as a refined governess. As she preened before the mirror, she suddenly comprehended the thoughtful intent behind Ming's gesture of sending her 5 taels of silver for her adornments. He likely understood that her biological mother would never look favorably upon the governess chosen for her daughter, fearing that if she arrived in the mansion dressed poorly, it might bring shame to Xiao Jinshu. Thus, this act was intended to prevent any potential embarrassment, even though it was possible that the Xia household did not adhere to such strict conventions. Although his true aim was to ensure that she would devote herself wholeheartedly to Xiao Jinshu, ultimately using her for his own ends, Changsheng felt a surge of gratitude. She developed a deeper fondness for this mature, affectionate, and striking man, an esteemed general who displayed such care for his daughter. As she idly speculated, just as she was about to fetch water for her morning ablutions, Aunt Lu gently knocked at the door, inquiring if the young lady had risen. Changsheng quickly opened the door to find Aunt Lu beaming at her, holding a steaming copper kettle, presumably filled with water for her to wash. Though she was assigned to serve Changsheng temporarily by Nurse Lu, it did not sit well with her conscience that an elderly woman would rise early to bring hot water. So she promptly accepted it with gratitude. She mused that it would be more convenient to set up a metal rack over the charcoal brazier, allowing the copper kettle to rest atop it for easy access to hot water, a method inspired by her compassion for her mother and sister-in-law, who were accustomed to rising before dawn to prepare hot water. After completing her morning routine, Changsheng described the metal rack to Aunt Lu and offered her a small purse containing 1.5 taels of silver to have one made by the blacksmith. She also requested that Aunt Lu procure a lock for her wardrobe, explaining that the total cost would not exceed 300 copper coins, with the remainder serving as a fee for her errands. Aunt Lu joyfully accepted, lavishing praise upon Changsheng before departing to fetch breakfast. Changsheng styled her hair into a self-created round bun, applied a touch of jasmine oil, and arranged her hair meticulously, wearing only a few simple silver ornaments. Her attire, plain and unembellished, coupled with the absence of makeup, lent her an air of dignity tinged with a hint of severity, to the extent that her beauty could easily be overlooked. This was precisely the image she wished to project, dull and unremarkable, exuding an air of seriousness to avoid any suggestions of ulterior motives. Breakfast consisted of 2 small dishes, one rich and one vegetarian, accompanied by congee and steamed buns. The rich dish was chicken stir-fried with pickled bamboo shoots, while the vegetarian offering was vibrant spinach with ginger sauce, far superior to the coarse grains and pickles typically served at home, though lacking in sheep's milk and soy milk. The day commenced on a positive note, and Changsheng felt a sense of ease. After her meal, she meticulously reviewed the gift list from Aunt Bai. She had demonstrated great aptitude in her duties, ensuring that all the significant figures in the household, including both primary and secondary mistresses, were remembered, even if the items were merely trifles. Nonetheless, one cannot fault her for her generosity, as everyone would surely appreciate her kindness. To her surprise, the gift list included that of Nurse Lu. Although her offering was not the most extravagant, it was prepared with sincere thoughtfulness. In addition to local delicacies and supplements, it featured hand-knitted socks, headbands, and warm sleeves, far surpassing the gifts presented to the matriarch. A sense of unease stirred within Changsheng as she pondered whether it was Nurse Lu's esteemed position that prompted Bai Mei's flattery, or if there existed some unique bond between the two. The gifts from others were straightforward. Delivering them in person would suffice, and as a newcomer, this occasion provided an excellent opportunity to familiarize herself with the surroundings. However, would her gift be deemed appropriate for the matriarch? Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, Aunt Lu entered, lifting the curtain. Nurse Lu has come to see the young lady. Chapter 52, A Rare Encounter with Jin Shu. Changsheng pondered quickly, deliberately leaving the list of gifts and a multitude of presents on the elegantly clothed round table, eager to observe the reaction of Nurse Lu. She entered promptly, adorned in a deep blue satin robe trimmed with gray marten fur, her stature average, her complexion fair and prosperous, and her smile exceptionally warm and amiable. Following her were Aunt Lu and a girl of about 16 or 17. Changsheng greeted her with a smile and a respectful bow, saying, "Good day, Mama Lu." Noticing her gaze fall upon the list of gifts, she continued cheerfully, "You have arrived at the perfect moment. Mama, Aunt Bai has sent some items from Jinyang for you, and I was just thinking of delivering them when you happened to come by. Here is the list. Please take a look." With a beaming smile, she handed over the gift list, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of genuine delight, joy, and satisfaction on Mama Lu's face. Emotions that radiated from the heart rather than mere polite pretense, as though it were the most precious gift in the world. Mama Lu quickly composed herself, accepting the list with a smile. "You have worked hard, my dear. You truly know how to speak, as expected of a young lady with refined grace. Not only is your attire dignified and elegant, but even your hairstyle is distinct from others." As she spoke, her eyes remained fixated on the list, hardly sparing a glance at Changsheng. Changsheng proceeded to select her designated gifts from the list, neatly arranging them for easy collection later. Finally, Mama Lu's attention shifted back. Smiling as she remarked, "Aunt Bai is thoughtful. This child has always been meticulous and considerate, ever mindful of others, even an old servant like me." This child? Changsheng felt a pang of doubt, recognizing that as an old servant, Mama Lu had no right to refer to Aunt Bai, who held a position of half a mistress. As a child, nevertheless, she maintained her smile, replying, "Indeed, Aunt Bai possesses not only a good temperament, but also striking beauty, though she appears somewhat frail. It is admirable that she still worries so much." Mama Lu's expression stiffened momentarily, her eyes flashing with guilt and concern. But she quickly masked it and urged Changsheng to sit down. "Please take a seat. There is no rush for the gifts. I have matters to discuss with you." Pointing to the girl of 16 or 17, she added, "This is Do Huang, a child born in the household, exceptionally clever and attentive, assigned to serve you by the eldest son as per his instructions." Do Huang quickly bowed to the young lady. Changsheng felt a surge of delight. Mingjing did not appear as frivolous and casual as he had seemed on their journey. Selecting a maid for herself, while invoking Mingjing's name as a cover, was indeed wise, ensuring no trouble would arise. As Do Huang approached to bow, Changsheng assessed her healthy, rosy complexion, convinced that Mingjing had chosen her for a reason. Perhaps this seemingly unremarkable maid possessed unique qualities. Hastily, she stopped her from kneeling, saying, "No, please do not. I am merely hired to work, not a legitimate mistress. There is no need for such formality. As it is the eldest son's arrangement, let us proceed as instructed. I am but a few years older than you, so let us address each other as sisters." With that, she removed her heavy, twisted silver bracelet from her wrist and slipped it onto Do Huang's rounded wrist, saying, "Take this. Though I'm not your mistress, I am still your elder, and a token of greeting is appropriate." Aunt Lu looked on enviously, wishing she had been the one chosen to serve Changsheng. Mama Lu felt a chill in her heart. Indeed, This Zhou Chongqing knew how to navigate social situations. Yet she wondered if she possessed enough silver to bestow such gifts upon her servants. Chongsheng observed Do Huang receiving the bracelet with a grateful smile. Yet there was no hint of greed or pride upon her countenance, indicating that Ming Jing had indeed made a careful selection. However, the names Do Huang and Qing Miao struck her as rather peculiar. They were not inspired by flowers, melodies, or the seasons, but rather by crops from the fields. She pondered if names such as wheat or millet were among them. Nanny Lu, seemingly attuned to her thoughts, expressed her admiration. "Miss, you are truly generous. The gifts you bestow are on par with those from the esteemed masters of the household. Do Huang must henceforth attend to you with utmost diligence, lest she disappoint the young master as trust. Do not be surprised, dear miss. Both Do Huang and Qing Miao were named by the old matriarch, who believes that agriculture is the foundation of the world. Given that the vicinity of the county is replete with fields, such names are most fitting. To confide in you, we also have winter wheat, golden grains, and ears of corn among our possessions." Chongsheng silently admired Nanny Lu's meticulous nature and steeled herself to respond with vigor, exclaiming, "Indeed, the commonplace is often the epitome of elegance. The old matriarch is truly incomparable." Since the young lady harbored no objections towards Do Huang, she would return to fetch the gifts and subsequently reside in the side chamber to serve her daily. "I shall take my leave with the gifts. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, and I shall express my gratitude to Aunt Bai at a later date. I will also take the gifts for the old matriarch and the second household and send them over, as the estate is presently preoccupied with preparations for the new year and may not have the leisure to meet you." Chongsheng promptly expressed her thanks, recognizing that Nanny Lu's arrangements were indeed prudent, which further deepened her respect for her. Her future existence would primarily unfold within this courtyard, rendering external affairs irrelevant. Avoiding entanglements was preferable, and having someone else deliver gifts was an excellent arrangement. Yet, why did she remain silent about Zai Jinshu? As she observed Nanny Lu preparing to depart with the gifts, an urgent impulse compelled her to call out, "Madam, please hold on." Nanny Lu's foot halted mid-step, her expression stiffening as she turned. Chongsheng discerned a fleeting flicker of wariness in her eyes, realizing she had acted impulsively. The lack of mention regarding a meeting with Zai Jinshu must have its reasons. Perhaps it was to prevent any potential closeness from affecting her standing. She quickly masked her anxiety with a smile, saying, "Madam, you seem to have forgotten something. The gifts from Aunt Bai for the old matriarch and the second master have yet to be taken." Nanny Lu's demeanor relaxed. "Ah, I am indeed growing forgetful. Thank you for the reminder, dear miss." Chongsheng approached the table, selected the gifts according to the list, and handed them to Do Huang. Unable to restrain a smile as she added, "In this household, I feel a sense of belonging. Madam and my mother are of similar age, which makes me feel quite at home. I kindly ask for your guidance in the future. However, since the general has sent me from afar, I do not wish to be a burden. If you have the time, I would appreciate it if you could introduce me to the young lady soon." Nanny Lu's expression stiffened once more, but she quickly smiled, replying, "You are very considerate. No wonder the general sent you back from such a distance. Here's what we shall do. You have traveled a considerable distance. Please take the morning to rest and relay any instructions to Do Huang. The young lady is quite timid around strangers. I will coax her gently when she is in good spirits, and if she is willing to meet you, I shall escort you. A sudden encounter might startle her. As for giving guidance, I dare not presume. You have served noble ladies in the palace and are undoubtedly far more astute than I, who am but a simple woman." After finishing her words, Do Huang left the room. As the last to exit, she turned back and offered a knowing smile to Chongsheng, her eyes seemingly imbued with significance. With a sense of reassurance, Chongsheng believed that Do Huang would come to her with the necessary information. Chongsheng was certain that Nurse Lu would not allow her to meet the young Miss Jinshu anytime soon. In the afternoon, she would undoubtedly offer some excuse, claiming that the young lady was unfamiliar with her and thus reluctant to meet. However, Chongsheng could not fathom the deeper implications behind this behavior. Do Huang had raised both Miss Jinshu and her mother. Could anyone truly replace her in that regard? Why then did she persistently obstruct the meeting? Chapter 53. The songbirds Chongqing anticipated the arrival of Do Huang, yet time passed without her appearance. Alone, she wandered about her small domain, reluctant to venture outside. The east wing, adorned with simple furniture such as tables, chairs, and a bed, also housed various odds and ends, maintaining a clean and unpretentious ambience. Last night, old Lu kept vigil here, suggesting this would be Do Huang's residence in the future. In contrast, the west wing exuded elegance and subtle luxury. The window drapes, of vivid crimson, billowed like smoke in clouds, while directly across from the door hung a meticulously crafted painting of butterflies frolicking among blossoms. Two intricately carved, long tables faced each other, equipped with ink, paper, and writing utensils, and high-backed chairs were adorned with embroidered cushions. A corner featured a multifunctional cabinet serving as a bookshelf, displaying a collection of bound books, porcelain vases, and a fragrant burner. At the entrance, a tea station and small stools provided a space for the maids to serve ink. Outside, towering trees encircled the area, promising cool shade in the summer and warmth from a charcoal stove in winter, creating a truly delightful environment. Chongqing felt a surge of joy. Working here would certainly elevate her spirits, though lamentably, she lacked the skill to play the guqin. Reflecting on the thought of Xiao, Jinshu dimmed her mood. Although they had yet to meet, she found herself inexplicably concerned for her. Strolling into the courtyard to admire the evergreen trees, she soon heard the sound of youthful laughter and conversation approaching. As she pondered this, a group of vibrant, colorful figures entered, ushering in a fragrant breeze, making Chongqing almost believe spring had arrived. Regrettably, there was no one to inform her of their identities. A swift glance revealed three ladies, likely noble women, surrounded by maids, none adorned in bright red. Recalling the words of Bai Mei, she understood these were the three concubines left behind by Xie Mingxie, the maidservants Li and Lu, and the impoverished girl Qiu, who had been purchased. Chongqing felt a twinge of surprise. Was she truly so captivating? Was it reasonable for three concubines, who held some status, to come to see a mere hired tutor? Perhaps she was overthinking. They might have come to visit upon learning Bai Yi had brought gifts. Ah, this must be the young lady sent back from Jinyang by the young master. She is indeed lovely. Li's sister, I dare say her grace and figure rival yours, remarked a round, charming woman, her waist slender and her hips ample, embodying what might be termed a feminine visage, though she appeared the youngest. Her words and demeanor were quite sharp. The elegantly slender and beautiful lady retorted, Sister Qiu, do not speak so recklessly. Miss Zhou was meticulously chosen by the young master to educate the young ladies. I have heard that, like Nurse Lu, her monthly stipend comes from the young master, and her position in his esteem is far beyond what we could compare. Moreover, as Miss Zhou is new to this place, be mindful not to take advantage of her unfamiliarity. Remember, she was escorted back by the third young master. Chongqing was taken aback. One openly mocked while the other subtly instigated, assuming her to be naive. This was their first encounter, and she had never wronged them before. Were it not for her recent arrival and the watchful eyes of the old matriarch eager to catch mistakes, she would have relished the opportunity to retort sharply. As individuals of their station, half favored and half subservient, do they possess the right to vex me, the esteemed tutor held in high regard by my master? What conflict of interest could possibly exist between us? A moment's reflection swiftly reveals the answer. The retired palace maids, known for their beauty and education, often find themselves taken in by the slightly elder heads of households after serving as governesses for several years. They might presume that Ming Che holds me in high esteem, thus their apprehensions. It is no wonder that Bai Mei cast envious glances my way during our time at the Jinyang general's residence. Upon returning to the Xie household, these three retain the same demeanor, with only the aunt surnamed Lu appearing somewhat honest and unpretentious, her looks being merely delicate in comparison to the other two. Noticing her calm indifference, the one referred to as Sister Qiu felt discomfort and stepped forward, her eyes sharp as daggers as she surveyed Chongqing. On such a frigid day, why does Miss Zhou not invite us in for a seat? Are we unwelcome? Do we inconvenience you in some manner? Chongqing felt a twinge of annoyance. The old lady and Nurse Lu were already enough to manage, and what business did these three have in stirring trouble? Moreover, it was by May, who spent every day by the young master's side, that had garnered their affections, not I, Zhou Changsheng. Fortunately, my deliberate, modest attire, dark and unassuming, would keep them from forming any further judgments. Suddenly, I recalled by May's message to me in Jinyang, and an idea took shape in my mind. Initially, I intended to keep those overly harsh words to myself, but now I would allow them to hear it, letting them simmer in their own agitation. A means of extricating myself from the situation. After all, aside from Aunt Lu, who appeared somewhat decent, the other three were all cut from the same cloth. I stepped forward, bowing slightly, and raised my head with a sincere smile. Ah, it is indeed a pleasure to have the esteemed aunts grace us with their presence. How unfortunate that Changsheng is unfamiliar with any of you upon my arrival. Aunt Bai sent gifts for each of you. I had planned to wait for Do Huang to accompany me in delivering them, but alas, she is yet to arrive, and you three have come first. I beg your pardon for this oversight. Upon mentioning Aunt Bai, I distinctly observed the fury on Xiao Aunt's face and the jealousy radiating from the aunt. I smiled and invited them inside, and upon referencing the true adversary, their demeanor towards me softened somewhat, and they all entered. The room filled with a vibrant sense of rouge and powder. After they settled, I expressed my respect and said, during my time in Jinyang, Aunt Bai spoke highly of you all, commending your dedication in caring for the young lady. She entrusted me with some local specialties from Jinyang, and mentioned that while the household had only allocated 2 new outfits for each aunt this new year, the eldest master, recognizing her excellent service, permitted her to have 3 new garments and some additional jewelry. Feeling somewhat guilty, she sought the eldest master's permission to provide each of you with an extra outfit. The fabric has already been entrusted to the 3rd master and should arrive shortly. As anticipated, their expressions shifted dramatically. Even Aunt Lu's demeanor, who had appeared straightforward, became unsettled. The gifts from Bai Mei still lay upon the table, the list accompanying them a stark contrast to the meager offerings they had received. Thus, I would continue to stoke the flames of discord until they ceased their fixation upon me. Aunts, please take a look. This is the gift Aunt Bai entrusted me to bring back. She also mentioned that the young master praised her for her thoughtful selection. The list is here for your perusal. Aunt Xiao received the list of gifts, but handed it over to Aunt Li, perhaps indicating her illiteracy. Aunt Li glanced at it a few times, her expression darkening, and calmly stood up to say, since the young master believes the gifts were well chosen, we shall take them back. We apologize for troubling Miss Zhou. With that, she turned to leave, and the others, feeling a mix of emotions, followed suit. While a maid collected the 3 identical gifts, Changsheng let out a sigh of relief, resolving henceforth to embrace a philosophy of avoiding complications, the more rigid and dull, the better, to prevent any misunderstandings. At that moment, still waiting for Do Huang to arrive, a sense of discontent crept in. It was clear she was new and needed guidance. Yet the delay over a mere greeting was frustrating. What exactly was Ming Jing captivated by in her? Chapter 54. In pursuit of truth as the hour approached noon, Changsheng perceived a commotion emanating from the eastern wing, presumably indicating that Do Huang was preparing to present the ceremonial gifts. Remaining seated beside the charcoal brazier, engrossed in her book, she awaited the girl's return. Shortly thereafter, Do Huang entered, carrying a food box, her eyes tinged with red. Changsheng paused, sensing that something was amiss. She feigned indifference as Do Huang arranged the dishes. With a faint smile, she invited her to partake of the meal, but Do Huang, with her head bowed, politely declined. Understanding the strict customs of the Xia household, Changsheng recognized the refusal as mere formality and did not press the matter. She instructed Do Huang not to wait on her, suggesting she return to collect the food box after the meal. As she observed Do Huang depart, realization dawned upon her. The one who had reprimanded the girl to tears must surely be the matriarch. In such a prominent family, where decorum was paramount, Do Huang, being the maid of the 3rd young Master Ming Jing, could be chastised for minor infractions, but any severe reprimand would typically come from Ming Jing or the matriarch herself. unless someone deliberately sought to undermine him. Turning her gaze back to the steaming dishes before her, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. After all, the matriarch hailed from a prestigious lineage. Even if she held disdain for Changsheng, she would not stoop to depriving her of sustenance. The meal consisted of 2 fragrant meat dishes, 2 vegetarian offerings, and a bowl of soup, accompanied by a generous serving of pristine white rice. In the north, where wheat-based foods predominated, even the imperial kitchens seldom served rice. Since her arrival in this world, Changsheng had rarely indulged in such delicacies, and upon returning home, she had subsisted primarily on coarse grains and legumes, nearly forgetting that her previous life revolved around rice. When Do Huang returned, after tidying up and returning the food box, her expression had regained its composure. It seemed she understood that Changsheng had inquiries to make, and she obediently knelt before her. I have heard that several concubines have arrived at the western courtyard. It is entirely my fault for dawdling all morning, leaving the young lady alone in an unfamiliar place. Please, punish me as you see fit. Changsheng, secretly elated, lifted her hand to comfort Do Huang, her irritation from the morning dissipating. Do Huang was not only attentive and astute, but also possessed a remarkable eloquence. She had deftly addressed the discomfort caused by the concubines while shouldering the blame herself. It appeared that Ming Jing indeed had a discerning eye, for this third young master had suddenly matured upon returning to the Xie residence. However, in the Duke's manor, where she was surrounded by unfamiliar faces, it was not easy for her to see Ming Jing and Mo. The matriarch held her prejudices, and Nurse Lu aroused suspicion. Do Huang, having been chosen by Ming Qing and Ming Jing, should be trustworthy, though it remained uncertain what she would divulge to Changsheng. Foolish girl, why kneel on such a cold floor? Are you intent on adding to my vexation? I understand now. It must be that the matriarch fears you may not attend to your duties properly, hence sending you to convey certain instructions. If it is indeed the matriarch who summoned you, how could I possibly hold you accountable? Do Huang's complexion paled, and she abruptly raised her gaze to Changsheng, astonished at how she could possibly know that it was the matriarch who had scolded her. Observing the calm and kind expression on Changsheng's face, her heart lightened somewhat. Recalling the matriarch's admonitions, she hesitated, biting her lip before reluctantly confessing, "Yes, you guessed correctly, young lady. The matriarch said that you were the one the eldest master had chosen after careful consideration, and that you were held in high regard by him. She feared that my clumsiness in serving you might lead him to believe that he was mistreated in this household. Thus she instructed me to serve you diligently." Changsheng inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising anger. What did she mean by chosen after careful consideration? Held in high regard? Mistreated? Such words hardly seemed fitting for a senior family member. Was it not said that the matriarch, hailing from a distinguished background, placed great importance on propriety? Is it merely because Ming Che selected her to care for his daughter without her consent that she speaks so indiscriminately? She scrutinized Do Huang, attempting to compel her to reveal the truth, yet she refrained. Though chosen by Ming Che and Ming Jing, Do Huang was a native born and raised, having been under the old madam's strict supervision for many years, and was still unfamiliar with her. Perhaps there were relatives in the residence under the influence of others. Thus, she would not hastily disclose the truth. Patience is prudent. The old madam has expended great effort. It is rare for her to manage such a large household and still remember this trivial matter of mine. I shall express my gratitude in due course. For the moment, I have a more pressing inquiry for you. Surely, the third young master has briefed you, and you are aware of my purpose for visiting the Xie residence from such a distance? Do Huang nodded solemnly. If the young lady wishes to know about Miss Jean Shu, I assure you, I shall speak without reservation. Indeed, she was perceptive, instantly discerning my question. Then tell me, what is the situation with Miss Jean Shu? Nurse Lu often says she fears strangers. To what extent does this fear extend? Furthermore, why did Nurse Lu refuse to allow me to meet her? Is it truly solely because she is afraid of unfamiliar faces? Anything related to the two of them? Share all that you know. I have heard that the eldest young madam passed away 3 years ago. Begin with the events preceding her death. Do Huang nodded, but turned to close the courtyard door. Changsheng appreciated her meticulousness and caution, so she drew closer to the brazier, poured a cup of hot tea for each of them, and began to converse leisurely. The more relaxed she became, the more she would divulge. The eldest young madam, Lin Sinny, was quite lively and healthy during her lifetime, and being a beauty, she was the apple of her parents' eye. At that time, Xie Mingche was often stationed at the military camp, and Lin Sinny, unlike other noble ladies, personally cared for her daughter. Although she hailed from a wealthy family, she was a concubine's daughter, having lost her mother early, thus lacking proper upbringing. Not only was her health frail, but she also knew nothing of the arts, and could not sew or embroider. Yet her culinary skills were exceptional, crafting dishes that were rare and peculiar, particularly quirky treats for little Jean Shu. The bond between mother and daughter was remarkably close. Chang Sheng mused that perhaps, having not experienced maternal love and with her stepmother's indifference, she had learned to prepare food on her own. Tragically, 3 years ago, Lin Sinny succumbed to a sudden heart ailment, leaving Jean Shu, merely 4 years old, profoundly affected. She cried for her mother incessantly, refusing to let anyone but the most familiar and beloved nurse Lu leave her side. With no home of her own, Nurse Lu took on the responsibility of caring for little Jean Shu. Gradually, Jean Shu became reclusive, unwilling to see or speak with anyone, increasingly isolating herself in her room, playing with the toys her mother had crafted during her lifetime. She would not meet anyone except for a select few she felt closest to. What exactly is this heart ailment? Is it merely a heart condition? Chang Sheng felt a pang of sympathy. If it were indeed a severe congenital heart defect, she would likely be doomed to an early demise in such ancient times. Last year, when Jean Shu turned 6, the age for enlightenment the old madam had, in accordance with family customs, meticulously selected tutors for her education in the arts and music, yet each time Jean Shu encountered strangers, she either cried or hid away, seemingly terrified, making it impossible for the hired individuals to approach her. The elderly matron remained undeterred, enlisting others to seek out a suitable match for Jean Shu, with plans to welcome her into the household after the new year. It was not until yesterday that Chang Sheng arrived. With a wry smile, Chang Sheng pondered the injustice of being so unfairly scorned, a victim of circumstances beyond her control, perhaps one of the most lamentable fates in existence. While deep in thought, Do Huang remarked, "My lady, are you aware that the second young mistress is the half-sister of the eldest young mistress, though she is of legitimate birth?" Chapter 55. The Art of Pursuit and Retreat. Is it true that the eldest and second young madams are sisters? 2 sisters married to 2 brothers? It sounds rather splendid. Noble matches for noble lines, and common matches for common ones. The distinctions between the Xie and Lin families are indeed clear-cut. This implies that the second young madam, Lin Xinhui, is the biological aunt of the little Jinju. Why then does Xie Mingche not entrust his daughter to her care? Changsheng distinctly recalls that Mingche never mentioned this, merely stating that his brother and sister-in-law had their own children to attend to and could not look after little Jinju. Is this truly the case, or is there a hidden agenda? The sister's father was a former official from the previous dynasty, and their maternal family has long dwindled into obscurity. The specifics of their father's former position remain unclear. It is only known that the eldest young madam and the eldest son are of the same age, one being the legitimate eldest son and the other the legitimate eldest daughter. After their marriage, they seem to share a deep affection, to the extent that Lin Sinny bore her daughter Jinju and remained childless for several years, with Xie Mingche willing to offend his parents rather than approach his concubine. Alas, their companionship could not endure until old age. Given Mingche's current stature, numerous distinguished young ladies would be eager to wed him. To appease the nagging of his elders, he has taken several concubines. It still has not fathered a son or daughter. Is it considered deep affection to remain unwed for 3 years after his wife's passing? Yet, Bai Mei is also his woman, as are other concubines. Merely lacking a formal wife does not equate to true devotion. Although Changsheng holds a favorable impression of Xie Mingche, he cannot wholeheartedly agree. Pondering the situation, he feels an unsettling discord. Recalling the pile of gifts, he inquires, "I have heard that Bai Yinyang was a maid brought by the eldest young madam. Does that mean she is well acquainted with Nurse Lu? When did the eldest son take her as a concubine?" A flicker of disdain crosses Do Huang's face. They all came from the Lin residence. The eldest young madam was personally raised by Nurse Liu, and Bai Yinyang was one of her two handmaidens, both of them the same age. Originally, the young master was reluctant to accept her, but after the eldest young madam passed away, for reasons unknown, the young master took her in and has favored her exclusively for many years, with other concubines relegated to mere decoration. No wonder Nurse Liu appears to have an unusual fondness for Bai Yinyang. It seems they share this bond. However, while Nurse Liu is plump and robust, Bai Yinyang is petite and enchanting, making it difficult to discern any resemblance. Perhaps their relationship is simply limited to this. Though surrounded by other women, Xie Mingxie stands out in this era as a rarity of fidelity. While his wife was alive, he loved her exclusively, and after her demise, entrusted their daughter to her nurse, lavishing affection solely on his late wife's maid, with no other offspring produced. Among the three great unfilial acts, the lack of heirs is deemed the gravest. Surely Mingxie would not stoop to such depths, would he? Though Changsheng is perplexed, he secretly feels joy for little Jinju. If Xie Mingxie were to remarry and father more children, could he continue to cherish his late wife's ailing daughter amidst the allure of a beautiful new wife and a healthy, lively son? One cannot help but lament for the pitiful little Jinju, a 4-year-old girl who has only just begun to comprehend the world, suddenly bereft of her closest companion. What profound anguish must her tender heart endure to have transformed her into her present state? What means might allow her to accept me? Unfortunately, with Nurse Liu's constant interference, I cannot even meet Jinju, let alone grow close to her. I happen to see a basket brimming with fresh toys I bought for little Jinju in Chang'an. Would she take pleasure in them? Remembering Do Huang's words about the unique creations the eldest young madam made for her daughter, an idea began to form in my mind. She straightened her posture, gazing earnestly at Do Huang, and said, "You may still harbor reservations towards me. Yet the fact that the third master has chosen you compels me to place my trust in you. I do not expect you to offend the other masters of the household on my behalf, but you must remember the purpose for which the third master has brought you here." Do Huang's expression stiffened, and she promptly stood up, bowing respectfully. "My father passed away early, and my mother has often been unwell. I have received much care from the third master and Aunt Wu over the years. After my mother's passing a few years ago, their kindness towards me has only increased, so I would never dare to disobey the third master's orders. Rest assured, I will serve you with utmost dedication." "Very well," Changsheng replied. "I cannot make any promises to you, but I am confident that the third master will arrange a suitable path for you. As for myself, though my abilities are limited, I will not forget your contributions." Changsheng understood the profound significance behind Ming Jing's choice of Do Huang. It was imperative that those around her be trustworthy. Perhaps Do Huang was not the most astute or capable, yet she was unencumbered by attachments and had greatly benefited from the kindness of Ming Jing and her mother, ensuring her loyalty. As she glanced at the time, approaching the hour of Shun, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she noted that little Jean Shu should have awakened from her nap by now, yet there had been no word sent from Nurse Liu. Was she truly so averse to her presence, wishing to monopolize Jean Shu? Changsheng felt a flicker of anger. A child was not an object to be possessed. Jean Shu's timidity was already excessive, and if it continued, she risked becoming withdrawn, which could ruin her life. For reasons unknown, since learning of the child's circumstances, Changsheng felt a profound and inexplicable compassion, as if she could not let go of her. Upon further reflection, Nurse Liu's delay inadvertently served her purpose. Currently, she understood little about Jean Shu's true situation. If it were indeed as serious as Nurse Liu suggested, her impulsive visit might only exacerbate Jean Shu's aversion, rendering her unwelcome even if the Xie family did not object. This advantageous position was hard won, and should she lose it, she would be at a loss for what to do next. Thus, it was essential to consider carefully before attempting to meet Jean Shu. Now, her only ally was Do Huang. Here are 2 taels of silver. Use them to inquire about what Miss Jean Shu enjoys and what she dislikes. How can I ensure that she does not fear me upon our first encounter? Be sure to ask thoroughly if she is frightened during our initial meeting. Regardless of the Xie family's stance, I would have no choice but to leave. Do Huang nodded in admiration. You are truly meticulous, Mississippi, rest assured. I will do my utmost to gather information. The previous governesses were all appointed by the old mistress, brought directly to meet the young lady, resulting in considerable fright. Just the mention of meeting a teacher would terrify her, and those women ultimately found it impossible to gain her acceptance, departing after a few days. Seeing that Do Huang grasped the situation, Chang Sheng felt a renewed sense of confidence. She had urged Nurse Liu in the morning to express her desire to meet little Jean Shu, and it was likely that Nurse Liu was now devising ways to delay her. It would be wiser to let Nurse Liu know that she agreed with her sentiments and was not in a rush to meet Jean Shu. Once Nurse Liu's guard was lowered, Do Huang could discreetly gather information, employing the strategy of feigning disinterest, which had proven effective in the past. Just as she was contemplating this, someone outside called out, "Is Miss Zhou here?" The servant, obedient to the command of Nurse Liu, came to convey a message to the young lady. Do Huang exchanged a glance with her and responded affirmatively. A clever and charming maid entered, bowed, and informed, "Nurse Liu is currently attending to the young miss and cannot be disturbed. She has sent me to relay that the young miss has expressed a desire to meet with strangers again, which frightened her into tears. Therefore, she is unable to come at this moment and asks that you kindly wait a little longer." Chang Sheng picked up a piece of pastry and handed it to her, sighing with a face full of regret. "Then I shall take a brief respite for a few days. A temporary absence is of no consequence. Please ensure the young miss is not frightened. Today marks the 28th day of the 12th month. It is the festive season, and we must not allow her heart to be troubled. Let us postpone this until after the New Year." Chapter 56. Seeking opportunities with the eve of the Lunar New Year upon them, the household bustled with activity. Even Do Huang had been summoned by Nurse Liu under the pretext of insufficient hands, thus allowing her to become better acquainted with the other maids and servants in the Jinshu courtyard, making it easier to gather information. Changsheng found herself with little to do. She had no authority to involve herself in her master's affairs, and the tasks of the servants were not hers to undertake. Her days were spent in a leisurely manner, filled with meals, sleep, and the occasional reading. Do Huang took the time to adhere festive window decorations featuring auspicious magpies and symbols of good fortune to the windows of the western courtyard. This action stirred memories in Chang Sheng of her own room back home, where the lattice windows were adorned with white hemp paper, far inferior to the exquisite gauze of the Xie residence, yet equally embellished with window flowers crafted by her own talented hands. Outside, the impatient sounds of children igniting firecrackers echoed, but they did little to enhance Chang Sheng's New Year spirit, for this place was not her home. She longed for the warmth of returning home to celebrate the New Year. As the year-end approached, her family would surely be bustling with the festivities of slaughtering pigs and sheep, while her mother busied herself with her daughters and daughters-in-law preparing goods for the celebration. Were her nephews and nieces excitedly scurrying about? Did they spare a thought for her, who was spending the new year away from home, despite the modesty of her home, which could not compare to the quarters of the Tudors in the Sierra State? It held a warmth unmatched by the palace or the Sierra residence. The greatest regret of her journey was not being able to celebrate the new year with her mother before departing. It wasn't until Do Huang brought in lunch that she snapped back to reality. With a smile, she remarked, "I suddenly understand the meaning of a scholar's knowledge is of no use. Everyone is bustling about, while I am of no help and only add to your worries about meals." Do Huang chuckled heartily. "Though you may not be of use in menial tasks, your literacy and intellect are beyond our reach. However, dear lady, today you shall have to endure some inconvenience." Once Do Huang set the table, Changsheng understood what she meant by inconvenience. The lunch had transformed from a variety of dishes to a simple bowl of vegetable noodle soup accompanied by 2 northern-style home-cooked dishes, sautéed cabbage and stir-fried vermicelli with spinach. After a moment's contemplation, she realized the reasoning behind this. In the palace, it was customary that in the days leading up to the new year, not only did the dishes become more modest, but they were entirely vegetarian, symbolizing the anticipation of feasting on meat and drinking wine during the New Year celebrations, thereby heralding a prosperous year ahead. To her surprise, the Marquis adhered to this tradition as well. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, a thought suddenly struck Chang Sheng. prompting her to inquire eagerly, given the Marquisite's emphasis on New Year traditions. Does the eldest young lady not have to keep vigil with the matriarch on New Year's Eve and pay respects to her ancestors on the first day of the new year? Might I be able to hide nearby and observe her? Such a young girl likely had yet to master the art of concealing her emotions and preferences. Perhaps by watching discreetly, she could glean some insights about her. Do Huang regarded Chang Sheng's eager expression and respectfully replied, "Though your intentions are noble, my lady, such an endeavor may prove challenging. The eldest young lady does not favor crowded gatherings, even with familiar faces. On New Year's Eve, she does not accompany the matriarch to keep vigil, nor does she partake in the ancestral rites. Instead, it is Nurse Liu who performs the incense offerings in her room, coaxing her to bow and fulfill her obligations. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, she would indeed accompany her to pay respects to the elder matriarch, but only from the entrance of the house to the steps of the matriarch's abode, where she would bow her head to receive a red envelope before promptly returning, never lingering. The elder matriarch, fearing to frighten her, allowed only a few servants to attend, thus making it difficult to see her. Changsheng was taken aback. Such protection seemed excessive. It was understandable to avoid strangers, but even familiar faces? Was she truly so introverted? Or was this a deliberate action by Nurse Liu? If it were intentional, what could her motive be? Have you ever seen the young lady? I have seen her twice in total, but only from a distance, unable to discern her clearly, though one could tell she was rather frail. If the young lady wishes to meet her, I have an idea that would surely prevent Nurse Liu from obstructing you. The young lady is quite close to the third young master, and this year, as the eldest young master is away, the third young master will certainly keep her company during the New Year's vigil. Perhaps he could devise a way. Changsheng was momentarily stunned. During her days in the residence, she had been preoccupied with Jin Xiu, neglecting the third young master. Remembering their previous awkward interactions, a smile involuntarily crept across her lips. Mingjing genuinely cherished little Jin Xiu and understood the purpose behind bringing her so far. He would not allow himself to idly draw a salary without contributing. Even if he did not voice it, he would surely find a means to facilitate an early encounter with little Jin Xiu when he had the leisure to do so. Very well, it is not easy to see the third young master these days. When you have the opportunity, inform him and see how the third young master plans to arrange this. Do Huang readily agreed. Do not worry. Young lady, I shall certainly convey your message. The third young master is a meticulous person, and if not for attending to Aunt Wu, he might have already come to check on the situation. Aunt Wu? Oh, I have heard him mention her. She is the biological mother of the third young master, and it is said that he shows her great filial piety. Changsheng felt a twinge of sympathy for the childlike Mingjing, a biological mother reduced to the status of a concubine, setting aside the myriad grievances and indignities of being born out of wedlock. Merely witnessing her mother's lifelong subservience and humility before the legitimate matriarch must weigh heavily on her heart. Indeed, the elder matriarch could only control the third young master through Aunt Wu. Despite the third young master appearing exceedingly affectionate and dutiful to the elder matriarch, it was merely to ensure a more comfortable existence for Aunt Wu, who was once a maid accompanying the elder matriarch and still held her contract. When the eldest young mistress was alive, her demeanor differed from others. She treated Aunt Wu and the biological mother of the eldest young master, Aunt Mo, with the same warmth and respect as she did the elder matriarch. Although the elder matriarch could not fault her, she held a certain dislike for her. Yet, with every gain comes a loss, for this approach earned her the genuine regard of the eldest young master, and even the third young master held her in high esteem, inquiring whether she had a younger sister of a similar age available for marriage. The eldest young mistress jokingly remarked that she had a sister of comparable age, but tragically, she had gone missing. Changsheng felt an increasing sense of sympathy and curiosity towards the long-deceased eldest young mistress. How extraordinary she must have been. If she knew that her beloved daughter had ended up in such circumstances, how deeply she would have grieved and felt aggrieved. Remembering Do Huang's words about her penchant for crafting peculiar toys for her daughter, and considering Nurse Liu's stringent vigilance, it would be challenging to uncover what those creations were. Perhaps it would be better for Do Huang to gather some scraps of cloth and attempt to make a plush toy inspired by what she was familiar with from her previous life. I initially intended to craft a charming fabric doll, yet I recalled the contemporary aversion towards such creations as puppets and dolls, often employed in the execution of malevolent curses. I, Longsheng, wished to avoid any potential complications. This reminiscence led me back to my 12th birthday in a previous life, when my mother gifted me a delightful little rabbit, neither beast nor human, which had been her most cherished toy. I decided to model my creation after that beloved figure. Over the years spent in the palace honing my sewing skills as a keeper of the chambers, I found this expertise would finally be put to good use. I instructed Do Huang to procure some vibrant, soft remnants, as plush fabric was unavailable. Nevertheless, I would make do with what I had, considering I had little else to occupy my time. Perhaps little Jinshu would take a liking to it. Chapter 57. Seizing the opportunity, Changsheng devoted an entire afternoon to reminiscing about her most cherished toy from her previous life, crafting a replica for little Jinshu. It was a pink plush rabbit, a gift from her mother on her 12th birthday, a poignant reminder of maternal love following her untimely demise. With limited resources, she fashioned it from pink satin, adorned with a frilly little dress, soft long ears, and delicate lashes outlined in black thread that seemed to flutter. A large pink bow crowned its head. Though it fell short of the original's plush texture, it still radiated a delightful charm. A rare treasure in an era where toys were scarce. She hoped little Jinshu would find joy in it. Suddenly, she recalled Do Huang mentioning that Jinshu's birth mother often created whimsical crafts. A nagging doubt arose within her, questioning the nature of her character, which seemed ill-suited to the expectations of women in this era. For instance, personally nurturing her daughter was deemed unbecoming for a woman of wealth, yet she steadfastly chose to do so. Her demeanor diverged from societal norms, treating both the lowly concubine and the esteemed wife with equal warmth and respect, reminiscent of modern ideals of equality. Changsheng pondered the peculiarities of Jinshu's mother, who appeared to lack the conventional skills of a lady, unable to sew or create. And despite her stepmother's harshness, she was not denied the fundamental lessons of a refined upbringing. Strangely, this young lady of privilege harbored a particular fondness for cooking, often experimenting with unfamiliar dishes and crafting peculiar toys for her daughter. Moreover, before Mingxie married her, he had a concubine named Li, and after their union, he inexplicably took in another woman, Lu, who seemed to serve merely as decoration in their lives. Bai Mei was also taken in after Jinshu's mother passed, leaving Changsheng to wonder if only someone who had traversed worlds would demand such unwavering loyalty from their partners. Struck by her suspicions, Changsheng contemplated whether Jinshu's birth mother shared a similar fate to hers, lost in this alien world, enduring the discomforts of life and the profound solitude that gnawed at the soul. What identity had she possessed before her crossing? When had she arrived? Was it before or after Changsheng? No wonder Mingxie remarked on the striking resemblance between her and his late wife. If true, they must have both been steeped in modern civilization for years, sharing the same sense of alienation and loneliness. Overwhelmed by emotion, she yearned to uncover the truth. 8 long years had been spent grappling with fear, pain, anxiety, helplessness, and solitude, gradually adapting to a completely foreign world, concealing her experiences and lineage deep within her heart. Each recollection of her past life and sister brought forth an unspeakable anguish, with no one to share her burden, not even the close bond she had with the Zhou matriarch, as she dared not reveal a hint of her suffering. Regrettably, perhaps Jinshu's birth mother had arrived in a frail body, unable to acclimatize to the post-crossing life, leaving her husband and daughter behind in a fleeting moment, as ephemeral as a flower blooming at dusk. All remained shrouded in mystery. Changsheng realized that her speculations could never be substantiated. The open-minded culture of the Tang dynasty, which imposed no stringent restrictions on women, might indeed have given rise to extraordinary, unconventional women. It was impossible to ascertain that Jinshu's mother was definitively a traveler from another world. However, should she have the opportunity to encounter the peculiar toys crafted for Jinshu or examine her relics, it might unveil the truth of her origins. A prospect that filled Changsheng with eager anticipation. On the morning of New Year's Eve, after partaking in a modest and unadorned festive meal, Do Huang unexpectedly arrived with Mo air. Overjoyed, Changsheng beckoned him to sit and engaged him in lively conversation. For there were few individuals in the Sierra residence whom she could depend upon or trust. Mo air presented her with a red envelope, grinning widely as he handed it to her. Sister Changsheng, this is from the third young master. He mentioned that you were betrothed to the eldest young master, and the household may not necessarily prepare your reward, especially with the eldest young master absent. Thus, he felt compelled to cover the expense, adding that should there be any reward from the household for you, consider it a stroke of luck. Changsheng weighed the envelope, estimating it to contain approximately 5 taels. A generous sum indeed. Internally, she scoffed, recognizing that it was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the affectionate Ming Che, for she found it hard to believe that Ming Jing would be so magnanimous. Nevertheless, who would ever disdain silver that was not acquired through deceit? Just 3 days into her tenure at the residence, she had already expended a considerable amount to win the favor of the servants and gather intelligence. Thus, this silver was not unwelcome. She opened the envelope and extracted 2 taels, instructing Do Huang to wrap them in red paper, distributing one to each of them with a smile. During the new year, it is not only the masters who should bestow red envelopes. As your elder sister, I too must grant you both New Year's money. Since I will be preoccupied with matters this evening, I wish to present it to you in advance. If you acknowledge me as your sister, do not refuse. This gesture transcended the mere act of gifting a few taels. Changsheng, being of humble origin and a hired governess within the household, held a status significantly higher than that of the houseborn children, Do Huang and Mo heir. Her willingness to lower herself and assume the role of their sister profoundly touched them. The third young master had mentioned that since her arrival in the household, she had been diligently concerned about the affairs of the eldest young lady, and he would remember her efforts. On the 28th day of the 12th month, the young master had come to visit the eldest young lady, intending to check on Changsheng's well-being, but hesitating for fear of causing her trouble. He advised her to settle her mind, promising that arrangements would be made after the new year. Changsheng graciously nodded in acknowledgement, yet privately wondered how Ming Jing seemed to transform upon entering the residence. Which version of him was the genuine one? Had he been feigning all along? Despite her trust in Do Huang and Mo heir, she understood that they were ultimately loyal to Ming Jing, and some thoughts were best kept to herself to avoid reaching the ears of the petty young master. Nevertheless, she was determined to meet the young Jin Shu before the time arranged by Nurse Liu, unwilling to be led by the nose. She resolved to express her gratitude to the third young master, as her concern for Miss Jin Shu was inherently her duty. Although Nurse Liu feared that a premature meeting might frighten Jin Shu, Changsheng felt a twinge of guilt for idling about and preferred to act sooner rather than later. Surely, Do Huang had conveyed her sentiments to the third young master, and perhaps he could devise a way for her to meet the eldest young lady during the New Year's vigil, allowing her to gauge the situation. Her intuition told her that Nurse Liu might meddle in her meeting with Jin Shu, perhaps attempting to influence the young girl beforehand, leading her to perceive Changsheng as a predatory figure before their actual introduction. Should Jin Shu exhibit overt rejection or fear upon their meeting, Changsheng's fate would mirror that of previous governesses, being forced to flee after a few days of idleness. As for her true intentions, whether it stems from a fear of losing her position to others or some other reason remains shrouded in mystery. One can only hope for the former, as it would at least ensure she genuinely cares for Jin Shu. The latter scenario, however, would be utterly terrifying. Yet, this is merely a suspicion. If voiced, it would likely be dismissed, even by Ming Che, who might not believe it. After all, since the passing of her biological mother, Jin Shu has relied heavily on Nurse Liu for her daily needs, both physically and emotionally, seldom spending a moment apart from her. Longsheng firmly believes that regardless of Nurse Liu's true feelings towards young Jin Shu, should she suddenly vanish, the impact on Jin Shu would be profoundly detrimental. Thus, for now, she must suppress her doubts, taking one step at a time, and only seek to uncover the truth once Jin Shu is willing to accept her. Chapter 58. A scheme at midnight as twilight descended, the eve of the new year arrived. accompanied by the jubilant sounds of firecrackers and the enticing aromas of sumptuous feasts wafting from the Xie residence. Red lanterns illuminated the surroundings, and the air was thick with the smoke of the fireworks. Changsheng, preoccupied with thoughts of meeting the young lady Jin Shu that evening, found some solace from his homesickness. Mo approached to inform him that the third young master had consented to Changsheng's request. After the New Year's dinner, he would come to see Changsheng, advising him to finish his meal and prepare for the encounter. They discussed several details, and once everything seemed in order, Changsheng urged Mo to hurry and eat, as the servants had also prepared a banquet for the night. However, Mo appeared troubled. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly conveyed, "The third young master mentioned that for you to accompany him, you must assume a proper identity. Otherwise, it may frighten the young lady. He suggested that you disguise yourself as his maid, claiming that he sought a girl proficient in singing nursery rhymes, which would alleviate any fear she might have." Changsheng burst into laughter, pondering whether Xie Mingjing was genuinely considering his welfare or seeking to avenge her past refusal to be his maid. He had expected that upon returning home, he would exhibit a more mature demeanor, yet he remained as childlike as ever, fixating on the minutiae of old grievances. Disguising himself as a maid posed no significant loss. It was merely a matter of indulging Xie Mingjing's playful whims. Besides, he was still uncertain about Jin Shu's true disposition and feared that her reaction to him might indeed be daunting. It seemed she harbored no aversion towards her uncle Mingjing. If he presented himself as Mingjing's maid, perhaps she would be more amenable. As for singing nursery rhymes, an idea sparked in Changsheng's mind. If Jin Shu's mother were truly from another world, she would undoubtedly sing her daughter the lively and simple rhymes of modernity. He resolved to try it out later to validate his hypothesis. After all, in his past life, nursery rhymes echoed through the streets, malls, and parks where children congregated daily. Easily learned after just a few listens, he vaguely recalled some from his childhood, enough to manage the situation. Fortunately, he still remembered a few nursery rhymes. He would follow the young master's suggestion and ask Do Huang to lend him a maid's attire, thus disguising himself to accompany him. Mo recalled the first time he had mentioned to Changsheng in Jinyang the idea of becoming Mingjing's maid, only to receive a stern reprimand. He had expected to face displeasure on both sides today, but was relieved to see her so readily comply, letting out a sigh of relief and smiling broadly. During the evening's New Year feast, Changsheng found himself unable to partake in the lavish banquet meant for the master and servants. Fortunately, as per tradition, the household sent a generous assortment of meats, vegetables, fruits, and beverages to his quarters, filling the table abundantly. With no one to impose restrictions that night, Changsheng invited Do Huang to join him for the festivities, knowing that important matters awaited them afterward. Though the tea and wine provided by the Xie household were not of the finest quality, they were satisfactory. After a raucous meal, Changsheng deliberately consumed several cups of wine, achieving a rosy glow without succumbing to inebriation. He then tousled his hair and sprinkled some wine upon himself, ensuring that he had nearly exhausted the provisions gifted by the Xie family. Finally, he feigned a state of dizziness and reclined on his bed, instructing Do Huang to follow his directives. Once Do Huang exited the west courtyard, he hurried to the small kitchen in Jin Shu's quarters. Arriving empty-handed, yet exuding an air of audacity, he boldly requested the cook to prepare a sobering soup for young Lady Zhou. On the eve of the new year, the head cook had no respite, already burdened with discontent. She was aware of the old lady's and Nurse Lu's intention to slight Changsheng. When Do Huang, exuding arrogance, offered no reward, the cook not only ignored her, but also resorted to mockery. Do Huang feigned tears, seeking out Nurse Lu to complain, claiming that Miss Zhou, feeling homesick on New Year's Eve, had disregarded advice and drunk herself into a stupor. Despite her efforts to have the cook prepare a hangover remedy, she was met with reprimand. Nurse Lu, unwilling to take the matter lightly, reprimanded the cook in the small kitchen, urging her to hastily prepare a bowl of hangover soup, which she personally took to Changsheng. Upon entering the main room of the western courtyard, she was met with the overwhelming scent of alcohol. The table was in disarray, and wine bottles lay overturned. Changsheng, with disheveled hair and flushed cheeks, lay drunkenly on the bed, mumbling incoherently, a picture of inebriation. Although Nurse Lu was cautious around Changsheng, she feared for her well-being. As the steward of Jinshu courtyard, any misfortune that befell Changsheng would implicate her. In a moment of panic, she exclaimed, "Damn you, Do Huang! Why didn't you stop her? How could you let her drink to such excess? She is alone and away from home. What if something were to happen?" Do Huang pretended to be frightened and begged for forgiveness. With no other option, they both lifted Changsheng's head and forced the hangover soup down her throat, lighting incense to mask the alcohol's odor. Nurse Lu then instructed Do Huang to tidy up the mess and watch over Changsheng, promising to return immediately if anything arose. Do Huang quickly complied, and while she was cleaning, a little maid hurried in with news that the third young master was worried Ms. Zhou might fall asleep. So he had come early to keep her company through the night, urging Nurse Lu to meet him promptly. Nurse Lu's face brightened. With either the eldest or third young master keeping vigil, Ms. Zhou would likely grant her the freedom to leave, and they would generously reward her with a substantial red envelope, allowing her a night of revelry. With Changsheng in such a state of intoxication, she need not worry about her attempting to approach the young Jinshu. After giving Do Huang a few quick instructions, she hurriedly departed. Once she was out of earshot, Changsheng exhaled deeply, sat up from the bed, and immediately sought tea to rinse her mouth, discarding her alcohol-soaked garments. Do Huang borrowed a dress from a maid of similar stature and helped her dress, styling her hair into 2 buns and adorning her with a vibrant red robe gifted to the maids for the new year, along with 2 large red silk flowers. This transformed her from the poised demeanor of her well-mannered aunt into the youthful visage of a spirited and capable maid. Unable to restrain her admiration, Do Huang exclaimed, "Miss, your grace is truly remarkable. Even as a maid, you resemble a head servant." Recalling Changsheng's 8 years as a palace maid, she stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Changsheng smiled, secretly contemplating how pleasing this appearance would be to Xie Mingjing, who would likely feel much more at ease and forget the earlier trivialities. In the future, when seeking his assistance, it was essential to first win his favor. She considered bringing along the small rabbit she had sewn, but ultimately decided against it, knowing how difficult it had been to sneak away from Nurse Lu undetected. For now, it was merely about becoming acquainted with the young Jinshu, ensuring that she wouldn't be met with hostility when they formally met. If she could find a way to leave a good impression, opportunities for further interaction would naturally arise. Do Huang carefully arranged the cups and plates, seizing the opportunity to gather information under the pretext of returning the food box. Meanwhile, Changsheng contemplated the nursery rhyme he intended to sing for Xiao Jinshu, pondering how he might endear himself to her. He feared that if she were to suddenly burst into tears upon seeing him, it would not only draw attention, but also make it exceedingly difficult for her to accept him in the future. After a short interval, Do Huang returned with news that the third young master was already in the company of the young lady, having granted permission for Nurse Lu and the others to indulge in merriment without the necessity of attending to them. At that moment, they were thoroughly engrossed in their revelry. Changsheng felt a surge of delight in his heart as he exited the west courtyard with Do Huang. The courtyard was aglow with vibrant red lanterns, yet devoid of any figures. All the rooms were brightly lit, filled with the sounds of laughter and the clinking of cups. The two stealthily made their way past the shadows of the towering green trees behind the main hall. Chapter 59. The first encounter with Jinshu as she stepped onto the bluestone steps. A row of crimson silk lanterns hung in front of the corridor, casting a vibrant glow against the dark night. Changsheng quickly concealed herself with Do Huang behind a column, feeling somewhat wronged yet relieved. Dressed as a maid, she thought that even if someone caught a glimpse of her, they would hardly take notice in the dim light. The main residence comprised 3 spacious rooms flanked by 2 side chambers. Do Huang guided her to the entrance, where Mo awaited inside. Upon recognizing the visitor, he softly urged, "Please, enter. The young master is with the young lady inside." Nodding in acknowledgement, Changsheng stepped in, assured that the inner sanctum was filled with Mingjing's trusted confidants, and her worries dissipated. The room was warm, illuminated by candlelight, revealing intricately crafted furniture and a myriad of decorative items, exuding a lavish yet somber atmosphere. To one side lay a dimly lit bedroom, devoid of sound, while the other was bright and alive with indistinct voices, with two young maids stationed at the door. With Do Huang, she tiptoed past, encountering two maids dressed identically to them. Do Huang gestured for her to remain calm before departing with one of the maids. Chang Sheng heard the faint click of the door closing behind them. The winter night was frigid, with all windows tightly shut. Thus, any sounds of distress from outside would likely go unheard. It seemed the occupants of the room were oblivious to the change of personnel. Standing in the place of the previous maid, Chang Sheng beheld the natural wooden floor adorned with a thick carpet. Ming Jing sat leisurely, cross-legged, her dark green embroidered robe disheveled, her hair wrapped in a cloth of the same material, exuding an aura of relaxed ease. A small girl knelt on the carpet, engrossed in her play, clad in a vibrant red embroidered jacket, her short hair framing her forehead, twin buns cascading down, adorned with a crimson ribbon edged in gold. From her profile, Chang Sheng could not discern her features, only the pallor of her skin and pointed chin, her long eyelashes fluttering, strikingly delicate and pitiable. A second glance sent Chang Sheng's heart racing. The low table resembling a sofa, the carpet, and the toys scattered about were all reminiscent of her past life. Among them were many colorful satin animals, neither human nor beast, akin to the plush toys of her former existence. And there was little Jin Shu, busily stacking blocks. Overwhelmed with excitement, she could now firmly conclude that Jin Shu's biological mother was a time traveler. Her breath quickened, and her hands trembled gently. She longed to step forward, to touch and examine, to seek fragments of memories from her past life. Suddenly, she noticed the corner of Ming Jing's eye flicking towards her, prompting her to remember the purpose of her visit. And she ultimately restrained herself. "Jeaner, why won't you meet the maid that third uncle has found? She sings beautiful songs, and you adore music, don't you?" It was Ming Jing's voice, revealing a gentle purity that Chang Sheng had never noticed before. "I don't want to," came the soft yet aloof reply from the child, tinged with a hint of stubbornness. Chang Sheng sighed with relief. Perhaps this child was merely shy and peculiar, not truly afflicted by autism. "Why not? Could you tell third uncle?" "I don't want to say." With that, a loud crash echoed as the carefully stacked blocks tumbled down. Breathless and slightly agitated, Xiao Jingshu raised her head, locking gazes with Ming Jing for a brief moment before pouting her lips and bursting into tears. "I want Granny Lu." She looked at Ming Jing with such poignant sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sobbed quietly, evoking a profound sense of heartache and pity. Ming Jing hurriedly attempted to console her with gentle words. Yet nothing seemed to assuage her distress. Chang Sheng internally reprimanded himself for being overly hasty, having unintentionally provoked Xiao Jingshu to tears, causing a scene even before she made her entrance. If the temperamental Xiao Jingshu's cries escalated, it could draw unwanted attention. Having concluded that her biological mother was a time traveler, it was likely she had sung to her those nursery rhymes from her past life. By the time her mother passed away, she was only 4, leaving her with memories and impressions. Changxing's mind raced as he recalled appropriate songs to sing, desperate to quell Xiao Jingshu's cries. In a moment of urgency, he began to sing a nursery rhyme imprinted in his memory from childhood. It's raining, the watermelon has sprouted, little girl, open your eyes wide. The sky is clear, the watermelon is blooming, little girl, waiting anxiously. Thunder is rumbling, the watermelon is bearing fruit, little girl, smiling without teeth. Xiao Jingshu abruptly ceased her crying, turning her head in astonishment. Changsheng took a step closer and distinctly saw the surprise, elation, disbelief, and suspicion in her eyes. Then she unsteadily rose to her feet, barefoot, and approached Changsheng, halting midway, gazing at him with tears flowing, unable to articulate a word. Changsheng felt a genuine pang of sorrow as he beheld her delicate chin, her dark eyes mirroring his own, her skin pale to the point of translucence, and her lips devoid of color. She looked at him with a mix of joy, doubt, and fear before finally rushing over to tightly embrace his legs, sobbing with immense grievance. "Do you know my mother? Did she teach you this song?" Why hasn't Tishi come back? Do you know where she is? Granny Lu said mother is dead and will no longer take care of me. She said she would look after me instead. I don't believe it. I wait every day for mother to return. Ming Jing and Changsheng exchanged a quick glance, both frowning in disapproval. What kind of things had that nanny taught the child? No wonder Xiao Jingshu had grown increasingly peculiar and solitary over the years. What was her true intention? Changsheng snapped back to reality, realizing that if Xiao Jingshu continued to cry, they would surely attract attention. But why did this particular song evoke such a strong reaction from her? He guided her to sit beside the embroidered couch and helped her put on her shoes, saying, Xiao Jingshu, don't cry. Your mother is not dead. She is merely gravely ill and must go to a faraway place to recover. When you grow up and she gets better, she will come back. She entrusted me to take care of you and to teach you songs. From now on, you can call me Annie, with the assurance that her mother was not dead, but merely unwell and still cared for her. Xiao Jingshu's tear-filled eyes sparkled with happiness and delight. The pallor of her face flushed with excitement, as if all the grievances and sorrows of the past years had been compensated. She leaned affectionately against Changsheng, softly pleading, Annie, please sing it again. Changsheng wiped away her tears and embraced her as they sang the lengthy nursery rhyme to completion. The lyrics, nearly repetitive, and the lively melody were reminiscent of her childhood days spent in kindergarten, where she would sing it daily at home and later with her sister. As the years slipped by, the song had faded from her memory, nearly forgotten, yet today it proved to be remarkably significant. Ming Jing visibly exhaled in relief, suppressing a multitude of questions, and continued to sit leisurely on the carpet, her gaze fixed upon Changsheng with an air of intrigue, her eyes shimmering with inscrutable depth. While preparing in the dim light of the courtyard, the flickering candlelight cast shadows, and the brass mirror appeared tarnished. Changsheng could not discern her own reflection clearly. However, Ming Jing observed her distinctly. After a few glasses of wine, though she did not feel intoxicated, her countenance radiated like the peach blossoms of March. When conversing with the little Jinshu, her demeanor was warm and gentle, akin to the caress of a spring breeze. Chapter 60. The truth emerges. The interior was exceedingly warm and comfortable, a play area arranged by Xiao Jinshu's mother, Lin Sinny, during her lifetime. On the opposite side of the hall lay the bedroom. When Ming Che first ventured out, Lin Sinny would accompany her daughter here, nurturing and caring for her with unwavering devotion. The bond between mother and daughter was profoundly intimate, sharing the same bed each night. The couple resided next door in the Sinny courtyard. Whenever Ming Che returned home, Lin Sinny would soothe their daughter to sleep before joining her husband. During this time, it was the trusted wet nurse, Nurse Lu, who attended to Xiao Jinshu, as the child would only seek her company apart from her mother. After marrying into the family, Lin Sinny, for reasons unknown, found herself devoid of skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as lacking in needlework. Yet, she took great pleasure in cooking and treated Aunt Mo and Aunt Wu with the same warmth and respect she afforded to the matriarch, earning her husband Mingche's sincere affection and the respect of Mingxing. However, this did not endear her to the old matriarch. Lin Xinhui, the second young mistress of the Xie family and her biological sister, looked down upon her for being of a lesser birth and marrying a man of humble origin, leading to a near-complete estrangement. Thus, when Ming Che was away, Lin Sinny remained mostly in her own quarters, attending only to the rituals of morning and evening. Though Ming Che was often absent after their marriage, he consistently advanced in his career and devoted his heart entirely to her, showering his affections solely upon Lin Sinny, leaving the concubines as mere ornamentation. One might think such a life would be exceedingly satisfying. However, Lin Sinny suffered from a congenital heart ailment that began mildly, but gradually intensified. Eventually, she feigned illness, fearing that her condition might afflict her daughter, and chose to live separately, entrusting the care of Xiao Jinshu to her most trusted nurse Lu and the maids. Over time, she became increasingly detached from her daughter, their former closeness fading. It was widely believed that her actions stemmed from her deteriorating health. Initially, Xiao Jinshu found it difficult to adjust, often crying and fussing. Lin Sinny would only leave for her own quarters after lulling her daughter to sleep. Yet, she harbored an odd quirk. She never allowed anyone else to be present while soothing her child, and faint melodies would sometimes drift from the bedroom. On occasion, she would emerge with red-rimmed eyes, suggesting she had been weeping. If anyone inquired, her usually gentle demeanor would erupt in anger, discouraging further questions. Tragically, when Xiao Jinshu was just over 4 years old, Lin Sinny's heart condition worsened dramatically, leading to her untimely demise while Mingxie was absent from the estate. The bereaved Xiao Jinshu wept inconsolably, rejecting all but the familiar Nurse Lu. Initially merely startled, she gradually became increasingly withdrawn and fearful, sometimes refusing to leave her room for an entire day. This was what Do Huang and Mo Air conveyed to Changsheng. The inhabitants of the estate knew only this much, and no more could be gleaned. Changsheng silently contemplated the names of Jinshu Courtyard and Sinny Courtyard, regardless of the truth. Mingxie appeared to be a man deeply devoted to his wife and daughter. Xiao Jinshu rested in Changsheng's embrace, quietly listening to her sing. In her eyes, a semblance of childhood-esque brilliance and vitality seemed to return. Changsheng sang softly, suddenly reminded of her past life. A hint of melancholy crept into her melody. In her youth, she and her sister would often sing this song while playing, gradually forgetting it as they grew older, never imagining she would sing it again under such circumstances. You deceive me. I do not believe you. Xiao Jingshu suddenly pushed her away with force, regarding her coldly, her face displaying an unsettling indifference, suspicion, and resistance that belied her tender years. Changsheng, lost in the melody, was taken aback when Xiao Jingshu shoved her aside, exchanging a bewildered glance with Mingjing. Momentarily flustered, she had just reveled in having gained Xiao Jingshu's trust so swiftly, only to witness an abrupt shift in demeanor. Yet, it was understandable. After all, she was no longer a mere child, possessing her own thoughts and judgment. The initial thrill and delight of hearing a familiar lullaby had faded, replaced by doubt regarding the sudden influx of happiness. Just as Mingjing was about to speak, Changsheng silenced her with a glance, helplessly observing the unfamiliar expression that clouded Jingshu's features. She quickly composed herself, feigning sadness and confusion, and asked Xiao Jingshu, "Why do you say such things about me? Do you not like me? This song was taught to me by your mother, you know." Jingshu glared at Changsheng with animosity. "You are lying. Granny Lu told me not to trust any strange women, claiming that they would usurp my father and become my stepmother, tormenting me daily. You are one of them. You are deceiving me." Mingjing was filled with rage, and had it not been for Changsheng's persistent gestures urging her to remain calm, she would have dragged Granny Lu before them to confront her. Suppressing her astonishment, Changsheng put on a sorrowful facade. "But I am not a stranger. I was sent by your mother to care for you. This song was taught to me by her. Do you not believe me?" Jingshu hesitated, scrutinizing Changsheng for a moment before her gaze hardened once more. "I do not believe you. If you were sent by my mother, why have you only just arrived? My mother would never abandon me for such a long time." Changsheng was momentarily at a loss. Her words held a striking truth that even a child could not be deceived by. After contemplating, she gritted her teeth and continued the ruse. "That is because your mother is far away, and it took her a long time to reach here. In fact, she sent me long ago, but I got lost along the way. If you must blame someone, blame my clumsiness, and do not unjustly accuse your mother." Jingshu hesitated again, her expression shifting to one of sheer terror and anguish. "But no matter how much I call for my mother, she does not respond. Granny Lu says my mother is dead and will never return. She will never speak to me again. She no longer wants me. You are deceiving me. You are lying. She is not just sick." Mingjing stood up abruptly, fists clenched tightly, and Changsheng could hear the audible grinding of his teeth. She shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to sit down and not frighten Jingshu. Deep down, she resented both him and Mingxie for their profound ignorance. How could they have allowed someone like Granny Lu, a figure reminiscent of a witch, to dominate Xiao Jingshu's life for 3 entire years? The girl was barely over 4 when she lost her mother. One could only imagine the extent of her fear during that time. Over the years, she had been subjected to countless deceptions and manipulations. fostering an overwhelming aversion and dread of the outside world. The once vibrant and delightful little girl had been transformed into a fragile, suspicious, reclusive, and obstinate soul. What were Granny Lu's true intentions? Was she not Lin Sinny's wet nurse? It was said that Lin Sinny, having lost her mother in childhood, regarded her as a maternal figure, and their bond was exceedingly profound. Even Ming Che held her in high esteem and trust. How could she treat Lin Sinny's orphan in such a manner? Poor little Jin Shu, without the abundance of love and care, nothing could assist her in emerging from the shadows of her psyche. Chang Sheng recalled the heart-wrenching, paralyzing sense of despair and helplessness she felt upon the loss of her parents, as if the sky itself had fallen. Had it not been for her elder sister, who was merely 5 years her senior, suppressing her own grief to provide her with boundless affection and a sense of security, she too would have likely succumbed to despair. Ming Jing understood Chang Sheng's sentiment. She first quelled the anger surging within her and silently observed them, her eyes flickering with an inner fire. Chang Sheng, calming her spirit, her face marked by the sorrow of being wronged, looked at Jin Shu and said, "How can you speak of me in such a manner? I am indeed sent by your mother. I have been declared your aunt. And how could I then assume the role of your stepmother? That song was composed solely for you by your mother. No one else could sing it. If she did not teach me, how could I possibly know it? Even if you do not trust me, you must believe in your mother." Chapter 61. Gradually untangling the heartstrings, Jin Shu gazed at Chang Sheng with a blend of fear and helplessness, then turned her attention to Ming Jing. The coldness and resistance she once perceived had vanished, revealing a childlike vulnerability in Ming Jing's expression. With a pitiful tone, she implored, "Will you truly only be my aunt and not my stepmother? Should I inquire with Granny Lu? She mentioned that other women only treat me kindly to become stepmothers. Would it be all right if I ask her?" Ming Jing was filled with self-loathing. Aside from her biological mother, Lady Wu, her closest ties were with her elder brother and sister-in-law. With the latter having passed away, her brother had entrusted Jin Shu to her care, never dreaming that such troubling events would unfold right under his nose. The silence between them deepened Jin Shu's unease, and her expression grew increasingly anxious and vulnerable. Habitually seeking solace in the person she knew best, she began to weep softly. "Granny, Granny, I want Granny." The two adults snapped back to reality. This was not the moment for anger. Urgent matters required addressing. Jin Shu was sure to mention this incident upon seeing Nurse Lu. If she learned of it beforehand and prepared herself, the truth would be far more elusive to uncover. Moreover, desperate individuals often act unpredictably. Yet, tomorrow marked the first day of the new year, a day of great significance for the CF family, where harmony, auspiciousness, and peace were to be fervently sought. Creating a disturbance was truly inadvisable. The critical factor was that Ming Che was absent from the residence. They needed to consult him on how to handle this situation. Chang Sheng soothed her cries and tentatively asked, "Do you not trust your father and third uncle either? They, like your mother, are your kin." Jin Shu replied, "Granny Lu said that my father used to care for me deeply, but if he marries a stepmother, he will no longer love me. After the stepmother arrives, she will beat me every day, burn mother-esque belongings, and then sell me." Ming Jing could no longer contain herself. She sprang to her feet, causing little Jin Shu to shrink back in fear, clinging tightly to Chang Sheng, her eyes wide with terror. In that moment, Chang Sheng recalled the day when, at the tender age of 12, she received the devastating news of her parents' passing. She had clung to her sister in sheer dread, refusing to let her leave her side. At 12, she had her sister's selfless love to comfort her. What did this poor child possess? She was barely over 4 years old. Chang Sheng quickly pondered how to protect Jin Shu from further harm. The child was profoundly lacking in a sense of security. Apart from Granny Lu, she harbored a fundamental distrust towards everyone else, including her biological father. Though she desperately craved their affection, she feared approaching them, worried they might abandon her like Granny Lu had suggested, leaving her to face the abyss of abandonment once more. Thus, she clung to Granny Lu as if she were a lifeline, pushing everyone else away. If Ming Jing, in a fit of anger, were to reveal the truth about Granny Lu's treatment of Jin Shu, Chang Sheng feared the toll it would take on her. casting a reproachful glance at Ming Jing. She held Jin Shu tightly and gently reassured her, "Little Jin Shu, do not be afraid. Your mother has sent Aunt Changsheng to care for you. I will love you just as your mother did, singing to you and crafting toys, ensuring you will suffer no more grievances and that no stepmother shall torment you." Gradually, Jin Shu found solace within her embrace. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her face a canvas of yearning and concern, asking, "Have you truly seen my mother? Does she miss me?" "Yes, I have seen her. How else could I know the song she taught me? She thinks of you every day, but her illness will take a long time to heal, which is why she sent me to care for you. She also mentioned that you, dear Jin Shu, are the most adorable child, loved by everyone. You are the one cherished most by your father, by old Madame Lu, and equally by your third uncle and me." As Jin Shu listened, her previously indifferent eyes began to sparkle with a mix of joy and suspicion. A faint blush crept onto her pale face as she opened her mouth to inquire, only to cast a doubtful glance at Changsheng. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Will my father marry his stepmother? Or perhaps you could be my stepmother?" Ming Jing nearly sputtered his tea, and Changsheng gave her an innocent yet exasperated look, gently tapping her forehead. "Silly girl, I have already told you I am your aunt. How could I be a stepmother? Besides, only children without a biological mother have fathers who marry stepmothers. You have a mother, and when she recovers, she will return. Your father would not marry a stepmother." It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from Jin Shu's heart, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a mix of joy and shyness, she gazed at Changsheng and tentatively called out, "Aunt." Changsheng responded with a smile, just as she was about to speak. Ming Jing, with a teasing grin, cleared his throat and leisurely remarked, "How can a child grasp the complexities of adult emotions? How can you truly understand the thoughts of others? Be cautious with your words." Jin Shu, who had just begun to feel reassured, looked at Ming Jing in confusion, unable to decipher his cryptic words. Changsheng shot him a stern glare. "You still have the time to jest. Let me reassure you, Jin Shu, your third uncle was merely playing. Do not worry, your father will not marry his stepmother." Jin Shu nodded, then shook her head, still feeling uneasy. After a moment, she suggested, "Perhaps I should ask old Madame Lu if she has deceived me? What you say does not match what she has told me." Changsheng and Ming Jing exchanged helpless smiles. Old Nurse Lu had always told her that her mother had passed away and that her father might marry a cruel stepmother, which frightened her to the point of asking the newly acquainted Changsheng to be her stepmother. Suddenly, Jin Shu's expression changed, and she exclaimed impatiently, "Third uncle. Let's go and ask her now. I must know." Her demeanor was imbued with a stubbornness that seemed to seek validation of Changsheng's words. Changsheng quickly soothed her. "Jin Shu, do you not recall? Tonight is New Year's Eve. When I arrived, I saw old Nurse Lu enjoying drinks with others and likely in a deep slumber now. Would it not be better to wait until she awakens tomorrow? She has worked so hard to care for you. Let her rest tonight, shall we?" Ming Jing, realizing the moment, quickly added, "How about this? Since you prefer not to be alone, let your third uncle and Aunt Changsheng keep watch over you as you sleep. We can address everything tomorrow." Jin Shu sighed in relief. "So, we do not need to stay up for the new year?" Changsheng inwardly lamented. This child possessed a heart as sensitive as any adult's, yearning to believe the words of Ming Jing, while also feeling a sense of betrayal toward old Nurse Lu and her own small conscience. Thus, she felt compelled to find a comforting excuse for herself. "It is all right. Have you not always gone to bed early in previous years? This year, with your third uncle and aunt by your side, let us discuss everything in the morning. Perhaps the old woman is merely jesting with you." Jin Shu, though initially skeptical of the notion of jest, hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The timidity and doubt in her eyes seemed to diminish considerably, and her expression became more relaxed. The room was warm and inviting. She leaned against Changsheng, and as her mood lightened, coupled with the fact that she had long surpassed her usual bedtime, weariness soon enveloped her, leaving her in a state of drowsy reverie. Chapter 62. Step by step closer for the first time in 3 years, the gentle Jin Shu fell into a deep slumber without the comforting presence of Nurse Lu. Ming Jing brushed her soft hair, nearly moved to tears, and whispered, "Could you watch over her for the night? I need to make arrangements for tomorrow." You should rest for a while. I believe Jin Shu will grow accustomed to your presence beside her. As he turned to leave, Changsheng suddenly grasped his intention and hastily called out, "Wait, what do you intend to do?" In the dim candlelight, Ming Jing's eyes were inscrutable. "I am merely undertaking what I should have done long ago. Having delayed for 3 years, why rush now? Are you not aware that haste makes waste?" With a deep sigh, he continued, his voice hoarse and subdued. "Having postponed for 3 years, can I afford to delay any further? In the past, I was powerless, allowing an old servant to bring such harm to Jin Shu under my very nose. Now that I am aware, how can I remain inactive?" Changsheng realized that what Ming Jing intended was far more than a mere trifle. The weight of the night had struck him heavily. Guilt and anger threatened to overwhelm his reason. "You cannot proceed in this manner. What is one vile servant? No punishment could be too severe for her deeds. Yet you must consider little Jin Shu. The villain we perceive is, in her eyes, akin to a mother, surpassing even a father in kinship. The sudden loss may be unbearable for her. For her, the greatest terror lies in the abrupt disappearance of her closest ones. Do you wish to subject her to that again?" Ming Jing gazed into her captivating, clear, and unyielding eyes, and his rationality slowly returned. "I was momentarily blinded by anger. Rest assured, I know what must be done now. I see that Jin Shu is still willing to accept you for the next few days. I shall entrust her to you. You are the one the elder lady has engaged. She will not harm you. At worst, she may act a bit difficult. Should anything arise in this courtyard, promptly inform Do Huang." Changsheng nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance, though worry crept in as he asked, "And tomorrow morning?" "Do not fret. I will arrange everything for tomorrow. Enjoy the new year without concern. Once tomorrow passes, we shall deliberate further." With that, he bowed to Changsheng and departed, taking only Mo air with him, leaving his maid Qin Song to watch over Changsheng. Another maid, Lu Qin, along with Do Huang, remained in the western courtyard. Changsheng watched Ming Jing's retreating figure, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. He had promised to prepare for tomorrow and allow him to enjoy the new year. Could he truly fulfill such a promise? Yet, his demeanor tonight bore a maturity beyond his years. Perhaps experience is indeed the catalyst for growth. The situation concerning little Jin Shu had undeniably taken its toll on him. After a moment's reflection, Changsheng chose to place his trust in him. As the sleeping Jin Shu breathed steadily, her long, thick lashes fluttered occasionally. With her delicate chin and pale skin, she lay upon a finely crafted, sturdy bed, looking as fragile as a crystal doll. The poor child was cherished immensely by Ming Jing, and typically, Nurse Lu attended her with 2 elderly maids, 2 senior handmaids, for rough servants, and 2 cooks. Yet tonight, despite Ming Jing's deliberate arrangement to send everyone away, who would think to come and check on her amidst their revelry, as she recalled her tender and affectionate father, the delicate by May, Changsheng felt a twinge of disdain, despite the fact that Ming Che's infatuation was a rare sight in this era. The resemblance between Jin Shu's brows and eyes and those of Ming Che was striking. Perhaps she inherited other features from her biological mother. Changsheng pondered silently, wondering if, like her, Jin Shu, who had also traversed realms yet met an untimely demise, would return to her original world after death. Was it possible that she had orchestrated her own arrival in this realm to protect the girl sharing her former name? Perhaps there was indeed a bond between them. Otherwise, why would she also sing that obscure nursery rhyme? Alas, their paths diverged irrevocably. How wonderful it would be to meet even once. Transported to this place, she felt akin to the northern wolf from the song, forever wandering through the desolate, boundless wilderness, unable to dispel her loneliness and solitude, regardless of the bustling feasts within the palace or the lively festivities of the world outside. The warmth of the room made one forget the season, and gradually, fatigue enveloped her. Yet, she was startled awake by the intermittent sounds of firecrackers, realizing it was nearly midnight, the time of transition between the old and the new year. Qin Song had closed the door and taken a quilt to the soft couch in the east room to endure the night. Knowing she would not be able to sleep for long, unable to fend off her drowsiness, she removed her outer robe and cotton jacket, lying down beside Jin Shu to sleep. In a state of half-consciousness, she was roused by gentle knocking at the door, and upon awakening, she heard the crisp sounds of firecrackers. It was already early morning on the first day of the Lunar New Year, a time when customs dictated an early rise. With a bittersweet smile, she recognized that this was her 9th New Year spent in someone else's home, with the palace no more than a residence of the Lee family. In her previous life, so many years had elapsed. Her sister must have long since forgotten the sorrow of marriage and motherhood. She hoped that during this festive time, her family would celebrate joyfully without recalling her. In her current home, her mother should be up, preparing a sumptuous first meal of the new year for her daughters-in-law. Sitting up to check the time, it was just past the hour of evening, around 4 a.m. Hearing Qing Song's voice as she opened the door, she understood that Lu Qing was there to escort her back to the western courtyard. The sounds of firecrackers grew louder outside, likely disturbing Jin Shu, who furrowed her brows in her sleep before settling back into slumber. Lu Qing brought with her a chill, whispering that she had slept in the young lady's bed the previous night under the pretense that Do Huang had drunk too much and rested on the outer couch to keep watch. Twice, Nurse Lu had sent someone to inquire about the young lady's well-being, lifting the curtain each time to check on her and leaving satisfied upon finding her asleep. Chang Sheng inwardly scoffed at the extent of the precautions taken against her, realizing that the concern was unwarranted. Thankfully, she and Ming Jing had anticipated this issue. Yet, she wondered how Ming Jing would handle the malicious servant today. Qing Song and Lu Qing stayed behind to watch over Jin Shu as she hastily prepared herself to return to the western courtyard under the cover of darkness. Do Huang assisted her with changing and grooming while recounting last night's events. And at that moment, the firecrackers from the Xie residence grew increasingly vibrant. After refreshing her appearance, Chang Sheng regained the dignified demeanor of a composed aunt, yet her mind was clouded with doubt. Although she had managed to dissuade Ming Jing last night, she could not shake the apprehension that, driven by youthful impulsiveness and seething anger, he might act rashly. The more she pondered, the more unsettled she became. Urging Do Huang to investigate, go to the main house, and check if the eldest young lady has risen and if there has been any crying or commotion. The third young master is about to depart. Who do you suppose will be attending to him? Do Huang circled back and reported, the young lady has yet to rise. She typically awakens only when she feels inclined, never having been compelled to do so, not even on the first day of the new year. Qing Song and Lu Qing have returned to attend to the third young master. At present, the young lady is under the care of the maidservants Xiao Wei and Xiao Enai from the Jinshu courtyard. They are twin sisters, age 17, who mysteriously appeared on the streets 7 years ago. They were taken in and raised by the eldest young mistress, who bestowed upon them their current names to serve the young lady. Apart from Mama Lu, the young lady seems to have a particular fondness for the two. Xiao Wei and Xiao Enai truly embody the essence of those who have traversed realms. Chang Sheng immediately thought of that endearingly clumsy little bear. My dear, I have also heard that Mama Lu indulged a bit too much last night and has since developed a high fever, leaving her in a daze even now. It is likely she will be unable to rise today. Chang Sheng was taken aback, pondering whether the matter of having Mama Lu intoxicated was the solution to today's predicament. Is this truly a prudent course of action? Chapter 63. New Year's Day in the Xie residence. It is customary to partake in sweet rice wine with poached eggs before the rooster crows on the first day of the Lunar New Year, specifically before the 5th hour of the morning. This tradition, believed to have been passed down from ancestors in the South, symbolizes sweetness, longevity, and completeness, heralding a year filled with sweetness, prosperity, and fulfillment. The fragrant aroma of the sweet rice wine wafts through the air, served in delicate blue and white porcelain bowls with matching spoons. Nestled within is a perfectly round poached egg, its creamy broth mingling with finely crushed glutinous rice, adorned with a sprinkling of bright red goji berries. Chang Sheng savors a spoonful, relishing the sweet and prosperous flavors. Who would desire such a day? Do Huang continues to chatter. Every New Year's morning, both the master and the servants must eat this, though the servants receive their portions in coarse pottery. Noticing her serious demeanor, Do Huang quickly changes the subject. Indeed, the third young master is likely occupied all day. He rises at the hour of the tiger to set off firecrackers and enjoy the sweet rice wine and egg. Then at the hour of the rabbit, he pays homage to the heavens and spirits. Following this, beginning at the hour of the dragon, he pays New Year's visits, bestowing gifts, offering the first meal in honor of the ancestors, and then serving the second meal. By the time all is concluded, it is nearly the hour of the monkey, when everyone gathers in the old lady's room to share laughter and play cards, not retiring until late. Changsheng lets out a bitter laugh, contemplating the arduousness of New Year's Day. It seems Ming Jing truly cannot spare any time today. How has he orchestrated all of this? Old Madame Lu cannot possibly sleep the entire day. If she awakens and encounters Jin Shu, will she not discover the truth? If little Jin Shu sees her, will she not wail and reveal everything? Perceiving her thoughts, Do Huang reassures her. The young master has assured that everything is arranged for today, so you need not worry. The eldest young lady has grown up alongside Xiao Wei and Xiao and I. Whenever Nurse Lu is unwell, they're always there to keep her company, and they will not cause a scene. He also mentioned that he truly cannot attend to her today. Should she begin to cry, he will send you to keep an eye on her. Changxing nods, her expression grave, understanding Ming Jing's intent. On this New Year's Day, he wishes to avoid dampening the festive spirit. Last night, he must have used some means to intoxicate Nurse Lu, rendering her unable to rise due to fever, allowing the Wei sisters, who are somewhat familiar with Jin Shu, to accompany her temporarily. By tomorrow, he will surely confine her and question her regarding the truth and the instigator behind these machinations, subsequently informing Ming Che of the events that transpired, awaiting his return to rectify the situation. As matters stand, even if Nurse Lu awakens and realizes she had interactions with little Jin Shu last night, she will still be in a precarious position. Thus, Ming Jing would assert that everything has been arranged. He believed that by removing Nurse Lu, who had intimidated and deceived Jin Shu, she would be shielded from further harm, forgetting that her greatest fear lies in suddenly losing those she holds dear. Despite developing some caution towards Nurse Lu after last night's events, her years of reliance render her unable to part with her. If Nurse Lu were to suddenly disappear, she would plunge into profound panic and disarray, fearing abandonment by her closest companion. One can only worry that her fragile heart may not withstand such trauma. Feeling a surge of urgency, Changsheng rises. This matter is crucial to little Jin Shu and must be handled with utmost care to ensure she suffers no further harm. Do Huang, take me to see if the young lady has awoken. Do Huang nodded eagerly and led her over. The main room was silent. Upon entering, they found the hall illuminated by candlelight, yet the bedroom remained shrouded in darkness, indicating that Xiao Jinshu was still asleep. A delicate young girl clad in red emerged from the bedroom, momentarily startled upon seeing them. Recognizing Changxing's identity, she quickly bowed and introduced herself as Sister Xiao Wei. Changsheng observed her demeanor. Although she appeared poised, her expression betrayed a sense of anxiety, and her eyelids were slightly swollen, suggesting she had been crying. A flicker of suspicion crossed Changxing's mind. Had Ming Jing said something to them? Lowering her voice, she inquired, "Has the young lady not yet awakened?" Xiao Wei, unable to meet her gaze, nodded and quietly entered to summon a girl in green, who also bowed upon emergence. The two sisters bore striking resemblance, with the same anxious demeanor and swollen eyelids. This was her younger sister, Xiao and I. Changsheng discreetly scrutinized them and feigned ignorance, softly asking, "At what time does the young lady typically awaken? Does she not indulge in sweet soup and eggs? Does she not pay her respects to the old lady for the new year? And what of the ancestral worship in the household?" Xiao Wei lowered her gaze and replied, "The old lady, being considerate of the young lady's frail health, has permitted her to abstain from the ancestral rites, requiring only that she bows to receive a red envelope during the first meal of the new year. Thus, I am in no rush to awaken her. The sweet soup and eggs are warming on the stove, to be served once she stirs." Noticing Xiao Wei's omission of mention regarding Nurse Lu, Changsheng felt a pang of concern and asked anxiously, "I have heard that Nurse Lu was inebriated last night and has yet to rise. She even personally delivered me a hangover remedy. How could she end up intoxicated herself?" The expressions of Xiao Wei and Xiao and I grew increasingly fearful, their bodies trembling slightly. Changsheng was nearly certain of what Ming Jing had done the previous night. Setting down her teacup, she stood and smiled softly. I have heard that you two sisters were brought into the household by the young master, thus escaping a life of hardship, and have grown alongside the young lady. It is no wonder she desires only you two in her company, aside from Nurse Liu. Today, with Nurse Liu unwell, she will require attentive care. I shall visit her shortly. The two girls replied in hushed tones, their voices barely audible, their heads lowered further. Changsheng gestured for them to quietly guard against startling Jin Shu and then exited with Do Huang, making her way directly to the rear courtyard's ear room, where Nurse Liu had taken refuge last night to avoid alarming Jin Shu. The ear room was quite warm. Though modestly furnished, it was orderly enough, albeit filled with the lingering scent of alcohol. Two course maids were seated by the bed, tending to the fire. Upon seeing Do Huang, they recognized Changsheng's status and promptly rose to pay their respects. Nurse Liu lay on a simple wooden bed, occasionally groaning and shifting, appearing quite unwell. Upon closer inspection, her face was flushed and she was covered by only a thin quilt, with a damp cloth on her forehead to cool her down, and her collar loosened for ventilation, indicating that she had been cared for adequately. Have you summoned a doctor? Changsheng inquired. No, on the first day of the new year, no doctors are available, and it is believed that if one takes medicine on this day, they will suffer illness and misfortune for the entire year. Therefore, we only provided her with hangover soup and wiped her down with warm water. The steward said to wait until tomorrow morning to call for a doctor, but unfortunately, she will not be able to enjoy sweet soup and eggs, came the reply. In this room, equipped with a charcoal basin and bedding, and under the watch of these two older women, how could she be afflicted with a high fever? If it were merely from intoxication, the alcohol of this era was not potent enough to induce such a reaction. Changsheng felt a stirring in his heart and smiled as he remarked, last night, I too indulged in drink, but fortunately, Mama Lu provided me with a hangover remedy. To my surprise, I emerged unscathed, while my mother remains incapacitated. I must commend the two of you for your diligent efforts last night. The two maids hastily replied, we dare not overstate our contributions. Last night, the third young master permitted us to partake in merriment. We engaged in card games throughout the night before arriving this morning. During the night, it was Little Wei and Little Ni who attended to Mama Lu. Changsheng's heart stirred again as he recalled the anxious expressions and swollen eyelids of the two sisters, who had vigilantly cared for Nurse Liu until they were relieved by the two maids in the morning. Thus, what truly transpired here last night remained a mystery, and they were undoubtedly privy to the truth. Chapter 64. Gentle persuasion returning to the main quarters. Xiao Jinshu remained in deep slumber. Noticing that the time was nearing for the New Year-esque greetings to the matriarch, Changsheng felt a stirring in her heart. It was said that to distinguish the Wei and Ni sisters, the matriarch had permitted one to wear red garments year-round, while the other donned green. Except for Nurse Liu, who had been granted leave from the New Year's visit, over 100 household servants were divided into two groups, male and female, to pay their respects. Should the Wei sisters be absent, the matriarch would certainly notice, and it was likely she would deduce that Nurse Liu had been drunk and feverish the night before. If she suspected any wrongdoing involving Ming Jing, it would be quite challenging for them to proceed with their intentions. Xiao Wei, rest assured, with myself and Do Huang here, you and Xiao and I should go and pay your respects to the matriarch. If she discovers that Nurse Liu has been intoxicated and has yet to awaken, it could spell trouble for everyone in the Jinshu courtyard. The two young women, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in gratitude. Thank you, miss, for your guidance. We shall head over at once. The eldest young lady's new garments and shoes for the new year were laid out on the bedside, while the silk flowers, brocade ribbons, and golden locks were neatly stored away. Please, miss, take care of these for now. We shall return promptly after our bows. The third young master had instructed them to heed the miss's commands, assuring her they would do their utmost. Changsheng nodded, pondering how Ming Jing had managed to win them over the previous night, and smiled as she instructed, when you see the matriarch, please inform her that the eldest young lady has refused to leave her chamber this morning, does not permit Nurse Liu to depart, nor wishes to meet anyone. Therefore, it is necessary for you to deliver this message. Do you understand? The two nodded solemnly, with Xiao Wei whispering, rest assured, miss. No one dares enter the main quarters uninvited. Everyone believes Nurse Lu has already awakened from her intoxication and is caring for the eldest young lady. Those two old maids have been silenced as well. Apart from Granny Lu at the door and the cook, all others have been occupied outside since the early hours. So the news will not reach the matriarch for now. Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief, nodding in approval. Watching them depart, she instructed Do Huang to close the door and stand guard outside. She then entered her chamber, lighting a candle and covering it with a sheepskin lampshade, bathing the room in a soft, dim yellow glow that would not be harsh even if Xiao Jinshu were to awaken. Mingjing would undoubtedly not allow Nurse Lu to return to Xiao Jinshu's side. What reasoning could she possibly conjure to deceive her? In the days to come, she needed to provide the child with an abundance of affection and a sense of security, gradually helping her forget about this individual. Yet, the child was beginning to understand. The sudden disappearance of a close and trusted figure would render any explanation suspect, and no amount of concern could alleviate her feelings of panic and abandonment. It was also unfeasible to simply let Nurse Lu off the hook. Should she learn of the events from the previous night, she would surely comprehend the exposure of her actions and might react unpredictably, while her accomplices could unwittingly alert their adversaries. Suddenly recalling the meticulous care with which Bai Mei had prepared gifts for her and the expression on her face upon receiving them, Changsheng's heart raced as a bold plan began to take shape. The success of this scheme hinged on whether Xiao Jin could cooperate. It was unrealistic to expect a child to refrain from mentioning the events of the previous night for an extended period. But perhaps soothing her for 3 to 5 days would be possible. Noticing that the time was nearly upon her, she began to softly sing a lullaby. Little Jean Shi stirred slightly, then turned over to continue her slumber. Changsheng sighed softly, caressing her hair as she resumed her song. Eventually, little Jean Shi opened her eyes, but found no sign of Nurse Lu. She froze in place, her breath quickening, her pale face flushing crimson, instinctively clutching the curtain in terror and staring at Changsheng as if she had encountered a calamity. Changsheng was taken aback. Her reaction was so intense. It was as if she did not recognize her at all. No wonder Ming Che and Ming Jing had failed to perceive Nurse Lu's malicious intent. Jinshi relied on and trusted her too much. The efforts made by herself and Ming Jing the previous night had left no impression on her. Swiftly resolving in her mind, she determined to persuade Ming Jing to adhere to her own plan. She gazed gently into Jinshi's eyes and softly inquired, "What is it, little Jinshi? Do you not recognize me? I was with you all night." With that, she began to sing the same song from yesterday. It's raining, the watermelon has sprouted, little girl, open your eyes wide." Little Jinshi's eyes brightened, a long sigh escaping her lips, her grip loosening as her expression gradually softened. She listened attentively until Changsheng finished the song, then sweetly called out, "Aunt Changsheng." Changsheng playfully tapped her. "I thought you no longer recognized me." Little Jinshi lowered her head in slight embarrassment, awkwardly replying, "I was very scared not seeing Nurse Lu, and I forgot everything, but now I remember." "That's good to hear. I live in the western courtyard, and we will see each other often. Even if you don't listen to songs, you won't forget me." Little Jinshi glanced around with suspicion, her face suddenly tightening. "But what about Nurse Lu? Has she forgotten me too? Silly girl, don't you remember? She got drunk yesterday. I just checked on her, and she is still asleep. How about you get up and have some sweet soup and eggs first, and then we can see if Nurse Lu is awake." Upon hearing that Nurse Lu had not forgotten her, little Jinshi sighed in relief. Although still somewhat hesitant and resistant, she obediently allowed Changsheng and Do Huang to help her dress and groom herself. Changsheng patiently waited for her to speak, unconvinced that she would completely forget the events of the previous night, and deliberately mentioned how much Ming Che missed and cared for her in Jinyang. Finally, Jinshi timidly spoke up. "Did you really mean what you said yesterday? Was Nurse Lu joking with me? Will my mother really come back when she gets better? Does my father truly miss me? I won't have a stepmother anymore, right?" Changsheng gazed gently and firmly into her eyes, stating without doubt, "Trust your aunt. I would never deceive you. You are the sweetest child. No one would ever abandon you. Though I have only known you for 2 days, I care for you deeply." Little Jinshi smiled sweetly, like the most innocent and delicate flower, but soon her anxiety returned but I don't like Nurse Lu making such jokes to deceive me. Why would she do that? Can I ask her? Finally touching upon the most crucial question, Changsheng felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained a calm smile outwardly. Oh, so it was Nurse Lu's joke that frightened our Jinshi. She cares for you so much. If she knew you were scared by a few playful words, she would likely feel very sad and guilty. I believe Jinshi would not want her to feel that way, would she? How about we keep this matter between us for now? When shall we inform her? Would it be better to wait until your mother returns? At that time, she will be overjoyed and will not harbor feelings of sadness or guilt. Jinshu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yet she inquired with skepticism. But why would the old lady play such a trick on me? Changsheng continued to gaze at her gently. I believe she did not intend to deceive you. It is said that your mother was gravely ill when she departed, and she could not have known if your mother would return alive. You were just a child then, crying daily for your mother. She must have felt compelled to comfort you in that manner. As for your father, I suspect she was afraid that you might misbehave and provoke your father's anger, fearing he would no longer care for you after marrying a stepmother. Thus, she deceived you to ensure your good behavior. Jinshu, indeed, believed her words and shyly smiled. I can hardly remember those childhood events, but I promise to be very obedient. Changsheng wiped the sweat from her brow. After all, she was merely a young child, unacquainted with the ways of the world, and had been easily misled by such a flawed narrative. However, was a stepmother truly that fearsome? I know Jinshu is a well-behaved child. Gulme, let's make a pact, and remember to act as if nothing has transpired. We shall inform the old lady upon your mother's return. Otherwise, she will be quite saddened. Will she not? Chapter 65. The desire to encourage yet suppress entering with a chill in the air. Do Huang informed Miss. This is the time for the deity's offerings and New Year greetings. Even the doorkeeper and the cook have gone, leaving only 2 matrons to tend to Mama Lu, one at the door and the other watching over her. It is the perfect opportunity to take the young lady to see Mama Lu. Changsheng nodded in agreement, recognizing the fortuitous moment. Do Huang continued in a hushed tone. I inquired about last night's events. It appears Mama Lu had indulged in too much wine and, wishing to cleanse herself, ventured alone to the purification room. When she did not return, everyone assumed she had gone to rest. However, the Wei sisters later found her, inebriated and lying amidst the bushes, having succumbed to the effects of the wine and the cold breeze, which led to her catching a chill and fever. How was her tolerance for alcohol? Was she coerced into drinking, or did she choose to partake? After a moment's hesitation, Do Huang replied, her tolerance is quite decent. Last night, as the third master left the main house, he headed to the small kitchen. Adjacent to the kitchen is a room where several maids dine, and they had gathered there for a feast. The third master remarked that the eldest master was preoccupied with official duties, and since everyone has been diligently caring for the young lady, he wished to reward Mama Lu for her considerable efforts by overseeing the young lady's care for the night, allowing the others to indulge in drink and games. He ensured there was ample food and drink, bestowing Mama Lu with a red envelope containing 10 taels of silver, while the others received 2 taels each, requesting that they raise toasts in her honor, which explains her inebriation. Changsheng nodded, regarding the third master with newfound respect. Observing that time was of the essence. She tightened the cloak around Jinshu, providing her with a small copper pot to warm her hands before leading her to the rear courtyard's ear room, where dawn had yet to break. Since Lin Sinny's passing, Mama Lu had been residing with Jinshu in the main house, relinquishing her former quarters to others. Changsheng sensed Jinshu's nervousness as she leaned closer, eliciting both sympathy and amusement. This little one, caught in a web of conflicting emotions, yearned to confide in Mama Lu while also resolving to act as if nothing had transpired, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. Thus, Changsheng felt compelled to accompany her, to instill in her the courage and confidence to conceal these matters. If she could restrain herself this time, it would empower her to endure in the future. Do Huang approached the door and announced their names. With a creak, the door opened, revealing one of the matrons from earlier, who looked surprised to see the rarely seen Jinshu. After greeting them, she ushered them inside, mumbling, "The fever has subsided. I just fed her some ginger soup, and she has perspired and drunk a bit of water. Now she has fallen asleep again. Changsheng expressed her gratitude for the matroness' efforts, while Jinshu anxiously peered at the small wooden bed, relieved to see Mama Lu indeed lying there, occasionally groaning. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, clear enough for all to hear. Changsheng felt warmth and gratitude. If she were truly kind to Jinshu, even superficially, the young girl would undoubtedly worry for her well-being. Leaning in, she whispered, "I know Jinshu is a child of her word. Remember our promise. Mama Lu is unwell. Let us refrain from discussing anything that might upset her. Go and encourage her to rest well, and when she recovers, she can return to the main house to care for you. Is that agreeable?" Jinshu nodded, her eyes bright with determination. Changsheng understood that she had finally resolved her inner conflict and decided to uphold their agreement. A small figure stepped forward, reaching out to touch Granny Lu's forehead. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she said, "Granny, you truly have a fever. Please recover quickly so you can be with me, sure. But I'm being very good right now, so do not worry. Focus on your recovery, and once you are well, you can take care of me." Changsheng felt a pang of sympathy for the poor child, who could hardly fathom that her beloved Granny Lu would go to such lengths to control and intimidate her, treating her as a mere instrument to achieve certain ends. Under the pretense of caring for her, she was gradually turning her into a reclusive, peculiar, suspicious, and ailing individual, betraying her trust and reliance. Granny Lu, in her stupor, seemed to sense something, murmuring softly. Jinshu, believing she had acknowledged her, smiled with relief. Changsheng took her hand and said, "Granny is unwell and her body is weak. We must not disturb her. Only by resting can she recover swiftly." She then fixed her gaze on the old woman and added, "Remember the third young master's words. You must be mindful of what to say and what not to say." The old woman hurriedly vowed to comply. The three returned to the main room, where Jinshu tugged at Changsheng to show her toys. Upon seeing the comfortable, plush couch-like low bed in the activity room, Changsheng cautiously inquired, "Where did Granny stay when she was ill?" Jinshu beamed innocently. "When Granny is sick, she stays here, with Wei and I accompanying me." Changsheng quickly made a decision and instructed Do Huang, "While everyone is still away, go and fetch Nurse Lu here with those two old women. Be discreet and do not let anyone suspect anything. If the third young master asks, say it was my idea. I shall explain it to him later." Do Huang hesitated for a moment, but, noticing the resolute and meaningful gaze from Changsheng, promptly agreed. Changsheng turned to observe Jinshu playing with her toys, lost in thought. There were certainly loyal followers of Nurse Lu in the courtyard. However, given the busy festive season, she presumed they would refrain from taking any rash actions upon her recent arrival at the residence. If they witnessed her with little Jinshu, someone would surely report it to Nurse Lu, and she could only imagine how she would guard against her. Jinshu could not continue to cling to her. She needed to distance herself for a few days to allow Nurse Lu to feel at ease, thus facilitating the execution of her plan. "Jinshu," she pondered, "if Granny were to favor other children, would you feel very sad?" Little Jinshu's face contorted with panic and resentment as she cried, "I won't allow her to like other children. I only permit her to like me." Changsheng stroked her hair and suddenly shifted the topic. "Do you like me, Jinshu?" Taken aback by the sudden change in conversation, Jinshu paused before smiling and nodding. "Yes, I do. Although I love Granny the most, I also like Aunt Changsheng." Changsheng's eyes twinkled as she continued, "If Jinshu does not wish for Granny to like other children, I wonder if Granny feels the same way. If she knew you liked me, would she be very disappointed and sad?" Jinshu was momentarily stunned, gazing at Changsheng with a perplexed expression, torn between her affections for both Granny and Aunt Changsheng. She had not realized she could only choose one, yet she truly cherished them both. However, the thought of Granny liking someone else left her at a loss for words. "How about this?" Changsheng suggested. "Since Granny is unwell these days and already uncomfortable, could we perhaps keep your fondness for me a secret from her for now? After some time, once she becomes acquainted with Aunt Changsheng and realizes that she is not a malicious person, perhaps then she will grant you her affection. Will she not?" Zaya Jinshu nodded, her face lighting up with understanding. "I see now. Aunt Changsheng wants to become good friends with Grandma, and then Grandma will allow me to like you." just like I'm good friends with Aunt Bai, which allows Grandma to like Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai and Grandma Lu are friends? Does Xia Jinshu possess some hidden knowledge? Changsheng suppressed her inner doubts and nodded with immense satisfaction. Indeed, Xia Jinshu is truly clever. That is precisely the point. For the next few days, we shall refrain from being together. Let Xiaowei and Xiaoni take care of you first. When Grandma arrives, you must continue to cherish her as before, and once she recovers, we can discuss further. Chapter 66. Double red envelopes. As the time approached, Changsheng led Jinshu into the bedroom to hide. Soon, Do Huang arrived with two matrons, half supporting and half carrying Nurse Lu to the main room, where she was settled onto a low couch. Hearing the commotion outside, Jinshu felt a surge of excitement. Changsheng embraced her, soothingly signaling for silence. Do Huang soon appeared, closing the door and speaking softly. "Miss, rest assured, Nurse Lu has regained a bit of consciousness. She expressed her gratitude for being moved here by the third young master. She mentioned that she has caught a chill and advised against letting the young lady visit her, fearing the infectious nature of her illness. She requested that some of the young lady's favorite toys be brought over, and assured that the cook would prepare the dishes the young lady enjoys. Once she recovers, she will personally make them for the young lady." Changsheng was taken aback, unable to comprehend why someone who cared for Jinshu would resort to such intimidation and deceit, causing harm to an innocent child. After much contemplation, she concluded that there must be an ulterior motive. Genuine concern was intertwined with exploitation, and the latter far outweighed the former. Noticing her daze, Do Huang urged, "Everyone else has not yet returned. One matron is watching over Nurse Lu, and the other is guarding the entrance. There is no one else in the courtyard. Miss, you should return quickly. I will keep an eye on the young lady." Changsheng nodded, realizing there was no time to waste. As long as her plan was executed smoothly, there would be ample opportunity for future interactions. After softly reassuring Jinshu, she instructed Do Huang to watch over her and awaited the return of Xiaowei and Xiaoni. She intended to have Xiaoni care for Jinshu while bringing Xiaowei to the west courtyard, as she had matters to discuss. Just as she was about to turn away, Jinshu clung to her, reluctant to part. Changsheng comforted her with a few words, reiterating that being trustworthy was the hallmark of a good child. Although Jinshu was hesitant, she ultimately agreed to let Changsheng go, insisting that she must wait for her toys to arrive first. Changsheng exchanged a glance with Do Huang, who quickly brought over a few toys, seemingly cartoonish plush figures and wooden block car models. Regrettably, the silk and cotton lacked the plush texture and clumsy appearance of familiar toys. What had been commonplace in a past life now appeared peculiar in this setting. However, none of these toys resembled the pink bunny she had sewn. An idea sparked within her. After all, Jinshu was merely a child. A mere promise was insufficient. A touch of temptation would prove more reliable. Changsheng gazed at her with sparkling eyes, speaking in an enticing tone. "Jinshu, come, let us make a pact. If you can be a trustworthy child, I will gift you two toys you have never seen before, ones you are certain to adore. What do you say?" Captivated by this alluring proposition, Jinshu's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded. "Aunt, don't worry. I will be a good child who keeps promises, and I won't tell the matron. You mustn't deceive me." Changsheng gently ruffled her hair. "Of course, as long as you remain a trustworthy child, I assure you, I will not deceive you." Jinshu happily nodded, allowing her to leave. Once back in the west courtyard, Changsheng reflected. Though her ultimate aim was to protect her, such blatant threats and temptations felt somewhat shameless. After a brief moment, Do Huang arrived with Xiaowei, stating that the young lady was being quite well behaved, engaged in play with Xiao and I. Changsheng felt a sense of relief, recognizing that Xiaowei and Xiao and I would need to maintain closer ties with Jinshu. With utmost seriousness, she instructed Xiaowei to stay closely by the young lady's side over the next few days, soothing her to refrain from visiting Granny Lu, lest she fall ill again. Particularly, she emphasized that Xiaowei should be cautious not to utter anything that might upset Granny Lu, to avoid provoking her ire. Xiaowei, comprehending her intent, nodded vigorously and inquired if there were any further instructions. Changsheng hesitated. Initially, she had intended to discuss her plans with Ming Jing. But given that meeting was not feasible today, she decided to take matters into her own hands. However, the subsequent arrangements would still require Ming Jing's involvement. She signaled to Xiao Wei to return and attend to the young lady, stating that any necessary matters could be addressed later. Yet, Xiao Wei produced a large, red silk purse from her sleeve, presenting it with a hint of hesitation. "This is a token of appreciation from the old lady," she explained. "She instructed me to deliver it to you, stating that according to the household customs, it is equivalent to what the eldest young master and the second young lady's tutor receives, 5 taels of silver. After the new year, she wishes for you to visit her. Moreover, if the young lady is willing to accept you after the new year, she would like you to remain and nurture her with utmost dedication." Chang Sheng was taken aback. The old lady had openly acknowledged her. Although she was employed by Ming Jing, the old lady was the head of the household. As long as she resided under the same roof, if the old lady refused to recognize her identity, it would lead to an awkward situation. The servants would undoubtedly speculate on their master's sentiments. While it might not lead to severe hardships, some discomfort would be inevitable. Ming Jing could not afford to oppose her biological mother, concubine Wu, who remained under the old lady's influence. Securing a position at the Xie residence was meant to provide a legitimate occupation, a safe haven, and a stable meal, not to endure anyone's displeasure. The old lady's recognition was the greatest form of protection. In truth, she had wished to personally accompany Xiao Jinshu to pay New Year's respects to the old lady, showcasing Jinshu's affection for her in order to compel the old lady to acknowledge her identity. However, due to the need to handle the matter with Nurse Lu more judiciously, she had to reconsider her approach. The act of presenting this red envelope clearly signified the old lady's acknowledgement of her identity. Chang Sheng had not anticipated it would be so straightforward. Gratefully accepting it with a smile, she realized, as Ming Jing had said, that she had indeed received a double portion of the red envelope. Whether it was the old lady's generous and loving nature or another reason, perhaps only he knew, it might be worthwhile to inquire when the opportunity arose. After giving a few more instructions, she sent Xiao Wei on her way. At that moment, the servants had begun to return in small groups, as it was time for the first meal of the new year. Fortunately, she had managed to complete the necessary preparations before their arrival. It then struck Chang Sheng that since rising at the hour of the tiger, around 4 in the morning, and consuming sweet water and eggs, she had not had a moment's respite, not even a sip of hot tea. This new year felt more exhausting than those spent in the palace. Situated in Guangzhou, the tradition of having sweet water and eggs on the morning of the first day of the new year in the Xie household harkens back to their southern roots, symbolizing a remembrance of ancestors. The New Year's feast strictly adhered to Guangzhou customs, with the first meal consisting of long chicken noodle soup, abundant with broth and lengthy noodles, symbolizing a wish for enduring prosperity and a continuous flow of good fortune. Changsheng took a sip of chicken soup, adding ginger slices and scallions, then infused it with vinegar and drizzled sesame oil, creating a dish that was exceptionally delectable and appetizing. It faintly reminded her of the soup's efficacy against wind-cold colds, prompting her to instruct Do Huang to inform the 2 maids to provide some to Nurse Lu, hoping to expedite her recovery from the ailment. Do Huang gazed at her in confusion. After all, the third young master had painstakingly devised a scheme to keep Nurse Lu bedridden through intoxication and illness. Yet Changsheng seemed intent on her swift recovery. Who should she heed? Understanding Do Huang's sentiments, Changsheng smiled and replied, "Our intentions align with the third young masteress. However, our methods differ. Some matters are interconnected, and I simply wish to achieve our goal while minimizing future complications. I believe the young master would concur with my approach." Do Huang, now devoid of doubt, enthusiastically remarked, "There are many servants in the manor, yet not every ailing servant qualifies for a physician's attention. Thus, certain home remedies circulate in secrecy. I happen to know of a very effective remedy, 3-bean scallion soup for treating wind cold. The ingredients are readily available in the kitchen, requiring no additional purchases. I shall prepare it for her at once." Chapter 67. An appointment at midnight. Changsheng observed the hourglass, noting that it was nearly dusk. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The banquet at the Xie residence was approaching its conclusion, with few members in the household, and Mingche stationed far away in Jinyang. They would need to entertain the matriarch with jesting, riddles, or card games until deep into the night, for affluent families cherish the exuberance of togetherness. Mingjing, a son of lesser birth, was the offspring of a concubine, yet his mother was a legitimate child of the matriarch's family. With her indenture still firmly in the matriarch's grasp, one's commitments dictate one's actions, and he, not acting solely for himself, must surely exert effort to curry favor with his legitimate mother. Do Huang returned with the food box and whispered, "I have just visited the main chamber. The remedy indeed proved effective. Mother Lu has nearly recovered and even consumed a small bowl of chicken noodle soup. She appears somewhat revitalized and is likely to rise by tomorrow." The eldest young lady had, as anticipated, refrained from seeking out Mother Lu, choosing instead to remain with the Wei and Ni sisters, allowing Mother Lu to feel more at ease with them. And the eldest young lady was willing to accept their company. Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. Everything was unfolding according to her design. She secretly derided Mother Lu's dubious intentions, using innocent children as a shield to disguise her ulterior motives. Whoever she favored, she would extol in front of Jin Shu, who would then accept them. Conversely, those she distrusted would be subject to her disparagement and intimidation, leading Jin Shu to be wary of them, much like the previous governesses who had left in disgrace. Recalling that she had instructed Xiao Wei to inform the matriarch that the eldest young lady was once again throwing a fit and refusing to see anyone, she pondered whether the matriarch would mind if the eldest young lady did not pay her New Year's respects. "Not at all," replied Do Huang after a moment's hesitation. "Since the passing of the eldest madam, the eldest young lady has always been this way. If she refuses to visit or meet someone, no amount of persuasion will sway her. If pressed, she will simply cry and protest. She rarely leaves the Jinshu courtyard, seldom even stepping beyond her room. And other than Mother Lu, the Wei sisters, and the third young master, she hardly acknowledges anyone else. Everyone has grown accustomed to her demeanor. The matriarch is relatively fair with her grandchildren, having just bestowed her rewards. Does she have affection for concubine Bai?" Do Huang hesitated. "I have been serving alongside the third young master, and am not well acquainted with matters here. But I believe I have heard that the eldest young lady does indeed favor concubine Bai, for she was the eldest madam's handmaiden, tending to her since infancy. Initially, she wept and refused to allow concubine Bai to go to Jinyang, but somehow, Mother Lu persuaded her to relent." Chongqing let out a cold laugh, her silence echoing her growing suspicions about the relationship between the two. How could Mother Lu have persuaded Jin Shu? She must have told her that Jinyang was so distant and questioned what would happen if Mingche secretly married a stepmother. Better to have concubine Bai accompany him to keep watch, employing the very fears that haunted the child's heart to realize her own ambitions. What the other concubines of the eldest young master? Does the eldest young lady pay them any heed? Do Huang chuckled. This is common knowledge throughout the estate. When the eldest madam was alive, the various concubines often visited the eldest young lady, bringing her gifts. However, following the passing of the matriarch, the eldest young lady inexplicably developed an intense aversion towards several concubines, forbidding them entry into the Jinshu courtyard. Upon sighting them, she would cause a commotion, and even the eldest son's presence did not deter her, unless she was asleep or oblivious. The three concubines were never permitted to appear before him. That day, they had seized the opportunity while the young lady was asleep, sneaking in when Granny Lu was otherwise occupied. Why would they trouble you, given that the young lady is new here? Chongqing shook her head helplessly. I cannot say for certain. In truth, her understanding was becoming increasingly clear. The notion that they had taken advantage of Granny Lu's inattention might well be a ploy instigated by the matron to assess their standing. It appeared that her plans were indeed astute. Granny Lu had gone to great lengths to control the young Jin Shu, and by manipulating her, forced the affectionate yet deeply mourning Xie Mingche to favor only the white concubine. This matter necessitated urgent discussion with Ming Jing to prevent any hasty actions on his part, as much of the plan required his involvement, and they could commence as early as tomorrow. What time will the young master be free tomorrow? In the morning, Over 20 stewards from various estates, shops, and workshops will come to the residence to pay their respects, and a grand banquet will be prepared in their honor. The second and third young masters will be responsible for attending to them, and given their exceptional capacity for drink, it is likely that the third young master, despite his good tolerance, will struggle to manage, often ending up quite intoxicated. Changsheng was taken aback. The CF family possessed such extensive properties. Nevertheless, it was best to deliberate matters in the stillness of night. Ming Jing's appearance in the morning would attract too much attention. If he were to recklessly seek a few encounters, rumors would surely abound, and one could not predict how the old matriarch might react. She merely wished to carry out her duties quietly, without courting trouble. You should find an opportunity to discreetly seek out Mo. And inform him of my actions today. I believe the third young master will come looking for a chance to speak with me once he learns of this. Remain there and await news regarding when he will arrive tonight, then come back to inform me. She then produced a red envelope containing a half-tael of silver, handing it to her. Once you ascertain the time of the third young master's visit, give this to the gatekeeper, Granny Lu, and have her keep an eye out to let him in without causing a stir. Do Huang hurriedly accepted and left, while Changsheng finally completed her important tasks for the day. Upon reflection, her plan seemed devoid of major flaws, allowing her to exhale in relief. She retrieved paper and ink, grinding a bit to begin her meticulous drawing. After spending 8 years in the palace, she embraced the belief that versatility is invaluable. Not only had she fully adapted to traditional characters, but she had also cultivated a delicate and elegant hand, which was perplexing as her knowledge and calligraphy were not assessed when she applied at the General's residence, seemingly passing with ease. What she sketched was a gift for Jin Shu, a design resembling a miniature carriage. Lin Sini had commissioned a model for Jin Shu, merely a decorative piece that could neither move nor function, but she intended to create a miniature carriage that could actually run. The blueprints were to be handed over to Ming Jing to enlist the carpenter's services. While she could illustrate them, she lacked the skill to construct them herself. The miniature carriage, measuring merely the size of a sheet of white paper, boasts all the essential components: axles, wheels, and shafts. The wheels are designed to rotate just like those of a real horse-drawn carriage. The cabin is low and lacks a roof, providing ample space to accommodate a pink little rabbit and other toys. A rope is affixed to the front, allowing it to be pulled along for delightful play. I firmly believe this will bring immense joy to little Jin Shu, enabling her to gradually step out of her small world and engage with the outside, fostering her development into a healthy and lively child. After several revisions, the model drawing is finally complete. Changsheng gazes at it with satisfaction before putting it away, intending to fondly recall and create more whimsical toys for Jin Shu, nurturing her self-love and trust until she gradually forgets about Granny Lu. Do Huang returned after half an hour, conveying that the third young master had replied, stating that the old madam was in high spirits. He was currently engaged in a game of cards and could not leave, with the end time still unknown. However, he promised to come over as soon as it concluded. Changsheng felt relieved. She had slept too little the previous night and was exceedingly fatigued. It would be best to take a short nap. She instructed Do Huang to keep watch outside, then removed her cotton coat and skirt before lying down, quickly succumbing to slumber. Chapter 68. A visit under the clear night as the hour of the high, around 11 o'clock at night, approached. Ming Jing finally arrived. Changsheng had just finished his grooming and, before he could offer his greetings, he inquired with barely contained fury, "Can you enlighten me as to what is truly happening?" His voice carried a palpable anger, and his eyes seemed to blaze with intensity. Although Changsheng had anticipated this reaction, he felt a flicker of annoyance. Ming She had remained distant, while Ming Jing had spent the majority of his time at the Xia residence, oblivious to the events unfolding right under his nose over the past 3 years. If one were to scrutinize his negligence, it would indeed be unforgivable. 3 years had elapsed, and now time was of the essence. Yet, in comparison to his demeanor prior to entering the estate, he had grown significantly more composed. He had summoned her to elucidate the situation and persuade him to acquiesce to his course of action. Thus he was unperturbed by his inquiries. With an air of nonchalance, she gracefully settled in her seat, adjusting the coal fire slightly, and calmly remarked, "What do you think, third young master? Do you suspect I have been bribed by Nurse Lu? If that were the case, I would have preferred to deceive you and extort a substantial sum from her, rather than remain here awaiting your wrath." The flickering candlelight illuminated Mingjing's half-awake visage and hastily arranged hair, which added an enchanting allure to her demeanor, causing his ire to dissipate. Reflecting on her past actions, he began to sense an underlying intention. Changxing took a sip of hot tea and replied thoughtfully, "I understand that you must feel immense guilt, which is why you're so eager to deal with Nurse Lu. But have you considered the possible motives behind her actions? Is there someone orchestrating events from the shadows? If we act impulsively against her, we risk alerting the true adversary." Ming Jing exhaled deeply, nodding vigorously. "If it weren't the new year, I would have relished the opportunity to deal with that old hag myself yesterday. Your thoughts are astute. How about this? Since Jinxiu seldom leaves her room, and visitors are scarce here, if we can placate her for now, no one will notice the old witch's absence. I believe Jinxiu has a connection with you, so starting tomorrow, you shall take care of her. There is an abandoned wine cellar at the foot of the hill in the back courtyard of the Xia residence. Under the cover of night, I will discreetly gather a few trusted individuals to capture the old hag and confine her there, subjecting her to severe interrogation until she reveals the true mastermind behind this plot. Indeed, that plan holds merit. Her frail body may not withstand the pressure, and she might confess. However, who can guarantee she will?" Changsheng countered, "After your long day, might I suggest you listen to what Miss Jinxiu and I accomplished today?" Ming Jing was puzzled by her sudden shift in topic, yet piqued his interest. Jinxiu was notoriously shy around strangers, particularly disdainful of young, beautiful women, including her several aunts. If she were to encounter unfamiliar women, she would often wail in distress. The fact that she accepted Changsheng so swiftly was nothing short of miraculous, primarily due to the nursery rhyme he had sung. Jinxiu had vaguely mentioned that her mother used to sing this song to lull her to sleep each night. Following the passing of her elder sister-in-law, no one had sung it for her, leading to prolonged bouts of crying and sleeplessness. She could only remember the first 3 lines due to her tender age and the fright she had experienced. He and his elder brother initially believed that it was their sister-in-law who had composed the nursery rhyme for her daughter, convinced that she was the sole person in the world capable of singing it. However, how could this Zhou Changsheng perfectly recite the entire rhyme? Though her appearance bore no resemblance to that of their sister-in-law, there was an inexplicable ethereal quality about her, a serene detachment, as if she had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Ming Jing scrutinized her intently, his handsome face illuminated by candlelight. Filled with confusion, "Could you enlighten me on where you learned that song? Have you ever crossed paths with my sister-in-law?" Changsheng had anticipated this question and had prepared her response. "I learned it from an elderly palace made of the previous dynasty named Li. She claimed to hail from the Kaifeng region. With no family willing to remain and serve the new emperor, she possessed a wealth of knowledge that I absorbed, including this nursery rhyme. Regrettably, she passed away 6 months before my departure from the palace. I never expected that my sister-in-law would also sing this song. It seems to be a bond shared with Jinxiu." She had inquired about Lin Sini and Lin Xinhui, who were indeed from Kaifeng. After 8 years in the palace, many elderly maids had passed, and this particular maid named Li was from Kaifeng. Even if Ming Jing sought to investigate, he would find no substantial lead. As long as there were no glaring inconsistencies, Changsheng remained indifferent to his belief. Although Ming Jing harbored doubts, he could not verify the truth within the palace, nor could he consult a deceased person. He decided to return to the matter at hand. "Tell me what you and Jinxiu have been up to today. Does she still have feelings for you?" Changxing recounted the day's events in detail, including Jinxiu's profound panic upon awakening to find Nurse Lu absent, as well as her genuine concern upon learning of Nurse Lu's illness. She refrained from offering any commentary, allowing Ming Jing to ponder in silence. After a prolonged pause, Ming Jing bowed his head, consumed by guilt, and confessed, "I understand your intention now. Everything you have done is for Jinxiu's benefit. I have been careless, neglecting the fact that it has been 3 years since my sister-in-law's passing. Jinxiu has been almost inseparable from her, and she indeed provided meticulous care. Moreover, my sister-in-law regarded her as a mother, which led us all to be deceived. If she were to suddenly disappear, the one most affected would be Jin Shu, rather than any potential puppet master lurking in the shadows. My oversight over these 3 years has been grievous. I nearly caused Jin Shu further harm. If anything were to happen to her, I would descend to the underworld to apologize to my sister-in-law. Chang Sheng felt a pang of sympathy for his overwhelming guilt. Nurse Liu had concealed her true nature too well, and Jin Shu had become excessively reliant upon her. Her slip this time was due to her excessive caution regarding her identity as Ming Che from the Jinyang selection, leading her to suppress and guard against everything, ultimately revealing her own flaws. Otherwise, who could have easily detected her duplicity? Do not despair. It is not too late to amend the situation. Although Jin Shu is introverted and withdrawn, she has not reached a point of no return. Moreover, I sense that Nurse Liu's motives in deceiving and controlling Jin Shu stem from a specific purpose rather than genuine malice. She has not subjected her to any abuse and has, in fact, been exceedingly attentive. This has been the primary reason no one has noticed over the past 3 years. Ming Jing suddenly raised his head. She is the steward of Jin Shu's courtyard, overseeing all daily expenditures. Her management encompasses food, clothing, and shelter. My elder brother increased her monthly allowance to 3 taels, while my mother, as a concubine, receives only 2 taels. What ulterior motive could she possibly have? If you desire silver or land, do not hesitate to express your wishes. As long as Jin Shu is well, her elder brother will acquiesce to anything. But why does she act in this manner? The elder sister-in-law regarded her as a mother during her lifetime, and Jin Shu held her in higher esteem than anyone else. Does she truly honor their memory? Indeed, both the elder mistress and Miss Jin Shu hold great significance for her, and I firmly believe she genuinely cares for them. Yet, have you considered that there might be individuals who are even more important to her than the elder mistress and Jin Shu? In the event of a conflict of interests, how do you suppose the third young master would perceive her actions? Ming Jing gazed blankly at Chang Sheng, whose face flushed with emotion, her eyes resembling a drowning child yearning for salvation. What is the meaning of this? Who could possibly be more significant than the elder sister-in-law and Jin Shu? What secrets do you possess that I am entirely oblivious to? Can you expedite your investigation into the identities of Nurse Liu and Bai Mei? Chapter 69. Undercurrents on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. The news of Nurse Liu catching a chill still reached the old matriarch and the third young master, who promptly ordered someone to fetch a doctor and obtain medicine. Fortunately, the incident involving drunkenness had not spread. Had it done so, everyone in the Jinshu courtyard would have faced punishment. Thus, everyone remained discreetly silent. That evening, the third young master Ming Jing visited the young maiden Jinshu and graciously took the time to inquire about Nurse Liu's illness. Upon seeing her much improved, able to sit up with the aid of quilt, he offered a few words of admonition before requesting the attending maid to step outside, as he had matters to discuss. However, he caught a fleeting glimpse of alarm in Nurse Liu's eyes. Suppressing his inner fury, he wore a troubled expression and spoke. This Miss Zhou differs from the previous governesses. She was personally chosen by the eldest young master from Jinyang. Yet, Jinshu refuses to meet her. To dismiss her abruptly would be disrespectful to the eldest young master, and given the festive season, it would be quite inappropriate. Moreover, her home is far away, and should word spread, it would reflect poorly on the Xie family as being unkind. Retaining her serves no purpose, and I am at my wit's end. Could you perhaps persuade Jinshu to accept her? It would alleviate my troubles. Nurse Liu glanced at him quickly, her face a mask of concern. Though I am but a servant, my affection for the young lady rivals that of my master's. Witnessing her distress pains me deeply. I attempted to broach the subject of Miss Zhou when she first arrived, seeing her mature and dignified, especially as she was chosen by the eldest young master. I praised Miss Zhou enthusiastically, but upon hearing that a stranger would stay in the Jinshu courtyard and be in daily contact, she was terrified and wept bitterly. It took considerable effort to console her. I fear that pushing her further may frighten her. Given my current condition, having caught a chill from drinking, I have not had the chance to revisit this topic. Perhaps I should wait until I recover a bit more to discuss it with her? Ming Jing quickly waved his hand. Enough. We must not frighten Jin Shu. Although she was engaged by the eldest young master, if Jin Shu is unwilling, there is no other option. Here's what we shall do. Without the eldest young master's consent, it is inappropriate to dismiss anyone during the New Year festivities. Let us keep her for a few days, ensuring she is well taken care of. I will instruct Do Huang to inform her not to leave the western courtyard. And you should also have someone keep watch to prevent her from wandering about and alarming Jin Shu. After the 5th day, I will send an urgent letter to my elder brother. Should he agree, we will send her away immediately. After conveying his instructions to Nurse Liu to recuperate properly, he departed, clenching his fists in frustration, yet he restrained himself from showing any signs of his anger. Nurse Liu exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed only a matter of time before Zhou Changsheng would depart. With her unable to leave the western courtyard, there was little to worry about, and thus, it was unnecessary to further frighten Jin Shu with talk of her. The Xie family celebrated the New Year as per usual. Changsheng, appearing to have nothing to do, spent her days idly, alternating between reading, eating, and sleeping. She decided to spend a small amount of silver to have Do Huang procure some scraps of fabric and fragrant materials to create sachets and hair ornaments, merely to pass the time and to demonstrate to some that she was indeed quite idle. On the evening of the 3rd day, after dinner, she refrained from sewing to protect her eyes from strain and instead picked up a book. Just then, Qingmiao, the first little maid she had met upon arriving at the Jinshu courtyard, entered, stating she had come to visit Miss Zhou. Upon entering, she gazed greedily at the pastries and sunflower seeds on the table. Changsheng, amused by her innocent and lively demeanor, instructed Do Huang to bring the treats before her and let her indulge. Qingmiao, having indulged in several delicacies, gazed greedily and enviously at the colorful assortment in the basket. She leaned in closer to Changsheng, flattering her with a sweet tone. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a kind soul. I truly hope you choose to stay, as it would provide me with a place to belong. Changsheng felt a stir in her heart. This seemingly innocent girl suddenly displaying such eagerness piqued her curiosity. Did she have an ulterior motive? Was she perhaps sent by Nurse Liu? Could it be that, after hearing Mingjing's words, she doubted whether Changsheng would truly resign herself to leaving, fearing that her dissatisfaction might lead her to act in a way that would disrupt her plans? Soon, a frown marred her brow, and a heavy expression settled on her face as she let out a long sigh and set aside her book. Speaking of this matter gives me a headache. I've traveled such a long distance, only for the young lady to refuse my presence. I truly fear becoming like my predecessors, rebuked and dismissed by the young lady. What a humiliation that would be. I would rather resign myself than face such disgrace. Yet, the 3rd young master insists on waiting until after the New Year, when he has obtained the eldest young master's consent, lest he frighten Miss Jin Shu and prevent me from leaving the west courtyard. It's all so vexing. After expressing her frustrations, she grasped Qingmiao's hand, her gratitude evident. Now, I find myself awkwardly lingering here, consuming idle meals without the freedom to roam. I can only occupy my time with needlework, and it is only you, dear sister, who is willing to visit me. Do Huang, initially perplexed by her sudden outburst, quickly grasped the situation and adopted a sympathetic demeanor. At the mention of Changsheng's virtues and beauty, Qingmiao's eyes sparkled momentarily before she donned a mask of sorrow and compassion. Such a wonderful person as you, blessed with such beauty, how could I bear to part with you? The young lady has always been like this. There's no remedy for it. Whenever the old matriarch selects a governess, Nurse Liu tries to coax her into accepting, but she refuses to heed anyone's advice. Each time she meets a new governess, she curses them away or weeps uncontrollably, sometimes even falling ill from her distress. It is indeed right for you to avoid her. Though she is but a child, being scolded is no pleasant experience. Changsheng, feeling resigned, shook her head and, taking a few sachets and floral hairpins from the basket, pressed them into Qingmiao's hands. Even if you speak well of me, should the young lady not accept me, I shall have no choice but to pack my belongings and depart. Fortunately, I am not the only one facing this fate, so it is not entirely disgraceful. I suspect my time here is limited. Take these as mementos. Qing Miao accepted the gifts, her face filled with sympathy and reluctance. Just as she was about to speak, Do Huang interrupted her. Do refrain from discussing this. The young lady has been sighing and fretting over this matter daily, and it is no small feat to find the motivation to engage and work to alleviate her spirits. You've only reminded her of her troubles. Come now. We've had our share of delicacies, and you've gathered your things, so accompany me to see if there's hot water in the kitchen. Without giving her a chance to protest, she pulled her outside. Changsheng feigned a look of distress, but lingered briefly, packing some food for Qing Miao before allowing Do Huang to lead her away. Once outside, Do Huang feigned indignation, turning to Qing Miao. Why must I be so unfortunate? Here I am, dutifully serving the third young master, only to be assigned to this one. While she is generous, I cannot remain for long. My position has been usurped by that green girl. What shall I do upon my return? Am I to perform the tasks of a mere maid? It's infuriating. Qing Miao gazed at the vividly adorned flower in her hand, expressing a hint of regret as she remarked, Miss Changsheng is indeed quite generous and skilled. Qing Miao, do you know when she plans to leave? Do Huang glanced around before leading her to a secluded spot, whispering, I must ask you not to spread this around. She possesses a strong spirit. I heard that before the new year, the young lady refused to meet with her. Moreover, several governesses in the past have not lasted more than 3 days before departing. She insisted on leaving immediately, but the third young master, not wishing to create any discord during the festive season, persuaded her to stay a few days. Yet, I can tell she longs to depart at once, almost eager to leave. If it weren't for her generous demeanor and the third young master's instructions to avoid opposing the wishes of the eldest young master, I would not wish to serve her at all. Please, keep this to yourself. It would be disastrous if she caused a scene and chose to leave abruptly. Qing Miao nodded sympathetically. Miss Changsheng is indeed literate and principled. It is truly a pity. However, who among those whom the young lady refuses can possibly remain? Chapter 70. Departure of Changsheng. Though Nurse Liu had sought medical attention since the second day of the new year, her advanced age rendered her frail, leaving her perpetually light-headed and weak, confined to her bed. The physician estimated it would take approximately 10 days for her to fully recover, cautioning against the risk of transmitting her illness to others, particularly the elderly and the young. Consequently, Nurse Liu resolutely forbade the young Jin Shu from entering her chamber, fearful of passing on her ailment, and repeatedly urged her most trusted aides, Wei and Ni, to diligently care for the young lady, warning them to shield her from strangers. She promised substantial rewards once she regained her health. At first, Jin Shu found it difficult to adjust to life without Nurse Liu, often longing for her presence before bedtime. Wei and Ni would comfort her by recalling Changsheng's words. Remembering her own promises and the allure of the intriguing gifts, Jin Shu managed to endure. And having grown up alongside Wei and Ni, she gradually acclimatized to their company over the next few days. However, the fear of Nurse Liu's sudden disappearance lingered. Each morning upon rising, after her afternoon nap, and before retiring for the night, she would call out for her at least 3 times, needing assurance of her well-being before she could find solace. Nurse Liu shed tears over this, repeatedly remarking on the young lady's thoughtfulness. Changsheng regarded her with disdain, yet found herself perplexed. Was Nurse Liu's concern for Jinshu genuine, or merely a facade? Did she truly harbor feelings of affection and guilt towards Lin Sini and her daughter, whom she had raised since infancy? Following her acquisition of the fragrant sachet, Qing Xiao became increasingly attentive, frequently seeking out Changsheng, completely disregarding Do Huang, who coldly ignored her. Do Huang, in turn, began to treat Changsheng with indifference, displaying clear annoyance, seemingly eager for her to depart, in an unprecedented display of rudeness. When Changsheng requested Do Huang to fetch some pastries for Qing Xiao, she merely huffed and retreated to her room to sleep. Changsheng, red with embarrassment and indignation, grasped Qing Xiao's arm, pleading, Dear sister, do consider the plight I endure. Even a servant dares to bully me. Am I to starve upon leaving the Xie residence? Why should I endure such indignity? Please, I implore you to inform the third master that Changsheng and the young lady are ill-fated and that I can no longer bear to partake of idle meals. Allow me to depart tomorrow. I shall not utter a single word against the Xia household upon my return to Jinyang, where I shall explain myself to the eldest master." As she spoke, she produced a pouch containing 2 taels of silver and pressed it into Qing Xiao's hand, saying, "Take this as a token for your troubles. Should my request be fulfilled, I shall bestow upon you this entire collection of sachets upon my departure. You may gift them or sell them as you wish." Qing Xiao, tempted, weighed the pouch in her hand, yet hesitated. "But what authority do I have to speak directly to the eldest master? I can, however, inform Mo and have him relay the message." Gratefully, Changsheng accepted this offer, and with little desire to linger, Qing Xiao took her leave, intending to bid farewell to Do Huang, but could not locate her, likely having fled in frustration. It was understandable. Serving a mistress who was herself in such precarious circumstances had cost her a good position, a discontent that would gnaw at anyone's heart. Madame Lu, still in a state of malaise, leaned against the headboard of her bed. Upon seeing Qing Miao enter, her eyes flickered with intent, signaling the old woman to leave. Qing Miao carefully closed the door and recounted in detail the happenings in the west courtyard, adding, "I believe we need not hurry. Zhou Changsheng seems genuinely unwilling to stay. She has become a source of disdain for everyone, and the old lady refuses to concern herself with her affairs. Should I inform the third young master?" Madame Lu pondered for a moment and replied, "We must not underestimate this situation. The eldest young master may have ulterior motives in sending her back from so far away. I suspect she differs from the other governesses. Unfortunately, the third young master insists on obtaining the eldest young master's consent before allowing her to leave. The household will certainly not send a special courier for such a trivial matter. The relay station will take a month for messages to travel back and forth. And who can predict what might transpire in the meantime? As long as she remains, I shall find no peace. You must hurry. It would be best if you could speak directly to the third young master and convey my words with embellishment. If you cannot, at least inform him or. Should this matter be resolved, I will cover your ransom and provide you with a respectable dowry." Upon hearing this, Qing Miao's face lit up with excitement, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude before setting off. Though she appeared innocent and carefree, she was already 19 years old. For years prior, her father had fallen gravely ill, leaving her unable to afford treatment, and she had been sold to the Xia household as a servant. Her mother remained weak, and her childhood companion next door, who had always refrained from marrying, awaited her return. Her utmost desire was to gather enough for a dowry to redeem herself and the household, hence her eagerness for wealth. Arriving at the pristine abode of Songyin, she approached the door and heard the sounds of laughter and music emanating from the main hall, punctuated by the clinking of jade cups and chopsticks. The doorkeeper informed her that the third young master was entertaining friends and advised her to be cautious, suggesting she speak with Mo first. Once inside the main hall, she found Mo and several maidservants attending to the guests, and through the embroidered bamboo screen, she could clearly hear the jovial banter and the sounds of toasts. Just as Mo was about to inquire about her purpose, a steady male voice interjected, "Today, my brothers have gathered, and we ought not to dwell on trivial matters. However, I have been troubled about the governess for my younger sister. She was once an excellent tutor and held the trust of our parents. Yet, last year, I received a letter stating that our father was seriously ill. She hurriedly returned home to visit, saying that if he were not in grave condition, she would return after the Lantern Festival. But if the worst were to happen, she would have to observe 3 years of mourning. How could that not hinder my sister's upbringing? If any of you has recommendations or information regarding this matter, I would appreciate your assistance." "Oh, I wonder what sort of candidate Brother Zhao seeks," came the clear voice of Ming Jing. Qing Miao felt a surge of anticipation, but Mo gestured for her to remain silent, fearing to intrude upon the conversation. "My brothers are aware that although my sister is merely in her teens, she has been betrothed by imperial decree to the eldest son of the Hawaiian prince. Though he is a son of concubine and lacks favor, he is still of royal blood and will inevitably have dealings within the palace. Thus, my sister must rigorously study the etiquette and palace rules from a young age. The previous governess was a former palace maid from the last dynasty, and it would be ideal to find another retired maid for the role. If we were to find a suitable candidate now, what would happen if the former governess returned? That would pose no issue, Having two tutors would ensure more meticulous instruction, and we could treat it as if we were merely accommodating an idle person, responded Ming Jing. Qing Miao's heart raced at these words. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Although she cherished the affable and skillful Changsheng, who treated her with kindness, she was acutely aware of Mama Lu's unwavering desire to drive her away. Even in her illness, Mama Lu fretted daily about the possibility of her seizing the opportunity to approach the young lady, repeatedly admonishing the maiden's way and Inai to keep a vigilant watch. Moreover, Changsheng herself was reluctant to remain in the Xie residence for even a day longer. If she could take advantage of the situation to be rid of her, it would be a double boon, allowing her to fulfill her wish to redeem herself and marry, a rare and fortunate opportunity indeed. Just as she was about to listen intently, an uproar erupted, with someone exclaiming, all right, Brother Zhao, it's New Year's, let's gather together. Why bring up those trivial matters? You've said your piece. We'll heed your words. So let us not disrupt the merriment. Come, let us continue drinking. Upon hearing this, young Master Zhao laughed heartily and refrained from further mention of the topic, and the sounds of clinking cups and laughter resumed. Qing Miao felt a tinge of disappointment. She dared not disturb her master, yet was unwilling to depart empty-handed. After much contemplation, she summoned Mo to the side room, embellishing and mimicking Changsheng's earlier words, and then confidently set off. Unbeknownst to her, as she exited the courtyard, Do Huang emerged from the study beside the main hall, exchanging knowing smiles with Mo. The following day, after breakfast, Changsheng prepared her belongings for her visit to the Zhao residence. Before departing, she entrusted all the handmade pouches and sachets to Qing Miao, and in front of her, bestowed a silver ingot upon Do Huang as a token of gratitude. However, Do Huang's expression remained rigid, promptly handing the ingot to Qing Miao without granting Changsheng the slightest consideration. Fearing to startle the young lady, Changsheng refrained from bidding farewell to Mama Lu, requesting Qing Miao to convey her goodbyes instead. The third young master, still miffed by her previous remarks, refused to acknowledge her, delegating only Do Huang to see her off. While the old maid, Lu, truly felt reluctant, lamenting for quite a while. Thus, on the 27th day of the 12th month, Changsheng arrived at the Xie residence and departed on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. The Xie family sent a carriage to escort her to the Zhao residence, and she had yet to meet the matriarch or the young lady Xie Jinshu in person, with only Do Huang, Qing Miao, and Lu to see her off. Chapter 71. A letter from Jinyang in the serene confines of the Crane residence. The venerable matriarch, Madame Xie, adorned herself in a splendid purple-red satin cotton coat, intricately sewn for the new year, paired with a matching pleated skirt embellished with auspicious cloud patterns. A lustrous south pearl was set into her cobalt blue headband, while 6 identical gold hairpins, each in the shape of a gourd and studded with red rubies, graced her coiffure, bestowing upon her an air of unspoken magnificence. Her figure was pleasantly rounded, her complexion fair and ample. When not smiling, she bore a dignified demeanor that commanded respect. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the maids and servants, casting a discontented glance at her surroundings. Though you and Mingche are not my biological offspring, I am still your legitimate mother. Mingche remains under my care, and I have never treated you unjustly. As I grow older, yearning for the joy of grandchildren, I must look at you both. Setting aside the matter of your nurturing aunt, it has been years since Mingche's late wife passed. Numerous acquaintances and newly affluent suitors have expressed their intentions. Yet he has declined them all. If there were a son, it might be different, but with only Shuer, who is frail, and several concubines who bear no children, your behavior is even more egregious. In a few months, you will reach your coming of age, while others revel in their families. You cling to your father's words from years ago, refusing to engage in courtship or accept a concubine, not even a maid to share your bed. Ming Jing hastily approached with a cup of tea, a playful smile on his face. Mother, please do not be angry. Your son is lacking. Do not let it vex your health. Perhaps a few slaps on me could alleviate your temper? Seeing his mischievous demeanor only heightened Madame Xie's irritation, and she slammed the teacup down with force. If your father were alive, I would not have to bear this burden. But now, if I continue to indulge you, those unaware might think I am a harsh mother. Enough of this. After the new year, I shall engage someone to seek suitable young ladies from esteemed families. This year, I must secure a match for you. After the Lantern Festival, I will select 2 capable and amiable concubines to serve you in your quarters. 1 from your current maidservants and 1 from my household. We must commence this immediately. Ming Jing stood there, stupefied, as the mother and son quarreled. Just then, Xuanwu, who had accompanied Madame Xie for much of her life, entered the room. Madam, this is an urgent letter from the eldest son, sent post-haste from Jinyang. Startled, Madame Xie's heart raced as she accepted the letter and instructed Ming Jing to read it aloud. His expression shifted as he realized that it had been less than a month since their departure from Jinyang. What could have transpired? He quickly unfurled the letter, revealing that Ming Chi's favored concubine, Lady Bai, was nearly 2 months pregnant, having consulted 2 renowned physicians who confirmed it was a male fetus. Initially, she had intended to return home to recuperate due to the gentle climate and her mother's care, yet fearing the journey might endanger the pregnancy. She chose to remain in Jinyang for the time being. Madame Xie was overjoyed, clasping her hands in prayer and instructing Xuanwu to arrange for the kitchen to prepare vegetarian dishes for her. Once she had calmed, Changsheng interjected, "Mother, do not be hasty. I have yet to finish reading." It turned out that after Lady Bai became pregnant, she suffered severe pregnancy symptoms, at times unable to consume even a grain of rice. Ming Che, distressed, would go to great lengths to procure whatever she desired. Yet she could only weep and express her longing for the meals prepared by Nurse Lu, refusing to eat anything else. Consequently, he urgently sought to entrust Jin Shu to another's care for a few months and dispatch someone to bring Nurse Lu to Jinyang. Hearing this, Madame Xie's brow furrowed in concern. Why are her pregnancy symptoms so severe? How can this continue? Even if it were to be delivered now. Nurse Lu is not a young woman and has just recovered from a serious illness. It would take her over 10 days to reach there. What if Aunt Bai cannot wait and something unfortunate happens? Furthermore, Shuer refuses to leave Nurse Lu's side for even a moment. What will happen to her if Nurse Lu departs? I fear she may cry herself sick. Alas, what can be done? It is truly distressing. Ming Jing hurriedly tried to console her. Mother, do not fret just yet. Have you forgotten that Nurse Lu has been ill recently? The doctor advised against her being with Jinxiu for fear of her health deteriorating. That is why only Wei and I have been caring for her. The other day, when you visited Jinxiu, you praised their capabilities and even gifted them jade pendants. The old lady's expression softened momentarily. Yet she shook her head. This is still unfeasible. Jinxiu has been obediently cared for by Wei and I these past few days because she knows that Nurse Lu is nearby, albeit unable to attend to her due to her illness. I have heard that she calls out for Nurse Lu several times a day, and only when she receives a response does she consent to sleep. If Nurse Lu were truly to leave, can you imagine the chaos that would ensue? Jinxiu is the apple of her elder brother's eye, and he understands better than anyone how much she depends on Nurse Lu. If he is in such a hurry to send her away, it must be due to a dire situation concerning Aunt Bai. Perhaps we should consult Nurse Lu, the one who knows Jinxiu best, to see if she has any solutions. It seems we have no other choice. The old lady nodded. Let us try that first. Generally, pregnancy symptoms last only 2 to 3 months. If we can persuade Jinxiu to part with Nurse Lu for a few months, that would suffice. If not, I could take her under my wing for those months. Ming Jing complied and made her way to Jinxiu's courtyard. Nurse Lu's health had improved considerably, but she still worried about potentially passing on her illness to Jinxiu, so she had been sleeping alone. Ming Jing presented a letter bearing the Ming Che seal for her to read. Upon reading a few lines, Nurse Lu sprang to her feet, her face alight with disbelief and joy. Aunt Bai is with child, and it is likely a boy. Soon enough, she realized her emotional outburst and sat down, attempting to mask her excitement. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. The eldest master has only one daughter. The family line is too thin. It is indeed time for the young lady to have a brother. Ming Jing hesitated before continuing. Nurse, do not be carried away by joy. There are troubles yet to come. Huh? What troubles? Ming Jing's face flushed slightly, as it felt somewhat inappropriate to mention her brother's concubine's pregnancy. She fidgeted, but eventually spoke. Aunt Bai's experiencing severe pregnancy symptoms, nearly unable to keep any food down, and her health is deteriorating. She has been crying, expressing a longing for your home-cooked meals, unable to eat anything else. She fears the journey will be too jarring. Hence, my brother wonders if Jin Xiu can be entrusted to someone else's care for a few months, so we can urgently send you to Jinyang. What shall we do? Poor Aunt Bai. How could her condition be so grave? And without the comfort of home-cooked meals, alas, what could be done? The old lady was equally troubled, uncertain of the right course of action. A trip to Jinyang was essential, yet Jin Xiu could not bear to be apart from Nurse Liu for even a single day. Even a few months' separation would be unacceptable to her, yet Jinyang could not afford to wait. Oh, what a predicament! After a moment of contemplation, Granny Liu's expression gradually solidified with determination. During my recent illness, I have relied on Wei and Ni to tend to the young lady. I find her quite agreeable. Perhaps I shall attempt to speak with her. After all, it has only been a few months of acquaintance, not an irreversible bond. Mingjing's face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "That is splendid news. I am confident that with your intervention, Granny Liu, you will surely persuade Xiao Jinshu. As for who will care for her in your absence, the old lady has stated it is entirely at your discretion. Moreover, she mentioned that should Bai Yinyang bear a grandson, she would be regarded as a significant benefactor to the Xie family and would undoubtedly be well rewarded." Chapter 72. On the path of departure, perhaps due to her emotional state, Nurse Liu, having recovered after a mere 2 days of care, regained her vitality and spirit. She personally approached the old matriarch, expressing her willingness to sacrifice her aging body to go to Jinyang and care for Aunt Bai, in order to ensure the flourishing incense of the Xie family. The old matriarch was deeply moved and immediately bestowed generous rewards, gently reminding her to make suitable arrangements for the young lady before her departure. Subsequently, no one could fathom the means by which she managed to persuade the young Jin Shu to acquiesce to her temporary absence for several months, requiring only that she set off for Jinyang the next day. On the 13th day of the first month, before the Lantern Festival had passed, young Jin Shu tearfully bid farewell to her dearest Nurse Liu at the entrance of the Xie residence, her eyes swollen and red, repeatedly insisting that she must return in 3 months. Throughout her life, she had only ventured to the doorstep a few times, and had to ensure that the household servants kept their distance. It was Nurse Liu's insistence that if she did not visit Aunt Bai, the latter would fall ill and perish, leaving the world bereft of someone who cherished Jin Shu. Unable to bear the thought of Aunt Bai's demise, she made the utmost concession, permitting her beloved Nurse Liu to depart temporarily, trusting that the relatively reliable Xiao Wei and Xiao Ni would care for her in the interim. Nurse Liu further assured her that she would only be gone for 3 months, after which Aunt Bai would recover. After much deliberation, Jin Shu concluded that the potential loss of Aunt Bai was far more dreadful than the separation for 3 months, and despite her reluctance, she consented to Nurse Liu's departure. In truth, Nurse Liu herself was uncertain about the duration of her absence. Had it not been for her concern for Jin Shu, she would have preferred to serve until Aunt Bai gave birth to a son, which would have been a significant achievement, ensuring that even the eldest young master would forever remember her contributions. Before boarding the carriage, she once again offered comforting words to Jin Shu until she was discreetly pulled aside by the third young master, Ming Jing. She then approached Xiao Wei and Xiao Ni, who had just placed the luggage in the carriage, casting a warning glance at them. Upon seeing someone approach, she stated, "In my absence for these 3 months, the young lady will rely entirely on you both. The old matriarch has strictly ordered that you are not to attend to anything other than the young lady. For this purpose, dedicated personnel have been assigned to assist you. Remember my words from last night. Unless necessary, do not take her out of the Jinshu courtyard. No unfamiliar individuals are permitted near, lest they frighten the young lady. Furthermore, regardless of the situation, you must not leave the young lady unattended. At least one of you must stay with her at all times to prevent any mishap. If any servant disobeys, invoke my name, and do not allow outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the Jinshu courtyard. Do you understand?" Seeing them lower their heads in fear and respond affirmatively, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone assumed she spoke thus out of deep concern for the young lady. Ming Jing, with a cold smirk, turned away, pretending not to notice, and merely cautioned the coachman and his trusted attendants to be vigilant on the journey, ensuring her safe and timely arrival. In truth, given his status, he need not personally escort a servant. He was merely apprehensive that Jin Shu, though she verbally agreed, might change her mind upon witnessing Nurse Lu's departure, potentially causing a scene and putting everyone in an awkward position. Other servants believed that Nurse Lu's hard work and contributions warranted such treatment from their master, and they all envied her, speculating on the rewards she might receive this time. Ming Jing had deliberately arranged for a splendid first-class carriage for her master, which was not only robust in structure but also lavishly adorned, providing warmth and comfort, complemented by exquisite refreshments. Nurse Lu ascended the carriage with great dignity, feeling immensely gratified. If she could serve by Yin Yang in delivering the firstborn son of the main house, even if he were son of a concubine, they would have lifelong security. After all, the eldest master, burdened by the memory of his deceased wife and wary of his daughter's cries, had persistently refused to remarry. In such circumstances, what difference would it make between a legitimate child and one born of a concubine? As the coachman called out, the carriage began to move forward, but suddenly, the plaintive cries of little Jin Shu echoed from behind. She had initially agreed to the arrangement, but upon realizing she was to leave, her heart changed, and she began to weep. Though Ming Jing contemplated ignoring it, a pang of reluctance gripped her. Yet, she remembered that Bai Mei was still waiting for her in Jinyang, and with resolve, she refrained from calling for the carriage to stop, though she couldn't help but lift the small curtain to glance back. Little Jin Shu stood at the entrance, wailing for her nurse, though she did not throw a tantrum. Clad in a verdant-sleeved shirt beneath a bright red brocade cotton coat and a flower-patterned pomegranate skirt, she wore a golden-yellow embroidered cotton cloak trimmed with white rabbit fur. With a white jade pendant and golden ornaments adorning her, her delicate features, fairer than snow, were streaked with tears. Ming Jing swiftly scooped her up and turned to enter the gate, but Jin Shu suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, desperately struggling and crying louder. "Nurse, don't go! Nurse, don't go!" At that moment, Nurse Lu nearly softened and called for the carriage to halt, but she steeled herself and lowered the curtain. The carriage hastened forward, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ming Jing carried Jin Shu back to her courtyard, allowing her to cry and kick, patiently soothing her until at last she cried herself to sleep. Only then did Ming Jing proceed to the small courtyard of his birth mother, Wu Yinyang. He sought the old lady's consent for Wu Yinyang to assist in managing matters in Jin Shu's courtyard during the 3 months of Nurse Lu's absence. While he would help with the move, Jin Shu did not awaken until just before lunch, her eyes swollen from crying, and saw Ming Jing smiling at her. "Have you had enough sleep, little lazy pig?" Remembering the earlier events, Jin Shu turned her head away in anger, softly crying again, "I want my nurse." Ming Jing felt a wave of guilt wash over him, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Although he had long known of her heavy reliance on Nurse Lu, he had not anticipated it would reach such depths. Fortunately, Changsheng had sensed it early on. The two had devised a plan to send Nurse Lu away from the manor. Had he acted on his own instincts, who could predict the emotional turmoil and distress Jin Shu might endure? Would he not bear an unbearable burden of guilt? This time, he was grateful for her presence. Remembering the first time he encountered her, the initial interactions they shared brought an involuntary smile to his face, warming his heart. "Jin Shu, didn't Nurse Lu tell you she would only be gone for 3 months and would return? Just bear with it. 3 months will pass swiftly. Moreover, you know that if Nurse Lu does not leave, what will happen if Bai Yinyang's health continues to decline? I believe you wouldn't want to lose her, would you? You only need to endure these 3 months." Little Jin Shu lifted her tear-filled eyes and suddenly asked him, "Can I see Aunt Changsheng?" Ming Jing's heart surged with emotion. Jin Shu had finally remembered her. He replied, adhering to the prearranged excuse they had discussed. "Has Aunt Changsheng promised to send you a gift? She said to me that this time the gift would surely not disappoint, and since yesterday, she had been out searching, ensuring that what she found would certainly satisfy you. How about we wait a few more days?" Jin Shu gasped in surprise, her face instantly alight with eagerness and joy. "Really? She has prepared a gift for me? I thought she had forgotten and was just about to remind her. But how many days are we to wait? I can hardly contain my anticipation." The exact number of days that Changsheng Ani mentioned was not specified. Do not fret. She will return once the gift is ready, she reassured me. Now come, let's go eat. Although Jin Shu expressed her dissatisfaction with this answer, grumbling a bit, the thought of a new toy quickly dispelled her worries. Especially knowing that once Ani Changsheng was back, she would be able to spend every day with her. Thus, she soon forgot her troubles and went to dine with Ming Jing. 3 days later, just 10 days after leaving, Zhou Changsheng arrived at the gate of the Xie residence, carrying a bundle and requesting an audience with the matriarch. Chapter 73. The governess Madame Xie observed the graceful and elegant Changsheng, whose demeanor was both natural and humble. A flicker of appreciation passed through her eyes, but it quickly settled into an impassive calm. After appraising Changsheng for a moment, she slowly inquired, "You are the governess Zhou Changsheng hired by Mingche from Jinyang?" "In response to your esteemed words, it is indeed I," Changsheng replied, maintaining her serene humility. "Very well, please take a seat. Although you're not related to the Xie family, your presence here signifies you are a guest. We must not allow anyone to claim that the Xie residence has been discourteous." Changsheng bowed in gratitude and sat down. She raised her gaze to the matriarch, noting her composed and indifferent expression, which seemed to suggest a desire to scrutinize her. With a gentle smile, she spoke up, "I apologize for disturbing you, madam. I had intended to pay my respects sooner, but as it was the festive season, the household was bustling with comings and goings, and I did not wish to intrude. It was only after receiving an invitation from the Zhao family to assume the role of governess that I was delayed until today. I hope you will not take my tardiness amiss." A hint of surprise flickered in Madame Xie's eyes as she quickly regarded Changsheng. Though her expression remained neutral, a sense of admiration began to blossom within her. Despite her initial displeasure over Mingche's unilateral decision to hire a governess, which had cast her as the discontented maternal figure, she had refrained from meeting Changsheng out of concern for her own reputation. Unexpectedly, Changsheng demonstrated a remarkable grace in taking responsibility for the situation. However, with a sudden shift in tone, Madame Xie inquired, her gaze sharpening with caution, "What is it that you seek from me?" Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by the matriarch's bluntness. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, as she had indeed come with a purpose and preferred to bypass any unnecessary circumlocution. With her head held high and a respectful demeanor, she donned a smile honed from years of practice before job interviews, not anticipating that it would serve her well in this entirely different life. Madame Xie inquired further, and Changsheng revealed her intentions for visiting today. As she sought the matriarch's guidance, the elder lady was aware that Changsheng had been appointed by General Xie as the governess, and she had a sense of gratitude towards Changsheng for her loyalty. She had hoped that with Madame Xie's mentorship, Changsheng would wholeheartedly nurture the young lady and honor the general's trust. It is rare for a woman such as yourself to understand the importance of gratitude. However, the fault does not lie with you. It is my daughter who is timid and easily startled by strangers. Therefore, you need not feel burdened by this. When Mingche returns, I shall explain the situation to him, and it shall not reflect poorly upon you. Since you have joined the Zhao family, which is also a prominent household, focus on your duties with peace of mind. Changsheng was taken aback, feeling the abruptness of the interruption, as if Madame Xie lacked the patience to allow her to finish speaking. Though their statuses were disparate, the era held great respect for teachers, and even a fifth-rank lady such as Madame Xie should not have acted so dismissively, regardless of her anger at her son as perceived rudeness. Nevertheless, Changsheng had invested considerable effort to rightfully serve as the esteemed governess of the Xie household, acknowledged by Madame Xie herself, and she could not easily withdraw. She stood respectfully and bowed. The previous governess has returned as of yesterday, and I had only taken on the role temporarily, so it will be improper for me to remain. Gratitude must be expressed to the venerable matron for her magnanimity, which has spared me the burden of dishonor. However, it seems she may be unaware that I, Changsheng, have subsisted in the manor for several days without ever laying eyes upon the eldest young lady. It would be rather brazen to attribute my lack of acquaintance to her shyness. I find myself at a loss in providing an explanation to the general regarding this matter. Hence, I implore the matron for an opportunity to meet the young lady. Should fate deny us this chance, I shall accept it with equanimity. Madame Xie exchanged glances with Aunt Shun, for the argument presented by Changsheng was irrefutable. Ming Che had sent her from Jinyang only to depart without allowing her a glimpse of Jin Shu, which was indeed untenable, suggesting a clear discontent with Ming Che. Though she harbored resentment, she was not inclined to create a rift with her illegitimate son. Aunt Shun quickly grasped the matroness' sentiment and, regaining her composure, exclaimed, "Ah, matron, this is truly beyond reason. I have heard Nurse Lu say that the young lady refused to accept Miss Zhou as her governess. Hence Miss Zhou, finding herself without purpose at the Xie residence, sought refuge at the Zhao household. How is it possible that she has never laid eyes on the young lady?" Madame Xie pondered for a moment, her expression clouded with displeasure. This Nurse Lu is utterly absurd. To declare that the young lady would not accept Miss Zhou as her governess without even permitting an introduction is ridiculous. What if, in the absence of reliable guidance, the young lady were to grow into an uncouth wild girl, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the Xie family? At the very least, she should be allowed to meet her. Changsheng seized upon these words, swiftly responding, "I thank the matron for granting me this opportunity. If it is indeed my destiny to be connected with the young lady, I shall certainly live up to the expectations of both the matron and the general." Thus, the matron consented, instructing someone to escort Changsheng to Jin Shu's quarters to see Aunt Wu, urging her to find a suitable moment for the young lady to meet Changsheng, while ensuring not to frighten her. Should she accept this governess, she would remain in her previous quarters. If fate dictated otherwise, then it was beyond anyone's control. As Changsheng departed, Aunt Shun noted the matroness' inscrutable expression and cautiously inquired, "Does the matron wish for this Zhou Changsheng to remain? I have reservations regarding her presence." The matron replied, "Yet Jin Shu has reached the age of 7, the time for her enlightenment. Her temperament is peculiarly difficult, and finding a suitable governess is indeed a challenge. It is unreasonable to send this Changsheng away without allowing her to meet Jin Shu. What if Ming Che were to learn of this, and our relationship became even more estranged?" As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, prompting Aunt Shun to offer comfort. "I understand that the matron's concerns are for the sake of the second young master. Yet, this Zhou Changsheng is both gracious and articulate, truly reminiscent of a proper governess, and it is no surprise she has been trained in the palace." Madame Xie frowned at this observation, her expression enigmatic. "Do you comprehend why I am not fond of this Zhou Changsheng? A governess ought not to possess such extraordinary beauty. Though she is not in her prime, her appearance surpasses that of ordinary women. With 3 gentlemen in the household, I fear complications may arise that could tarnish the honor of the marquisate. It would be far better to have a governess of average looks, mature, and composed." Aunt Shun nodded in understanding, suddenly realizing the true reason behind Madame Xie's aversion to Zhou Changsheng. Her demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to the late young mistress, who had been both ardent and respectful towards Aunt Mo and Aunt Wu, while maintaining a respectful distance from the matron. Startled, I quickly replied with utmost respect, "Do not worry, esteemed matriarch. The young lady has a peculiar temperament. It is uncertain whether she will treat Zhou Changsheng as she has treated the others before him. Although she possesses beauty, her age is not insignificant. The gentlemen have seen much in their lives and may not be easily captivated by her charms." I turned to instruct Aunt Zheng to keep a close watch and ensure that no idle gossip arose. Lady Xie sighed in relief and, with a hint of self-mockery, said, "You are right. I have been overly anxious. Given her status, she could at most become a concubine in our whole residence. Mingche's interest in her likely harbors ulterior motives. If he genuinely wishes to take her as his own, I shall not stand in their way, provided it does not involve others and that no scandal tarnishes the reputation of her household." Chapter 74. The distant journey on Jinyang Road. After spending a night at the Xie residence in Chang'an, the horse-drawn carriage set forth towards the east. Nurse Lu was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency, wishing she could fly to Jinyang. Although she felt reluctant to part with the beloved Jingshu, whom she had raised since childhood, her greater concern was for the pregnant and severely ailing Bai Mei. However, the carriage moved at a leisurely pace, seemingly indifferent to her impatience. She could not help but urge the driver to hasten. The driver, aware of Nurse Lu's esteemed status, responded respectfully, "Madam Lu, this is instructed by Brother Kai Lu. He mentioned that the third young master has conveyed that you recently recovered from illness and that the journey should not be too jarring. Thus, we must proceed with caution." Though Nurse Lu appreciated the thoughtful consideration, her worry for Bai Mei eclipsed her own comfort. She quickly insisted, "It's nothing. I can endure. Please hurry." The eldest young master is eager. The carriage did indeed pick up speed, although Nurse Lu was jostled about, feeling as if her body were falling apart. Her spirits were buoyant and anxious as she calculated how many days it would take to reach Jinyang. After a while, the driver let out a sigh, and the carriage came to a halt. Confused by the sudden stop, Nurse Lu waited for a moment before lifting the curtain to inquire, "Why are we not moving?" At that moment, Kai Lu, who was tasked with her escort, approached with a joyful expression, exclaiming, "Madam Lu, the eldest young master could not wait, and sent someone to fetch you." He gestured ahead, where a carriage stood, accompanied by a robust young guard holding the reins. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, Nurse Lu felt perplexed. "How do you know these are the people sent by the eldest young master?" Kai Lu stepped forward with a smile, explaining, "Madam, you may not be aware, but I accompanied the third young master to Jinyang last time and stayed there for several months. This man is Han Sanlang, a trusted attendant of the eldest young master. His reliability is well known, and the fact that the eldest young master has sent him to escort you signifies his regard for you. During my time in Jinyang, we became quite familiar. You need not worry. He will ensure your safe and swift arrival." With this assurance, Nurse Lu felt a wave of relief wash over her, filled with pride and contentment. No servant in the Xia household had ever received such honor. "Very well, since the eldest young master has come to fetch me, I shall take that carriage, sparing you the trouble of accompanying me on a long journey right after the new year." Kai Lu nodded in agreement, assisting her down as he arranged for her belongings. Swiftly settling her into the new carriage, he exchanged a few words with Han Sanlang before bidding farewell to Nurse Lu and departing. The carriage she now occupied retained the characteristics of the Xia residence, sturdy and unadorned on the outside, yet warm and comfortable within. There was even a small incense burner emitting a gentle fragrance, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. At some point, she was roused from her slumber by a chill, and upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback, struggling to comprehend her surroundings. She found herself in a cold, dimly lit small room, furnished only with a narrow, crude wooden bed and a rough table and stool. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and dust coated the floor, indicating the room had not been inhabited for some time. A sudden shock coursed through her, and as she prepared to rise, she realized her hands were bound behind her, and her feet were tied as well. Panic seized her, and she gasped in fright, her heart racing with fear and uncertainty. Had she been kidnapped by thieves? Could it be that formidable figure, Han Sanlang? Vaguely, she remembered it was still the afternoon when she fell asleep, yet now twilight had descended. How long had he been binding her? Could it be that he was not the young master sent to fetch her? Had he deceived Kai Lu, or were they in collusion to ensnare her? What was their purpose? Just as she was about to call for help, the door swung open from the outside. Upon seeing the person who entered, she gasped in disbelief. Third young master. Yet, he gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words. Old Banshee. He seized a chair, intending to hurl it at her, but was firmly stopped by Amor, who had followed him in. Young master, do not. You still have questions to ask? If you break it, who will you question? Ming Jing, suppressing her fury, set the chair down, pushing past Amor to confront the now upright Nurse Lu, whom she kicked to the ground. Old Banshee, how dare you harm Shuer like this? Even killing you would not quell my hatred. Nurse Lu crumpled to the floor, and as Ming Jing prepared to kick again, Amor clung to her desperately, urging, Young master, please temper your rage. Have you forgotten Miss Zhou's instructions? It will be best to question her quickly. Miss Zhou? The memory of Zhou Chongqing's serene expression and astute gaze flooded back to her, and suddenly she comprehended the truth. The young master had gone to great lengths to bring her to the Xia residence. Having spent 8 years in the imperial palace, how could she be so easily deceived? Seeing the fury in Mingjing's eyes, Nurse Lu was seized with terror. In a moment of desperation, she recalled Ming-che and Aunt Bai, clinging to them like a lifeline. Ignoring the pain in her chest, she pleaded, "I implore the third young master to show mercy and allow this old servant to go to Jinyang. If the young master sends someone to fetch me, it would be unwise for Aunt Bai to react too strongly. Matters concerning the young master's heirs should not be taken lightly. Let me see her first, and once she has recovered, you may interrogate me as you wish." Ming Jing, filled with rage, laughed derisively, her face twisted in disdain. "Old Banshee, do you truly believe that letter was genuine? Do you think that carriage was truly sent by my brother to fetch you? Jinyang is so far. You may never arrive." At last, Nurse Liu comprehended the entirety of the deception. They had already suspected her and laid a vast trap for her to fall into. The fury radiating from Ming Jing felt as if it could tear her apart. Shivering, she straightened up to defend herself. This old servant merely wished for Aunt Bai to bear a son and a daughter for the young master, which is why I believed it to be true. Moreover, I have never mistreated the young lady in any way. I watched her grow up with my own eyes. How could I bear to mistreat her when she entrusted her life to me at the end? Ming Jing shot to her feet. "You still have the audacity to mention my sister-in-law. How did she treat you while alive? Jinshu regarded you more highly than family. Yet what have you done?" As she lunged forward, Emoer restrained her, pleading, "Young master, do not forget Miss Zhou's instructions. There are still questions you have yet to clarify. Killing this old banshee is trivial, but who will you question afterward?" Turning back, she glared at Nurse Liu, speaking with no hint of courtesy. "You had better answer the third young master honestly, or perhaps you will find no place to escape." L9 Yang seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope and hastily replied, "Third master, please inquire freely. The old servant shall speak without reservation. I only beseech you not to misunderstand me. I have never mistreated the young lady. She is indeed reliant on me. If the matter regarding Madame Bai is unfounded, once her questions are answered, kindly allow me to return to care for the young lady." Ming Jing stifled her inner disgust and articulated each word carefully. "Then tell me, who was it that, during the anguish of my sister-in-law's illness, brought the 4-year-old Shuer before her, instilling such fear? What has been your purpose in instilling terror and controlling Shuer all these years, forbidding her from any contact? What is your true relationship with Madame Bai? Who else in the household is complicit in your schemes?" Chapter 75. A vow to protect. In the heart of Nurse Liu, tumultuous waves surged. Yet her expression gradually became serene. She had erred profoundly and felt remorse for the pain she had caused to Lin Sinny and her daughter, who had once been paramount to her. However, she did not regret her choices, for she had found someone far more significant. This individual was someone she would protect at all costs, disregarding morality, conscience, dignity, and even the sacrifice of her own life. Third young master, although I have wronged the young lady, I genuinely cherish her. Whether before or after the passing of the eldest young mistress, I have cared for her life with utmost diligence, ensuring she suffered not a bit of hardship. Otherwise, she would not hold me, this old servant, in such esteem. As the anger within Ming Jing subsided, she reflected on the meticulous care Nurse Liu had provided to Jinshu over the years and the sincere reliance Jinshu had placed upon her. It was precisely this bond that enabled her to conceal her true intentions and gradually exert control over Jinshu. As reason returned, she nodded and stated, "This is evident to everyone in the household, and I believe it. However, what exactly do you intend to use her for? Answer all my questions truthfully without deceit." Nurse Liu nodded, trembling from the cold, pleading pitifully, "Though I deserve my fate, I am advanced in age, and the ground is unbearably cold. Bound in this manner is truly intolerable. My body is nearly frozen. I beseech you, young master, show me some compassion." Ming Jing, feeling a twinge of sympathy, yet fearing that prolonged exposure to the cold might hinder her inquiries, signaled for Emoer to release her. Once the ropes were undone, Nurse Liu struggled momentarily, but did not rise. After some time of rubbing her limbs, she was assisted by Emoer to sit on the edge of the bed. Ming Jing then instructed Emoer to fetch a cup of hot tea for her. After consuming the warm tea, Nurse Liu's pallid complexion improved slightly, her eyes revealing a glimmer of resolve as she spoke slowly, not long after the eldest young mistress gave birth. I was dismissed by my in-laws due to the birth of a stillborn child, and was introduced by a kind soul to become the young lady's wet nurse. When she was 5 years old, her mother passed away, and with her father often away and her stepmother showing her no favor, we relied on each other for companionship. When she turned 10, I took her to pay respects at her aunt's grave, where I found a starving little girl at the gate. This was Bai Mei. Fortunately, her father was home at that time, and the eldest young mistress pleaded with him to take her in. Thus, the three of us lived together until the young lady married into the Xie family. This is the essence of our relationship. Ming Jing felt a stir of emotion, her eyes misty. The eldest sister had been kind-hearted and gentle during her lifetime, treating Bai Mei as a sister and regarding Nurse Lu as a mother. She had shown respect and warmth to both her biological mother, Wu Yinyang, and her elder brother's mother, Mo Yinyang. Yet this very benevolence led to her being looked down upon by the old lady. Little did she know that their childhood experiences were so lamentable. However, over the years, the bond between Nurse Lu and Bai Mei had indeed been akin to that of mother and daughter. He had even sent someone to investigate their backgrounds. But due to the passage of time and years of turmoil, nothing could be uncovered. Suddenly, Nurse Lu's voice became choked with emotion, tears streaming down her face like a fountain. That fateful night, the eldest madam's heart condition suddenly worsened. The eldest son was away from home, and you all accompanied the old lady to the temple for a short stay, leaving only Bai Mei and me to watch over her. The maids were in disarray, and when Miss Jean Shu awoke and could not find anyone, she probably heard a commotion and rushed over. The scene was chaotic, and no one noticed her presence. She was still young then, witnessing the eldest madam's painful demise firsthand, which frightened her deeply. It was not anyone's intention for Miss Jean Shu to witness such a scene. Please believe this old servant. Recalling the past, Mingjing's eyes filled with tears as well. After a moment of realization, he slammed his palm on the table. This can still be understood. But why? Over the years, have you gone to such lengths to intimidate and control Shuer, forbidding her from interacting with anyone? What is your true purpose? Nurse Lu wiped her tears, her expression sorrowful yet composed. The matter must begin with the two madams. That night, as she lay on her deathbed, the eldest madam expressed her fears about the eldest son being away for so long. She worried that once he remarried, the stepmother would not treat Jean Shu kindly. Thus, she made Bai Mei and me vow never to leave Miss Jean Shu's side. She even had me style Bai Mei's hair and gifted her a few pieces of jewelry, as if to secure a place for herself in the household, hoping we could care for both the eldest son and Jean Shu. You are aware of what transpired later. The eldest son took the initiative to elevate Bai Mei to a concubine. Ming Jing, somewhat impatient, interjected, "You have mentioned this before. Both my brother and I are well aware. Spare me the roundabout explanations." Nurse Lu continued, "In truth, I have deceived Jean Shu these years, forbidding her from associating with outsiders. The first reason was my own loneliness and fear of being cast aside by the Xie family, which led me to this desperate strategy, ensuring that the young lady remains dependent on me for my own security. The second reason was my desire to prevent the eldest son from remarrying too soon, fearing that another might gain favor and displace Bai Mei. Why do you oppose my brother's remarriage? Is it solely for Bai Mei?" Mingjing pressed on. "It is not solely for Mayor. It is for her, the young lady, and me. I fear that if another concubine were to gain favor and bear a son, Mayor's position would be jeopardized, leaving me unable to protect either her or the young lady. Additionally, I worry that the new mistress would not be fond of the young lady or tolerate me, leaving me destitute in my old age, unable to care for her. If the eldest son refrains from remarrying or favoring another concubine, Mayor would have a chance to bear a son, providing me with the support I need to remain by the young lady's side. This has been my intention all along. I swear, though I possess my own selfish motives, it has always been for the young lady's well-being. I never intended to deceive or frighten her, yet I did not foresee her becoming the way she is now. This is all my fault. I owe an apology to the eldest madam. Please, third young master, punish me." Upon finishing, she knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking her head until blood was drawn. Her defense was impeccable, and as Mingjing pondered, he found no fault in her words. He pressed on. "Does Bai Yinyang know of this matter?" Nurse Lu gave a bitter smile. Mayor has spent nearly all these years by the eldest son's side, rarely returning home. How could she possibly know? It was all done in secrecy by this old servant, and it is entirely my fault for being too selfish. In truth, if the young lady did not require my care and the new mistress did not reject me, how could the Sief family, with the old lady and the eldest son in charge, ever cast me out? Ming Jing felt as if she were deliberately concealing something, yet could find no fault in her words, leaving her in a state of frustration as she turned to leave. Upon returning to her room, she reflected and instructed Moer. It seems we shall glean nothing today. It would be wiser to leave her for the night and inquire again tomorrow. Given her age, and in consideration of the young mistress's stature, she decided to send some food and bedding over, securely locking the doors and windows from the outside, intending to question her again the following day. Moer nodded in agreement and departed, while Ming Jing sat alone, plagued by ennui. This vacant residence belonged to a dear friend, who had left only an elderly couple to oversee and maintain it, thus granting her the opportunity to borrow it. She recalled her friend's words about the proximity of Shaowaila, merely half an hour away by carriage, which inevitably brought to mind the night she had returned from Jinyang. Ming Jing could not help but smile at the memory. She had devised numerous schemes to lead him to the most extravagant establishments to exploit him, yet she lacked the acumen to order properly, whimsically selecting dishes by their peculiar names, predominantly desserts and cold dishes. Recalling the moment she had pushed open the window to behold the chillingly beautiful Chang'an under the crescent moon, along with the astonished expression she wore when calculating her schemes against him, her bright, clever eyes glimmering and her lips curving into a slight smile, stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Simultaneously, she felt an intense vexation, for in her words, expressions, and demeanor, she had portrayed herself as a capricious and immature young lord. In a fit of frustration, she longed to ride back to Wugong County and confront her, yet she restrained herself. The matter concerning Nurse Liu remained unresolved, and she felt juvenile and headstrong. Rushing back would only provide fodder for gossip. Ultimately unable to withstand her curiosity, she instructed Moer to keep a closer watch on Nurse Liu and set off on horseback once again to Shaowaila. She resumed her place in the same private room from the previous night, opening the window to admire the night scenery, only to find the moon absent, further diminishing her already low spirits. In her boredom, she ordered some food and drink to satiate her hunger, also requesting the waiter to prepare 3 or 4 portions of their specialty pastries to take with her. The following morning, still in a daze of sleep, she was roused by a voice outside the tent calling, "Young master! Young master! Wake up! Something has happened!" Startled, Ming Jing sat up abruptly, flinging open the tent and demanding, "What transpired? Speak clearly." Moer's expression was one of alarm. This morning, the maid went to deliver food to Nurse Liu and discovered that she had left a bloodied note and hanged herself, her body now stiff, indicating she may have been dead for some time. Ming Jing, shocked, hastily donned her garments and rushed to the small house in the backyard, where several attendants stood at the door, their faces pale with concern. She pushed the door open, entering to find Nurse Liu lying supine on the bed, a chair overturned on the floor, the sheets torn into strips used for the hanging, now trampled and in disarray. "Is there no hope?" she asked. "It's too late. She has long since departed," a servant replied. "The locks are intact. It should not involve an outsider." On the table lay 2 blood-stained pieces of cloth, also torn from the sheets, inscribed with dark red letters. "The old servant feels unworthy before the young lady, having failed the young mistress's trust. I can no longer face life, and shall seek forgiveness in the afterlife." The other piece read, "Meyer, I have acted out of selfishness, concealing matters that harmed the young lady. I now seek the young mistress's pardon. I entrust the young lady to your care henceforth." Upon closer inspection, her right index finger was indeed injured, with splatters of blood staining her hand, her collar, the floor, and the table. She had inscribed her final words in blood. Ming Jing, filled with rage, slammed her fist onto the table. She had been careless. Last night, out of a moment of weakness, she had failed to restrain her, allowing her to seize the opportunity and take her own life out of guilt. While her death might seem like a resolution to the matter, Could the truth really be as she had claimed? How would she explain this to Changsheng? Gazing upon the lifeless yet serene figure of Nurse Liu, she was torn between feelings of hatred and sympathy. Ultimately, for the sake of her sister-in-law's honor, she instructed her attendants to procure a simple coffin to transport the body back, intending to discreetly bury her the following night in the desolate and remote graveyard of the Xie residence, where the graves of servants, tenants, and the forsaken lay in disarray, unnoticed by anyone. The truth of the matter would never be revealed to Jin Shu. Let Nurse Liu remain forever in her heart as the loving caretaker she always believed her to be. If after 2 or 3 months she inquired about her, she would merely say that Aunt Bai's illness had not yet improved and that Nurse Liu, being advanced in years, could not withstand the journey and had temporarily stayed in Jinyang. She trusted that with the passage of time, Jin Shu's attachment would wane. And when she grew older and more understanding, she would gently inform her that Nurse Liu had tragically passed away in Jinyang and was buried there, having concealed the truth to spare her feelings at the time. Chapter 76. A rare reunion. By the time Ming Jing had resolved matters concerning Nurse Liu, it was already late morning. As Changsheng was determined to personally pay a visit to the old matriarch, he was eager to return to the residence promptly. He entrusted a few loyal attendants with the task, disregarding the biting cold, and rode swiftly back to Wugong County with Mo. Arriving at the eastern ridge of Wugong County at dusk, much like the first time he had brought Changsheng back, the setting sun cast a warm orange glow, enveloping the county town in a delicate mist. Ming Jing, preoccupied with his thoughts, paid little heed to the enchanting yet wistful gazes of the ladies in the town, who were all too aware of the handsome and charming third young master of the Xie family, still unmarried. Upon reaching the northern part of the town, a turn ahead revealed the Xie residence, where a familiar green figure waved and called out, "Third young master." It was Do Huang's voice. How could she be here? A sense of dread washed over Ming Jing. Had Changsheng been denied by his mother? Why else would she be waiting here for him? Lost in her musings, Do Huang approached and seized the reins of his horse, gazing at Ming Jing's youthful and handsome visage. She was about to convey her message when Ming Jing swiftly dismounted and grasped her arm, demanding, "Is it that the old matriarch has not permitted Miss Zhou to stay? Where is she? Take me to her at once." Do Huang winced from the grip, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not break free. She hurriedly replied, "No, it's not that. The old matriarch has agreed to let Miss Zhou remain. She is still in the west courtyard. The old matriarch said that tomorrow, the concubine should find an opportunity for the young lady to meet Miss Zhou. If the young lady has no objections, she may stay, as she is to be the eldest son's betrothed. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to interfere too much." Upon hearing this, Ming Jing let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a spring breeze had washed over her, her heart brimming with joy. Even forgetting how to address the matter of Nurse Liu's suicide, Changsheng had indeed not disappointed her. He had managed to persuade his obstinate and discerning biological mother to allow her back into the household, despite the frequent ire she incited within him. However, the mention of the eldest son's betrothed caused her expression to falter slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat unnatural. Shaking her head to dispel the thought, she reassured herself that it was sufficient for her to gain entry into the residence. Once she was truly within, although the young master and his unmarried aunt would need to maintain decorum, they would still reside under the same roof, allowing for certain interactions, such as returning to present the delicacies she had brought back from the Shouwei Tower to her and Jin Shu. Noticing his urgency to mount and return, Do Huang hastily reached out to stop him. "Third young master, are you not curious as to why I am waiting here?" Remembering the old matriarch's words from the previous night, a hint of embarrassment flickered in her gaze as she hesitated to articulate her thoughts. Ming Jing, impatient to return, fixed his gaze on the direction of the Xie residence and replied with annoyance, "Then speak quickly. I must go back. Miss Zhou has entrusted me with a message for you, insisting that I relay it before you enter the residence. She shared quite a lot, but I don't recall it all clearly." The gist is Ming Jing, upon hearing this, seized Do Huang's arm once more. "What message does Miss Zhou have for me? You must tell me at once." Once again, Do Huang felt a sharp pain in his arm, reminiscent of the gaze Ming Jing cast upon Changsheng. Up until now, she had not looked at him directly. His breath quickened, and he resolved to steal his heart. Miss Zhou had mentioned that upon the third young master's return, he would surely inquire at the main gate whether she had entered the estate that day. If the gatekeeper could answer, all would be well. However, if the shift had changed and he knew nothing, it would invite a scathing reprimand. Wouldn't that effectively announce to the entire household the extraordinary nature of their relationship? Miss Zhou had also hinted that if the third young master learned of her presence, he would undoubtedly bring it up when greeting the old lady, leading her to suspect that they had orchestrated a ruse together. Furthermore, she had stated that tomorrow was the day Aunt Wu had arranged for her to meet the young lady, advising that any matters pertaining to the third young master should be discussed after that encounter, and that he ought not to rush to the Jinshu courtyard to find her that very night. Ming Jing's complexion fluctuated between shades of crimson and pallor, both embarrassed and enraged. After attending to matters with Nurse Lu early in the morning, she was preoccupied with the thought of seeking an audience with her biological mother, fearing she might face difficulties or, worse, that her mother might disapprove of her staying. In her anxiety, she hastily returned home without even taking a carriage, and upon hearing that she was already in the estate, her heart swelled with excitement. She had planned to bring some pastries and a flask of fine wine to celebrate with her that evening, only to be doused with a bucket of cold water by the very notion that someone else could dictate her thoughts and actions. In a fit of anger, she mounted her horse and ordered a swift return to the estate. Despite being near her home, the carriage sped away, and Mo Air, unaware of the cause of her ire, was at a loss and dared not offer any counsel. Do Huang found himself abandoned on the street, feeling a mix of fear and regret. Yet unsure how to remedy the situation, he silently turned back. After all, Miss Zhou's words conveyed the same sentiment, merely articulated differently. Upon returning to Ting Song courtyard, Qing Song and LV Qin noticed his troubled expression but refrained from asking questions, quickly assisting him in preparing for his visit to the old lady. Entering He Ju Tang, Ming Jing wore a cheerful facade. Though she was seething with frustration, she chose to adhere to her instructions. She first presented the pastries purchased at Xiaowei Lu to Madame Xiaowu, providing a brief account of her visit to friends in Chang'an, before inquiring whether Jinshu had cried or caused a fuss since Nurse Lu's departure, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Changsheng had already entered the estate. Madame Xia had long harbored suspicions that he had conspired with Zhou Changsheng in advance, yet seeing him at ease, with no hint of pretense, and knowing he was not typically one of guile, she dismissed her concerns with a sigh of relief, engaging in light conversation. As Ming Jing noticed the old lady's silence regarding Changsheng's arrival, she grew cautious, refraining from any rash remarks. She merely claimed to have brought pastries for her second brother and sister-in-law, as well as for her nephews and nieces, expressing her intent to deliver them. But the old lady insisted that he had already endured enough fatigue from his travels and instructed her servants to see to it. After gracefully acquiescing to her requests and leaving He Ju Tang, Ming Jing's mood gradually settled, and she began to comprehend the thoughtful intentions behind Changsheng's actions. Although Changsheng was indeed present in the Jinshu courtyard, the lack of mention by her biological mother was a deliberate test to see if she would inadvertently reveal her awareness of the day's events. Fortuitously, with Changsheng's guidance, she managed to restrain herself from revealing any telltale signs. Otherwise, the stepmother would harbor deep-seated suspicions towards her, and likewise, she would remain on guard against Changsheng. Should rumors arise, she would not hesitate to expel her without waiting for her elder brother's consent. Armed with ample justification, a woman of questionable character has no right to serve as a mentor to others. Would it not be a challenge to coexist under the same roof, encountering one another frequently? Reflecting on her earlier disappointment and anger, she felt a wave of dejection wash over her. It is no wonder that she perceives her as a thoughtless child. Her own capriciousness and lack of thoroughness have led to this predicament. Not only had she botched last night's affairs, but today she nearly caused further trouble for her. Driven by concern that she might abandon her vehicle and hastily return, she had brought along the delicacies purchased for her at the tail end of the building. However, upon learning that she had already stayed behind, her joy was swiftly doused by a cold splash of reality. Who could endure such treatment, regardless of their poise. Was she truly the source of her troubles, warranting such vigilance? Yet, this behavior aligns perfectly with her character. She approaches matters with decisiveness, striving to avoid conflict. And when faced with adversity, she never falters. Is it not these very traits that initially drew her in? Chapter 77. The beauty of distance. Ming Jing returned to her residence, feeling rather despondent as she dined alone. Although she grasped the reasoning behind Chongqing's actions, her spirits remained low. Why could she not express herself with a touch more delicacy? Would it not ease his heart? Glancing at the exquisitely packaged pastries on the table, she sent one portion to her second brother and sister-in-law. Another portion she picked up several times, only to set it down again, her mood growing increasingly gloomy. She contemplated visiting Jinshu courtyard to deliver some treats to Shu'er and her aunt, hoping to catch a glimpse of Changsheng. Yet, she could not shake off the sting of the words Changsheng had sent through Do Huang. Feeling a bitter resentment bubble within her, would she not be looked down upon if she were to go? However, she could not simply refrain from visiting. She needed to discuss matters concerning Nurse Lu with her. It vexed her that she felt compelled to seek Changqing's opinion on everything. In the midst of her turmoil, Mor, perceptive of her master's thoughts, gently advised, "Young master, perhaps it would be wise to exercise patience this evening. Miss Zhou must have had her reasons for instructing Do Huang to intercept you with those words. Just earlier, old madam at Haju Hall suggested you take your meal and rest early. It would be prudent to heed her counsel. Miss Zhou is still finding her footing, and it is only sensible for her to proceed with caution. Shall I deliver the pastries instead?" Without awaiting Ming Jing's agreement, she took the pastries and departed. Ming Jing let out a huff, recalling the sachet that Changsheng had gifted to him. Although she had claimed it for herself, it was never intended for her. A clear indication that she was regarded with less favor than even a mere servant. Was she truly inferior to a lowly attendant? After taking just a few steps, Mor returned, wary of Ming Jing's foul mood and hesitant to incur her wrath. "The toy horse-drawn carriage is ready. Would you like to send it to Miss Zhou as well?" Ming Jing merely scoffed, remaining silent. It was evident that Mor wished to present it herself, motivated by the desire to witness her smile, yet now that opportunity was lost. The more she pondered, the more her frustration mounted. Mor, understanding her tacit approval, stifled a laugh as she opened the cabinet to retrieve the carriage. Ming Jing, however, opened a box within which lay Nurse Lu's blood letter, wrapped in cloth. "Include this for her as well. Share any words of Nurse Lu that you can recall, and ask her to consider them." Changsheng had once again settled in the West Cross courtyard, a place she cherished. The overly ornate surroundings were beyond what her upbringing could bear. This space was exquisitely comfortable, a serene refuge amidst the chaos, sufficient for her needs. She was engrossed in reading lessons for women, having diligently studied lessons for women, instruction for women, and biographies of virtuous women since her arrival in the capital. Previously, her curiosity had led her to skim through such texts in the palace, but she had never revisited them, as they did not appeal to her. During her employment at Jinyang, no one had ever tested her knowledge on these subjects. Yet, these were essential lessons for daughters of nobility and esteemed young ladies. Her classroom boasted a complete set of such books, which would be pivotal in her future teachings, thus necessitating her swift familiarization with the content. Do Huang entered, her expression downcast. "Miss Zhou, I must be terribly foolish. I can hardly utter a word." Changsheng gazed at her with gentle eyes. "What troubles you? Has the third young master returned?" She longed to inquire about Nurse Lu's situation, but could not ask Do Huang, for she was unaware of the details. All she knew was that Do Huang had remained at the Sierra residence to be closer to her esteemed lady. Only she and Ming Jing, along with a few of Ming Jing's confidants, knew the truth. Even Ming Che, who was far away in Jinyang, remained oblivious. "The third young master has returned. At the behest of my lady, I waited for him at the street corner and conveyed her words. To my surprise, the third young master became immediately angered, mounted his horse, and left. While I slowly made my way back, I must be too foolish. My well-intentioned words seemed to incite his ire." Changsheng felt somewhat perplexed. Today's visit to the Sierra residence had been a prearranged plan with Ming Jing. She feared that he might inadvertently forget to mask his intentions. leading to the old matriarch discovering their collusion to deceive her. She wished to avoid attracting gossip, hence she had asked Do Huang to wait for him at the street corner, to remind him to act discreetly and adhere to the matriarch's instructions. If the matter was not urgent, they could discuss it again after she passed through tomorrow. Upon reflection, her words seemed entirely reasonable. What warranted such anger from him? Could it be that he resented her treating him like a child, thus admonishing him with those words? Yet, if this matter did not bear a close relation to her, she would not have been so concerned. As a well-bred aunt, it was paramount to maintain decorum and propriety, avoiding close associations with male masters that might invite scandal. Returning from Jinyang simultaneously with Ming Jing, although it was Mingche's intention, the journey of a lone man and woman together might already have sparked speculation among some. If she had to be consistently cautious to avoid being caught in a compromising position, it would be well. However, even the slightest misstep could lead to scandalous gossip, and Changsheng doubted the old matriarch would retain her in such circumstances. At that point, losing her position would tarnish her reputation, not to mention the impediments to marriage. Securing a similarly advantageous job would be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, in the capital. Throughout history, men have often been afforded leniency, especially in this era of multiple wives. Rumors would hardly have any tangible impact on young Master Mingjing. Therefore, she resolved to exercise utmost caution from the outset, denying others any opportunities to seize upon her mistakes and fabricate rumors. Should she knowingly engage in actions that were ill-advised, it would be a pursuit of her own suffering, with no one to rescue her. Seeing Do Huang's dejected demeanor, she could not help but offer encouragement. Perhaps you are being overly sensitive. It might be that the third young master is simply preoccupied with other matters that have dampened his spirits. Just then, Mo entered carrying a small bundle. Upon noticing Do Huang, she did not linger on it, but cheerfully greeted, "The items you requested are ready. Both the young master and I have inspected them. Your ingenuity is truly remarkable. Who would have thought such a small cart could move? The eldest miss will surely adore it." As she unveiled the bundle, it revealed a finely crafted miniature wooden cart, smooth and dense, adorned with exquisite patterns, clearly made from quality wood. Intricate carvings embellished it, and with a gentle push, the wheels began to turn. Changsheng nodded with delight. Where did the third young master find such a skilled carpenter? His craftsmanship surpasses my expectations. Mo replied with a smile. That also depends on your ability to envision it. Changsheng curiously extracted a yellow paper package from the cart. What is this? A fragrant aroma of almonds and plum blossoms wafted forth, and she recognized it distinctly as the almond pastries and plum blossom cake from Shaowila, presumably a gift from Mingjing. Had he ventured to Shaowila once more? Recalling that night when she pushed open the window, a cold breeze rushed in, and beneath the jade-like cold moon, the red lanterns hung like delicate, pale pearls. As she immersed herself in the night scenery, Mingjing secretly observed her from the side. A peculiar sensation stirred within Changsheng. She lifted her gaze, determined to dismiss any lingering thoughts, for it was said that the impossible should not be entertained, neither for oneself nor for others. It was rare for the third young master to still consider everyone. You too should have a taste as well. I hear it is the most renowned delicacy in the capital. After savoring a few pieces, everyone sang its praises. Do Huang hurried to boil water for tea, while Changsheng, feeling parched, asked her to prepare some rock candy pear water in the kitchen. As she watched Do Huang leave, Mo retrieved a coarse cloth bundle from her belongings. Aunt Lu has taken her own life out of guilt. This is the blood letter she left behind. Changsheng was taken aback. Aunt Lu committed suicide out of guilt? Yet her transgressions hardly warranted death. What compelled her to do such a thing? Was it a burden of shame, or did she wish to conceal something? Unwrapping the coarse cloth bundle, she discovered blood-stained rags, and though they had dried, the pungent scent of blood still wafted through the air, causing her stomach to churn violently. Chapter 78. Farewell. Jinshu sat glumly on the embroidery stool, her interest piqued by nothing. Aunt Changsheng had mentioned going out to find a toy, yet there was still no sign of her. The sudden absence of the matron left her feeling quite unaccustomed. Memories of how she would snuggle into her embrace each morning flooded back, and Jin Shu felt her nose twitch, her eyes reddening once more. Xiao Wei and Xiao Ni exchanged helpless glances. Fortunately, it was far better than when Nurse Liu had just departed. They shed silent tears without any further outbursts. Recalling Changsheng's instructions from the night before, Xiao Ni turned to leave. Xiao Wei muttered to herself, "Didn't Miss Zhou promise our young lady a delightful new toy? Why has it taken so long to arrive?" Upon hearing this, Jin Shu's tears flowed even more profusely. With the matron gone and third uncle absent for several days, not only was Changsheng's gift yet to materialize, but her presence was also missed. Pouting in indignation, she declared, "She lied to me. I shall ignore her." As Xiao Wei dabbed her tears and consoled her, she said, "Do not be disheartened, my dear lady. Miss Zhou truly cherishes you. It is merely this one instance where her words have fallen short, causing a delay with the toy. Perhaps the next time you see her, you might maintain a stern expression to convey your displeasure. If her toy turns out to be splendid, then you can forgive her, yes?" Little Jin Shu, puffing up with indignation, replied, "Indeed, I am quite upset. The next time I see her, I shall keep a stern face, for she must learn that her words bear weight." Just then, Xiao and I entered, exclaiming, "It seems that what is wished for comes true. I have heard that Miss Zhou has prepared the toy for our young lady and will be delivering it shortly." Strangely enough, even the old lady has learned of this and wishes to come and see the wonder. You must remember, when you meet Miss Zhou, to avoid acknowledging her, so she understands your anger. Only then will she refrain from such delays, making our young lady wait for so long. Initially excited by the news, Jin Shu stood up, only to hear that she should not engage with Changsheng. Instantly, her expression hardened. Xiao Wei and Xiao and I exchanged knowing smiles. Although she still occasionally cried out for Nurse Liu, her demeanor was markedly more vibrant than before. After a while, a young maid announced that the old lady and concubine Wu had arrived and requested the young lady to come out. Lured by the promise of a toy, Jin Shu no longer wore the sullen expression she had previously displayed at the prospect of meeting visitors, which often required coaxing from Nurse Liu. This time, she took Xiao and I's hand and eagerly pulled her toward the door. Xiao and I gave her hand a gentle squeeze, and Jin Shu understood immediately, adopting a serious expression as they made their way to the main hall. Upon seeing Changsheng present, her lips moved, but she restrained herself, continuing to ignore her while being led by Xiao and I to greet the old lady and concubine Wu. Maintaining a demeanor of aloofness, she refrained from calling upon anyone. Yet the faint anticipation in her heart caused her cheeks to flush slightly. The old lady and concubine Wu noted that despite her usual indifference, Jin Shu's complexion had brightened considerably. Furthermore, she seemed less fearful and distressed in the presence of Changsheng, a stranger, than she had in the past. Curiosity stirred within them. How was it that without Nurse Liu, she appeared healthier and more poised than before? Fearing she might frighten the child, the old lady refrained from further inquiries and smiled, saying, "Sure, you have grown. It is time for you to learn some manners. This is your father's appointed governess from Jinyang, named Aunt Changsheng. Do you like her?" Little Wei quietly squeezed her hand, and Jin Shu recalled their agreement, maintaining her stern expression and ignoring Changsheng. She was at a loss for words, uncertain whether to express her fondness or disdain, as no one had advised her on such matters. Changsheng, wary of raising suspicions, took the plate from Do Huang and lifted the cloth covering it. Instantly, a delicate model of a carriage captured everyone's attention. However, Jin Shu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, for she already possessed several similar toys. Believing Changsheng had deceived her, she felt wronged after waiting in anticipation for so long, her little mouth pouting as tears threatened to fall. The old lady, assuming Jin Shu was unwilling to accept Changsheng's gift, breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing another outburst, she was about to suggest that Changsheng withdraw, but Changsheng placed the carriage on the ground, tugged at the attached string, and took a few steps. The carriage immediately began to roll along the floor. Inside it was a cloth monkey from Jin Shu's toy collection, holding a bright red apple, exuding an irresistible charm. Jin Shu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she rushed over, her face alight with excitement and joy. She first touched the carriage, then pulled it along, laughing with delight as it followed her. She wandered around the room, her laughter echoing, oblivious to everyone, including Chang Sheng, who had gifted her the toy. The onlookers exchanged glances, pondering how long it had been since they had heard her laugh like that. Chang Sheng approached her, smiling as she asked, "Miss Jin Shu, do you like this little carriage?" Jin Shu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I love it. I love it so much." Her gaze towards Chang Sheng was filled with admiration and gratitude. "Do you also like any Chang Sheng?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Shu nodded again, "I do," feeling a twinge of shame at her earlier reaction. She quickly became engrossed in the carriage again, pulling it along. Perhaps finding the room too confined, she even lifted the carriage and headed outside. The old lady promptly signaled for Xiao Wei and Xiao and I to follow and keep an eye on her. The onlookers exchanged incredulous looks. Usually, it took much coaxing from Mama Lu to get her to step out of the door. The old lady attributed Jin Shu's sudden willingness to the allure of Chang Sheng's toy, suspecting nothing amiss. Observing Chang Sheng seated respectfully, waiting for her response, the old lady's feelings grew complicated. However, she reassured herself that although Chang Sheng had been brought back to the residence as a clear-headed choice, her second arrival had been preceded by a request for the old lady's consent, thus avoiding any loss of face. This week, Chang Sheng had proven to be a person of propriety, perceptive enough to understand who held authority in the household, a testament to her upbringing in the palace. Moreover, though she possessed striking features and a lovely complexion, her attire was modest and elegant, and her demeanor was composed and dignified, devoid of any semblance of frivolity. As a nurturing figure, she appeared beyond reproach. Her ability to create such whimsical delights for children demonstrated a cleverness that rivaled that of Jin Shu's biological mother. In their essence, there was an inexplicable similarity, though their backgrounds were vastly different, leaving one to wonder if it was mere fate. In an instant, the old lady's mind was made up. If she treated Chang Sheng kindly, Jin Shu would benefit from her guidance, evolving into a child as normal as any other. Would Ming Che not remember her kindness? Perhaps it could also improve the relationship between mother and child. This time, the gaze she cast upon Chang Sheng was filled with admiration and respect. With a sigh and a smile, she remarked, "No wonder it is said that without the diamond, one should not attempt to handle porcelain. The young lady sought an audience with me yesterday, clearly well prepared. It is fortunate that Chair possesses discernment. I find myself aging, unable to compete with the youth." Chang Sheng promptly rose and bowed, saying, "Madam, you are too kind. My opportunity to re-enter the manor and prove myself is entirely due to your trust in me, and I must not disappoint General Xia's expectations. The eldest young lady has grown up beside you, and you are well aware of her temperament. I am merely employing some unusual means to ensure she does not drive me away. In the future, I kindly ask for your guidance." The elder lady's mood lightened considerably as she regarded Chang Sheng with an even gentler gaze. She pondered, if Ming Che values her so highly, perhaps if she can win Jin Shu's favor, there may be intentions of taking her as a concubine. As a matriarch, I could facilitate this at the right moment. How could she not feel gratitude? Perhaps she could persuade Ming Che to make concessions. Chapter 79. Heartbreak and clarity upon hearing his stepmother's words. Ming Jing briskly made his way to the Crane residence hall, entirely forgetting the melancholy that had enveloped him the previous night. He had just received the delightful news that Chang Sheng had successfully passed the dual trials set by Jin Shu and the old matriarch, and from this day forth, she would rightfully remain in the residence as a nurturing aunt. The thought of Chang Sheng's intelligent gaze and her gentle smile stirred something profound within him. Although propriety dictated that he should refrain from seeking her out too frequently, he would surely have the opportunity to see her during visits to little Jin Shu, wouldn't he? His biological mother, concubine Wu, currently resided in the eastern courtyard, temporarily overseeing Jin Shu's quarters. He was constrained by his stepmother's presence, unable to visit her daily. Yet he intended to stop by every now and then, thereby increasing his chances of encountering Chang Sheng. In the Crane residence hall, the old matriarch sat regally upon a Luohan bed, while his second sister-in-law, Xiaolin, occupied the opposite side on an intricately carved stool, engaging in warm banter. Her attire as vibrant and resplendent as always, her dazzling appearance overshadowing her otherwise ordinary features. Meanwhile, his humble biological mother, concubine Wu, sat modestly on a nearby stool, her demeanor respectful, which inevitably caused a twinge of frustration within him. Despite having witnessed such scenes countless times throughout his life, each encounter invariably affected his mood. Had his elder sister-in-law been present, she would have insisted on placing concubine Wu in the guest seat while he took the stool, for in her eyes, his biological mother, though a concubine, was still an elder deserving of precedence. Conversely, his second sister-in-law, Lin Xinhui, had never adhered to such decorum. She regarded his mother as little more than an inferior servant, and with concubine Wu being only slightly elevated above the status of a common maid. One could argue that had it not been for the birth of her son, she would be no different from any other servant. Yet what could he do about it? Concubine Wu was, after all, a child born of the matriarch's family, and her position as a concubine, along with the burden of bearing him, was solely due to the matriarch's grace. To maintain control over their mother-son bond, the contract of servitude remained firmly in the matriarch's hands, and whether or not they could elevate their status relied entirely on her discretion. Thus, he could only be more respectful and obedient towards her, striving to win her favor in hopes that one day she might show benevolence and return the contract, elevating his mother's status to that of a respected concubine worthy of inclusion in the family lineage and ancestral shrine, rather than being hastily buried among the common graves of servants and tenants. Nevertheless, throughout his life, due to the efforts of both his mother and himself, she had generally treated him well, perhaps because his status did not threaten the position of his elder brother in any way. Approaching closer, Ming Jing adopted a playful demeanor, performing a half-serious, half-joking bow. This humble Ming Jing pays his respects to the old matriarch and the second young mistress. May the old matriarch and the second young mistress be blessed with peace. Lin Xinhui stifled a laugh, remarking, "How has the third uncle, after months away, returned with such airs?" Even his greetings tinged with a hint of sourness. Ignoring her comment for the moment, Ming Jing offered a slight bow to concubine Wu before turning back with a cheerful smile, saying, "What's sourness? I have no liking for sour things." Has the second sister-in-law, after all these years, not realized that I prefer sweet? I shall leave the sourness for you, dear sister-in-law. Alas, I have treated you like a living Buddha, and yet it is my mother who truly cares for me. Lin Xinhui cast him a sidelong glance before turning away, only to be amused once more by his incorrigible antics. Not long ago, when Ming Jing traveled to Jinyang, her jealousy flared, leading her to concoct a pretext to sell her husband Mingqing's beloved concubine. It is likely that this young man returned and laughed at her upon hearing the news. The old matron chuckled and scolded him, calling him a rogue, which was precisely what she adored about Ming Jing. His presence always brought liveliness, even making her proud second daughter-in-law feel a mix of affection and vexation, leaving her helpless. All right, enough of the banter. If you have a penchant for sweets, take some of the honey osmanthus cake that your elder sister sent back with you. Now let us discuss serious matters. The steward informed me this morning that Kai Lu, who was dispatched to escort Nurse Lu, has returned. He mentioned that on their way, they unexpectedly encountered the carriage sent by your elder brother to fetch Nurse Lu. The guard was someone he had previously met during your trip to Jinyang, so he entrusted her to them without worry. It appears that Aunt Bai is indeed quite anxious. Otherwise, your elder brother would not be in such a rush. Feigning surprise, Ming Jing responded, "Oh, what a coincidence. Thankfully, we persuaded Nurse Lu to leave early. If they travel swiftly, they should arrive in about 7 to 8 days. Kai Lu is a prudent individual and has spent several months in Jinyang with me, well acquainted with the guards of the general's residence, so there should be no issues. However, I just heard that Zhou Changxing came by yesterday. I also heard that Shu'er is willing to keep her. Fortunately, I have not yet had the chance to inform my elder brother that Shu'er does not wish for her to stay." Then, to her astonishment, she observed the old matron smiling at the mention of Changxing's name. "That is splendid. You should write to inquire about Aunt Bai's situation and inform your elder brother that Miss Zhou and Shu'er get along quite well, and she will remain in the residence. This Miss Zhou is truly remarkable. She knows how to interact with children, and it is rare for Shu'er to accept her. After discussing the events of the morning, Mingjing expressed her admiration and feigned surprise, saying, "I never expected that someone who appears so stern and humorless could win Shuer's affection. Tomorrow, I shall inquire about who crafted that little carriage and have a few made for Jinshu and Jinwen to play with." Hearing him describe Changsheng as stern and humorless, Madame Xie laughed even harder, fully convinced, and praised Mingjing for her thoughtfulness, not forgetting the few nephews from the second household. She then turned to Aunt Wu, advising her, "Keep an eye on these intricate toys. Excessive use may lead children astray. In the future, we must prioritize proper literacy and decorum." I permitted this only because of Shuer's unique situation. For any other child, it would be strictly prohibited. This time, we shall allow Mingjing's suggestion, providing each child with one toy for amusement, but it shall not be repeated. Mingjing nodded in agreement, her heart stern, understanding that the old matron was seizing the opportunity to address her elder sister-in-law, as she often gifted Jinshu with novel toys. Despite her consistent remembrance of the second brother's children, she still failed to win her mother's favor. However, Madame Xie chose to disregard this matter further and exchanged a knowing glance with Shungu, who nodded and went outside, shortly returning with two young ladies adorned with jewels and flowers, one of whom was astonishingly Do Huang. The other was a second-class maid, Jiao Xiang, who served beside the legitimate mother. Two individuals adorned with cosmetics, their delicate eyebrows lightly painted, have fashioned the bride's hair into an elegant coiffure, embellished with silk flowers pinned atop. Dressed in a resplendent gown of peach-red satin, they don a jade-green overgarment, while the other is clad in a crimson outfit of identical fabric, accompanied by a sky-blue outer layer. Standing side by side, they exude an air of bashful charm, reminiscent of blooming flowers against a backdrop of verdant willows, their beauty strikingly reminiscent of the festive joy associated with the bride. With an expression of innocent bewilderment, they survey the onlookers, including Aunt Wu, sister-in-law Lin Xinhui, and Aunt Shun, all of whom were expressions that suggest prior knowledge of the situation, concealing the truth solely from her. Lin Xinhui appears particularly entertained by the unfolding drama. A turmoil brews within her, as she suddenly recalls her biological mother's previous mention of securing 2 concubines for her. She distinctly remembers having declined such an arrangement at the time. How is it that this plan has now been orchestrated without her knowledge? As she opens her mouth to refuse, she finds herself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate her objections. Chapter 80.